Synopsis. This man is one of Cooler's top soldiers. The Lord of Cold's army has captured Vegeta. He must interrogate him to find out how Frieza died. They're in a dire situation, and he's genuinely curious about Vegeta. Sir, you have been appointed as Vegeta's executioner. Chapter 1. The number 32 is a contrary figure. He once had quite the spotty record for following orders. His past is rich in indiscretion. There are the many treacherous actions against his most beloved Frost Empire. One would never guess to 32's insubordination now, but when 32 had been a boy, he'd taken so many beatings that the hospital ward had grown more familiar than his own chamber. And really, the orders had been not entirely unreasonable, but 32 had simply been that way inclined. Stubborn, proud, righteous, as 32 had once deemed even despite his young years. His beliefs had sung from his heart, and he'd take a cane across the face with the same honor as accepting an award. It had been only as 32 grew older that he'd wizened up too. Pride had given him very little except internal bleeding, and if he'd followed the Frost Empire's way instead of digging his heels in at every instance, then the beatings would lessen. And sure enough, they did. In time, the orders from superiors grew more expectant, and so he next met those, until it reached the day 32 had accepted so many orders that he became able to give orders himself. Captain 32, a willful person once, now a dog. His reputation for delivering the bite of the Frost Empire precedes him within the South Quadrant. And yes, this reputation may be young for he is young, but this bite is nearly always fatal. Captain 32 is one of the very best Lord Haler has to offer, after all, a rising star. Yet, today's tall order even has 32 questioning his own ability to deliver. As the morning is young, this has yet to happen, and the only thing pressing 32 right now is the need to come face to face with the Frost Empire's latest prisoner. It had marked a crucial failure for 32 in that he hadn't been the one to apprehend the trespasser. This trespasser, now prisoner, has ties to the illustrious planet Namek, but more importantly, has ties to a history 32 has been smothering for years. It's only time until the prisoner is publicly revealed and subsequently executed, so 32 must have his words now before the opportunity is thwarted. He's supposed to visit the physician today, and he reports as much. With most soldiers dining on gruel in the refectory, 32 has the benefit of going unnoticed in this venture. Like the creatures they are, they operate on clockwork, the monotony of schedule containing them like cattle and herding them only within strict parameters. This, at least, provides 32 the opportunity to stalk the sparsity of the ship alone. The curling corridors churning into the bowl, where the containment cells are, soon grow moist and murky as the air thickens with noxious smells, suggesting the nearby storage facility for fuel. Not many would find their way to this section of the ship, save for a few workers or those sneaking their way to the back entrance of the prisoner compartments. There is a lift to take. As it goes down on its rickety journey, 32 stares out of the floor-to-ceiling length window looking outwards into the infinity of space. Speckles of stars and planets alike glisten in the black, a backdrop to the traffic of passerby ships, large and small alike. In the solitude of the descent, he looks out across the gloom and lets his gaze run askew and lose focus. When the window stops being just that instead, now a mirror 32 feels uncomfortable with the reflection staring back, as generally he finds himself unpleasant to look at. This is why he so often wears his scarf, but there's little use for it here so far away from the cold. Instead, dark eyes, rimmed by ever darker pockets of skin, glare over the stars. Sallow, he's been called, ghostly pale, sickly. It's been made worse by the growth spurt. He's now tall, gawky, and unsuspectingly thin despite his muscle. 32 takes great pleasure in hiding all this in the bundle of layers making up his uniform, especially under the furs, which broaden him out and make him look older than he is. All in all, he's a soldier, and a tired one at that. He's understandably exhausted after doing the trip from the southern quadrant to the northern quadrant. It took 3 days, and he's grayer for it, hating the place even more than usual for the crime of 32 having to be here in it. Another such crime is that the northern quadrant isn't nearly as cold as its southern counterpart. 32 is used to snow and ice, and the chill of always having frosty fingers, and so feels accordingly naked for not having to wear his furs. Said furs, a long cloak made up of slain creatures, lies in a crumpled pile of grays and whites atop his cabin bed, betrayed. Still, if 32 can get away with not having to wear them, regardless of how powerful they make him appear, he will. The association tied to the furs is one of patriotism to one lord of the southern quadrant. Last year, when 32 had been promoted to captain and the furs had been bestowed, he'd looked at them with a hollow sort of feeling. He'd never wanted to be a captain after all, but it had always been an unspoken promise. The furs had represented the predestined step in his life. Shackles, really. The lift soon stutters to a halt and finally 32 reaches the dismal underbelly of the beast. Unlike the southern quadrant, the technology seems older here in the north, and that age extends to the rustic nature of the ship. The doors creak open, and the toxic stench from earlier swells in 32's throat, likely from outdated gas canisters, encouraging him to stride his way at speed, mouth covered, in aim of the emergency entry point of the containment cells. Sweaty walls with peeling paint break into a heavy, rust-ruined door, which he next pushes open, revealing the cells themselves. They're of course infused with shinks. It's a substance used to repress energy, with it slowly exhausting those around. The dimly lit hallway of these Sheik's-infused cells is impressively long, and he'd be spoilt for choice if not for knowing where this mystery prisoner must be being held. The most secure of all the units. Cell 1. When he stops to peer into the darkness, 32 holds his breath. So it's true. He's had but a few shocks during his short time serving as a captain, this quite possibly the worst of them all. For in front of him in a decrepit prison stands a man he'd long thought dead. Vegeta, the once prince of the Saiyan people. Aside blurry, painful memories, 32 has seen Vegeta's pictures in the database. A younger Vegeta, sour and arrogant, someone easy to detest, with a planetary purging record that has remained unmatched even to this day. Another soldier. A now imprisoned soldier. 32 imagines very few men would dare go too far into the ship's foundation for the rotting stench of corpses is enough to relinquish any man of his dinner. It's likely 32 is Vegeta's first visitor since his incarceration, more so because nobody is yet to know of his imprisonment. Vegeta eyes 32's armor with severe dislike and then turns up to acknowledge 32 personally. If anything, the level of dislike seems to increase. 32 considers that Vegeta might even recognize him, but the moment comes to pass without any comment on it. Really, 10 years really is a long time, and 32 would have just been amongst the many faces Vegeta has seen come and go. The memories of cutting cruelty resurface quite quickly for 32, however, and even if he'd been young upon their first meeting, Vegeta is a person not quite so easily forgotten. 32 braces himself. Do you speak the common tongue, boy? I do. So, what do you want then? Are you here to bring me that slop you call food or to clean my piss? Because I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm interested in neither. 32 taps at his armor as if Vegeta hadn't yet noticed. I'm a soldier, not a slave. Same difference. Vegeta saunters over to the bars. It's a move that's supposed to intimate 32, but the latter doesn't take a single step back. Here I thought Haler's famous southern soldiers would be a little more intimidating. Instead they send someone barely a man. And here I thought you'd be taller, so I imagine we're both surprised. The desired effect takes place and Vegeta swivels. Let's see how tall you'll be when I knock your head off, you little shit. 32's scouter beeps to life, and he watches in cool contemplation as the device documents Vegeta's reactive energy spike. Even with the shinks, the numbers climb and climb until the machine runs so hot that 32 must turn it off. Vegeta bites out something in the common tongue 32 doesn't understand entirely. His fluency, whilst excellent, is not perfect, and so any flowery insult uniquely woven enough can throw him. Vegeta finishes with, "If you still need that pitiful thing attached to your face, then you better keep me in this cage." Perhaps they are more evolved than your last experience with them, 32 says curtly. Smart technology has come a long way since your retirement. Don't make me laugh. Retirement, he repeats, derisive. Abandonment, terrorism, treason. You'll get chucked in here along with me unless you use Frost-appropriate language. 32 spares a glance around the hole, stopping only for the skeleton in the corner. Vegeta snorts. Yes, my bunkmate is just a riot. I can see standards haven't really changed in my absence. Clearly, Vegeta hasn't been traveling for some time. He looks healthy and without injury. His weight is good. Has he been in hiding? If so, who has been harboring him? Does he have a base, allies, perhaps? There's little use in asking so 32 doesn't beat around the bush. They say a Saiyan killed Lord Frieza. 32 reveals, watching Vegeta's expression shifting into something new, something inquisitive and curious. Yeah, and what of it? Some say that Saiyan was you. Through the bars, Vegeta's rigid hold on himself drops with a burst of dark laughter. I wish it was. So you're saying it wasn't? Vegeta then smirks and leans against the bars of his cell, quiet. 32 keeps his gaze fixed. Were you there the night Lord Frieza was killed? Does Haler want to know? Or cooler, they can come themselves. 32 doesn't have an answer because the truth is far more personal than he'd ever reveal. Vegeta, ironically, mistakes this for loyalty. There's a long pause whilst the man appraises him until, in a very quiet voice, he sneers. Why would I tell a little bootlicking piece of shit like you anything? Silence follows and 32 bats his eyes lazily, pretending that he doesn't feel so frustrated that he could reach in and throttle him. It's fine, he thinks, because at the end of this encounter, 32 gets to walk away out of this shit-infested cell and go somewhere that doesn't smell like defecation and sick. I know for a fact that you died that night. Vegeta's chin rises, yet here I am. So true, here is he, as alive as one could be, stirring up all of 32's doubt and opening him up to a scary world of possibility. If Vegeta survived that night, then possibly could. 32's scouter beeps. Vegeta, who recognizes the chime instantly, likely from his own line of service, dismissively bats a hand at him as he returns to the darkness of his cell. Master is calling. 32 presses the sleek button on its side, answering. Master indeed. Hindered by the sudden summoning, 32 eyeballs the prisoner one last time, knowing that whatever Lord Haler wants probably has to do with who is currently standing right in front him. It's with regret that 32 returns to the surface. Once 32 manages to escape the foul reaches of the ship and make it to the meeting hall, he notices instantly that something isn't quite right. Lord Haler doesn't like armed guards on his doors, yet here stand two burly, brain-dead-looking soldiers with guns. They're positioned either side, immediately eager for a fight. Fuck off, one greets. When 32 reaches for the door handle, the other swings the gun in aim of him. He said to fuck off, ye silly twat. What's some punk like you thinkin', he can just waltz in there? After Lord Cooler's autograph are ye. Or maybe you just want one of our cocks up ye arse. 32's lips press into a thin line. None of the northern soldiers know 32 by face, so they regularly assume him to be an errand boy, and as such, 32 would gesture to his captain rank badge, and the soldiers would trip over each other, apologizing. Other times, he'd break their arms. Seeing as 32's badge currently lies on a table in his cabin room along with his furs, it looks likely to be the latter. Lord Haler summoned me. Did he now? The first gasps without sincerity. I didn't think he had a thing for pretty little boys. Now 32 isn't one to react under normal circumstance, but this goes beyond disrespect. This is about his pride as a man. Break an arm? No, he'll break every limb, but before 32 could reach out and snap a single bone, a gloved hand covers his own. Captain Itful, the two guards address at once. Men, this new captain acknowledges. Their bodies erect before cutting into symmetrical bows, and 32 takes the opportunity to step away. You know, the Captain Itful, begins casually to 32's desired victims. I think I just saved your lives. Captain Itful turns and gives 32 an earnest sort of smile. It's a bit unnerving, really. It's the type of smile 32 sees the common people share with one another, friendly and discomforting. He's probably a northerner. Yes, that explains it. Not in the South would you see the officers so publicly affable with one another. He looks quite important, now that 32 thinks about it, donned in a long, flowing red cape which sits over shiny, studded bronze armor. It's every bit the antithesis of 32's very plain, very blue jumpsuit and armor set. Captain, Itful stresses as he forces 32's hand into a shake. This earns the desired effect when the guards bow their head and rush to apologize. Itful holds his other hand up in admonishment. No, I think our guest has heard enough from you two, though do feel free to visit my quarters tonight for appropriate retribution. Of course, sir. Yes, Captain. Captain Itful opens the door and gestures for 32 to enter first. It's an extensive, drawn-out hallway with only one opposing door. The room is decorative, ornate perhaps, and without any further guards, seeming like such a waste of space. Anything for grandeur, 32 supposes. Definitely a southerner, aren't you? Itful comments, delighted with the prospect of it. When 32 doesn't reply, it somehow seems to give Itful the expectation that he should continue talking. Lord Haler has brought a whole fleet of you this time. Has he even left any men in the south? Enough to hold it, 32 dismisses in the hopes that Itful would read the room. He doesn't. Lord Cooler has been quite busy with the preparations for Lord Haler's visit for some time now, but I doubt even he foresaw the swarm of Southerners following Lord Haler here. You'd almost think that they don't trust each other, 32 replies dryly. Itful's laugh is just as obnoxious as himself. It's open and carefree, and 32 can't help but watch him, unnerved. He then wonders if Itful had ever been in the youth program like 32 had been. This captain's demeanor doesn't suggest he had, however, because most ex-youth program soldiers don't run around grinning at people and laughing like a deranged moose. Itful sighs, too true. Sometimes I wish they'd just go to war and be done with it. 32 swallows his shock at such a statement. Oh, it wouldn't hurt you Southern fellows to lighten up. Really, war is imminent. Why bother denying the fact? Then I'm your enemy, replies 32 after a brief pause, by your logic. Itful's mouth quirks into a smile. I suppose you are, but I imagine that's hardly a surprise for you. Despite the two of us working for the Frost Empire, we're both still very much working under two different leaders. 32 hums noncommittedly in response. The other captain wears flippancy, as though discussing the weather as opposed to treason. The strangeness isn't lost on 32. And it also begs the question, how had he known 32 by face alone? 32 certainly wouldn't have been able to pick Itful out of a crowd. They've never once spoken, nor met. 32 mentally stores away his doubts for later to focus on what's waiting for him behind the final door. Upon entering, they vomit outwards into a garish visual assault of patriotism. Red and blue, these are the colors of the North and South, symbolizing what's left of a crumbling union of a rotten family. If anything, the clash of color is the unadulterated allegory for the political situation. In the center of that and the room, Lord Haler sits dramatically on a large, wooden throne probably decades older than 32 is. He is without his usual glass of wine, but is, however, accompanied by Lord Cooler, who is sitting in a uniformly tasteless throe of gaudiness. My lords, 32 greets at the same time as Itful. Both sink to their knees in dutiful unison. Rise, both of you, Lord Cooler instructs, and so they do. Between Lord Frieza and Lord Cooler, it is Lord Cooler who resembles Lord Haler most, especially in appearance. They both share a similar build and face shape, and a calmness which Lord Frieza had not had. Lord Cooler is famously easier to digest than the rest of his family, for, simply, he is a military man with a taste for decadence. There is little ego. Whilst not as married to hierarchy as the rest of his family, he is known to cultivate impressive squads with skilled leaders. He doesn't look at his men with disdain, as proven when he gestures towards the captain to 32's left. Do you remember Captain Itful, brother? He asks, almost fondly. So you're the captain who brought in Vegeta, Lord Haler notes. There's no congratulatory tone in his voice, as unlike Lord Cooler, Lord Haler spares no pride for the men. This doesn't stop Itful from peacocking. Yes, my lord, he wasn't willing, one might say, but our team managed to bring him in the end. My medics say he hasn't a single broken bone. He was healed in a regeneration tank, my lord. Unsurprisingly, it's Lord Cooler's patience which cracks first. You said you wanted him well and alive, and so I present him to you as such. Which means you've had him in your custody longer than you've cared to admit, Lord Haler notes. He reaches out with his scaly hand, clicking his fingers. 32 knows Lord Haler well enough to understand what that means, and sure enough, a pathetic-looking creature ambles over from the shadows carrying a tray holding 2 tumblers. The sickly scent of Lord Haler's favorite wine never sits well with 32. He'd been misfortunate enough to try it once, hating the tartness of it but having to pretend to be thankful all the same. Both lords take a glass each. By the time Lord Cooler finishes a sip, Lord Haler has already downed half of its contents. "Brother," Lord Haler then initiates stonily, and 32 knows this is his turn to make an impression. "This is Captain 32 of South Central." 32 bows his head, respectfully even as Lord Cooler scoffs. "What, are you now so cruel as to deny your men names?" "The men are free to choose whatever names they so please. Should they not want a name, then I'm not one to stop them using their recruitment numbers." Lord Cooler holds 32 captive under the same cool, pinprick eyes of his brother. "I see, so you're from the youth program." He sounds impressed, enough so that Lord Haler must be quietly pleased. "Whilst I do admire the program's work, I'd rather my men have a bit more bite about them. Free will breeds creativity, and from that, intelligence. Not too much, of course, but I've always valued initiative." Lord Haler knows he is intelligent enough without the help of his men. His hubris allows for no influence. "At least neither of us cull our soldiers for simply existing. Let us agree on that," Lord Cooler says next, swirling his wine, clearly thinking of their departed brother. "He did have quite the temper, did he not?" "Of course, but it could not be helped. His subordinates were societal degenerates." "Like Vegeta, you mean?" "And now we have come full circle. Perhaps if he'd used the youth program, then he wouldn't have ended up surrounded by a ridiculous militia, or better yet, dead. The Ginyu Force, honestly, what that arrogant little horror been thinking?" "Of nothing." "I can drink to that." And so Lord Cooler does. The glass lowers and he once more considers 32. Now, this one looks disciplined. There must be no worries about prancing and performing with him. Yes, 32 is a fine example of the youth program. Lord Cooler looks him up and down, and suddenly 32 wishes that he'd dressed as finely as Itful this morning. Well, he certainly must have cost enough. An investment, I assure you. Just how old is he? He looks fresh. When did you graduate, Captain? "A year and a half ago," 32 replies when urged by Lord Haler. "I am 18 winters, my lord." "An early graduate, very remarkable. You know, brother, I could do with some more manpower northwest. I'm curious to." "No, Captain 32 is required southward." Lord Haler then drains the glass and leans back into the wooden frame, regarding 32 with his usual level of contempt he has for all underlings. "He is one of several youth program soldiers I have ingrained in my institution, but most definitely a standout in his own right. That's why I wish to nominate him for the role of executioner." "Executioner." Lord Cooler jolts, pleasantries forgotten. "Brother." Simply, Lord Haler savors the horror. "Absolutely not," Lord Cooler continues. "That is hardly fair when Captain Itful and his men brought Vegeta in. He should be the one to finish Vegeta, or better yet, we should ourselves kill him. I do not dirty my hands with the lives of the lesser, and neither should you," Lord Haler advises, clipped with disgust. "The execution will be in your territory and within the confines of your mothership, yet the deed performed by my will." Lord Cooler mulls this over, still clearly unhappy. So Lord Haler continues, "It will be the combination of both of our authorities to bring retribution to our empire. Brother and father will be avenged, at least partially, and will capture the footage of the happening and air it live to the billions across the universe under our decree." Lord Cooler looks as surprised as 32 feels. "And to what crime do we announce for Vegeta? I refuse to relay that he was Frieza's murderer when we both know he was not. I want the man who tarnished the Frost Empire's name to pay the price in blood. I want that Saiyan." "In time, brother. For now, the very crime is being Saiyan." Lord Haler's gaze darkens when he faces 32. "It shall be law that any remaining Saiyan are to be sentenced to death, quietly so, without attention. Their existence alone is a danger to the Frost Empire and its beliefs, and accordingly, they need to be eradicated in order to preserve its prosperity." Lord Cooler stills as he contemplates this, coming to settle his gaze on Captain Itful as though looking for a comrade's opinion on the matter. Whoever this Itful is, He seems to have earned the respect of his lord. Oh, really? And what do you suppose I do with any remaining Saiyans in my army, brother? It sounds rhetorical, but Lord Haler is quick with an answer. Put them to death. My men are loyal, Lord Cooler stresses. We're not Frieza. I don't want to kill good men on the grounds of stained blood. Lord Haler's tail bats harder against the marble, and the small cracks soon begin to rupture the marble. Really, how many Saiyans do you have? I barely have enough to fill a purging unit. 32 watches on and senses unease from Captain Itvil beside him. His face isn't as easy to read as earlier, but the signs of stress are rather clear. Sweat prickles at the top of his forehead, and he's most certainly turned a shade lighter. How curious. Is Itvil a Saiyan, or perchance has he Saiyan friends? Let the message be clear, Lord Haler pressures. If any sheep dare oppose us, then the whole flock shall be put down. You want to finish Frieza's little genocide of the Saiyans. I do. Cooler breathes through his nose and pauses. He doesn't spare a look at Itvil this time. I have, perhaps 30-40 Saiyans mixed-bloods, good men mostly. Stubborn but strong, you're asking a lot of me. Do this, and I assure you that we will soon close in on the one who brought shame against the Frost name, against the one who slayed Frieza. Lord Cooler bats his claw-like fingers on the armrest for minutes at least, leaving Lord Haler to watch him with impressive weight. It's only time until Lord Haler is rewarded. Purple lips upturn into a snarl, and Lord Cooler lashes out, knocking his wine glass from the table, the growl ripping from his throat echoing and petulant. The explosion of shattering glass has shards bounce against 32's boots. This best be worth it, brother. My men should not be disposable. Lord Cooler launches upwards from his throne and storms through the double doors leading out, Captain Itvil trickling after him, cape swishing in reminiscence of a dog's tail. With equal obedience, 32 faces his lord. Lord Haler now watches him, self-satisfied as he usually is after winning a reaction from Lord Cooler. He clicks his fingers once more, and the same creature from earlier appears, with a singular glass of wine this time. The sip taken is a generous one. He watches 32 for a long time, unmoving. Nothing rattles you, does it, Captain? Tense, he keeps his voice as light as it allows. My lord. Lord Haler continues to rake his eyes over him. The silence is deafening. Yes, I'm giving you such a monumental task, and I haven't heard so much as a peep from you, not even a thank you. Lord Haler isn't surprised at all, not really, and he doesn't expect 32's gratitude. No, but you're not bloodthirsty, are you, Captain? I suppose not all Saiyans are as gratuitous as Vegeta. 32 lowers his gaze, knowing that's what Lord Haler wants in the moment. He wants 32 to be ashamed of his heritage. Being a Saiyan is a sin, and now it's going to be written into law. His blood has never been revealed as per Lord Haler's orders, and now 32 understands why, and that his lordship must have been planning for this law for some time. Vegeta is the perfect excuse to bring it into play. You know why you're being spared, 32, lest you forget it. Yes, my lord. You're dismissed. You'll receive detail on the time and date of the execution. Thank you, my lord. The funny thing, 32 thinks as he marches from the room, is that he probably hates Saiyans about as much as Lord Haler does. He hates their bloodlust, their savage selfishness, but most of all, 32 hates his own connection to them, that the Saiyan people are his people. Yet, he'll be the one to survive them all. The doors bolt shut behind 32, just in time to hear Lord Haler click his fingers once more. How he feels about executing Vegeta is of little importance to 32. He categorizes the endeavor under necessary duties and sets about how he must do this. Whilst 32 has never performed a public execution before he knows the technique Lord Haler will insist upon, a Kai-based procedure that's especially agonizing. The victim is set aflame with an energy blast colloquially known as the boiler. It doesn't burn the prisoner to death instantly. Instead, it tortuously reduces moisture within the body until it withers away into a brownish, leather-like texture surviving on denatured protein. The corpses appear mummified, twisted like rotten taproots in their torment and smelling of defecation. It's unusually cruel, even by Frost Empire standards. 32 has managed to avoid having to perform it since his appointment. More so, he's avoided having to learn it as it's a pretty difficult technique to master. The temperature of the blast cannot be too low or too high, otherwise the death will come too quickly or just won't come at all. The procedure can take anything from a minute, usually, children to hours, all entirely depending on the weight, size, race, and energy ability of the victim. And 32 has barely a few days to learn how to perform it. Wonderful. Well, they don't call 32 a genius for no reason. Perfect mind, perfect teeth. Or near as much. You need a higher fat intake, the physician tells him during the checkup he was earlier supposed to attend. As by youth program protocol, he is to report to a health professional for his usual monthly servicing, even in the north. I will make a note in your record for a 28% carbohydrate increase in meal servings. It's most peculiar to me that your fat content remains so low and your muscles so high. Are you sure you're in the hominidae family? Your species is listed as Eris mixed blood. 32 stares him out. My usual physician tells me it's a thyroid issue. The stretch marks on your... I don't have stretch marks, 32 insists pointedly. There's a look of skepticism. Captain, in matters of health, I. Feel free to contact Lord Haler and discuss it with him yourself. I report directly to him. Understanding flashes. He looks down at 32's printed reports again, once more seeing the contradictions in ink, but now having the common sense not to question them. Whatever medicine you may or may not be taking, the physician says cryptically, should be taken after a meal. If you do not correctly nourish your body, then it will next feed on the muscle. Eat fat-dense foods and full servings, and don't avoid the refectory. I will follow up on your attendance and report accordingly. Right, 32 isn't pleased. Am I allowed sugar yet? That is something to take up with the stomatology division. That very afternoon, he of course skips lunch in the refectory, opting to take a long walk around the ship's interiors instead. It's colder than earlier, but still nothing compared to the brutal weather of Central. He considers wearing his furs, and then remembers the connotation of doing as much, the display of patriotism for the South. 32 finds himself above all that and suffers second-hand embarrassment when he sees the other Southern captains flaunting them, chin high. Knowing that a captain's meeting has been organized for today, 32 wants to find a space for some quiet time before the battle for dominance begins. Egos against egos, North against South. It's sure to be exhausting. He finds a bench hidden behind a garden made up of obnoxious shrubbery, where one bush has been trimmed to replicate the late Lord Cold's likeness. His green, bristly face has been posed with a particular air of smugness, marking 32 as relieved to have never had the pleasure of crossing paths with him before his death. I wonder if they had the gardener executed for this monstrosity. 32 turns to see the captain from earlier, the northern one who came into the meeting room with him. Itful. He's looking as polished as ever, smiling down at 32 with impressive guilelessness. How do you like the Norths? I don't. The unease seems to empower Itful, inspiring him to take an unwelcome seat next to 32 on the bench. Immediately discomforted at the closeness, 32 decides to see how Itful reacts to candor. How did you know who I was? If anything, Itful looks amused. You don't know your fellow captains by face? That's not very comradely of you. He laughs when 32 doesn't respond, head back, throat exposed and frustratingly free. They weren't kidding, you're so serious. Understandable, really, what with a master as tightly wrung as Lord Haler. Again, the tightrope of treasonous chatter. 32 wonders the aim of it. Itful is clearly not stupid. Lord Cooler favors him, and whilst less strict, he suffers fools about as much as Lord Haler does. I'm not interested in whatever you're trying to achieve by talking with me, 32 tells him, fixating his stare back on the hideous bush. He notices that the eyes are lopsided. So take the senseless chattering elsewhere, Captain. How cold. I've been hoping to strike up a friendship, one captain to another in these trying times. A bitter laugh lodges itself in 32's throat. I'm afraid that I'm not interested in friends. When Itful suggests friendship, what he actually means is an alliance. Captains often share coalitions, the foundation either born of blackmail or a treacherous, underhanded desire to oust the other. The rarely successful alliances are still paper thin. They share information, but nothing else. Not trust, not friendship. Which is fine by 32 because he has no interest in befriending any soldier. A friend in the north could be of value to you. 32 remains firm. I don't even have friends in the south. From the corner of his eye, he notices Itvil watching him more intensely than before. Neither speaks, and finally Itvil seems to get the message. Ah, disappointing. That long red cape trails after Itvil, pulling through artificial grass and out of sight until 32 finds himself contentedly alone once more. He breathes into his hands, shoulders crumbling forward. When this is over, 32 will put in his request once more for a leave of absence. They've rejected it twice already, but surely if 32 performs the public execution suitably, then they'll give him the several days he wants. Vegeta of the Saiyan people, that's going to bring him attention, esteem, even if he helps do his bit for the propaganda machine. Yes, this is a good thing. Perhaps being the one to execute Vegeta is the bit of luck he needs. He thinks of the research spread throughout his chamber back in the south, of the scrolls and hardbacks thick with makeshift bookmarks, notes, and folded pages. The cleaners have complained about his askew paperwork many a time, and that's why they're now banned from his chamber. He swears they shuffle the papers and maps around on purpose just to madden him. The hours he's given this research. The months. Should he survive the next few days, then he can put it all to use. 32 will finally be a step closer to his goal. He wrings his hands together, giving a silent prayer that the meeting isn't too dreadful. It is, it always is. Even though it doesn't run as long as usual, it's still not without dramatics. Upon announcing the culling of remaining Saiyans, many captains speak up. Some even protest, but most, like 32, remain quiet on the topic, knowing their place isn't to question the hand that feeds them. 32 wonders if any of the northern captains personally know Vegeta, or better yet, if any of them are Saiyans themselves. Itvil, who'd looked to have been affronted by the decision, wears a mask of complete indifference now. And if 32 hadn't seen his initial reaction, he would have thought him entirely unbothered. 32 counts nearly 40 around the table. Whilst not every captain attends, many have this time, signifying that indeed these are trying times. Vegeta's execution feels like an event in itself. 132 feels most unwelcome to attend. And why do you get the honors? Asks a burly northern captain, clearly disgusted at the lack of being chosen to perform the duty. You're not even old enough to know who Prince Vegeta is, and you're a southerner. 32 is sick of repeating himself. Are you questioning our Lord's decision on the matter? Oh, of course not, It has been decided, and that's that, Captain. Another northern captain turns to face him. A rare woman, middle-aged with a large scar cleaved through one half of her face. Do you know how to perform the boiler? I have some days to master it. She nods, but some of the other northern captains start talking amongst themselves with hushed horror at the admission. Even a few of the southern captains look unimpressed. The burly one shakes his head. This is why Lord Cooler doesn't use soldiers from the youth program. You're a captain and you can't even perform the boiler. What a travesty this institution is becoming. His fellow northern comrade laughs. Oh, behave. If you were that bothered with getting one over on Vegeta, then you woulda killed him back when he served under you. He'd been protected by Lord Frieza, you know that. I still can't believe he's alive, says yet another northerner. He's like a cockroach. Do we know where he's even been? No, he vasn't chipped, vas he? Tells a southern captain in a thickened accent. He's the reason VHY we've all got G's chips now. What did he say? Vegeta was never microchipped, relays another southerner with better common tongue. Yeah, that legislation came after he went AWOL, the bastard. Bastard, indeed. 32 reflects on the traumatic period when he'd been chipped, back when he'd been a boy, how, kicking and screaming, he'd been strapped down as they slotted it in at the base of his neck. I hear he's gotten real strong now. He killed 3 of Itvil's men, ain't that right? Itvil nods, saying nothing else, completely impassive. Where's that carefree smile now? And yet, they leave his execution to a novice, says the northern captain from earlier, so very eager to get under 32's skin. What'll happen when the kid loses control of him and he goes haywire, eh? Then what? 32 pinches his brows. Really? Youth program, just a bunch of brats being thrown up the ranks. I had to earn it, we all had to earn it, and now. Suddenly, the table crashes down and the room plummets into quick, cutting silence. Above the dust and scattered papers looms the culprit, 32's fellow Southern captain and youth program alumni, Captain Pirak. God, 32 wishes they'd just him left in the South. I'm from the youth program and can perform the boiler better than any of ya, Pirak snarls. His bared teeth are sharp, making him appear more beast-like and unhinged than usual, and like many of the patriotic idiots, he's in his furs. Old man, you say you don't like the youth program? Yeah, that's 'cause you wouldn't have survived it. Similar to 32, the other Southern captains are used to Pirak's irrationality. There's a sigh. Zit down, Pirak. Instead, the beast struts over to the older, equally stupid, Northern captain. Yano, I don't think 32 should have the honor myself, but that's 'cause I think he's a pretentious little shithead. Ain't it funny? He doesn't know such a simple energy attack. What a joke. But what you gotta understand is that that's got nothing to do with the youth program. 32 closes his eyes and wills the world away. It could have been me. It should have been. Course we know who Vegeta is. I would sing from atop a hill of shit to get a good swing at him, but if I can get over it then so can you, geezer. What did you just call me? Ya a walk-in corpse. I can smell ya from here. A rush of voices all talk at once, the sound escalating into a choir of discontent. Surely, even the servants can hear them outside. This needs to end. I'll be executing Vegeta using the boiler, 32 announces in his loudest voice, standing. All turn to look at him, the frenzied conversations coming to a halt. We are expected to stand proud and united during the demonstration. It will be aired live to millions, including the rebel groups opposing the Frost Empire. Let's remember our place. Itful hums, indeed let's. 32 doesn't drop the stare, holding out until Itful bows his head, a smile, one patronizing present. The other Northern captains take note, proving Itful to be an influence of his own making as suspected, and say nothing else on the matter. The meeting is adjourned. 32 lies in bed that night, heavy with everything that's happened to him today. He's taken his medicine, swallowed his vitamins, and applied a prescribed burn ointment after already injuring himself with his first attempts at the boiler. Here's hoping the red, itchy streaks don't keep him up the better part of the night. It's a foreign bed, so he's already uneasy. Rarely does 32 stay anywhere aside his assigned chamber back at Central, and when he is being outsourced, he stays on a ship that he's acquainted with. Understandably, tonight's sleep is struggling to find him. He would once medicate himself with alcohol before a difficult night, 1 cup of hard scotch and nothing more, just to make him a touch lethargic. But he was written up for trading illegal goods. Youth program alumni are not to abuse substance, after all. The sleeping pills they gave him are about as good as useless, too. Figures. 32 stares up at the ceiling, counting the tiles, noticing the cracks, wondering. How many people have stayed in this bed? How many will after him? How immortal is the Frost Empire? Will it go on forever? Eternity is a long time, after all. Nothing can last forever, right? Alarmed by the thought, he closes his eyes. Vegeta is somewhere below, he registers. In the holding cells and stinking of rot, he's likely already been informed of his execution. They like to do that, to instill fear, and is probably satiating in his misery much like 32 is. Well, 32 at least hopes Vegeta is. Such a cruel man that Vegeta is, it's fitting for him to suffer in the same way he's caused others to. This is justice, and 32 will be the one to enact it. It'll be his one good deed. It's what soothes him to sleep, the idea of finally serving something good. 32 doesn't remember much of his dreams the next morning, only that he'd had them, and that by the time he'd woken up he'd felt heartsick, and his eyes had stung with foreign sadness. What he does remember is the orange fabric that felt warm in his tiny, pudgy hands, the skies which had been as green as the grass, and that voice. That voice which spoke in a language 32 could not understand. As usual, he sets the dreams to the back of his mind and focuses on the task at hand. He has 2 days to prepare for the execution. He will be the one to kill Vegeta, not only known for being the prince of the Saiyan people, but also for being one of the last men 32 remembers seeing the night he lost his name. Chapter 2. The Boiler. Before him is a war zone. Not a literal one, mind, he's seen his fill of those too, but this time, it's instead rows of soldiers dining upon the refectory's finest cuisine, which isn't fine at all. 32 makes his way through them, trying with all his might to swallow his disgust as they gorge themselves noisily. He doesn't know what he detests more, the greasy slop bestowing the serving trays or the soldiers themselves. It's embarrassing. They look as though this is their first introduction to food, like they believe utensils are optional. 32 walks by with a crinkled expression. The carnage that accompanies the mad food rush is always enough to make him arrive either very early to the servings or very late, or simply not at all. Judging by the disgruntled faces of many dining captains, 32 can tell that they are still unhappy with Lord Haler's decision to have him execute Vegeta. They either choose to avoid his line of sight or opt to stare him down. Both are preferable to Pirak's self-satisfied smirk, which 32 would most enjoy dismantling himself. As the lout passes, he gives 32 a wave that's supposed to be ironic. Such the charming creature he is. 32 forces himself to collect the usual grade meat and vegetables, sitting as far away from everyone as possible by tucking away into a corner where nobody can bother him. He tries his best to look unapproachable by scowling and pressing buttons on the profile of his scouter. Oddly, it's not as effective this morning. Captain 32. He wills himself to look up. Yes. She's one of the captains from the meeting, the one with the scar slashed across her face. We had the pleasure yesterday, she says. We spoke briefly. He doesn't know her name. Captain Tappy. What can I do for you, Captain Tappy? Oh, you're cautious. Good, you ought to be around here. She considers him with a rigid sort of look. Have you started your preparations with the boiler? Well, at least she doesn't beat around the bush. I have. Is it going well? Swimmingly. It's a very difficult technique, and although they won't admit it, most of the captains can't perform it, or at the very least can't perform it well. 32 takes a mouthful of his breakfast, just to save himself the effort of a reply. It's no trouble for me to assist you in your learning, should you need it. He swallows the food, but not his pride. I'm capable, he eventually says. That's why Lord Haler requested my assistance. The lines stretched across leathery skin crinkles when she regards him, making the edges of her pointed face appear even sharper. The execution must go without a hitch, Captain. Can you guarantee that? Even if he had the smallest bit of temptation to ask, it's long since disappeared now. His stomach twists in indignation. Is that all, Captain Tappy? There's a flash of regret from her. It's an oddly open reaction, 32 thinks, and he feels uncomfortable for having witnessed it. Don't think me ignorant to your power, Captain, it's just. I said I'm fine. Captain Tappy doesn't look convinced, which is fair enough because it's most definitely a lie. Help is available to you, she tells him. No soldier needs to find himself alone. And then, he's just that, alone, when finally, she decides to vacate 32's personal space, leaving him to stare after her with a level of incredulity. There's almost regret. The boiler is a most difficult technique, after all, and he only has 2 days. He shakes it off. It's fine, 32's fine, he'll learn it, alone. If there's one thing 32 can do, it's self-educate. He stabs at the last of his food, watching the oil leak out, suddenly more nauseous than usual. A day passes. The one before had been spent in its entirety practicing the boiler, and now burns streak down his arms in bright, painful lashes. 32 knows that he can't put off going to the infirmary any longer. The wounds could easily become infected. And as tempting as it may be to put the trip off, there's no doubt that Lord Haler would be unimpressed if his executioner was glowing with ugly burns on the big day. When 32 arrives to the medical unit, doctors apply cooling salve and pass him a bottle of painkillers with an mg that's embarrassingly low. What's the point? They won't even take the edge off. Back in Central, 32 has his own contraband collection hidden under a floor panel in his chamber, with them achieving more than easing a headache. The burns aren't a new impression for 32. His energy can be sporadic, wild as it's been previously described by instructors, seemingly having a mind of its own if 32 doesn't have his hands firm on the rein. Powerful, blistering blasts with killing intent. Dangerous not only to 32's victims, but also to 32 himself. It's practice that he needs and practice he avoids. He hates training, with the only enjoyable aspect being applying the theory if only down to the science of it. The boiler is no different. It takes a type of control that 32 doesn't have. Theory cannot help him if his proficiency isn't high enough. 32 has the raw power, he has the wits, but he doesn't have the skill. Let it be said, 32 really hates training. He truly, honestly does. Call him lazy, call him unmotivated. That's fine. 32 would rather find himself holed up in his chamber, book to hand, than in any training facility, regardless of whatever they say about Saiyans. It's in their blood. Saiyans are warriors. He's supposed to live for the fight. What a joke. 32 would rather swallow glass. Still, what must be done must be done. Hours pass with only more burns added for his efforts. Licks of red now stripe down his neck, and he can feel blisters bubbling from the grave of older injuries. The turtleneck will be coming out tomorrow. He can control the fire's temperature now at least, but it's only enough to either make it scalding hot or lukewarm. The magic middle ground he needs to hit seems to be out of reach, and time is quickly running low. With the execution set to be less than a day away, 32 urges himself the strength. He's met deadlines before, and he will this time. He has to. Later, a few hours in, his energy bursts into an explosion of smaller flames, and he grows discouraged. 32 allows himself a moment, and then tries again and again, and then again until the smell of burning flesh starts to hurt his throat. It's early evening by the time he allows himself a break. Food is a must as his hands are shaking so violently that, when he tries to perform the boiler, the fire becomes comically wobbly. The books tell him to meditate if unable to find the calmness within the technique, and that's all well and good, but 32 doesn't have the time to meditate. He showers and changes, applying the salve after as instructed, like a good patient. Admittedly sore, in more than one way, 32 drags himself back to the training chamber after he eats a pitiful meal of the usual soggy vegetables and meat. It's on the way back, and passing through the foyer, that 32 notices something peculiar about the lift in the far section. It's the same lift he took to visit Vegeta a couple of days ago, only now the emergency light above is flickering. It's as he gets closer that he hears a tired hum of electricity. Most strange. The lift itself is down. He presses the controls but is left waiting, and so decides to take the initiative to ply the doors ajar and slink his way through. It's a long way to the bottom. Dark and moldy, the toxic musk reminds him of what's awaiting. He jumps. The lift is stuck at the bottom of the shaft, and so he falls with speed, landing atop its ceiling and then into it when kicking out the emergency door. Upon exiting, chaos welcomes him. There are guards sprinting from one instance to another, filthy, panicked, and shouting. Languages bark over one another in haphazard overlay, with 32 struggling to make sense out of any of them. Many of the non-fighting soldiers have taken refuge under desks or are pushing past 32 to take their chances with the many stairs leading up. 32 snags one soldier by his armor. He's covered in a smothering of liquids. What happened? It's one of the head guards if his color of uniform is anything to go by. The guard's eye drops to 32's captain's badge and relief sweeps over him. "Captain, what happened? You must have received our Mayday signal. I thought it hadn't gone through because of the power outage." He wipes at a brow, breathing out a damp sigh of relief. The problem is, it's confidential. The prisoner that caused this, well. Vegeta, yes. Yes, well, that's just it, sir. Vegeta powered up. It tripped the power and several of the doors to the cells became unlocked. That's impossible. Vegeta is under Shinx. 32 refuses to believe him strong enough to push through that, and then the ship's defense system. "The cells are opened," 32 repeats, wondering if he'd mistranslated the language. Common is very blocky, after all. "Are you sure? How about Vegeta's cell?" "Locked, thankfully," lowly replies the head guard, narrowly dodging other guards as they bustle past. "But several of the prisoners did manage to break free. We lost 35 of them." "They escaped." "No, dead. We executed them during their escape." It's just 32's luck to get caught up in this. He shouldn't have chased curiosity, but well, now that he has, perhaps he could take advantage of the situation. How many prisoners need returning to their cells? I think we're okay now with the prisoners at least. But Captain, if you could. The generator in Vegeta's cell is still down, and I don't think any of the guards dare face him alone. He exhausted himself, but about Vegeta? Well. Excellent, he hadn't even needed to find an excuse. Still, 32 tries to look like he'd just been put out, gesturing with an arm. By all means, lead the way. The mystery liquids from earlier, unsurprisingly, turn out to be blood, and they splatter the high-reaching walls all the way along the passageway in many colors. 32 notices the body of an unlucky prisoner being shrouded in a black sheet, others less respected, as they're shifted onto lumpy piles in corners. Some of the guards remember to salute him as he passes them in the corridors, whilst the others who don't recognize him or see his badge continue cleaning up the fallen debris, prisoners and fellow soldiers without break. Despite the riot being short, it must have been violent. Vegeta's private cell entrance remains unmarred. It's just him in there, so he couldn't have had any help, the guard says to him as he types a number into the keypad. It hadn't been locked yesterday, but 32 wouldn't be surprised if Vegeta had earned himself some extra security. It should have been impossible for his energy to even affect the power supply like it did, he adds, aligning with 32's beliefs. When they enter the familiar cell, it looks fine for the most part, save for the new richly prominent cracks running along from one side of the confine to the other. They're barely noticeable because of the dim lights, which cough with the ambition to conserve what little energy they have left. In his darkened pit, Vegeta sits and pants like a caged animal, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes glowing with livid energy. If looks could kill. Like fuck am I being killed by the boiler, is the first thing Vegeta says to him, his voice gravelly. I demand Cooler or Hailer or whatever frost bastard is in charge to come see me. You're not one for making demands anymore, Vegeta, the guard barks, striking the bars. You've made a real fucking mess out there. Vegeta smirks as more sweat slides down his face. The head guard needs to examine the generator in your cell, 32 informs. Oh, it's the boy wonder, Vegeta greets. I've got no shit for you today, I am very sorry. For being locked up in a prison cell, Vegeta seems to be doing better than most. He's kept his arrogant attitude intact, and even worse, that famous sense of entitlement is as prevalent as ever. 32 and the guard take a step towards the cell at the exact time Vegeta draws closer. Come in and I'll kill you both. Be reasonable, 32 rebukes. You've just wasted a mass of your energy trying to power up despite knowing these cells are coated in shinx, a substance that zaps and absorbs Kai over long periods of time. What would you do once you escaped? The entire cell block is covered in shinx, and you're already exhausted. If you do attack, all you're going to do is waste both of our time, and then I'll be forced to force-feed you so much shinx you really won't be able to defecate. The guard hits the bars again, hard enough that it rattles. So be a good boy and let us do our jobs. 32 wants to stuff some shinx down this guard's throat too. Try me, Vegeta snarls. What a hill to die on. 32 instructs the guard to punch in Vegeta's cell code. The guard does, but looks wary about it. Vegeta doesn't move straight away, but as soon as he does, 32's in there, incapacitating him into a ragdoll against the wall. There's not much of a rebuttal, but that's not for a lack of trying. Energy-starved, Vegeta attempts to push back, but what use is he against shinx? The guard slithers past Vegeta and 32 and scurries over to the generator, terrified. 32 practices patience as Vegeta practices his breaths, both unmoving as the generator's shell casing is heard being removed. He wonders how he could word his next question to Vegeta, about how he could ask about Planet Namek once more without bringing unwarranted attention to himself. That looks like it hurts, Vegeta instead opens with. 32's confused at first until he notices Vegeta nodding his head back towards 32's many burns. They must appear as inflamed as they feel. He ignores the remark and tightens his grip so not to encourage Vegeta to get the wrong idea. No attempts of stupidity are welcome today. Are they practicing on you? Vegeta asks with spite, his shoulders jutting against 32's sore hands. Those burns are from the boiler. I remember what they look like. 32 doesn't contain himself, his tone sharp and nasty. I'm sure you remember performing it too, he says without meaning to. Of course, I fucking do, except I wouldn't practice it on other soldiers. I didn't think this shit show could sink any lower, but here we are. It takes a moment to realize what Vegeta is suggesting. He looks down to see his coat low over his captain's badge. There's no play in hiding the truth, and so shuffles the badge into light. 32 is no ordinary soldier, and he'd never allow himself to become a guinea pig. Vegeta puts the pieces together, appearing stunned if only briefly, before submitting back into exhaustion. It's a sour look, as though he'd taken an entire lemon in one bite. They're sentencing me to death by a novice captain who can't even perform the boiler. I wouldn't say that I'm a novice. Then you're an embarrassment. I'm not the one being executed. You'll have your turn, you sniveling little snot. 32 doubts that. You're as disposable as the rest, Vegeta further insists. You're a pawn, yet you think you can look down on me? How stupid are you? You're nothing. I'm more than that. But 32 doesn't elaborate. He doesn't feel the need to brag about his accomplishments. But equally, Vegeta is unlikable, and 32 wants to make him hurt just a little, and so adds, I'll be the captain who kills Prince Vegeta. When Vegeta's shoulders give an aggressive thrust forward, 32 knows he's touched a nerve. What a foul bootlicker you are. There are always mindless slaves like you ready to serve the Empire, huh? Ready to swim in the mud and shit and serve those bastards. Nothing's changed, nothing ever will. Are you talking from your own servitude, Vegeta? No, I always had my own mind. So, you only murdered for your own goals. I see. Did ridding yourself of Lord Frieza simply help you cut out the middleman? You have as much blood on your hands as I do mine, he bites back, not entirely wrong. I know what you must have done to earn your rank, boy. How old are you? 19, maybe 20 summers. A captain at that age, you must have killed. Still not as many as you. For a time, Vegeta stares him down, his glower veiled in inquiry, until he leans forward with a sticky laugh, his conclusion reached. Pathetic, he sneers. Think you're pious, boy, we're all rot. It's incredibly rare for 32 to lose his patience. He likes to see himself as a simmering pot atop stove, full of heat but never quite bubbling over. His control is excellent. His manner is professional, contained, stoic, as it's once been said. So, one could call it out of character for 32 to lash out. He knees Vegeta in the back like a petty, petulant child. Vegeta groans, and it's almost worth it. The moment only ruined when 32 remembers his reason for wanting words with Vegeta in the first place. Namek, he starts with, tell me of it. Fuck off, you nasally challenged southern cunt. Send Haler if he wants. Tell me. Or what, you're already executing me tomorrow. What else can you do? Rough me up a bit. Bother me until sunrise. Remember who you're talking to. I'm Vegeta, Prince of. 32 can't bear to hear it, shoving him to the floor. All done, Captain, announces the guard near the generator, its shell coat now back in place. The machine is purring with life once more. Should I request backup? No, it's all right, we're done here. Vegeta glares up with such ferocity that the heat is near visible. And in that moment, 32 wants to say something cruel. He wants to hurt Vegeta more. But even more so than that, he wants to learn about Namek. Vegeta is the first to open his mouth. I'll be back. It's so morose that 32 finds the comment amusing. He's surprised into a laugh. Really? And when I return, you'll be the first I kill. 32 smiles darkly. I'll take you up on that. He leaves the cell and closes the door behind him, and this time he does spare a final look at Vegeta. What he sees makes him want to crawl out of his own body. The way Vegeta just stares at the floor with anguish is horrific. It's a private moment, 32 quickly realizes, one he regrets seeing. He slams the outer door behind him. Oddly, it inspires him. He focuses with devout dedication on bettering his technique, on control, just not to think of that pitiful face once more. 32 vomited 3 times last night. 2 times were in the training chamber, where he'd hunched in a corner and expelled what little food he'd eaten that day. A reward for performing the boiler to a respectable temperature. And the final time had been in the middle of the night after one of those cloudy, haunting dreams. The unfamiliar language, the orange and green and everything which ended in fireworks. Always fireworks. Always hot and burning and too bright to look at. The next morning, he's disorientated. Sometimes, after the dreams, he feels like an infiltrator in his own body, as though he's not supposed to be there. It comes with vertigo. Today is one of those days, a day where he just feels wrong, unnatural even. What a time for this, 32 mutters as he cradles his head, still bundled in his bedding. He at least still has a few hours before the execution, thank God. 32 knows he needs to look respectable for the occasion. So he steps over the puddle of vomit he'd attempted to clean last night and stumbles into the shower where the water runs at a cool temperature so as not to upset his many burns. The salve worked well enough yesterday, but angry blotches of red remain and they're sore to the touch. Breakfast is a quick affair, all in all because 32 can barely stomach a single bite without feeling queasy. It also proves unusually lively in the refectory. Despite the ruckus of being chosen as Vegeta's executioner and the subsequent fuss, it seems that the news of his being chosen is now common knowledge, and so many soldiers suddenly feel that it's okay to approach 32. Make it hurt. He's gonna cry like a bitch. Do it for the South. Another soldier simply passes by and squeezes 32's shoulder. 32 damn near chokes on his food from the shock of it. Well, doesn't it feel festive in air? He doesn't need to look up to know it's Pirak looming above him. With the ambition of having his breakfast in somber solitude forgotten, 32 flourishes a hand gesturing for Pirak to sit down. He may as well, considering his morning is already ruined. Pirak does, and 32's relieved not have him hovering above. They announced Vegeta's capture this morning while ye were snoozing. Okay, 32 forces himself to eat a mouthful of gruel, speaking around it. So, what do you want? Did you learn the boiler? Bets are on. I've got money on you that you don't even perform it. I reckon that you're gonna piss ya knickers. Instead of replying, 32 swallows his food and sips his water. The action of smacking his lips makes Pirak's gaze darken, and it brings admittable glee to 32 because he's already in such a bad mood as it is. I see, he eventually says, you're still unhappy Lord Haler didn't choose you. I'm not upset, Pirak says quickly. Of course. I couldn't give two shits. Emma. Pirak leans in over the table and knocks the water out of 32's hands. It clatters before smashing, but it's just white noise amongst the hustle and bustle of the canteen, and no one pays them any mind. When you fuck it up today, and you will, just know that I could perform the boiler fucking spectacularly. He gives 32 an up and down. Even Lord Haler couldn't look past your pretty babyface to make the right choice, could he? Gotta make an impression for the cameras, after all. 32 feels his lips threaten to curl, and he has to force himself not to react, to breathe. Pirak, do you really want to cause a scene on Lord Haler's special day? 32 whispers in promising tones. So frustrated, he converts to the southern language. Are you that desperate to prove your worth? Can it not wait until we're back at Central? I'm Juice, sharing my well wishes. Remember that we're representing the Southern Division. If not anything else, Pirak has his pride. Act with some decorum. Pirak contemplates his next actions. For a moment, 32 believes the brute might take a swing at him, but then Pirak's chair pushes back with a stretched screech. He stands. Waves of Pirak's captain furs follow him as he turns and bestows his absence. Good riddance. 32 already has enough to contend with this morning. Normally, he doesn't go so easily, so quietly. Pirak's quiet fury is alarming, unnerving really, and 32 can't help but feel that he hasn't heard the last from him on this trip. After that display, he's really not hungry. Pirak has always disliked him since as long as 32 has known him. The first time they'd met was in the youth program many years ago, some foggy era from 32's childhood he struggles to recall. For whatever reason, Pirak detests 32. Perhaps it's because 32's study scores were higher, or perhaps because 32 has proven, time and time again, his physical prowess over him, and Pirak, who must be at least 5 years older than him, is a petulant, immature sore loser. He's always towered over 32, who's tall in his own right, and is wide and burly and with enough power to dominate all the weaker soldiers. But not 32, never 32. Their personalities are also at odds, so that doesn't help. Where Pirak is popular, 32 is antisocial, and where Pirak is brash and cruel, 32 is reserved and, well, it's not like 32 can't be cruel. He can be, but he doesn't relish in it like Pirak does, and for years, 32 has indeed seen him relish. Pirak graduated the youth program a year before 32 did, and so in 32's final year, he hadn't needed to suffer Pirak's cruelty or self-imposed rivalry, which had been like having a gnawing dog removed from his ankle. However, when 32 had graduated, been bought and placed into Lord Haler's ranks, 32's thin amount of luck seeped into the wind because he'd been once again reunited with Pirak. They even house next to one another. Share cadets, even. Yes, Lord Haler does like to pair them together, which must be out of sheer spite, because it's the worst-kept secret how poorly they get along. In fact, nastily, 32 wishes it were Pirak's head on the chopping block instead of Vegeta's. Or better yet, 32 could burn both of them. Feeling somewhat inspired, he rises and discards his tray of food. Today he'll do his duty and prove his naysayers wrong. As he walks free of the refectory, 32 lumbers the weight of being watched, Pirak's gaze the weightiest of them all. The chosen facility for the performance is the Grand Hall. Lord Haler and Lord Cooler wouldn't choose anything less than magnificent for the grounds of Prince Vegeta's execution. And most certainly, 32 is dressed for the occasion, wearing his heavy furs and a fine jumpsuit that is thickly woven and expensive. The turtleneck covers the burns, extending into a face covering up to his eyes. If he's going to be aired live to billions, then he's at least allowing himself the luxury of his face mask. It'd be mortifying to see his own gaunt mug staring back from the coverage. It bears not thinking about. 32 checks the time on his scouter. He hasn't long, and so he advances into the hall. It's not somewhere 32 likes. The design is gratuitous. Supposedly like frost, crystal pieces adorn the ceiling with what one might think as wintry effect. But 32 disagrees. He knows real winter, understanding how tasteless this is, tacky, almost, even though the entire piece must be worth 3 times the sum of 32 himself. These trickles of gems sparkle in formation, lingering over the room so high above that you could stack 10 men and still not reach them. 32 pretends them to be stars, just for a moment, so he can disassociate himself away and into the countryside. There'd be a chilled breeze, sleet when the storm clears up, and only the whistle through the trees. 32 likes the countryside, and he likes the stars, too, but he long since stopped wishing upon them. It's a strange habit he'd once had. He doesn't know why he would make wishes as a boy, because none of the other children would, and he'd tried to explain it to them, even though none of the others could understand. 32 wonders if this wishing habit has something to do with his rotten Saiyan heritage. It doesn't matter now. The Saiyan people are nearly all dead, and today, 32 will bring another to the grave. He approaches the stage center of the hall, climbing the ornate stone. The only lighting around it comes from the half-moon of candles. They dot around the front end of the hall, imprisoning the darkness and 32 along with it. It's haunting and not remarkably cozy as some might suggest. It looks like a sacrifice is about to be made. Clenching his jaw, he surveys the room. The Grand Hall is already full of spectators. Lines of soldiers are positioned precisely to look perfectly uniform, single file to face the stage where the show is to be performed. When 32 climbs the stage, a low murmur threads the crowd. 2 thrones have been placed to the right of the stage as to be in a good range of the performance, ready for both Frost Lords to have an enjoyable viewing experience, and so 32 stands aside the one on the right. It isn't long until the northern captain, Itful, appears. He maneuvers his way through the crowd, chatting candidly to soldiers as he goes, laughing, joking, with that open expression 32 detests. Soon enough, he comes to stand beside the throne on the left. There's no acknowledgement between the two. The crowd falls silent and 32 realizes that this must mean their lords are arriving. Sure enough, the two enter the hall together, sharing a quiet conversation. Lord Haler doesn't so much as acknowledge the crowd when they reach the stage, but Lord Cooler at least offers both captains a curt nod. The captains bow their heads in reverence, and each lord subsequently takes a seat beside their respective captains. "Bring him in," Lord Cooler instructs Itful. Itful once more bows his head before disappearing off stage. A wave of nausea washes over 32. This is it. He's moments away from performing the boiler. Head low, eyes front. There's a hiss, a buzz even, like from an insect. 32 looks for it, only to see a small device with rotating wings soar past him and hover above the stage. It takes a moment for 32 to register that he's currently looking at a camera, one ready to film the execution live, and possibly ready to catch him in the act of failing to kill Vegeta. He wills himself some fucking confidence. 32's fine, it'll be fine, it's always fine. Lord Haler is poised in his seat, intimidating and assessing. He's wearing a formal armor set today, much like 32 is. They're united in blue and furs, and also in their silence. Loyal soldiers, Lord Cooler begins in name of the Frost Empire, addressing the crowds and then the camera. Individuals across the many Frost-ruled circulate, rebel factions, and all those in between, I welcome you to join us today for an event most outstanding. For many years, we've suffered as a culprit continually escaped our clutches and sullied the Great Frost name. Many of you may recognize his face, and many of you may recognize the hardships he has brought upon our cause. Today, we are going to rectify his wrongs and bring justice to the Frost family, and of course, to our dearly departed brother, Lord Frieza. The injustice of Lord Frieza's murder has plagued many of us, and for a regretful amount of time, now we've been unable to rectify this evil deed against the most prestigious Frost Empire, and with it, all of you who serve under it. Until this morning. Here, atop the northern flagship, where finally justice's hammer shall fall. Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyan people, today will be executed. Cheers, hundreds of them, millions possibly, from a world beyond the cameras. Lord Frieza, Lord Cooler drawls, loud, over the jubilance in the aim of inflicting a somber mood, was murdered. He was slaughtered by what this individual, Prince Vegeta, represents. And so today is the start of a new opportunity for us, an opportunity to be rid of our universe's worst scourge. We are going to finish what Lord Frieza started. 32 surveys the room in anticipation for their reaction. Will they still cheer? It is our duty to set all right. By doing so, under the rule of the prestigious Frost name, let it be known that every living Saiyan will thusly be destroyed. It's not cheers at all. Charged conversation erupts, bursting from small groups all around the hall. 32 sees varied reactions: horror, discomfort, ambiguity. Lord Cooler allows them a moment, an insipid line cutting his own face. Any individual with higher than 25% Saiyan coding will be felled. There is a pause, and the silence is deafening. 32 knows that many of these soldiers will need to be genetically tested. It is time for action, Lord Cooler exclaims, cutting through the tension in aim of keeping the crowd. Today we end this foul race, starting at the very top. We bring to you Prince Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyan people. And sure enough, Captain Itvil appears with Vegeta in tow. Vegeta looks truly drained. He's ghost white, clammy from the exposure of Shinx. Itvil drags him by the arm and thrusts him onto the stage. At this, the camera buzzes around frantically, zooming in and out on Vegeta's thunderous face as the crowd hisses their obscenities at him. The dread in 32's stomach twists when the camera then pans onto him. Vegeta is next hoisted into a square indentation carved into the stage floor. It's coated in Shinx, and due to Vegeta's overexposure to the substance, it will be effective in keeping him still during the execution. It's true that whilst Vegeta looks tired, he doesn't appear scared. His eyes are murderous. They never once leave Lord Cooler's. Prince Vegeta, Lord Cooler greets coolly, how courteous of you to join us. Fuck off, you slimy lizard, Vegeta wheezes. As such, Itvil backhands Vegeta so hard that he spins on the spot. Vegeta eyes the captain with renewed repugnance before spitting out a blob of fresh, red blood, wheezing. Such a foul mouth, Lord Cooler's reprimands, eyes alive with disdain. I have little to say to you, only that I hope that wherever you find yourself after this life is equally as dismal, as pitiful as your current. You're not worth my time, nor the Frost Empire's. The only person's time I will allow you to further take is Captain 32's, and that's as he cooks you alive so you take no man's time once more. Vegeta tries to speak, but Itvil strikes him a final time, sending him to the floor. Lord Cooler is appeased by this. His tail flickers out as he takes his seat between Lord Haler and 32. His loyal audience laughs, hungry for more violence as they applaud their master. Their sick yearning for Vegeta's blood makes 32's skin crawl, especially knowing he's about to feed it. Finally, Lord Haler lazily raises a hand. The crowd immediately quiets. Lord Cooler says not a word more. It's time. His stomach sinks as he steps forward to where Vegeta is spread across the ground like ruined newspaper. Sneering, he spits more blood, right in front of 32's feet. Repulsed, 32 retreats his polished boot. If one of 32's soldiers did this, then he would give them a swift kick to the face. But it's not one of his. It's Vegeta's last bout of defiance. Let it be known, the northern soldiers secured this creature. Lord Cooler feels unable to keep in. But together, with our southern brothers, we will bring its foul existence to an end. No more will Vegeta's legacy be a stain on our fine work as a collective. This is our gift to you. One of Lord Haler's southern captains will perform the execution today. Captain 32, named so in accordance with his youth program number, will execute Prince Vegeta using the technique known colloquially as the boiler, one which has been a staple of our fine institution long before any of us present were even conceived. Traditional and vengeful, I see no better end for Prince Vegeta's story other than such a regal execution method. Vegeta looks up at 32 and then sees the camera. Blood still dribbles down his chin as he snarls like the beast they paint him to be. Do your worst, boy. Beast Monster Saiyan. Burnt. Commence, Captain. 32 breathes a single long breath, feeling Lord Haler's gaze burn into his back. Head down, eyes front. Then he does it. The heat from 32's burns suddenly feel unbearable, as though they know they're about to be scorched again. He raises his arm regardless, his own furs sliding down, and readies the flame. It dances softly in his palm, the heat slowly building as the technique requires. The crowd is silent, eagerly awaiting Vegeta's screams. The fire builds and builds until the flames licking at 32's wrists hurt enough for it to be considered hot, but not hot enough to instantly burn. His eyes find Vegeta's unreadable ones. They close in anticipation. He looks ready. The flames leak from his palm. He looks ready to die. 32 finally casts the boiler with perfect aim. Some part of him registers the camera zooming in on the attack, but he's so focused on the technique that doesn't care even if it catches his mask slipping. Apprehensive, but cautiously optimistic that the attack is the right temperature, 32 watches as the fire swallows Vegeta. Vegeta's eyes burst open in anguish. His mouth opens. 32 waits for it. And just as he's about to scream, everything turns white. At first, 32 thinks it is just him, that he's the only one turned blind. But shrieks sound from the crowd, and he hears Lord Haler call out his name in a series of commands. Just as he's about to attempt to heed the orders, pain explodes from one side of his face and he carousels onto the stage. It's not over. His assailant is insistent, pursing him once more. The feeling of someone's fist grounding into his stomach isn't foreign to 32, and so he reaches out and tries to grab the offender. For his effort, 32 is struck another time across the face and kicked so hard that he flies free from the stage and into a wall. He feels the concrete shake and crack upon impact. During all this, he's still blind, and 32 hopes, with mild panic, that it isn't permanent. Nearby, an explosion erupts and the shockwaves emit from where he thinks the center of the stage is. The chaos of fighting sounds from around him. All the surrounding hitches of energy trigger his scouter into action, recording the jumping of power levels with frenzied beeping. Alarms ring out, and it's all too much. His senses are being assaulted. 32 can also hear soldiers shouting orders between themselves. Some are charging towards the stage. Others are exiting the hall. It's all so difficult to gauge with the state of his vision. It at least gives 32 the impression that the blindness has worn off for the other soldiers. Was it a bomb? Perhaps some kind of explosive they've never heard of before. A specialized attack. Blotches of color finally start returning, but his head hurts so much now that it's practically impossible to focus. The first thing he makes out is the stage, or rather, what's left of it. The boiler's Goliath fire must have spread during the attack, overwhelming everything in its path and growing into the monster which it has now become. Lord Cooler and Lord Haler are long gone, vanishing in the commotion. As 32 runs back to the stage, the fire continues to grow, hungrier and greedier than ever. Flames strangle his flesh, reigniting the burns and making them shoot white shocks up his arms. He bears it well, pushing away offending soldiers, shouting at them to calm down, and trying to find where the hell Vegeta has managed to crawl to. He's weak. He couldn't have gotten far, especially with the fire and smoke. That's when 32 notices the lack of said smoke filling the room. Bleary eyes advance and witness thick, smoldering clouds escape through a hole in the roof. Through the density of gray-black, 32 sees the unmistakable flickering of vehicle lights. A spaceship. There's a thrill of panic. Where's Vegeta? 32 demands the nearest cluster of soldiers. They're fighting the fire. Why aren't they looking for Vegeta? Where the hell is he? But none of the soldiers can hear him over the crackling of the flames. Debris falls from the ceiling, and a storm of dust and ash make it near impossible for the men to navigate. They're useless to him. As usual, he'll do this himself. 32 jumps up in brisk movement, flying past the fire and onto the decaying roof of the grand hall. Smoke has ignited into flame behind him, and it sears his previously earned burns until agony courses down his arms. As he swivels atop the crumbling rooftop, he's quite suddenly greeted with a crisp punch to the face. Honestly, he'd expected as much, and so 32 takes the hit with stride, pulling the arm towards him and landing a punch of his own. The perpetrator flies back and takes a fall into the sharp tiles of the decaying structure. Flames swoop up and welcome the attacker with an orange, menacing hug. Rebels! 32 turns back to the sky with frantic motion. He'd been right about seeing a spaceship. It's moderately sized and of a unique design, painted white, and most importantly, being used to load Prince Vegeta. Several people have surrounded him and usher him forward through the doors. 32 narrows his eyes, examining his route. He runs forward over the tiles and makes a jump for the ship. The smoke is thick, the heat unforgiving. This is of his own making. Just as 32's about to make contact, a blue boot connects with his previously wounded cheek, and instantly, he helixes down and crashes back into the roof, where intricate tiles catch him, cutting into his skin as he pistons deeper into the debris. He finally stops when he bounces against a girder. A shock of pain runs along his waist as the taste of metal fills his mouth. From this sprawled position on the rooftop, 32 witnesses, as, at this crucial moment, the spaceship launches itself backwards at a speed no soldier could compete with. All 32 can do is watch morbidly as it ascends further and further away. The ravenous fire of the boiler below him burns on, casting a menacing red glow on the world around him. Vegeta had successfully escaped. Chapter 3. The Burnt. The smell of charred skin is so revolting that Goku didn't want to sit next to the newly rescued Vegeta on board the ship. His pungent stench weaves through and around the cockpit, stinging eyes and testing stomachs as he spreads in a languid pile of limbs across a spread of seats. He coughs, weak. Yes, Goku understands. His throat still hurts from the inhalation of smoke, too. Whatever that fire energy attack was back there was nasty. It had been made to consume, and Vegeta had nearly been just that. Consumed and dead and, God, they were so close to losing him. This isn't lost on Bulma either, but she keeps her eyes forward on the flight path, focusing on putting distance between them and whatever the heck that place was. In the ship's fluorescent lighting, Goku can see her cheeks darkening in frustration. She wants to cry, either out of relief or distress at Vegeta's state. Goku has no idea. And whilst Vegeta, who's now spluttering up charcoaled phlegm and blood onto the tiles, is wearing a brave face, Goku knows he must be absolutely wrecked. He's rosy with blood spots, the blistering grotesque and already bubbling yellow pus in bulbous patches, particularly so in the creases between his head and neck. Goku's sorry, he's so sorry, they'd not been fast enough. They did not saved him in time. It looks so painful and smells so rancid, and Goku wouldn't wish this on anybody. The ship slows down into the soft acceleration of autopilot, and now free from the pilot's seat, Bulma leaps towards Vegeta. She looks like she wants nothing more than to throw her arms around him, but clearly knows better, her fingers hovering above the spitting wounds, shaking. Get back to the flight deck, Vegeta orders feebly. They could be on us at any moment. Shut up, Bulma's voice is shrill with fear. Goku the Senzu beans. Goku, who'd already grabbed them before takeoff, grapples along his waistband and feels for the small brown bag. It's light because they've already eaten at least over half now. Fed by her hand, Vegeta accepts the bean and swallows it without so much of a hint of chewing. Its effect is immediate. His body throbs in rejuvenation, bolstering as the pink swelling deflates into his usual light tan. The remaining pus seeps free, and his burnt, crisping flesh threads together once more. The circles beneath Vegeta's eyes remain, however, and there's now lethargy to the way Vegeta stands up and flexes his muscles. Bulma reaches for him, but stubborn as ever, Vegeta jerks away. She mistakes his pride for pain. "What is it? What's wrong? Do you need another?" "Don't touch me." "Vegeta." Goku gently pulls Bulma back, recognizing the violence in Vegeta's eyes, the fear and anger and frustration of it all. He's running off adrenaline, the instant desire to jump back into the thick of the fight. More than pained, Vegeta looks wronged, furious, and he's shaking with it. "Pathetic, I'm still so weak," he sneers. I'll kill them, all of them." "You're safe," Goku tells him, though that's not what he wants to hear. Vegeta spins with vehemence. "Hey, hold it. There's no one here to fight, Vegeta," he adds, stern. "You've gotta calm down." He pretends that Vegeta being shaken up is a normal response to nearly dying, but there's certainly something more to this. The fear is intense, as though newly erupted from an active volcano. Vegeta's reaction is to fight his way out of these feelings, but there's nobody to fight back, not when they'd risked it all to save him, and perhaps that's what's making it worse. What can Vegeta do with all these horrid emotions he'd been bottling? Even before his capture, Vegeta had been terse with the group, snapping and sniping and causing arguments on board the ship like he'd been on some personal mission to be as awful as humanly possible. It feels like a continuation of that. This is the peak of it. Vegeta's having an emotional outburst, and he wants nothing more than to punch his way out of it. If anyone can understand, it's Goku. Vegeta holds Goku's stare, knowing as much, knowing that Goku knows as much too. "I'll need time to recover until I reach my full strength," Vegeta eventually mutters, turning away. "They had me under Shinx." Goku relaxes just a bit. Krillin is confused. "Shinx?" "A special rock," Piccolo supplies. The cape he'd been wearing is now lying in a pile on the table, the ends of it charred from the earlier flames. "Used to suppress one's natural power." "Man, there's been many a time we could have used something like that. But there's none of that, Shinx stuff around here, right?" Krillin queries, suddenly a little worried. Goku can relate. He doesn't want his Kai drained. Vegeta looks like he can barely hold his own weight up. "No, idiot. It was on the ship in the holding cells." "Oh, just in case," Goku takes a step back. It's not contagious, right?" "Much like your stupidity, it cannot, thankfully, be transmitted." "Then why didn't the Senzu beans work?" "Shinx has an almost radiation-like effect, Goku," Piccolo answers. "It takes time for the effects to wear off, so it's difficult to say how long it'll reside in Vegeta's system after so much exposure. Senzu beans heal injuries, not symptoms. Hopefully, our mighty prince will be back to his humble self soon, but it really depends on how much they use during his incarceration. I'm surprised you've not come across it in your travels. I certainly did." "I've heard of it. They mine it in the south. I've never come across any before." "So, you've not found yourself in any prison cells. How unsurprising." Piccolo smirks before shifting focus when his gaze falls upon their guests in the ship. A lip curls, and he looks upon them with mounting mistrust. "What is surprising is your assistance in saving Vegeta." The statement is aimed at Laya, who responds with very little reaction at all. She's the quiet presence hiding in the shadows of their reunion, a curious lady who'd been integral in their retrieval of Vegeta. Goku understands Piccolo's distrust, however. She makes Goku's gut do uncomfortable flips the longer he looks at her. Now, Goku isn't really someone to let someone's appearance bother him. But this lady, well, she's something else. The porcelain sheen of her skin, the crop of silver hair, and her bleached tunic just blend together so unnervingly, as if she'd been dunked in a vat of white paint and left out to dry. Goku is reminded of those creepy, ageless ceramics he'd once seen in an antique store on back Earth. "I have been nothing if not transparent," she replies curtly. Krillin scoffs. "Assistance," Laya clarifies, soft. Her finger rises in indolent gesture of him. "I want your assistance to be precise, Goku-san." "Yeah, I know that much," he tells her, just as he had done earlier, "but I'm not entirely sure what I can do to help you with your fight." You're the Saiyan that killed Frieza. You're involved in this war whether you're sure or not. They're hunting you, both you and Vegeta. There's a pause, for effect maybe, because the next part stings. Do you have offspring? They'll want them disposed of too. The Frost Empire has just now outlawed the Saiyan people, and both of you are full-blooded. Your children will be also targeted, as will your children's children. There will never be peace. At this moment, Vegeta physically reacts, twitching a shoulder subtly, and they share a look. There's a point where he expects Vegeta to comment, to deny her words, to contest her, but he doesn't, making Goku wonder what Vegeta must have heard during his time captured. Weeks ago, it had been a team made of Goku, Bulma, Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo deployed to a desolate planet millions of miles west of Earth. King Kai had heard a rumor of Dragon Balls residing there, and so gave brief instructions on what to expect, which had also included the possibility of running headfirst into an organization called the Frost Empire, the very same organization Frieza had once overseen. Goku had done well in avoiding them over the years, but the confrontation felt due. He needed to follow the lead. The planet is in the Empire jurisdiction, so it ran the risk of confrontation, and at the time, Goku allowed himself to worry too much. He'd beaten Frieza after all. And so, they went and they were met with soldiers, surprised, as like Vegeta pointed out at the time, they were far stronger than Goku remembered them being the first time around. Whilst none of them held a candle to Goku, Vegeta, or even Piccolo, Krillin had quickly been overwhelmed. It hadn't been Krillin's fault, not really. He'd just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Spiraling and deadly, a wave of energy would have made contact had Vegeta not pushed him out of its path, giving opportunity for one of the soldiers to ambush Vegeta. Goku hadn't noticed until it was too late. In the aftermath, this woman, Laya, had appeared and said that she knew where they would have taken Vegeta. She told them of her people on the inside and that she'd get him out. In exchange, she'd only require Goku's support. During those days preparing to save Vegeta, Goku had come to learn more about the Frost Empire. He'd learned about Frieza and the dark history of his family, and how his brothers still reign over many subsections of the universe. And it had only been yesterday when he learned that Vegeta was to face the boiler, and to what that even entailed. Bulma, who's holding Vegeta's hand right, is still white, and with Vegeta not pulling away, finally relenting some affection, it indicates how horrible the boiler must be. They asked me about you, Kakarot, Vegeta eventually says. His hand slips out of Bulma's grasp when everyone turns to look at him, and he tries to stand as tall as the fatigue allows. The woman is right about one thing: they want Saiyan blood. More specifically, they want your blood for bringing down Frieza. That was 10 years ago, Piccolo tells them. Why are they so intent on revenge now? The padding of boots approaching reminds Goku and the others that there's yet one more person aboard the ship. Whilst Laya is the brains, this man is the brawn. Just as charred as the rest of them, the soldier remains tall, broad, and impressive under the white and red of his armor. Even Goku can tell that this guy must be important, not that it matters much to him. He's just thankful that he'd been there to help secure his friend. This is the very man who'd stolen Vegeta from his own execution, the one Laya had called her insider, and the one Vegeta now owes his life to. You, Vegeta seethes. The man's smile is wide and would be about as shiny as his armor if not for the splotches of blood smeared across his teeth. There's a nasty cut just above his mouth, heavily bleeding. He saved your life, Vegeta, Piccolo says, patience already wavering. After he served me up to Cooler and Haler, that is. The man's smile slides into something less friendly, and he points a gloved finger at Vegeta. Take responsibility. After you crossed into Empire territory, I couldn't come back empty-handed. Lord Cooler would have been suspicious, and I would have been forced to relinquish my position sooner than you just now forced me to. Laya places her alabaster palm against the man's chest plate, easing him back as she introduces him as indeed her insider. According to her, the guy's been working undercover in the Frost Army for the last 5 years. Itvel, the man introduces, extending his hand. He flinches just as Goku goes to shake it and swaps it for his other hand. Sorry, I think I fractured it punching that bastard in the face. He wonders who Itvel is talking about as he grasps the other hand. They shake candidly, but Goku struggles to get a read on him, similarly like he had with Laya. As much as he seems pleasant, there's a strange aura about him Goku doesn't like. I'm quite the fan, Itful goes on to praise, indifferent to Goku's discomfort. Frieza was insufferable. Yet, you serve his brother. Vegeta, Bulma chides this time. Goku wonders if Laya is frustrated with Vegeta's attitude. He would be considering the effort they went through to retrieve him. He's one of my men, not Cooler's. Vegeta scoffs. Well, maybe you should have a long chat with him because he seemed a little too convincing to me. If I'd been anything but loyal up until today, then you wouldn't even be here, Itful defends. In fact, Vegeta, because you were too stupid to break out of the holding cell during the power outage I'd arranged for you, I had to completely forfeit my position as Lord Cooler's first captain to save your rotten little life. Vegeta's expression shifts between realization, embarrassment, and then anger. That's how much we want your assistance, Goku, Laya interjects. Itful has been ousted just so we could secure Vegeta for you to earn your trust. Goku stares between Laya and Itful, pausing to think through his options. He doesn't really have time to be caught up in all of this. He's told them as much. Goku has his own goals. Well, I think it's a bit more than that, Bulma says, finally adding her 2 pence. It wouldn't look good for Vegeta to be executed on live TV or whatever you guys have, would it? I imagine seeing a figurehead like him being murdered would hurt your cause a fair bit. Imagine. It would have been a heck of a power trip for the Frost Empire parading his body about, huh? Laya considers her. You're not wrong, that did factor in too. Sorry to burst your bubble, but Vegeta is more than a, what did you call him? A figurehead. Itful mocks as he nurses his hand by performing stretches with his wrist. Cracking can be heard beneath the glove. It's dislocated, Goku can tell. He was a soldier and remembered very much as one, specifically a cruel, power-hungry one. Ring any bells, Vegeta? The defense comes from a surprising place. But he's different now, Krillin says with heat. He's changed. Goku then remembers that it had been Vegeta who'd saved Krillin not long ago, back during the entire fiasco when Itful had tried to capture them all. Perhaps at the memory, Itful's face lights up in amusement, but he doesn't say anything. Laya speaks, please. But Goku cuts her off, raising his hands. Look, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. I'm thankful you helped save Vegeta, but we have our own task. And that was why you were lured into our territory, Itful asks. You were looking for the Dragon Balls, right? For this task. And what do you know of the Dragon Balls? Piccolo snipes. I know that Haler and Lord Cooler started rumors about them, hoping to draw outsiders. I often had to bring in these explorers, such as yourselves, to be extorted for information. Information like what? Like the lead on any other Dragon Balls. So, they don't know New Name's location. Of course not, otherwise Lord Cooler would already be there chasing the myth. Vegeta tiredly scoffs. Now that's the truth. You speak as if you know where New Name is, Laya addresses the group, her voice thin but daring with hope. Do you, any of you, know of its location? Goku. Not exact. No, he doesn't, Bulma interrupts. And neither do we, Krillin adds. Piccolo watches with his usual layer of defiance, Vegeta much similar, neither saying anything but united in their opposition. A beat of silence hovers over the stalemate, stagnant, and it's at that moment Laya decides to take a step back into the shadows, clearly frustrated. It's the calm before the storm. What a merry band of interracial friends you all are. Be quiet, Itful, she mutters from near the flight deck. Let me think. Itful strains his knuckles again, popping individual fingers, eyes bright with interest as he regards the group, most specifically Goku. He must be really important, he adds. I don't think I've seen you worked up before. Itful, please. What's this task of yours, Goku? Itful pushes. We could work something out. Oh, Laya, don't look like that. You can't expect these people to give up the location at the drop of a hat. Vegeta's life isn't worth Name's location, and these people know it. You wanted this guy, right? Then we've got to barter. He smiles, sweet, and turns to Goku. We're not uncooperative people. What can we do for you guys? Power? Fortune? No, you don't seem that type. Don't be a fool, Kakarot. Ah, so you do have a want. Of course, everyone has a want. I appreciate it, but I don't think you guys can help me, Goku dismisses. Well, the Dragon Balls clearly can't, otherwise you'd be using the ones on New Name, right? That's not exactly the case. Namek hasn't had Dragon Balls in years now. The Earth ones, however, are spread in sparse pockets around the Earth, awaiting their wishmaker. So that should have been opportune enough, yet the Earth Dragon Balls cannot help him. The dragon itself told him. My power cannot reach. Vegeta knocks into Goku as he lumbers forward. Even Kakarot isn't stupid enough to get tied up with discount rebels, he tells them, still exhausted. What group are you again? Zeke, Araro, Malokek? Oh, right, none of them because they were all dismantled. Wasn't the leader of Zeke also killed by the boiler? You're just the next in a line of irresolute groups that'll be lost to history. Itful, under his breath, laughs, shaking his head. A loyalist until the end, huh, Vegeta? I never realized you had such faith in the Empire. I'm not deluded enough to think I can bring it down. I don't get it. I thought Frieza was the big boss, Goku's inputs. I thought all this planet-conquering stuff ended when I killed him. I thought what was left were just, I don't know, some unorganized soldiers fighting over what was left of the Empire. Vegeta and Itful both bark a laugh at the same time, and Goku looks between them both before settling on Laya. Cracking through her vacancy, there's a sort of pitying expression. If anything, Frieza's death escalated matters. It sent shockwaves through the Empire and caused so much disarray that it unsettled the fabric of how the system operated. Thousands upon thousands of soldiers died as order was re-established with Haler and Cooler as the newly appointed leaders. Good riddance, Vegeta spits. Not good riddance, Laya retorts flat. As you well know, most men working for the Frost Empire don't do so by choice. It's known that, statistically, nearly 77% of soldiers are forced into work, much like you were, Vegeta. Everyone turns to look at him. His pallor is looking better, but his expression is foul. I'm no victim, woman. She ignores him and turns back to Goku. It's getting worse. Haler and Cooler are only moments away from warring with one another. We're concerned. As much as we would like to see one of them dead, it'll be difficult to battle an empire that doesn't have conflicting interests. A warring enemy is a weaker enemy, after all. So, with both operating with pieces positioned against one another, it means they are spreading forces thin, and so us, along with any other factions against them, benefit from the landscape of this rivalry. And whilst we have their attention after this morning's rescue mission, they block each other in their endeavors more than we could ever dream to. Yes, with one of them out of the way, it could mean the entire universe will be at a tyrant's mercy once again. Silence, even Vegeta doesn't comment. She's right. Lord Cooler has regimes in place for the inevitable day Haler readies an attack, Itful says. We'd been training for such a day for years now, and I have no doubt there's a similar sentiment for the Southerners under Haler. Yes, Itful, it is a race against time. How convenient, Vegeta sneers, but it sounds weak. Don't act like you didn't know the worst-kept secret in the Empire. Itful swings his shoulders back, flailing a ponytail of hair. Or do we only learn about this low-brow gossip in the cheap seats? Was the prince above such whisperings when he served? Did you find the Frost family merry and warm? Shut up, you rotten bootlicking bastard. Don't think I don't know what you are. I think I'd be more upset if this came from someone who hadn't been humbled by the Jinyu force. You boz. Enough, Laya intervenes. We are here to request their assistance, not stir the pot. No matter how aggravated you are about losing your position, you should not tease Vegeta after his ordeal. The boiler is messy business. Ah, of course. Itful flourishes a hand. You have my most sincere apologies, Vegeta. Eat shit. And that goes to say, Goku, in this time of need, I am shy of begging. Your addition to our front could change the outcome and bring salvation to millions. With the destroyer of Frieza by our side, we will encourage investors, backers, and people of position to support our aims in bringing down the Empire. You could be the difference, the one who could bring light into a life of darkness for many. I am surprised you have not heard more of it in your travels. The disarray, the horror. Goku swallows. Look, I'm sorry. Really, I am, but I've got something I gotta do. I've got my own task. What could be more important than saving the universe? My task, I was told that I shouldn't say. Tell us, what were you going to ask of the Dragon Balls? Itful questions. That's why you were drawn into our territory. You were seeking a wish, weren't you? Goku doesn't answer. So Bulma does. We're looking for someone. Bulma, Vegeta complains, do not entertain them further. Itful blows a long whistle. Really, you're asking this mighty, mythical dragon to help you locate a person. He went missing years ago. It happened in Namek's explosion. Then he's dead. Everyone from Namek is dead, except that guy and you. And him, Goku insists, I'd know if he was dead. We all survived Namek, Krillin attests, well, kinda all, I came back at least. We've tried before, reveals Goku, with the Dragon Balls, I mean. Piccolo gives him a firm shove. God damn it, Goku, watch your words. Maybe they know something, Bulma bites back, it's worth asking. No, it's not, Vegeta snipes back, equally as heated. And your wish didn't work, Itful ponders, more to himself than to Goku or the others. Hey, Laya, I thought you said the dragon could grant any wish. That is strange, she quietly assesses. Per legend, something as simple as locating a person should not be above the dragon's power. It has the ability to revive, but not to retrieve. Are you sure you worded your wish correctly? We've tried plenty times, lady, Krillin tells her. We're not the problem. I wouldn't be so sure. Would it make a difference if I told you that we're looking for a Saiyan? Bulma queries. Blank faces sweep the room. They have no idea where she's going with this, and neither does Goku. Look, Saiyans have just been outlawed, right? How would they keep track of that? There must be a database or something. Itful speaks first. And what makes you think that your friend has even been documented? Our running theory is that our friend must have been picked up around where Namek was. And who would be looking around Namek after their beloved leader had last been sighted in that area? You think that one of Frieza's ships found him? Itful scoffs. A Saiyan, you said, then he really is dead. He's not dead, Goku asserts. The dragon can bring back the dead. He said he's alive just. They would not spare a Saiyan, Laya, Itful insists when his superior contemplates this. Not then, not after Frieza's battle with one on Namek. They would have made an example out of him then and there. The dragon said he is alive, Laya asks. When Goku nods, it's enough. Then he is alive. Itful clicks his tongue. Then they didn't know he was a Saiyan. At the time, he didn't have a tail, Bulma points out. And unlike these two, he is gentle. But maybe the Frost guys know now that he's older. Maybe it's been recorded. Maybe someone's cited him, and the Empire has logged it in their archives or something. You think they'll just log it and let him get on his merry way? No, Laya says quietly, and then a bit louder, she mulls over Bulma's point, but any known Saiyan has been documented and observed. Imprisoned, perhaps. She looks up and waves a hand at Goku. Since your fateful battle with Frieza, any person with a high Saiyan genetic percentage has been monitored or quietly destroyed, particularly in Southern Territory. I'm surprised it took as long as it did to pass into law. Vegeta's capture would have been the catalyst for a movement I guarantee the Empire, or at least Lord Haler, would have been very keen to put in pose. I know this may sound insensitive, but this may be good news for your cause. In the past, there have been warrants to capture Saiyans. Maybe someone has seen something. I doubt you'll find anything in any of the Frost Empire Saiyan archives. Itful inputs stubbornly, ignoring Laya's watchful eye, but I'm sure you'll be able to find his mortuary records. He's not dead. Goku, Laya says, her impassivity betrayed by the anxious inflection in her voice. If you help us be rid of both Cooler and Haler, then I swear our group will do everything in its power to find who you're looking for. We have researchers, investigators, bounty hunters. Offhands Itful, and then quietly adds, morticians. Laya raises her voice. If your Saiyan friend is alive and well like you believe, it'll be one of them who finds him. Goku turns to Krillin first, expecting to see his friend looking about as hopeful as Goku dares allow himself to feel. Instead, reluctance. Piccolo, too, looks like he'd rather be any place than here. Bulma looks as unsure, and Vegeta looks straight up disgusted. Don't be stupid, Kakarot. It's a wormhole of lies and troubles. It'll only get you killed. We could start the search as soon as today, Laya says at speed. Really? Vegeta clicks his tongue. Even if they try and find the boy, there are no guarantees. We have connections that you simply do not have, Laya returns. Your highest chance of success is cooperation with us. Itvil quirks a half-smile. And let's say we don't find the Saiyan, the worst you've done is help clean up the universe a little. Oh yeah, and who do you both work for? Not the Frost Lords, Laia says icily to Vegeta. We are a group opposing the Frost Empire. We stand for liberty. Vegeta hums, unconvinced. Goku barely has the time to think. Is this really a possibility? Could they truly find him? Itvil made a good point, too. Really, if all else fails, Goku would just be helping by getting rid of these Hailer and Cooler guys. He'd basically be finishing the job he started with Frieza. Beating Frieza had been bittersweet because that had also been the day his everything went south, the day he lost the most precious, most important person. Goku thinks of the multiple times he'd offered Frieza a second chance, and how that if he'd just done the job and ridded the universe of the tyrant quicker, Goku's son would still be here with him. How they could be together again at home on Earth, as a family, after everything. It had been ruined by Goku's arrogance, in his belief that he could play with Frieza until he promised to be good. Sure, Goku likes to believe everyone deserves a second chance, but some people just don't want to change. Some people are evil, and Goku knows that now. And it seems that Hailer and Cooler, these brothers, are just extensions of everything Frieza stood for, and letting Frieza continue to live longer only caused more pain in the end. How could helping finish the job make things worse? If anything, it'll only increase his chances in finding him, in bringing him home. Goku closes his eyes. He envisions his boy, his Gohan. Please, he prays, let something come of this. And then, I'll do it for my son. Chapter 4. The Cindering. Head low, eyes front. Narrowly, the bottle skims 32's cheek, before shattering into an explosion of red liquid and green fragments in one unsurprising motion. 32 has witnessed many a disagreement between Lord Hailer and Lord Cooler, and it usually comes with bouts of violence. Some soldiers die in the crossfire, though most have the sense to keep their distance. Only 32 now remains, kneeling in the dour wreckage of the Grand Hall as tries not to breathe in the fumes of debris and the dead. Soot courses towards him as Lord Cooler advances. And how do we know that he's not with them? 32 is snatched from the ground and hauled up for inspection. Lord Cooler's eyes are diluted with fury, scraping over 32 with the naked desire to see him pay for any and all crimes committed today. 32 holds that gaze, meeting it with what must be an acceptable demonstration of devotion, because he's roughly discarded back to formation. My men are not turncoats, Lord Hailer replies. Your first-ranked captain had been playing you for a fool this entire time, yet you question mine, most revealing, most inept. Lord Cooler is furious at everyone, including himself. I take responsibility for Itvil, but you should look at your own. This boy should be executed for his incompetence. He's the one who let Vegeta slip through his fingers. 32 wants to tell his commander that he'd taken the full force of the blinding technique weapon and that he'd had little opportunity to retaliate considering the circumstances. Instead, he settles for silence. But Lord Cooler isn't done. His tail thrashes menacingly behind, cracking stone. And don't you dare call me inept, brother, when it was my men who'd brought in Vegeta in the first place. Yes, brought in by the same individual who'd later help Vegeta escape. So, you blame this solely on me. Lord Hailer's silence is telling. How dare you? Lord Cooler seethes at the truth, lashing his tail once more, this time into an opposing pillar with such force that it detonates on impact. Rubble explodes skyward. 32 would later find some embedded in his hair. Yes, whilst 32 can't feel energy, he certainly feels the rage radiating from Lord Cooler. The mania. I want him dead, Lord Cooler rasps. I want them all dead. Lord Hailer's gaze is heated with a calmer fury, but fury nonetheless. Captain 32, he addresses, low, almost rumbling. Knowing that he's about to be issued an official order, 32 quickly drops back down to one knee and bows his head once again, this time in waiting. You will perform that execution, Captain. I want Vegeta found, and I want all who assisted him dead, including that northern traitor captain, he orders very softly. I want you to locate that tin can they call a ship, burst it open and wrench the prince from its contents. Bring him to me, alive, along with the heads of everyone inside it. Do not allow them to make a further mockery of us and the Empire." "Yes, my lord." Lord Haler pauses. "And then for that, Captain, I will finally grant you that leave of absence you so desire. Your 3 days." The surprise winds him, and the joy has 32 appreciative. He almost smiles. "Yes, my lord." Though Lord Haler remains unmoved by 32's pleasure, and awaits his brother's expected comment on the matter. "Then let it be done," Lord Cooler eventually says, still seething. "However, I want Itvil returned to me alive." Lord Haler turns to him, without expression. "This transgression," spits Lord Cooler, it's personal," Lord Haler breathes out, delightfully cruel. "How like you?" "I don't suffer traitors. I'll make an example out of him. I'll have him look me in the eyes like a man and tell me why he dared defy me after all these years of loyalty." There's a drawn-out moment where Lord Haler says, and does nothing. Silence has always been his most crucial weapon. "Let us return to the subject of soldiers," Lord Haler ultimately responds, still low, still so considerate of his words. "If you are soft with them, they will inevitably betray you. Loyalty means nothing in the face of survival. You may not be able to see it even in this captain's eyes, but he hates me. He'd have me dead if he could. They all would. Perhaps every one of my men would. Yet they follow me, for I am the commander. Do you understand why, brother? They follow me not only because I fill their hearts with fear, but also because fill their stomachs with food and their beds with women. The Empire is as important to them as it is to us. They are nothing without it or me. They need no kindness, only a firm hand. Otherwise, they really will have you dead. You said that you prefer your men with more bite, but look at where that gets you. Betrayed. Remind them of their place, so they can remember yours." 32's hauled up once more, now by Lord Haler's hand, and then backhanded so hard that he spins until striking marble. A spray of blood spreads over the gray. "Alas, I needn't go overboard with 32, Lord Haler says, light, as if he hadn't just delivered a concussion. "The youth program instills proper principles. They'll see him true, won't they, Captain?" A cold dread washes over him as he recalls the aforementioned principles back at the program. The methods of installation, the teaching, the horror. The air feels suddenly thinner. Head low, eyes front. He swallows, remembering where he is. "Yes, my lord." It's with less antagonistic eyes that Lord Cooler now observes him, as though the violence has satiated him. "Remember your duty, Captain," Lord Haler says as he wipes his hand along the furnishings. "Do not return to me without Vegeta or that traitor." 32 too wipes away the blood. And finally, he bows. "Yes, Lord Haler." A page is turned. 32 has always had a sway to books. He likes the smell of dusty pages that nobody's touched in years, how the ink makes his fingers greasy, the intimate sanctuary of the stories within them. As a boy, whenever he could, he'd hide away and consume book after book until his eyes hurt from the strain of dim light. He'd go to bed each night thinking of the characters. He'd wonder about what could happen in the next chapter, or if the characters would survive until the end. And it wasn't always fiction that he'd read. Non-fiction, especially about multicellular organisms, could be enjoyable, and when he'd burned through the library at the youth program about persuasive environmental pieces, he'd then pick up something a little different. Spacecrafts and fleets. It had been a gateway. There'd been so many books about vehicles in the library that it had felt inevitable that 32 would always stumble into this educational refuge. A subsection of the youth program is devoted to innovation, namely scientific research and engineering. Whilst the youth program's military candidates are what bring the most recognition, the other divisions are nothing to sniff at. And lucky for 32, they'd all shared the program library. 32 would read when he wasn't training or studying syllabus content, and when reading about spacecraft stopped being enough, he'd tinker with them. And that's what he's doing right now. 32's buried himself into one of the older models of space pods, most specifically, the B-4348. The handbook is open and 32 guides his finger along the rough texture of the page, pausing at a most detailed diagram of the ship. Interesting. It's talking of the newer upgraded version of the model, of the one 32 tries to avoid in the shipyard whenever he's deployed. This ship is not one of those. This the model he prefers. It's a discrete machine, and the nitrous oxide dispenser always operates in a timely manner, instead of sporadically like the newer models suffer from. 32 appreciates reliability over modernization. Once serviced, this pod will be how he maneuvers from one side of the Empire to the next. And in this subsection of space, he'll be sure to find Vegeta. Their ship is of a unique design. 32 has sketched it out already. His memory for these sorts of things is nothing short of spectacular, after all. Rounded, wingless, and comparable to a cargo ship as opposed to a manned vessel, the ship will definitely struggle to maneuver without being noticed. It'll need particular fuel. Most stations won't be able to service it. 32 has already listed all the contacts at Empire-overseen fuel stations, having already sent men to question them on suspicious vehicles passing through. 32 wipes his brow, smearing a streak of oil. His ship should be ready by tomorrow once the ordered parts arrive. Wherever Vegeta has found himself, 32 shall follow. First, he must tend to the archives. In the confines of the research hall, 32 begins to collect information on the group he thinks Itvil may work for. As per expectation, very few soldiers occupy the dwindling, dusty hovel. It's an unkempt space with no management. Of course, the North values brawn over brain. How unsurprising. It's all rather inconvenient to be faced with such a lack of resources, however. In the South, the research division is a well-organized, well-respected, well enough, at least, part of the organization. Here's, however, 32 disdainfully observes the lone librarian asleep, in a sprawl across his desk. Still, 32 does manage to latch onto a single lead by the end of the first day. Out of the assortment of Frost Empire-opposed organizations, one does stand out from the rest. Originally, they appeared as a typical run-of-the-mill rebel group, perhaps with a bit better funding than most, but the well proved to be so much deeper. Silo is this assembly's name, a terrorist faction, only several years old but with a success record that's oddly favorable in terms of combat and space occupation. Their fatality rate is also fortunate. Reading further, 32 notices that there have been no less than 13 squads been lost to their forces this year alone. They're definitely being bankrolled, and are being oddly quiet despite their success. Most peculiar. They've never once issued any statements out against the Empire, and there's never been a declaration of war. It's all very strange. Usually, these rebel groups are vocal. They like to rally. And rally they must have, somehow, considering the cult following they've amassed over the years. How troublesome. 32 has seen a few rebel groups dealt with already. It's not uncommon for new ones to spring up like forgotten, stubborn weeds. They so often do after popular planets have been purged or a famous leader's execution. It's all part of the course. An occupational hazard. In 32's books, Silo is most likely behind this heroic saving of Vegeta. According to reports, the group has been noticeably active recently, and, as discovered, they most certainly have the funds and connections to pull off infiltrating Empire space. Skimming through documents online, once the dismal archives are bled dry, 32 becomes sure that this is the lead he needs to follow, if due to the fact alone that only last month 2 other high-profile rebel organizations were dismantled. Silo would have absorbed the overspill of members, a tale as old as time. Even online, there's little useful intelligence to be found. A lot of the information comes across as unconvincing rumors. Journalists document hearsays, tabloids spill their usual gossip. But in between the tripe, there are a few gems. One particular tavern's name crops up more than once. Green Snow. It's back in the southern quadrant, in central no less, near 32's base. Green Snow was where the last gathering was held, I reckon. One interview reads, "There's a picture of a blue civilian with bulging pink eyes, one bigger than the other." 32 can't remember the name of the species, though unfortunately does remember their delight in devouring their spouses. His lip curls as he reads on. Pretty sure Green Snow is run by sympathizers. I've never been myself because I'm Frost Empire through and through. It's in my blood. But I do know a lad who goes to the meetings for a laugh. He says it's full of them protesty types, all young soldiers. You know the sort, those ones who can't hack what it means to be a true man, the ones who question Lord Cooler's reign. It boils my blood, it does. Those cocksucking traitors who call. Well, that's enough of that rubbish. 32 sips his coffee. It's strong and bitter and not at all how he likes it. He wishes he could find some sugar, but anything sweet is still made unavailable to him. One would think being a captain would mean something around here, but apparently not. The shop worker had refused to even give him the smallest of packs, the weasel, and so cruelly, the caffeine is barely enough to stave away his exhaustion. By the afternoon, he does wake up somewhat. However, his head is now splitting from dehydration and reading through research articles for too long. It turns out there's a lot more information online the longer he digs, and 32 divides his time between looking on the larger computer in the research hall and scouring on his scouter. Annoyingly, most of the information online is blocked by the Empire's online firewall, so a good portion of the morning was spent trying to fight his way through the block. Once he's finally through with his multiple very illegal proxies, he finds that Silo has been growing steadily over the last year or so. It seems 32's earlier researching had been correct. Silo indeed has many supporters, some with deep pockets and boundless generosity. Several blurred faces stare back at him from the screen with quotes written out beside them, stating their unwavering support for Silo. Time drags forward slowly until 32 manages to find and access Silo's website. It doesn't display much, only its name, written in 4 different languages, their group motto, burn the ice away, and today's date. It probably doesn't seem like anything special to most, but 32 reads between the lines. The suggestion means they're present and that they're still active in opposing the Empire. He drains the bitterness from his cup. Really, 32 has watched many rebel groups appear and disappear, and for that, Lord Haler has rarely seen them as anything more than a nuisance. Perhaps the odd one can become frustrating, like a small creature gnawing at your ankle, but they all end up the same way in the end. An example. 32 has seen exactly 4 executions of rebel leaders. He can't remember their names, only the harrowingly hoarse screams bleeding into the night. They're begging. That's how it's supposed to be because, honestly, who really remembers the lowly perpetrators? They are fated to become victims to time, lost. And more will soon be lost. Their mantra following once Lord Haler stamps out the rest of the insects. His eyes glaze over, and he can feel the pull of the memories sending him into another spiral. Screaming men and women, burning, drowning, being suffocated, all slow deaths, all sending the same message. The frost doesn't melt, ice is eternal. Bright green eyes of one of the leaders had watched him, unblinking, as he'd cooked from the inside. They'd asked him why. They had wanted mercy. It hadn't mattered in the end. He'd stunk of burnt meat and shit like the rest of them once he was dead. The body had then been left to rot in a street, outside a school, in fact. 32 remembers seeing kids taller than he was peering over gates, horrified. He'd been fresh out of the youth program, though no less used to witnessing death. Ice is eternal, hope is for naught. Rebel groups will never succeed. Get on with it. 32 blankly stares at the computer screen, watching how his captain's badge twinkles back at him. His gaunt reflection stares back darkly, discolored crescents sitting beneath his eyes. Head low, eyes front. The next day of research yields similar results. This time, 32 doesn't skip dinner and faces the unwelcome attention with his chin held high. The refectory is rowdy and doesn't stop being as such on 32's account. He enters, takes his tray of slop and sits in his corner, ignored by most except for the occasional stare. Pirak is there. Whilst he doesn't stare, he does make it known very loudly of his gleeful disappointment in 32's performance of Vegeta's execution. Pirak has always been a hateful brute. Today is not the day that 32 rises to it. But the morning is not without drama. There's a scuffle between some lowly southern and northern soldiers, which escalates when the captains become involved. 32 stays out of it, finishing the rest of his food in the courtyard. In the damp evening, 32 considers whether he should go back southward and continue researching from his home base at Central. He's better respected and better connected there, not that he's had many problems of recognition since the execution, but being in familiar territory is appealing to 32, especially with such dated research technology here. The archives are embarrassing. How is 32 expected to put together a plan of action? There are also some political annoyances. From a distance, he watches as 2 southern soldiers approach and berate a northern soldier in the yard. 32 knows he should probably intervene, but doesn't give enough of a shit to bother. If idiot soldiers want to kill one another, then by all means. Not long following, a body bag is seen being taken to the projectile chute. Late evening strikes with realization. He's tinkering with his scouter, willing it to break through the firewall, with 3 empty coffee cups sitting by his side and nothing to show for a day's work, when the silence is broken. Nearby soldiers have been popping their heads in and out of the research hall over the last hour now, and 32 idly wonders if they have bets on him. 32 breaks one of their noses when he launches a hardback. There's a crunch of blood, a single cry, and then, finally, quiet. It had been in his frustration that he dropped his scouter. He moves to retrieve it, hand halting when the scouter beeps, 32's location flashing with bright vibrancy. Location. He pauses. With haste, he fastens the scouter back on and dials in the code for the Southern Research Division. A soft bleep sounds out until the call is answered. Heslata, calls a female's croaky voice from the other end. She's using the Southern tongue, commonly spoken on most Lord Haler-ruled planets and space stations. 32 recognizes her voice as one of the regular research team members. There aren't many women on the team, and even less elderly. He hasn't interacted with her much in the past, so he asks to be passed on to someone he knows. Captain 32? Greets Nami brightly. He, too, speaks with a Southern tongue, knowing very little of the common universal language. Despite this, he's very gifted in research and has been 32's go-to for the last year. He's a portly, middle-aged man who rarely leaves his workshop except to attend the refectory or collect parts for his ships. He works in the research division between both the engineering and technological department, 32's ideal position. Researcher, 32 acknowledges respectfully. Oh, how can I assist you, Captain? I need you to track down the last known location of a scouter. Shuffling can be heard on the other side. Sure, you got the code. No, you'll have to access the main database for this. Alrighty then, you got a name. 32 pauses, knowing Nami won't like the answer. It's a captain from the north, Captain Itval. A long breath is released from the other side. 32 knows finding a captain's location is never easy. Most captains have access to their own files and usually edit their history and location data. 32 does it on the regular. Deleted data can be retrieved, but it takes a lot of time and effort. Well, there goes my evening, Nami jokes, and 32 can hear a rapid flurry of keys being pressed all at once. My superior won't be too pleased with me. You best write me up a justification. A form for missing work. The research division must be regularly burning the midnight oil, too. Sure, whatever, so long as I get the location. Speaking the Southern language releases attention 32 didn't know he had been experiencing. The drawn-out, nasally phonics are so much easier to pronounce than the blocky vocals of the common dialect. He wonders if the researcher senses this. Conversation quickly shifts to personal when the silence draws on. When you're back, I need a hand in the engineering workshop. Got my hands on a 2939. Another new toy then, 32 supposes. It's probably a spaceship. Sure, if time allows. You'll have to make some. I think you're gonna love her, kid. She's a thing of beauty. 32 hums, liking the idea of being in the workshop, but better liking the idea of achieving his 3 days off. I'll be in touch hopefully tonight or tomorrow, Nami then tells him. Be well, Captain. Same to you, researcher. The call ends with a final beep, and 32 finally feels a sense of satisfaction. Hopefully, this goes somewhere because he's sick of chasing phantoms and rumors. He needs results. Turning back to his thin pile of archived papers, 32 resigns himself to a long night of breaching the firewall and collecting whatever research he can on Silo and their possible connection to Green Snow Tavern. Researcher Nami doesn't call that evening or even the next day. 32 grows frustrated, enough so that he voluntarily goes to the training chamber to burn off steam. He'd had to kick out 2 soldiers who were fighting heatedly. Sir, I promise I wasn't going to kill him. Sure. At least one of them was a Southerner, because he'd scampered out the moment he saw 32 at the door. Unfortunately, he doesn't feel any better after the workout session, just sweatier. It drips over his scouter when he checks for missed messages or calls. A blank inbox stares back, nothing. What a joke, he breathes, closing the application. Why the hell hasn't Nami replied yet? He should have something by now. Unless that bastard Itvul disappeared into a cloud of shit and rainbows, then it shouldn't take this long. But 32 doesn't have to wait too much longer, for it is after the dinner time rush when he finally gets his response. Dinner itself is a tense occasion. The refectory has finally partitioned itself into two sections, Southerners and Northerners. 32 chooses to sit by one of his fellow captains instead of his faraway corner as not to further rock the boat, and is rewarded with curt nods from the soldiers around him. It's quiet, considering how loud soldiers can be, none more so than during feeding hours. The atmosphere feels thick, and 32 wonders if he's missed something during the hours locked away in the research hall and the training chamber. No more does he hear of the whispers, and no more does he hear about the failed execution. There's only the lingering silence. It's unexpected and most discomforting. The slop he's served lives up to expectation, however. It tastes bland, oily, and is gray in color. Just as he's about to try and stomach another bite, he's interrupted. "Captain 32, speaks a tepid voice. 32 turns to the source and is surprised to see one of the soldiers he'd kicked out of the training room earlier. Pausing with distaste, he sure as hell hopes the soldier isn't here to grovel. "What?" "I wanted to apologize." His utensils are dropped when he sighs. The soldier is young, maybe a year or so older than 32. His eyes are big, and there's a sort of delicacy about him. Red and bronze armor shelter him, signifying that he's a northerner as 32 had originally suspected back in the training room. And really, in one way, 32 has to give it to him. It takes guts to approach a table full of southern captains. Regardless, 32 bats a hand at him. "Leave." "But." "Go away." His captains laugh at the display, but it doesn't deter the soldier. If anything, the soldier advances with speed, approaching closer into 32's personal space than he'd ever allow. Over and over again, the soldier bows his head as he repeats his apology, forcing 32 to slide his chair away just to put some space between them. "Please forgive me, Captain," the soldier continues to croon. 32 hates the noise. "I won't disrespect you or the Empire like that again." Some captains are now laughing so hard that snorting can be heard. 32 feels his cheeks warm. Right, you're forgiven, now fuck off." The soldier beams at him with a bright sparkle. Those eyes glow, and immediately it reminds 32 of Itvul's faux friendliness. His stomach churns at the sight of it. The soldier bounces back to his table and pale-faced colleagues, and 32 tries to pretend he'd witnessed none of it. He collects up his spoon, sour. "Wasted opportunity, that," purrs one of the older captains. He has a lewd look on his face, one that makes 32 feel dirty. 32 shudders and turns back to his dinner. The brown sludge stares back at him, and what little remaining of 32's appetite disappears. "Wait, Brown." He looks down at the trays of his fellow captains to see pools of gray, or at least the remnants of it. Temples throbbing, 32's eyes dart between his own food and their food, and then over to where that doe-eyed soldier had disappeared to. The chair scrapes back when 32 stands. "The little bastard." He swings his tray up, ignoring the lingering stares of the captains as to follow the soldier's path. He swerves past a gaggle of researchers, some who appear aghast as he approaches. Several move out of the way at speed, others are pushed aside by 32 until, ultimately, he spots the boy sitting at a table with his peers. He's laughing at something. He won't be laughing for long. The Solider only notices 32 as he arrives at the table. His skin turns from pink to white almost comically. "See, Captain." His friends shuffle away, watching 32 as he looms over the table. The soldier looks up with those wide, innocent eyes of his, but doesn't otherwise make a bid for freedom. They'd be around the same height if the boy dared to stand. But it seems he has turned to stone, his baby deer legs unable to carry the weight of his stupidity. 32 drops the tray down on the table, slop splashing red armor. "Eat it." "See, Captain," he squeaks. This is your food, sir, I couldn't." "Eat it." What little noise there was in the canteen has now come to a brisk end. 32 can hear the soldier's breath quicken, and the murmuring of southern and northern soldiers alike, yet not a single soul steps in. The soldier looks down at the food, and then back up at 32. Silence hangs in the air like a dark cloud. Suddenly, lightning strikes. 32 slams a fist down on the table. Furiously, the refectory shakes. Eat it. He allows the silence to stretch out into something painful, and in this, the soldier tries to speak, tries to defend himself in the face of 32's icy fixture, but chokes on any passing word. When nothing comes out, 32 feels his face twist into something sour and ugly. The soldier's wide eyes expand even wider. He looks impossibly young. Please. But they both must know begging is futile. 32's hand raises and the light in his palm jets at speed. Pink blossoms. There's a flash and the refectory blinks into darkness. The smell of burning hits before the soldier drops, dead to the floor. Krrr. Metallic groaning indicates the refectory's backup generator is coming to life, and when the dark is dispelled, the light brings a spill of red across sanitized white. Nobody moves, not even 32. He scours the area, daring anyone to confront him. Row after row watches on, expressions shaped with alarm. Even the northern captains don't move. They just watch. Still, there's always one. As 32 turns to leave, he catches Pirak's delight near the other southern captains. 32 glares when the wretched fool sends him a thumbs up, hearing the bastard's deep belly laugh follow him out of the canteen. Outside in the courtyard, 32 breathes out deeply and purposefully before swallowing the night's thin air. Every breath feels like fire. What a mess he just made. His temper is just. It can be embarrassing. He reminds himself of the soldier just to give himself something else, anything else to think about. 32 did the right thing. That boy had tried to poison him. Who's stupid enough to do that? In front of everyone? He'd signed away his own life, and for what? A ridiculous rivalry between two factions. Damn it. 32 can't even eat his fucking dinner in peace. How the hell is he supposed to find Itful and Vegeta with vermin like that trying to trip him up? What a stupid idiot that soldier was. What an arrogant child. An arrogant, dead child. 32 sits. And that's when his scouter flashes with notification. Talk about timing. Researcher, 32 answers, lethargic. Greetings, Captain. Bad time. Have you found the location? The scouter was deactivated, most likely by Captain Itful himself. It looks like he was heading south, though, possibly towards Planet Central. 32 clicks his tongue. A specific location? Yeah, it's at a fuel port, the Axis station. Know it. He does. They stock a large variation of fuel types, so it's a suitable stop for any ship that hasn't been certified by a particular craft maker or company. It's also usually frequented by pirates. 32 thinks back to the ship Vegeta was onboarded onto, and how it didn't look like any other spacecrafts he'd come into contact with before. It's also on a direct route to Central. Nami, I think you're right, they're heading your way. Nami chuckles into 32's ear. I guess I'll be seeing you sooner rather than later then. I suppose you will, but I have no time to play around with ships. Have logistics deliver an Astracy 22 and 3 cases of ammo to my unit, plus 2 crates of shinks. Sounds like a heck of a party. 32 scoffs, enjoying the irony. Yes, in a tavern no less. Chapter 5. The Green Snow Tavern. Goku's never felt a winter like this. He's constricted by a padded airy fabric, which encompasses him snugly, him now resembling more marshmallow than man. Krillin looks much the same as they struggle through the snow, feet cutting deep into shrouds of white, the soft yellow lighting from the desolate mountain lodges impressing a warm glow from the snow, as though it's a collection of plush, comfortable clouds. Each step makes his feet number the further he walks. Krillin groans from under his layers. Couldn't the Silo R rally be somewhere warmer, like a tropical island, or I don't know, the sun? Goku tries to laugh, but only manages to chatter his teeth. That would be too easy. Oh yeah, of course, Krillin grouses. They can't make things too easy for us, can they? What are you two grumbling about? Itful asks from up front. He jogs back to them with enviable energy. Goku has never done well with the cold. He's barely able to trudge his way forward, feet sinking unforgivingly with each step. Jealously, Goku watches Itful bound like a rabbit in spring. Even though Itful mentioned himself not spending any time in snowy regions, he seems at home in it, wearing about as many layers as Goku and looking equally puffy and wide and ridiculous. Still, he doesn't complain. Or maybe he does and they can't hear him because his voice is so muffled. Unlike them, Itful has been instructed to always wear his hood due to his recognizability as an ex-captain of the Frost Empire. Laia had been anxious about him accompanying Goku to the rally today in case soldiers should try to apprehend him. She'd taken him aside earlier, and they'd whispered a private, albeit heated conversation on the matter, with Itful snagging victory somehow. She'd been displeased as the three disembarked the ship atop a naked plateau, one hidden deep in the cove of a mountain district. The blizzard had been less cruel then. "Practice caution," she'd warned them. "Arrogance has felled many a warrior, Itful." "She seems pretty mad at you," Goku had later pointed out to Itful, who turned to him with his usual bland, easygoing smile that makes Goku's skin crawl. "Did you do something?" "We disagree on a couple of principles. Healthy professional debate, you must understand." He doesn't, but Goku does understand overconfidence. Itful is brimming with it. Even now, Itful shows no concern. A tune is whistled entirely for his own enjoyment as he manages a healthy distance ahead. Not too far away, not too close. He's still wearing that awful smile as he strolls. Krillin does his best to keep up. "Why, Itful, we've been walking for so long now, are we nearly there?" The tune dies. "I think so, but who can say? I've never had to walk before." "Then no," Goku summarizes. They've been going for over an hour now. Originally, they'd planned to fly there, but Itful had quickly put a stop to that. He'd snagged Goku by his jacket before he could even leave the ship. Because this planet is a major territory belonging to the Frost Empire, it enforces tight security by using scouting devices, sensing any amount of Kai being expelled. This also extends to flying. Which means, according to Itful, they must stay low, keep quiet, and draw the least amount of attention to themselves as possible, even if that means trudging hours through a blizzard. This planet, central as Goku comes to know it, sits in the center of a cluster of frost-ruled planets in a solar system in the deep south quadrant. Distinct to Earth, there is no nearby star to orbit around, with the light and heat inorganic and sourced from a man-made contraption millions of miles away at some space station that's also Empire-ran. Goku doesn't understand any of it. The gravity, the force, the pull, the lack of flying. But Goku knows that he's cold, and that he's worried his fingers are going to drop off any moment now. So this south place has the most inhabited non-habitable places in the universe. Planets here experience little to no sunlight and the harshest winters, and Planet Central is not an exception, with its blistering winds and desire to part Goku from his toes and fingers. All around, snow swarms the hazy landscape in its sweep, swallowing some buildings entirely. The visibility is getting worse, too. Peaks of mountains are barely legible, and the dry, harsh gales bring forth so much white that, in the distance, Goku can barely recognize where the ground stops and the sky starts. They're attached to one another with wire so not to lose one another. Itful leads, Krillin is in the middle, and Goku carries the rear. Though they can see and hear one another just fine now, Goku does wonder when that could change. This is, Krillin grunts, waiting until his foot becomes wedged once more. "This is just something else." "I wish I had snowshoes," Goku adds, also trying to pry his ankle free. "Did he mention how much he loves his fingers and toes? I'm stuck again." Itful makes no move to help them. "So much complaining. Honestly, where's your adventuring spirit?" "About 2 miles back that way." Goku breathes out a chilly laugh. Oh, how he's missed Krillin. "Come on, princesses." Itful tugs at the wire. "Let's get you both to your warm, stately destination before what little light there is disappears." The snow underfoot gets worse before it gets better, suctioning each step into its greedy, frozen mouth. Goku has to pull Krillin free at one point, and at another, Krillin yanks him from a creaking, collapsing plate that was far too delicate to walk over. Itful regularly drags them both forward, not bothering to hide how amusing he finds their trailing. Ahead, he laughs, hands in pockets, after once again hauling them down a cliff's edge. "Psst, Goku, hey, do you really think we can trust that guy?" Krillin's pink cheeks are barely visible over his scarf. "He seems all right, all things considering." Goku's brows pull together, and he swallows his instant reaction to disagree. For now, He helped save Vegeta at least. Yeah, but I just can't shake the feeling that we're going into the monster's lair on this one. I'm not gonna let nothing happen to you, Goku attests, especially not after seeing you in, what's it been? 3 years. Wow, that long has. Marin's nearly 2. That's insane. Goku gives his friend a firm pat against the puffs of his jacket. I still can't believe you've got a kid. I said the same about you, Krillin replies, bright, until realizing the topic broached, and then the awkwardness catches a hitch in his throat. WL, you know. It's fine. We'll find out what happened. Not we'll find him, Goku recognizes. No, never that. For years now, Goku has known that he could very well be one of few who believes his son is out there, somewhere waiting for him, waiting to be brought home. If he must, Goku will spend his entire life trying to find Gohan, and then he'll do it for however long it takes after he's dead, too. For 10 years, Goku has searched. He won't give up now, even in the cold. Krillin chuckles to himself, self-depreciative. How do we keep ending up in these strange situations? Goku goes to reply, just to be interrupted by a long, piercing whistle from Itvil up front. He gestures to a flicker of something not white. A light, red and flashing in the distance. The snowstorm does seem to be withering, too, easing as they manage to reach the center point of the valley. I can see the eastern gate, Itvil tells them when they make their way to him. He's made his way under a concrete slab for shelter, and they quickly join him, hiding from those awful, frozen crosswinds emitting across the plateau. You can see it straight ahead. See that red light? Yeah, that's it. We shouldn't have a problem entering through the guard tower. It's never guarded. There's nothing of value in the area, mostly squalors and markets. If Goku squints, he can just about make out the stone walls. And that's where you guys wanted the rally. I know it doesn't seem ideal, but Laya knows what she's doing. She picked this area because of the high residential population. Most of them are not supporters of the Empire and the patrolling soldiers who make their lives difficult. But with little funds, they've never proven to be a hindrance to the Empire, mostly staying quiet and performing industrial roles for little pay. So they're slaves, asks Krillin. Without the title, oh, over there. If you look in the other direction, you can see the observatory from here. Yeah, it's that big sphere up ahead. That great, ugly pink thing. Talk about an eyesore. So, from there, the Empire's southern capital is just an hour's walk opposite. Just down that way. Oh yeah, just down that way, Krillin mocks. Like it'll be a jolly walk in the snowstorm. How the heck can people live out here? Itvil snorts. We say as much in the north. These southerners are hard people. Hard, Goku queries. Hard to beat, hard too. They're hard, tough. Known for being rough around the edges, trusting no one and working themselves into an early grave. Oh, I wonder if Vegeta ever lived out here. Absolutely not. He's a northerner, that one. Did he not tell you? He was famously Frieza's favorite. His life must have been pretty cushy in comparison to most. Southern soldiers would hate him. I know they hate that about me. They sound kinda proud. Oh yes, and they're awful to work with, terribly unfun. Goku wonders what constitutes fun in Itvil's head, but decides it's better not to think about. So this Hailer guy is the boss of the South, right? And Cooler oversees the North. Yes, but one can only wonder how long for. They hate each other, and the soldiers follow suit, of course. So, it'll only be time until something goes awry. War will be declared. It's a matter of when as opposed to if. As Lord Cooler's first-hand man, I can tell you from experience that there's no love lost between them. And, well, before I'd left, it had been getting worse in terms of tension between the North and South, especially with Vegeta's execution hanging over our heads. No one trusted anyone, and for good reason. One wrong word, one slip-up, would result in a one-way ticket to the pearly gates, and that's especially true if you're unfortunate enough to be serving under Hailer. He takes no prisoners. Lord Cooler is, at least, more reasonable. Goku can't help himself. Who's stronger? Itvil's eyes sparkle in the warm light. Yes, who indeed? They soon brave the winter once more and continue onwards for what must be another 20 minutes. Itvil grows talkative. He reveals the secrets of being a soldier. It's like finally peering into Vegeta's mysterious world. It had been mysterious for a reason, because Vegeta is unanimously hated by all soldiers and has been since before his betrayal of Frieza. In fact, most believed that he'd been killed by Frieza in some kind of poetic irony back before Planet Namek bit it. Itful tells them how disturbed they'd been to find out that he'd been alive all this time. They threw me a party when I brought him in, Itful tells them. It's all rather funny now, considering. Why did they hate him so much? Oh, come on, Goku. All you've gotta do is think back to when he first came to Earth, Krillin says. He'd been a total jerk, and that's putting it lightly. I'd never met him until I apprehended him. I'd recognized him immediately, though. He does strike an imposing figure, even if he's taller than you, isn't he, Earthling? Goku beats Krillin to the response. He's different now, Vegeta, I mean. Whatever you say. Itful uses this as a jumping-off point, telling them about the horrid conditions for lower-ranked soldiers, about how a lot of them are used as cannon fodder, and about how their captains would kill them in due for the smallest of errors. Goku notices how Itful doesn't elaborate on any of his own dealings with his underlings, but he does expressly mention Vegeta having an especially high kill count. So captains are super tough, right? Asks Krillin. Like you're not the norm, right? And it's then that Goku remembers Krillin's lackluster fights against the soldiers, the reason Vegeta had been captured in the first place. Look, Itful starts, captains are not comparable in terms of strength, only power. Some can't fight for their weight in gold but may carry themselves on their wits. Others bought their position. Money speaks, even in the most prestigious empire. Back when I took Vegeta down, I knew I wouldn't have been able to take both him and this guy on together, so I had to play it smart. I took you for ransom. Horrified, Krillin halts in his tracks. So you used me. Well, I'd been hoping to distract this one here by using you as bait. You're buddies, right? I could tell right away, but it had been Vegeta to save you. I'm still trying to get my head around that. Oh man. Don't look too glum. Was a captain for a reason, and I was one of the best. Your defeat was predetermined by your infiltration of the Empire's territory. Really, your attempt was foolhardy. You sound pretty defensive. Of the Empire? I suppose so. It's difficult not get wrapped up in it all when serving from within the echo chamber. I served my position there, and I served it well. Then why did you? Oh, Goku, you could at least treat me to a drink before you interrogate me. Did you give Vegeta a hard time, too, after he joined your merry clan? He changed all by himself, Goku revisits, steering the conversation down a lighter avenue. After coming to Earth, he found peace. Now he does the right th. Peace? Don't be ridiculous, Itful laughs, so suddenly that both Goku and Krillin startle. There's a pause, and Goku recognizes Itful's demeanor shift into something less pleasant if only for a second. My apologies, but one does not just forget their time in service. You saw it firsthand. Vegeta willingly put himself in harm's way just to save Krillin. That's gotta say something, right? Itful doesn't reply to that, instead choosing to answer the question Krillin earlier put to him. Back to my earlier point, Earthling. Whilst I'm not the norm in terms of your average captain, there are still a good few captains that'll give even this guy a run for his money. Brute strength isn't everything. Power comes in all different shapes, and sure, there are a handful who buy the title, but you shouldn't disregard them either. Money is just another form of. So don't pick fights, Krillin summarizes. There you go, you got it. Captain is just a title, more than a position, but it was still achieved one way or another. I've got a feeling that I'm just gonna get in the way. No way, Goku quickly says. You're here and that's what ma. You're right, Earthling, replies Itful. You don't have what it takes to be here. You're putting your own life and ours in jeopardy. Krillin laughs, all nerves. Talk about brutally honest. Don't listen to him, Goku bites out. We need you here. Gohan needs you here. One wrong move and you're dead. Itful, stop it. Do you want another situation like back when Vegeta was apprehended? That won't happen. You're too optimistic. The Empire won't hesitate in slaughtering a weakling. Is that coming from experience? Goku pushes. It comes out harsher than intended, but Itful doesn't so much as blink. Absolutely. Now I bet you'd give Lord Cooler and Lord Haler a run for their money. Here's hoping that Frieza thing wasn't a fluke. If Cooler or Hailer are anything near Frieza's level, then there shouldn't be too much of a problem, even if their soldiers are suddenly so much stronger. They defeated Cell 4 years ago now, and the memory of his wicked power still holds firmly in Goku's memories. If they manage to take that monster down, then they can take down anyone. I think we'll be fine, Krillin tries, tone a touch brighter. After everything we've been through on Earth, I think we can take on a couple of lizards, right, Goku? That's the spirit. Itful hums. If you say so. Since the fruit fiasco a few years back, I haven't met anyone able to take on those two. Fruit? What fruit? Yes, Krillin suddenly rejoices. Civilization. Finally, the snow has started to thin out. Instead of powdery, winter whiteness, the vista has turned somewhat, gray, with unsymmetrical hills circulating a hamlet of sporadically clumped buildings. Slowly, these hovels grow into houses and then into high-rises. Taller and taller, they grow on either side of the road as the group journeys onwards, making Goku miss the openness of the mountain district. Everything here is so depressing, so dark. Even the sky has gone into depression, barely illuminating piles of what used to be snow, which now sit in gloomy pyramids haphazardly. Chiseled, snowless paths to common establishments like shops and eateries reveal equally gloomy stone, which Goku relishes walking atop of. No longer does he sink into sludge. Flickering lights, one after the other, blink to life from darkened windows. Goku has arrived just before the night and just before dinner. Then comes the smell of meat, cooking meat. His head whips left. Oh, you're definitely a Saiyan, aren't you? Itful says through a cloud of his own breath. This way now, come on, I'm sure your stomach can wait. There aren't bustling crowds, which Goku had expected, but rather, small groups of people walking quietly along squared, uniform pavement. There are a lot of different species of alien, some looking like overgrown frogs with limbs far too willowy for their own bodies, others small with great big, orange spots on their cheeks and bloated bellies. Goku spots many who look like him, the most common life form, according to Laya, with pink noses and ears, appearing to struggle with the cold about as much as Goku is. Though 5 minutes in, Goku notices the tiniest man he's ever seen. He manages to make Krillin look like a giant. Don't you dare say a word, grumbles Krillin. The strangest-looking individual Goku sees is a woman with 5 eyes, all looking the wrong way, though. What's the right way? She says something in a language Goku can't understand when she catches him staring. When Itful laughs like a donkey, he assumes it wasn't very nice. Itful turns them down a side street where the block of buildings doesn't look as identical. Most appear crooked and tired. They vary in color being a strong word. Each paint job is different but equally as muted, as boring, and unoriginal as the last. Some whiter buildings appear as they walk. They blend into the snowy backdrop and look comparatively invisible when likened with their neighbors. To counteract this, they've been decorated with fairy lights to give a festive atmosphere to an otherwise dreary collection of stone. They stop. Are we here? Krillin asks, hopeful. Red, blue, and green illuminate his face, flashing. Goku looks at the sign below the lights. It's According to the map, this is it. Itful says, looking unsure himself, but he tightens his hood and jerks his head. The scarf is pulled up and fastened to expose 2 muddy eyes and the bridge of his nose. Follow M. Suddenly, a man from the street grabs Goku's arm, and he finds himself being dragged along towards a decrepit shopfront. The man has wild eyes, and he speaks in a quick, strange language that makes him sound like a snake. He gestures to a group of questionable trinkets, and then strikes a sign with equally questionable writing on it. Squiggles. Goku is looking at circles and dots. What? Itful. Itful, whilst amused under his layers, is relatively fast on the case. He ambles forward and pushes the man back into his shop, giving him some choice words in the snake-like language. What did you just say to him? Krillin asks when Itful moves away from the salesman. Oh, it doesn't translate, Itful says dismissively. He walks on but makes sure to stick closer to Goku and Krillin this time. My southern tongue isn't as good as it could be, but I know enough suitable words to keep beggars like him at bay. There are far too many of them crawling about the village. It does look rather run down. The entire area feels oddly claustrophobic, as if Goku's energy is being reined in. It doesn't feel Right, whatever it is. The entrance, I believe. Let's go, gentlemen. The door is a moldy green, appropriately so. The Green Snow Tavern, Itful tells them as he gestures to a barely hanging sign. Krillin pulls down his coat, astonished. We walked all this way for a bar. Itful's eyes twinkle under his hood, and Goku would bet a sack of senzu beans that he's grinning. In we go. The tavern doesn't look as bad on the inside, and most importantly, it's warm. There's a wonderful smell of hearty food and beer here, too, which soothes away the aches and pains of the cold. Even the syrupy flagons of alcohol look tempting now. Goku doesn't drink often, maybe 1 or 2 during a festival, but man, everything here looks wonderful, as though a few hours in the snow were enough to reset his palate completely. Though it's busy, so there must be something special about it, food or not. The barman is darting between patrons with comical speed, without so much as sparing a glance in their direction. Customers are boisterous, some are singing. Especially loud, a thud of a glass bottom hits the bar hard, and Goku sees the aftermath of some teenager downing a shot of alcohol. This way, Itful says as he pulls them through the crowd of drinkers. Wow, there's a whole bunch of people here. It's super packed, so much so that pushing through the crowd is akin to trying to part a stone. The group starts to thin out when they reach the far side of the bar, leaving Goku to wonder where they're supposed to be going. And with so many people around, the temperature is getting to him. After being in the cold for so long, Goku is suddenly very, very hot and in dire need to strip the layers free. That's when Itful says something to one of the workers, who must have activated something from under the bar top, because a door near what looks like a dartboard opens. Cozy, Krillin deadpans loudly over the crowd. Looks like a one-way ticket to a horror movie. I didn't ask for your commentary, Earthling. After you. The name's Krill Yua. Itful pushes Krillin in first, and Goku follows them, a little surprised to find himself walking down a steep spiral staircase into what appears to be a dungeon. It had looked so small originally. Soon, the bitter cold from the outside can be felt again, and Goku wishes he could go back upstairs for a spot of warmth and a bite of whatever they're serving. Instead, they keep the company of the broken casks and beer kegs which line the walls. Boxes also lay flattened on the floor, and there's a general unpleasant smell of dampness. Enjoy, gentlemen, Itful says, bright. He pulls down his hood and laughs at their horror. What did you expect? Something with heating, Krillin complains. He sits on one of the empty kegs. Why are we down here and not upstairs in the warmth? I'm recognizable, so I can't risk hovering about upstairs, I'm afraid. And you're down here with me because I'm your one-of-a-kind tour guide. How long do we wait here? Goku asks, trying to keep focus away from the lingering aromas of upstairs. It shouldn't be too long. No, don't you look at me like that, Earthling, really. All of those people upstairs are here for the meeting. When it starts, we'll head up. Really, all of them? Yes, a lot of people want to speak up against the Frost Empire, but are just unable to do without the safe environment. I recognized a few soldiers up there from my quadrant. They've traveled a long way to be here tonight for the rally. Because they're slave soldiers. Right. How about you, Itful? Were you forced to be a Soliter too, or were you always undercover? Itful bats his hand passively as though the question is beneath him. Oh, it's a tale as old as time. My planet was taken over when I was a boy and then they enlisted me, but because I was of royal blood, I did just fine. Royal's like a king. The Empire likes to make examples of leaders. My father was felled, my mother. Well, it hardly matters, it's all rather a common story, as I said. Look at Vegeta. What does royalty mean in the face of the Frost Empire? He clicks his tongue and looks strangely nostalgic about the entire thing, as though he's reflecting not on genocide, but on a humble childhood memory. I became captain 4 years back. Only last year was I approached by Silo. Krillin leans forward. So why did you join Silo, I mean? You people are just so nosy, Itful says, not without humor. Why, indeed. Maybe I just wanted a life where I don't deal with any lord above me. Goku can't tell if this guy's lying or not, but doesn't push it. It's none of his business. Upstairs, something bangs hard against the floor, rattling the ceiling above them. Dust trickles down. It had sounded harmless, but Itful's amusement drains into impassivity. He stands, and he moves in the direction of the door. Wait here. Boots jog up the spiral stairs, and then Goku and Krillin are left to hear little else. "You know," Krillin starts, "I bet Vegeta'll be happy he didn't come. I can't imagine that guy has enough patience for all this." Eyes dancing between his friend and the ceiling, Goku hums. "I don't know, he's still grumpy he's not allowed to exert himself. I think he'd do just about anything to stretch his legs." Piccolo didn't come, either, at Laia's recommendation. Namekians apparently don't do so well in cold conditions, something to do with the amount of water their bodies are made up of, though Goku understands very little of it. So, Bulma, Piccolo, and Vegeta are waiting on the ship for their return, anticipating Goku's opinion of the rally. Vegeta is very stubborn about it. He doesn't like this group, or any rebel group for that matter. "They're just trying to steal power from Hailer and Cooler," Vegeta had told Goku in private. "Don't do anything stupid out there, like getting caught up in all their bullshit." He hopes Vegeta is just overreacting. Goku didn't sign up for politics. He just wants assistance in getting Gohan home. "Well, at least they get to be warm on the ship," Krillin complains. They wait for what must be around 7 or 8 minutes until Goku suggests they go upstairs to check on Itful. There's been but not a peep from the tavern above, it's spookily quiet, one might say, and the guy had looked anxious when he'd left. Perhaps it's all right and Goku's gut instinct is off-key, but he believes it best to make sure. Krillin, of course, jumps up at the suggestion and makes for the door. Something tells Goku it has little to do with worry over Itful, and more to do with the fireplace they'd spotted on the way in. They traverse the steps quietly, twist the knob of the door leading out, and... well, crap, Krillin manages. The tavern has been trashed. How they'd not heard anything somehow seems impossible now. Chairs lay broken on the floor, tables smashed, and the patrons are divided into corners, some terrified, some even trying to escape what has befallen their situation. Glass has shattered, food and drink spilled, it's a mess. And now, soldiers fill the tavern. Goku can tell they're soldiers because the uniform hasn't changed much since he last saw it on planet Namek all those years ago. Only, it's been adapted for harsh winter. It looks heavier but no less awkward to maneuver in. The scouters across their eyes, however, are different. They look oddly sleek. Modern, perhaps, if he knew enough about them to comment. He hears multiple beeps when they register Goku and Krillin entering. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, oh there's more, they're surrounding them. Worse yet, on the floor lies the bruised and beaten form of Itful, blood pooling from his mouth. A leathery, studded boot rests atop, pressing down against the cavern of his chest as he breathes hard. Upon seeing Goku and Krillin, his eyes widen and he goes to say something, just to be cut off when that same boot squashes his cheek to the floor. Above, a figure wearing thick layers of furs stands broad and tall. Goku immediately recognizes him as Vegeta's would-be executioner and the fighter he'd seen chasing them on the roof. And as he'd noticed during the first time he'd seen him, this person has no energy reading whatsoever, and whether that's because he's suppressing it or if he's an android, Goku's unsure. Whatever the case, it's eerie. Goku doesn't like it. When the person, this captain, if Goku remembers correctly, turns to look at him, he's obscured behind the red of a scouter. There's a pause when he settles on Goku. Perhaps there's a reaction, though it's not one Goku can see due to the scouter and the same face covering from the execution. From behind him, a small collection of soldiers is poised. One steps forward and says something to the captain in that language Goku had earlier heard. This soldier seems to have said something especially terrible because Itful tries to push against the boot, shouting in Atari garble. "Run, you idiots." But they don't. They can't as they've been pressed against the cellar door, with the only way out being to charge through the small army of soldiers. Goku could. They're merely a wall. No, he'll try to talk them down first. He looks around, angling for an out in case it doesn't go well. The tavern's once lively atmosphere is now deceased. No longer do heavenly smells part the room, and not a single word is being shared, nor song sung, leaving Goku and Krillin to stand there like deer in the headlights, hanging in the silence like wilting plants deprived of the sun. "I think you're hurting my friend there," Goku tells the captain, trying to keep it light, smiling even. From behind the captain, several of the soldiers laugh, and Goku can't help but join in, awkwardly. He scratches at the back of his head as Krillin pulls at his arm. Goku, something's wrong. I can't sense that guy Zen. I know, Goku interrupts, taking a step forward. Stay back, let me deal with this. Krillin's right, something feels very wrong. Here, Captain, says one of the soldiers, this time using the universal language Goku's more familiar with. You're Astra. In his hand sits what looks like to be is that a gun? Why are they bothering with one of those? The captain very slowly takes it, eyes deeply rooted into Goku's own. Gaze tied, he twists the firearm until a faint clicking sound is heard from the barrel. He lowers, raises, and repositions it in Goku's direction, all in one smooth motion. Under the tavern's dim lights, the slide of the gun shines. Who are you? Asks the captain, muffled from behind his mask. Say nothing, Itvil barks. The captain doesn't refrain from punishing Itvil for his warning, bringing forth his boot and cracking Itvil's nose against the wood. There's a wet groan. Then this captain says something, but it's not to Goku, and it's loud and commanding despite its foreign nature. It's not to be understood. Not by Goku, at least, but by the many of the observing patrons, and they make haste towards the door. One after the other, they disappear under the arch of rotting wood leading out into the night. Even the bartender leaves. Some stay, however, ones who seem not to be as cooperative as the soldiers would have anticipated. Go, Itvil growls from the ground. Goku originally thinks that he's talking to him, but one of the patrons moves forward. No, I refuse to stand down, an orange-skinned creature declares from the crowd. We're here to make a difference. I can't stand the Empire a day longer. A few others step forward, shouting similar objections. There is a rainbow of languages which Goku can't understand, but anger translates despite whatever words are being shouted. The captain doesn't look remarkably moved by any of it. His gaze is empty behind his scouter. He does respond, however, with a nod to his men, something that pleases the soldiers. They smirk between one another before advancing, passing the captain and turning on the crowd, some with guns drawn. No, Goku calls out, stop it, just wait. Shots are fired, blood is spilt, and it all happens so fast that Goku doesn't know where to look. Krillin tries to pull at his arm again, but he doesn't budge, unable to turn away from the carnage. He tries to move, but his body feels heavier than normal, and when he tries to call upon his Kai, he finds it completely unresponsive. What? Why aren't his legs working? Why can't he help? You finally noticed, the captain says, his voice afflicted with accent Goku now just realizes. The tone is understated but carries a level of authority, making Goku want to strain his ears and listen. I had the tavern surrounded with shinks, continues the captain. Whilst we're all affected by a reduction of power, I'm confident you don't carry one of these. The gun hovers threateningly. A swill of panic churns in Goku's belly. He hadn't even noticed. But it's true. Goku can't properly pull upon his energy, as though the reins on it had been loosened to an uncontrollable degree. Krillin audibly reacts, taking a reactive step back against the door. Still, the captain doesn't turn away from Goku. He keeps the gun level, the gaze tight. I want two things. The first is something I already have. To emphasize this, the captain plants his boot against Itvil's neck. Itvil, impressively, does not make a sound. And the second. From behind, from somewhere in the tavern, someone screams. Call them off, Goku shouts, trying to move again to power up, but the reins won't cooperate. Stop it. I want Vegeta, the captain continues, unbothered. Give me these two things and you both shall live. Vegeta, Goku parrots. Are they still trying to carry out the execution? He's not here, Krillin then calls out. It's just the two of us. It's true, Itvil tries, his voice gravelly. I only brought these two. Finally, that mask cracks just a little, and Goku notices a slitter of irritation in the captain's eyes. Just as he goes to say something, two soldiers rush forward and deliver a lump of a man at the captain's feet. Am I honorable captain, sir? The man blubbers, reaching past Itvil and towards those boots. Spare me, please. I tried to leave originally, but I wasn't fast enough, but I want to help. I want to help you, Captain, you and the Frost Empire. You fucking traitor, shouts someone in the crowd amidst the chaos. You fat piece of shit, Cray. It doesn't deter the man. I can give you names. I know some of Silo's biggest. The gun lowers momentarily as the captain considers the man, and just as Goku's about to make a move forward, Krillin beats him to it. He rushes forward and aims to kick the gun free. It surprises Goku, but it doesn't seem to surprise the captain, of who also seems to have some moves of his own. Before Krillin even reaches him, he manages to sidestep away, leaning away from Ittful to raise his arm horizontally. The forearm perfectly catches Krillin in the throat, stopping him midair, choking him and sentencing him down to the woodwork. But the captain isn't done. He's quick. His foot sweeps Krillin upwards, striking him into the air before reconnecting once more. Goku's heart stops at the crunch of impact. Through the wall of the tavern, Krillin soars. Krillin. It's dark outside now. The hole looks impossibly black against the warmth of the tavern, breathing the icy chills of the night. Goku moves towards Krillin, getting only so far until he feels the cold kiss of metal against his cheek. The gun clicks again. With Shinx, your power drops low enough for this to cause fatality, says the captain lowly. The soldiers have now done their duty, and most of the people that were in tavern have either fled or have been murdered. So, they reform around their leader in wait. As Goku tries to weigh up his options, he finds himself thin on ideas. Taking on this many people under such circumstances is going to prove itself tough. But Goku's beaten worse odds. He grips the wrist and bends it backwards, causing the gun to drop. Goku must have surprised the captain because he stumbles backwards, nearly tripping. Yet, as suspected, he's quick on his toes and catches himself, pivoting around and pressing a foot into Goku's side. Someone relies too much on their legs. The sentiment is proven correct when another kick comes down on him. Of course, this time, Goku's ready and catches it, spinning his opponent around with surprising ease. The guy is not as heavy as he looks. Still, it explains the dexterity. Even with Goku getting the upper hand on the captain, the lack of weight resistance threw him long enough for the captain to strike back, and he's punished with an elbow to the throat. It stings, but little else. The strength just doesn't compare to Goku's. The move doesn't paralyze him like the captain had intended, and Goku's able to stop his opponent reaching for that gun once again. This time, Goku kicks him, straight in the gut. It's a good kick. Something that'll leave more than a bruise, but this guy knows how to take a hit. Whilst it momentarily halts him from reaching for the gun, it doesn't stop him from retaliating. Goku dodges the first strike, but takes the second punch directly in the gut again. The power isn't what it could be, but the attacks are impressively precise, as if the captain knows exactly the right place to hit over again to wind him, because that's what happens. Goku doubles over, gasping. When a hand reaches forward for a surprisingly brazen chokehold, Goku takes it, squeezes and throws it back, using the advantage to trip the captain. The captain goes to fall, only catching himself in the nick of time by grabbing at Goku's coat and rebalancing his weight. It works, but Goku's fast too and punches him hard across the face, several times, in fact, before taking initiative and head-butting him in a reactive moment. It's like head-butting steel. Pain ruptures from his hairline, tingling all the way down the spine. It'd be comical if it wasn't so serious. Both the captain and Goku react, hands rising to the impact areas, and for the first time, the captain breathes out a sound of discomfort. Goku's satisfaction over the matter is short-lived when he's punched in the gut one more, making him stumble and then fall when a second follows. A third sends him free from the tavern and into the outside snow. Its icy grip rains ache down his exposed flesh, and Goku struggles to move from the shock of it, hating the snow more than ever. The captain follows, emerging from the silhouette of the tavern's warm golden sheen before striding across the snow like a duck to water. If Ittful had been able to walk well in it, this guy can glide. None of the other soldiers tail him, which Goku finds strange. Only the captain advances, quick to reach him and keep him low in the snow. Goku's fast on the uptake. Can't beat me the old-fashioned way, huh? He goads. Gotta fight me in the snow for the advantage. The captain doesn't at all react. What's to be seen of his face, mostly cast black by the shadow of the night and hidden behind material, is devoid of emotion. Even when they both hear that click of the gun from behind, his dark eyes don't falter. Stay there, Krillin demands, pointing the firearm. Not once does the captain's attention leave Goku, but he acknowledges Krillin in a flat voice. You don't even know what that is, he says low. But it stopped you, huh? Krillin replies, giving it a light shake for emphasis. Goku, come here quick. But he doesn't. Goku's unsure of how to move, of what to do. Something about the captain has him momentarily immobilized. The vacancy makes him nervous, perhaps, because his legs suddenly won't cooperate again. And then it's too late. The captain moves fast, gosh, so fast across the ice, sweeping the snow under Krillin's feet, tripping him and sending him over into a mound of limbs. When the gun flies high, the captain catches it with impressive finesse, twirling it and repositioning it before aiming at the 6 dots atop his Krillin's head. Krillin. The finger grazes the trigger, but does little else. Krillin is deathly still, staring down the barrel of the gun he'd been holding mere seconds ago. 32, shouts a voice from the tavern. Captain 32. It's Itful. He's leaning against the wood, appearing haggard as several soldiers surround him, watching but not looking to involve themselves. They must be under order not to, which is strange in itself. Back on that ship, before the execution, I'd presented you with a choice. Itful tells this captain, Captain 32, do you remember? 32 doesn't turn, but his eyes shift ever so slightly. He's listening even if his guard remains high. I extended my hand of friendship, Itful continues. I suggested a truce. Lord Cooler and Haler do not care for us or the Empire, only their worth. I know you're not a loyalist, I can see it, as can my superiors. They want you to assist them. They've been trying to reach you for months now. 32's eyes all at once become quite easy to read. He's thinking, but it passes so rapidly that Goku's unsure that he'd even seen it to begin with. The cloud has returned, and that stare is just as frosty as the snow he and Krillin are sitting in. Between the rapid beating of Goku's heart and attempt to focus, he can't help himself but stare at the captain. There's something about him that he can't put his finger on, something which deeply discomforts him. Is he an android? A robot? I know Lord Haler did not give you the role of executioner out of respect or even fondness, as do you. Think about it, you'd had no training and sent. 32 doesn't falter. Don't talk about things you know little about. You could be free, join Silo, and you could have all the riches you could ever dream to obtain. Think about the freedom, 32. Imagine it, you could be your own man, rich and free and away from all this. No more answering to any lord, no more political relations we have nothing to do with, no more warring over non-issues you need not pretend to care about. Only the satisfaction of being your own person. You were in the youth program, so I'm sure you'd know. Finally, a reaction. 32 cocks the gun higher, not another word. Silo can offer you so. Bang! Itful's sweet words die on his tongue, the exact moment Krillin dies in the snow. It had been so fast, instant really. Krillin had been there until he'd not. Goku vomits the name, screaming, Krillin. He runs over to the body, capturing it from out of its white resting place. Eyes wide in horror, Krillin stares into the abyss with a red dot firmly centered between the 6 others atop his head. There's only a single trail of red running past his nose, but Goku feels the blood of his best friend seep from the wound, hot like lava, against the nakedness of exposed skin. Goku's heart stops, throat heavy, and rage like venom gags him until he hisses like a snake ready to strike. He'll kill him. Why you boss? But the captain isn't done. Further shots are fired, this time at Goku, one to be buried within each limb and one in the shoulder for good measure. Goku cries out with every bullet passing through his body, surprised that they hurt as much as they do. He falls backwards, encompassed by what he earlier felt looked to be warm clouds. Cold. 32 leans over Goku, casting a long and dark shadow. He watches, the gun cocked. Goku stares down the barrel, realizing it's all over. He'd been arrogant. He'd underestimated his opponent. He'd failed, hadn't he? Gritting his teeth, he wills himself to move, to talk. Instead, his limbs have turned to stone. And 32, Goku's maker, keeps those eyes firm, those dark and dreary eyes hidden by red. The gun weightlessly hangs between him. Firm and pointed at Goku, ready to kill. Absently, Goku notices the sleet. White lands atop the steady steel in aim of him. There's so little movement that he cannot help but focus on its withering descent. The meandering reminds Goku that he's still alive, that he's not yet joined Krillin, that this capturer has not pulled the trigger. That. Bang. He sucks an icy air through his teeth, awaiting the black. But it doesn't follow. Instead, the bullet hole embedded in the snow to Goku's left serves as a confusing reminder as to what could have been. Steam courses upwards. Hot. Goku swallows his heart, breathing a hard breath as the captain's eyes drag over his wrangled mess of a body. Dark eyes, eerie, haunted. And then's nothing. There's crunching of snow underfoot as the captain returns to the wreckage of the Green Snow Tavern, the yellow luminescence of the tavern so bright, the air too thin, as all Goku can do is bring himself to watch the fur-lined back move further into the light. He'd been spared. Chapter 6. The Neutron Star. Almost immediately does he recognize that he's dreaming. Orange fabric feels warm and comforting in his pudgy hands. There's a misplaced smell on antiseptic, laughing, crying, and talks of wishes. Yes, there are so often talks of wishes. As usual, it takes in a sanitized room that could be mistaken for no place else but a hospital ward. 32'd no. He's been quite the regular to such establishments in his time. Namek, the voices in this ward would repeat over and over. Namek. When 32 finally manages to wrench himself from his bed, it's in a blanket-tangled tumble, and upon finally breaking free of that, he violently vomits against the wall. 1, 2, 3, yes, that's it, he soothes himself. The counting is helpful, it calms him. 12, 13, 14. He breathes out clogged, faltering gasps. 61, 62. Finally, he spits out a last bit of sick. It's watery and an indication of a skipped meal. Of multiple skipped meals, in fact, if by how weak he also feels. The dizziness is always the last to go, and so he slides down the side of his bed, head low between his knees. 32 has been this way since the tavern. Since he'd spared him. 32 hadn't needed to. In fact, he shouldn't have. If Lord Haler finds out that 32 did such a thing for any reason less than strategy, 32 will pay the toll. He'd never get his time off. Don't think about it, 32 reminds himself, as he has, numerous times over, whilst he watches the vomit submerge into the indents of wall. The cleanup is a well-practiced state of affairs. 32 keeps cleaning supplies in his room and manages to have the room smelling of citrus at relative speed. Once, one of the cleaners found his supply, along with a canister of ammonia he'd once taken from the research department by accident after working on spaceship artillery, and she had reported 32 for possible terrorism, suggesting that he'd been trying to illegally create mustard gas, which is ridiculous in itself. Mustard gas is far too pungent in odor to be discreet. 32 would have a better chance with carbon monoxide, and for that, all he'd have to do is disconnect the carbon monoxide sensors and reconfigure the heaters. Not that he'd thought about it. Much. In fact, he'd tried the same stunt as a boy. 32 had put himself in hospital for 2 days and only made his youth program educator drowsy at best. It had been quite the revelation to learn that certain wood types can also be a source of carbon monoxide poisoning. Who knew? Darkly, the reminiscence reminds 32 to take his medicine. Still somewhat nauseous, it's a struggle to swallow the pills. He should be coming to an end with these now. Maybe he should wean himself off of them slowly. Yes, he'll order a lower dosage from his dealer next time. He returns the bottle to the shelf, rightfully next to his Astra. The murder weapon from the tavern. 32 recalls that small man's face with its abject horror and wonders if they'd ever met once upon a time ago. As that bullet passed through the man's head, 32 felt so little. Only after returning back to base did he think about it, about him and that man, the spared one, and now the thoughts trail after him like a sad, whimpering dog with a broken leg, so desperate that 32 can't stand to look at it. A shower doesn't clear his head up. The icy burn of water slaps down at the bony junctures of his body, reminding him of last week's terrors. He can't bring himself to go to the medic nor the rejuvenation tanks, because then they'd ask him for details of the injuries. His head taps against the cool of tiles. It's a momentary escape from it all, and it's here he can breathe, even if it's just for the moment. He thinks of the things he's grateful for just to focus on something. He's grateful to be back in the South. to be away from the north and the uncouth loudmouths who rejoiced death. For Lord Haler to be traveling away, so far away from the south. For a step closer to his time off, to be a step closer to his own goals. Then he remembers that man dying in the snow. 32 breathes and counts again. After his shower, he dresses in his jumpsuit and a set of furs. His scouter sits loyally and he scours the reports, already having connected to the online system and database. It displays 32's usual daily dose of Frost Empire propaganda. Ads about enlisting for the army, working in research, and volunteering flicker attractively at the bottom of his screen. When he disables them, the latest Frost Empire news appears and 32 is left to stare at his own face. He's still making headlines over the execution fiasco, although it's not negative, which is something, at least. No, it praises 32's valiant efforts and asks for the Empire to support the efforts in securing Vegeta once more, mentioning little about Itful's betrayal or about how they'd all been made fools of when the rebel rescue team had burst through the ceiling. 32 continues to read the drivel as, in his room, he oversteps his piles of research. Books lay scattered about the floor and nearly trip him as he reaches the door. Since bringing in Itful, he's not had much time to stay on top of things. The cleaners are no longer welcome. They've been banned since their reporting of him. Honestly, who in their right mind reports a captain? Clearly, some don't understand the system at all, not like 32 does. He understands it very well. As does the cannon fodder, 32 thinks as he makes his way along the corridor of the residential unit. Soldiers trip over themselves to salute or bow. Even outside, several guardsmen acknowledge him as he moves past the window. It's funny how fickle it all is. 32 is half the age of some of these men with perhaps a quarter of their experience, yet here they all are, groveling because the system tells them to do so. It'd be funny if 32 found pleasure in cruelty, but the situation actually just pisses him off, the two-faced delicacy of it. And, whilst he prefers the brown-nosing over the casual disrespect of the northern people, he'd rather not have any attention at all. Itful had been right in that regard. 32 isn't a loyalist. He hates all the falsities as much as any other non-brainwashed soldier, but what can he do? Should he waste his time and join a rebel group? Frost never melts. The system may not be just and it may be delicate, but it's there and it's real, and there is little any of them can do about it. So, what 32 can't understand is why. Why the hell did someone in Itful's position defer to such a cause? Itful's life had been comfortable. Lord Cooler doesn't seem nearly as strict as Lord Haler, and if anything, Itful seemed enjoy the spider webs that make up the complicity of empire politics. So, why? Why Itful, why? And now, in the depths of the holding chamber, hidden where no other soldier or prisoner wanders, hangs the drooping form of the enigma of Itful himself. It's a lone tower atop the oldest fort on Central, where the holding chamber can be found, marking itself as easily one of the most weathered, war-torn, and battered to exist across the South. It's here that prisoners can be found frozen in their cells or from up on their stakes, devoured by the elements. But 32 isn't cruel, even to a man like Itful. Multiple candelabra bring warmth into the frostbit hell atop the hill. They sit in their respective copper-colored shinx pots around the room, illuminating the stonework hauntingly. Itful's harsh lines and filthy demeanor are softened by this eerie glow, but still, he's nothing short of an eyesore. So swollen with injury, he's barely recognizable as the Captain 32 had been summoned alongside. Though, according to the guards, his tongue remains as quick as usual. Enough so that they requested to cut it free. It's unsurprising that Itful is a creature needing of conversation. He must be yearning for it by now, so desperate that 32 decides dropping in for a visit may finally yield fruit. As expected, Itful perks up when he realizes he's no longer alone. "Oh, you don't look very well," Itful says as though he's not the one bruised, bloodied, and tied to a slab against the wall. "Have you been skipping meals?" 32 ignores him, further lighting nearby torches to quell the darkness. "That's not very youth program approved, Captain," Itful continues regardless. "How concerning." "You can keep your comradely concern to yourself." "Comradely?" he parrots very slowly, savoring the reference. "Well remembered. I never took you for petty, Captain. I'd say it's nice to finally welcome you to my abode, but honestly, I detest having a dreary skeleton such as yourself come visit me. I never realized that all those furs were there to hide an eating disorder. Funny. Itful's neck, along with his limbs, are clamped against wood under a metal bar, so he has little to look at but at his captor. Yet he's not put off. If anything, this empowers the bastard. So, when do I get an audience with my beloved Lord Cooler? Does he miss me? Ask him yourself, on the day he takes your head. How cold, 32, are so maddened because you don't get to do the deed and kill me yourself, he mulls. Or will you be happy to ship me off when you accept I have nothing to tell you? Tell me, are you angrier at me or your supposed torturers for the lack of results? 32 leans back on the balls of his feet, saturating in his distaste. I'm sure you have a sufficient amount of details to share. I just need to be more persuasive. The men you've had beat me haven't been at all persuasive. I would have flayed them for such poor effort. Have they never tortured a prisoner before? Feel free to give them some pointers. Itful laughs. It sounds raw and painful, and despite what he's saying, they both know he's been screaming. The men 32 chose to do the deed are well-practiced, sadistic creatures who enjoy their job a little much. The operation of keeping Itful here has been covert so only few people know. Until he tells 32 what he needs to know about Vegeta, Silo, and their location, then he must stay here with discretion. 32 doesn't want to announce his latest capture until he can bring both him and Vegeta in together as ordered. He doesn't want to risk the chance of losing his glory, and thusly, his prize. I find it rather telling that you've yet to organize my extradition to the north. What's the holdup? Have Lord Cooler and Haler begun their warring already? Am I but a prize to be won or a piece to be traded? Don't flatter yourself. Nobody knows you're here, 32 reveals just to see the reaction. There's a pause and then a snort. It's wet with mucus and blood, but also derision. You think your men will keep me quiet? If they value their pitiful lives, they might. What a hateful person you are, Itful says with incredulity. Which begs the question, why did you spare the man I was traveling with? 32 doesn't immediately answer, wondering how best to deflect. He leans against the stone and does his best to appear casual. What would you have done? Itful looks at him for a long moment, and it's in that moment that 32 realizes Itful knows something important, knows something that even the most sadistic man would never be able to torment out of him. And because of that, he's searching for something in 32. A prior knowledge. Perhaps information about who the man is, which goes to tell 32 that Itful must know about the man's connections to the Empire and to Lord Frieza himself. 32 watches the truths come to light in Itful's eyes, saying nothing as they return to the darkness. Well, Itful ultimately says in a casual sort of way, breaking the spell, I know for a fact that you weren't ordered to bring in anyone alive, anyone aside either myself or perhaps Vegeta. Neither Lord Cooler nor Haler would have made such a request, and my connections told me none of it. So, I was left somewhat bewildered by your decision to spare the man when you had ample opportunity to kill him. One would infer that whatever reason you chose to spare him has little to do with your beloved Lord's desires and more to do with your own ambition. But that's simply one man's guess. Or do you, perchance, have something you're willing to share, from one captain to another, about why you were suddenly struck with a wave of mercy? Outside, a gale of wind screeches past in its journey, rattling the bars, and at this time, 32 considers the ex-captain. He's not unintelligent. 32 always assumed as much, but it's worse. Itful is annoyingly perceptive, definitely dangerous, definitively a threat. Silence continues to hold between them, and after a time, Itful laughs once more to himself. The quiet sort, aren't you? It makes me wonder what you're thinking. I say all I need to, 32 responds after a beat, and on that I already have. I needn't elaborate. Very disciplined, though I do think you made the wrong decision in sparing my companion, especially after executing the short one. Should that have been a fair fight, then he would have quickly put an end to your antics. I don't much care about fighting fair. Oh, I noticed, Itful rasps amusedly. And that's why you're the star of the show down south. The ambush at the tavern was wonderfully executed. You didn't even give me a chance to demonstrate my skills, which was a bit of a shame. I would have loved to go up against the youth program's golden boy. 32's eyes narrow on instinct. What a dislikable man. But you don't like fighting, huh? Itvol continues, smirking. The dried blood on his chin cracks wide. I was reasonably surprised at how many times you tried to avoid it, with me, and then with my travel companion, the man. I'd heard good things about your skills, so I was left unimpressed when you whipped your little Astra out. Whilst it was the safe option, and one I may have chosen myself, I expected to be dazzled by this extraordinary Captain Silo has been so interested in recruiting. I suppose your Silo didn't mention to you why they're so interested. I'm but a small cog, Captain. I just do as I'm ordered and ask few questions. I don't believe that for a second. Oh, really? 32's lips curl into an insipid line, and Itvol relaxes against the hold of metal, melting into it as if he owns the place. Upon entering the holding chamber today, 32 had pondered the burning question of why Itvol would want to turn against Lord Cooler after attaining such an exceptional position. He'd been made for life, and now that's ruined. Now, aside the desire to leave, other questions course the tip of his tongue. The usual, who is the Silo leader? Where is Silo now? Where is Vegeta? How did that man get himself involved? But these aren't what 32 asks. Instead, he admits a curiosity to his prisoner, enjoying Itvol's honest surprise at the direction. Itvol, he says quietly, during our first meeting, when we'd been summoned by Lord Haler and Lord Cooler, something bothered me. Yes. Lord Haler had suggested the culling of the Saiyan people. I recall your reaction. You'd become? It takes a moment for 32 to translate the word most suitable. Anxious about it. At the time, I found it strange. It had made me curious as to why. I know you don't have the blood, otherwise Lord Cooler would have spoken otherwise. Why were you so moved by the decision? That's your question. Yes. The man's mouth opens and closes several times, and he manages to look a little lost. I just did not want my friends to die. Then 32 had been right on the day. It truly had been that simple. 32. Did it not bother you that men were being sentenced to death after years of loyalty, out of no fault of their own, for their race? Not especially, no. There's a flash of annoyance. It's the first 32 has seen of it. They did nothing wrong, Itvol urges through grit, holy teeth. They're soldiers. They're people. They soldiers. They're slaves, they. They're soldiers, 32 reaffirms, louder this time, gaze steady. Our lives are borrowed, a payment we owe the Empire. You don't believe that? 32 watches Itvol bubble in his frustration. He swallows the worst of it but still bites back at 32. Don't be obtuse, even sold. You so much as turn your back for 5 minutes, and the gluttonous, lust-driven pigs will have raped and pillaged the nearest settlement. Itvol strains against his shackles. You cannot tar all with the same brush. Do you really wish ill will upon an entire faction of people because of the few? I knew men, good men, who died under Lord Cooler out of no consequence of their own, just because I ordered them into battle. How about you? How many have you slayed with your words? Not enough. Itvol's eyes widen just a fraction, and something in 32's stomach makes him want to take his words back, to swallow them along with his tongue. Forget it, he concedes, pushing away from the stone. He meanders towards the torch, staring into its flame before snuffing it. The conversation is drawing to an end before it had even started. I'd been wondering about you, but now, Itvol says after weighing him up and down, I think I have my answer. After this, 32 decides not to converse with him any longer. Whilst Itvol is the one tied to the slab, 32 still feels like he is the one holding the power. 32 dislikes him. The sooner he can extract information, the sooner he can be done with him the better, with that man, and with everything that makes his chest strain and his body riot until vomit spews. When 32's fist crunches against the heart of cartilage, it's more satisfying than it ought to be. Itvol groans when 32 punches him again, and again as he tries to pry information out of that awful mouth. The questions come, but the answers don't. And for hours, the stalemate continues until 32 turns to leave, knuckles dripping in blood, without anything to show for it. Mind games, that bastard just likes mind games. 32 is sitting outside, enjoying his usual contemplative spot atop the dome of the observatory. It's the highest point of the capital and overlooks a great portion of Central's occupied land. This afternoon, much of the land is lost to the rage, a whipping blizzard that's journeyed from the east. It isolates them, so often the weather does during peak season. It means no ships, spare spacepods, can land and no man can enter, locking in the people here, trapping them with whatever supplies they've managed to hoard during the summer. And still, even with all that, 32 is relieved to have returned, to be contentedly secured within his own cell. It also means Itvil cannot be shipped just yet, which begs the question, what will he do if Itvil doesn't speak? 32 can't harbor him here eternally. Lord Cooler will eventually get wind of it, no matter how many soldiers 32 threatens to slaughter, and 32 will be forced to admit his failure at not yet retrieving Vegeta. 32 clicks his tongue, sinking into the snow. Usually the view calms him, but it's now reminding him that there's something beyond these glaciers, mountains, and uninhabitable terrain. Of course, it's not entirely uninhabitable. There's the hamlet, in the mix of brown and gray, and within it sits the Green Snow Tavern, the place he'd left that man to leak out into the icy sludge. 32 has tried to forget the image, but it keeps coming back to him. Superficial wounds won't do much to a person like him, or rather, he dares think it, Saiyan, and there'd been people there to help him. By now, he may very well be completely healed if Silo has the decent technology 32 thinks it has. Off-brand regeneration tanks aren't exactly expensive. A gust of wind blows hard from behind and 32 has to hold on to the paneling not to slip. He was supposed to have been dead, that man. 32 isn't a nostalgic person because that's dangerous. Never does he think of his life before leaving the youth program. But since seeing that man, there's been a discomforting scraping in his chest, daring him to think of warmer days, of times before the snow. 32's old planet, whatever it's called, had been nowhere near the icy wasteland of Central. It had been green and opulent with vegetation, smelling sweet and zesty after rainfall. 32 remembers the heat of summer against his skin and the taste of sugar from fruit he's long since forgot. There'd been such a variety of creatures on the planet too, all shaped differently and living in the solitude of nature. He remembers scales and fur and also the hard back of a reptile. God, it bears too much to even reminisce about. So he stops, head low, eyes front. Ice doesn't melt. 32 remains snowy and stationary, married to duty with only the option of heeding his Lord Commander's words and following him into the darkness. Salvation will follow once 32's duty is over. But this duty is growing increasingly more complicated. First, it had been Vegeta and now. 32 closes his eyes, a faint twitching in his temple as he tries to recall it. The name. Orange, 32 remembers that radiantly so. The man hadn't been wearing orange the other night, but for some reason it's the strongest association 32 can muster. 32 always does when he looks at the neighboring star, so bright, yellow and orange, and warm against the skin despite the snowfall. But he'd remind himself that the star was alive in a way the man could possibly have not been, and that the man was more like that of a depleted neutron star. A black hole. Dead. 32 will never understand the sky. He would gaze upwards, back when he'd been small, not always to make wishes, and he'd say that name every day because his own had been stolen. He'd do it until that name died like its bearer, lost to despair once 32 realized nobody was coming for him. Presently, he opens his eyes just in time to see the first kiss of snow grace his nose. The world above is swallowed by gray-white hidden, and 32 is left staring into the abyss, temples still throbbing, name just beyond the clouds and somewhere far into the reaches of the sky. After several more days of little to no information from Itvil, 32 still doesn't understand him. 32's men are growing increasingly more impatient, demanding the use of the shock plate, a torture device in which currents of electricity are deployed through to the nerves of the victim. It operates with varying intensity levels ranging from 112.8. The highest recorded survivor lasted 13 agonizing seconds at 11.1, but lost his ability to walk because of the weakness in the muscles due to extended periods of forced tetany. He later died once suffering a stroke, one of many caused by the aftershocks of the shock plate. Now, it's not to say 32 is against using the shock plate, especially with a creature as stubborn as Itvil. However, it being an option doesn't fill him with relief. 32 doesn't have the stomach to condemn torture for hours after hours, and he doesn't have the stomach to watch a person spasm and scream until their eyes pop from the pressure. It was bad enough experiencing it. The idea of inflicting it feels wrong, even to him, even to someone who would dispel the boiler against a defenseless prisoner. Yes, 32 is also a victim of the shock plate. He'd needed to understand the sensation of it in order to pass the youth program, just one of his many obligations in his learning journey there. He'd survived an impressive 7.1 without so much as a complaint, twitching quietly as he watched the other boys take their turns with the machine. One died, a ludicrously large boy with a penchant for cruelty and for gluttony. His body had been too unhealthily engorged, and so it had fundamentally sizzled from the shock plate, his kai unable to circulate his body and push back against the currents. 32 remembers not feeling even the slightest bit of satisfaction in watching him go. It's an unkind bit of kit, the shock plate. 32 would rather not use it unless he really has to, which he may very well if things keep going as they are, really. He has to commend Itvil for being as well trained as he is. Itvil has screamed, shouted, swore, and vomited, but he has not said a word. Another issue is that requesting a shock plate would raise some eyebrows. 32 isn't ready for the attention just yet. He just needs to push. Whilst his men deal with Itvil, 32 will also walk his own path, sleuthing if he has to. He's already sent out patrol teams to bring in residents of Central to be questioned. The tavern owner from the rally has been questioned several times now, but apparently he, like everyone, seems to know nothing about this mysterious silo. It's frustrating because 32 knows that Vegeta must be here, somewhere on Central. The blizzard is now so unyielding that no ship would be able to break her. Itvil wouldn't leave Vegeta unprotected, though. How strong is Vegeta? And if that man was with him, 32 would bet every gold piece he has that silo is hiding them right under their noses. Why are Vegeta and that man connected? What does Silo have to do with this? Do they know about Lord Frieza, about the truth of it? With a thud of horror, 32 wonders if they know about him. As time draws on, 32 grows ever more vigilant. He watches over his shoulder. He hides away his research under a panel beneath his bed and destroys anything he has ingrained into memory. Perhaps Itvil isn't the only insider silo, as they'd been too well prepared in securing Vegeta. They could have people anywhere and everywhere. 32 hadn't taken them seriously at first, but if they know about what that man achieved then, that's already a step ahead of the other rebel groups. 32 spends so much time scouring Scout reports that his eyes turn fuzzy. His head throbs and the soldiers loitering about the common areas stare at him with a level of pity. Even the other captains have a semblance of sympathy about them. 32 hates it. He doesn't want it from such bottom feeders. As following days bleed into a week, his mood worsens with the quality of the Scout reports. Poor. Lazy. Clearly, many of these soldiers are being bribed by the citizens. Apparently, there has been not a single piece of contraband confiscated this month. How remarkable. Whenever 32 has the time to visit, he spots about 20 violations every hour. Drugs, illegal liquor, prostitution, weapons, visa-less travelers, the list can go on. He'll have to go out into the capital himself, won't he? But first, he pays a visit to the research department. It's a busy division with several dedicated teams which circulate different subsections of the building. Modern and well-funded, it's unlike in the north, and that's because Lord Haler prizes aspiration. His technological seedling has sprouted into a complex, multi-layered flower, blossoming wonderfully with the inheritance from Lord Frieza to help further fund it. This is where the shock plate was born. He strides along clinical walkways, nodding in greeting to the researchers when they salute him. There are many faces he recognizes. Some of them were in the youth program alongside 32. They'd not been enrolled as soldiers, instead scientists, and they'd not been housed together, but 32 always found his way into their workshops regardless, and because their professor had been too frightened of 32 to shoo him away, he'd been allowed to wander. Heslata, one calls out from her station, giving 32 an uncomfortably warm smile. Many in the department aren't afraid of 32, though he wishes some would exercise a bit more distance when they address him. About time you showed your face, Researcher Nami, his contact greets. He works in the basement, in a clustered workshop that's rich in tinkered, broken, or half-made contraptions that 32 loves to rifle through. A little heaven of curiosities. Within, Nami appears, attempting to break open a crate with a crowbar. He grunts, levering the crowbar against the wood upon spotting 32 by the door. "Are you going to watch me struggle all day?" 32 pushes him aside, takes the crowbar and makes fine use of it. The box bursts open, its contents spilling. Nami whistles, admiring the mess of metals. They're even using shinks in the shell casing these days. Lord Haler opened another mine a few months back. He must be making quite the pretty penny. "Pass me that container." No, that one to your left, your other left." "Oh, bloody useless, you are? I'll get it." "So, did you come all the way down here to tell me my coordinates for your captain buddy were wrong?" 32 instead gestures the schematics pasted along the wall, and then to the hoard of metal. "Is this the 2939? "It is, ain't she a thing of beauty?" "Get a hold of this." "Iron," 32 grazes his finger along a strip of silver. "Won't this just oxidize in the snow?" Nami's mouth twists awkwardly with swallowed words. "I doubt it'll be used around these parts." "Ah, they'll be taking this north, whatever it is, a weapon, by the looks of the hand guards. These are preparations for war. It seems Lord Haler will try and win this with technology." 32 sighs, rubbing his temples. Once this thing with Vegeta is over, conflict will surely follow and 32 will be caught up in it all. "You look awful." "Thanks." "Go take a nap in the back room," Nami suggests, organizing his treasures. "I'll make sure to tell the patrolling soldiers you're not here." 32's fingers graze over the collection of wires. He wants to play, too, so desperately he wants a break from it all. "What you down here for anyway?" Nami asks when 32 doesn't answer. And once more, 32 doesn't answer, only this time because he doesn't know how to. Why did he come here? 32's head hurts about as much as his chest does, and for some reason, he wants to be anywhere but near the holding chamber and Itful. He wants to be away from the soldiers upstairs, away from his hidden research. He wants to be hidden deep underground like a cowardly mole. Nami hums. "Well," he says with emphasis, a strange glint in those gray eyes, "I'm glad you're here. I did want to show you these. Ta-da, state-of-the-art, catchin' bolts, real catchin'." "Oh," 32 all but snatches them from his hands. "So, you can construct the engine holsters for Project 43. "That's right. I've never seen catchin' before." "Strongest metal you'll get that." "Yeah, I've only read about it, lighter than I thought." "That's how you know it's real. If it's any heavier then it's been laced with another metal, typically cadmium or chromium." Catchin is sourced in the north. It's a wonder Nami has managed to get a hold of some with all the trade embargoes. "Can I watch when you meld it?" "Course, but I'm not working on it yet," he grumbles. "We're still working on the repairs for the Northern Grand Hall security." In a flash, 32 recalls that horrid day, and his mood spoils quicker than it'd improved. It's with bitter reaction that he passes back the catchin. "Well, it didn't work the first time round. What is the use now?" "We're updating the temperature tracking system as to not rely on power level data." "How would that react with Cayuse?" "We're working on it. The entire CCTV system is down for the upgrade." At that, 32's brows rise. "You're not supposed to know that," Nami says quickly. "You didn't hear it from me. Nobody is supposed to know that." "All the cameras." "Just for a few more days now." "Well, that's problematic. If there are no cameras then this will change how he has to manage Itful's imprisonment. Speaking of, he doesn't stay much longer with Nami. This is in due to a generous serving of messages from the men guarding Itful. They're pleading for a shock plate. He tells them he'll think over it, but he hopes he can somehow persuade Itful to talk instead. Shock plates are messy business. He already visited with Itful this morning. The affair hadn't been pleasant, and so, with little information coming in, sends out yet more scouting squads throughout Central to try and unearth where Vegeta may be cooped up. Clearly, Silo have enough friends to help conceal the rescue team. It's in the comfort of his room where 32 sprawls the large map of Central along his floor. The trick isn't just to find them, but also to manipulate the environment to ensure his victory, like he'd done back at the tavern. 32 won't succeed in hand-to-hand combat against that man. As Itvol said, he'd definitely win in a fair fight, and that man knows as much as well. 32 remembers the self-satisfied look on his face when he'd fallen into the snow, relaying 32's intentions right back at him. Well, 32 won't let it come down to that. Fighting is troublesome, and as much as he doesn't harbor any fear of dying, he doesn't want to endure battling a physically stronger person when he can win by other methods. Even if he has Saiyan blood, he's no brute. He's not like them. 32 will use his head. That man, he'd been strong. 32's jaw tenses, his hands crunch the map. Head down, eyes front. And so, he scours over the map, crossing out all the inhabitable areas and all the places where a ship's engine would most definitely freeze. Central isn't a big planet by any means, so locating them shouldn't be impossible. Even despite the blizzard, 32 doubts that they've left the area. To be safe, he organized patrolling security ships in the atmosphere. They've been encircling the airspace since the rally, working alongside security, which has been down. God, why was he not informed sooner? He has to hope they didn't make it through. No, they didn't. He refuses to believe it. 2 black coffees down, 32 is feeling better by the time he's eliminated about 90% of the map. There are only 4 or 5 places 32 thinks they could be hiding, and so he marks them with telling red circles. One by one, he'll check them out himself if he has to. Just as he goes to collect the coordinates of the locations, his scouter illuminates. Scouter 9422XB3 is contacting you. He presses the button, answering appropriately. Captain 32, Southern Division. You actually picked up a... Immediately, 32 sours. What the hell does this guy want? Pirak, he manages, tempering himself. I imagine this isn't a social call. Course not, strictly business. Like I'd wanna waste my time chatting with you. What do you want? Here's a bit of good news. I'm returning south for that lil prisoner you've got hunkered down in the holding cells. That's a load off your hands, right? 32 jumps to his feet, chest thumping. But that's impossible. How would Lord Cooler even know about 32 having Itvol in the first place? 32's not reported it in. There's no way anyone should know. Unless the men 32 chose to torture Itvol have spoken out. But why would they? 32 doesn't like this. What prisoner are we referring to? Don't be like that. I know you've that rotten shithead captain locked up. Lord Haler told me himself and ordered I retrieve him. Lord Haler? Last I heard, he was traveling in the East Quadrant, taking audience with the Merchant Collaborative. Why would he bother himself with this right now? I dunno. Why don't you call him and ask him yourself if you're gonna be pissy about it? I'm just doin' as instructed. It's not like I wanna play deliverman, you know. It's difficult because 32 wants to ask how they'd gotten the information on Itvol, but he also doesn't want to appear disordered. There's low noise of indignation over the scouter. If you're that bothered, you can bring him in yourself, and I'll be the one to go Vegeta huntin'. I'd love to be the guy to tear him a new one, him and his rebel groupies. I'll line up all the corpses, pretty like, for Lord Haler. No, 32 says before he can stop himself. No, I will do it. I'll find Vegeta. Oh yeah, I gotta say that you're sounding more eager than usual. There's a pause and 32 feels the beating against his ribcage. We good then? Tomorrow, you better have that traitorous shit ready for pickup. I'll be there early mornin' your time if that blizzard allows for it. Then, I might rest up for a bit and then we'll move him that night, no later. You got it. 32 grits his teeth. What can he say? Who is he to deny Lord Haler and his slimy stooge? Yes. I'll organize a pod, see ya then. And then the line goes dead. Just in time for 32 to rip the wretched scouter from his face and launch it across the room. Just what the hell was that? Why's Pirak coming tomorrow? Itvol has yet to reveal a single thing of value. The only thing he's done is caused a headache. He's not voiced a location, name or topic of interest in the days that he's been here, and now 32's just going pass him along to a different jurisdiction? What a waste. Why now? Why does he now have to go? Itvol is his #1 lead on Vegeta. It doesn't make sense. Just what do they expect him to do without a key witness? 32 bets Pirak planned this, somehow, just to try and take away this victory from him. It wouldn't surprise him. Pirak has done this before. The bastard must have eyes all over the capital. Perhaps one of the torturers reports to him. It wouldn't be the first time. Fuck, 32 swears, leaning back against his bookcase. He knocks his head back, hard, and a couple of the books fall into his lap. Their worn covers threaten to tear in his grasp, and he has to calm himself. Just how many times does he need to count? When he reaches the hundreds, is forever too long, is slotted back into its place in the bookshelf. He bets Pirak is rubbing his hands together right now, manically happy to be able to ruin things for him. 32 has zero doubts that the guy's still salty over not being chosen to perform the execution, and now this is his maliciously compliant revenge. Fuck him, 32 then thinks as goes to return the second book. Golden Keys, Dragon Balls, The Godly Apples, and 99 other legends. He stares at this one. Orange fabric, fluttering, it once more crosses his mind. There's a smell of the ocean, of trees, of the sun. What's a sun? 32 drops the book, suddenly quite frightened. Dangerous thoughts, memories. 32 shouldn't think too much. Dangerous, very much so. He breathes out and slowly picks it back up off the floor as to return it to its rightful place. There are several bookmarks spread throughout this one, some more weathered than others. 32 has had this book for a long time now, after all. Years ago, finding the blasted thing had proved to be nearly impossible, and so he always keeps it securely in his room and away from peering eyes. Dragon Balls, if the other soldiers found out, they'd laugh. They put no weight in the mystics. That's not to say that there have been no documented discoveries. A few years back, Lord Haler and Lord Cooler had come across something most curious, the Tree of Might, and had consumed its power and apparently killed its caretaker. They suddenly advanced leaps and bounds in terms of strength. 32 remembers the rapid power increase sending shockwaves throughout the organization, and whilst 32 had been a young boy at the time, the memory holds firm. Unlike other memories, which are best left buried. With that final thought on the matter, 32 takes his medicine, curses Pirak's name, and forfeits himself to sleep. The next day, 32's mood hasn't improved. After his final session with Itvil this morning, he'd felt frustrated enough to visit the training chamber. It had been more a case of destroying 5 or 6 of the robot combatants in a fit of anger rather than working out. It's fine. The robots won't be telling anyone of his meltdowns, though the training chamber technicians didn't look too happy with the ramifications of a bad week. Later, he hears of Pirak's arrival from the choir of gossiping in the refectory. His timer is ticking down. 32 needs to make use of Itvil's time here. Should he just get a hold of a shock plate? Everyone will soon find out about Itvil imprisonment soon enough anyway. 32 wonders if he could go through with it. Itvil had been especially irritating this morning. Perhaps watching him writhe in pain might be Sati's. He sighs. It won't be, it never is. Suddenly feeling rather ill, 32 pushes his plate aside. He'd been eating his first full meal of the week, a dish consisting of a mysterious meat that 32 would prefer to remain that way, along with a sludge pile of blue. 32 swears he saw it move. Really, how is he supposed to gain weight when this is what he's served? The chorus of whispers erupts into cheers when Pirak himself enters the room. Like some kind of grotesque celebrity, he rewards his comrades with high fives, dirty smiles, and callouts. 32 rolls his eyes. One would think he'd been the one chosen to execute Vegeta. There ye are, he says upon reaching 32's once quiet section of the room. The brute is wearing all his furs, as usual, and looks about as wide as he is tall, reminding 32 just how much of a blockade the guy is. 32 refuses to give him any acknowledgement, even as Pirak lumbers down on the seat in front. The entire table shakes, including 32's slop. He stabs at it, pretending to be oblivious. Oi. Yes, I see you. Ye ignorant shit. What do you want? I thought you'd still be resting. When 32 goes to stab at his meal again, Pirak pulls the tray back. The metal of the spoon meets the metal of the table with a clang. I've just been to see our prisoner, the other captain goes to say, eyes glinting deviously when 32 finally meets his look. You've messed him up good. Did he squawk for ya? 32 leans back into his chair. Would that make a difference to you? Would you leave him in my care if he'd cracked? Would you let me have another try if not? For what do I owe you that answer, and for what difference would it really make to you, Pirak? Stop taunting me. He grins, devilishly happy. From your attitude, I'm guessing he said fuck all. Feel free to take a go at him. You didn't get the shock plate. Those men of yours were complainin'. They do that. Shoulda gotten the shock plate. We live and learned. Wanna do it this afternoon. 32 snatches his plate back, forcing the blue sludge down his throat. The shock plate? He asks, feigning disinterest. Feel free, I have plans. Pirak's mood cools by several degrees. I said we're moving the prisoner tonight. I'll be back before then. You better. 32 doesn't reply, but that doesn't deter Pirak. You know, it all kicked off bad after you came back here. Up north, after you blasted that soldier clean dead, fights started breaking out here, there, and everywhere. It's been a hell of a riot. I dunno how many soldiers have been killed now. Such a pity. Pirak laughs, leaning over the table with his wide, fur-clad shoulders. 32 releases his spoon in case he needs to react. I thought you'd say that. You lit the match and then flew away home to chase after Lord Haler's affections. But you haven't had much luck, eh? No. A grin stretches out on that ugly, pointed face of his. His teeth appear sharper than his beak of a nose. Well, ain't that just shite? Dreadfully. Maybe you'll get demoted. How'd you feel about being one of those corpse carrier boys? I hear that they stink so bad that even the morticians avoid 'em. At that, 32 stands, very much done. Pirak does the same, disliking the sudden height different, he's strange like that. I'll see you this evening and no earlier. It's a date, goodbye 32. To try and take his mind off of Lord Haler and Pirak, 32 follows through on his earlier decision to take an expedition to the slums. He's already been a few times since the altercation at the Green Snow Tavern, having explored the area and the underground tunnels for any sign of Vegeta. Neither he nor the soldiers came up with anything. This time, 32 doesn't bother returning to the tavern, not that one, at least. He ventures through the shambles, undisturbed by the crooks and salesmen who skulk between alleys. It's quiet. With this many patrols, the citizens must be acting on their best behavior, terrified no doubt. And then there's the blizzard, an especially fervent effort to ruin 32's searches. 32's wrapped in layer after layer of feathered and fur-lined fabric. His uniform furs have been left at home as to avoid getting them damp with the snow. Wet clothes are the first step to hypothermia, and 32's experienced enough of that to know how unpleasant it can be. No, he won't risk it. Today, he wears the simple rags of any common man around here. That's not to say that he isn't recognizable. The few wandering residents offer distance to give space for him to walk. Mothers pull their children back. Eyes avert. 32 is left to stride alone. The captains, regardless of identity, are all treated with that same respect, or rather fear. It's been said that many a captain has, without provocation, made victims of the people here. 32's seen it with his own eyes. When he'd first come to Central, he'd watched as one intoxicated captain choked out a bartender after he'd been refused a drink. The bar had been out of stock, but that hadn't stopped the captain from stamping his mark. Finally, he stops in front of the most popular watering holes in the hamlet. It's equally as depressing as the Green Snow Tavern. The crooked build barely even has a working door, and one of the windows is boarded up. He enters, and straight away, the bar's occupants notice him. There's a pause of noise, and nobody speaks. 32 waves a hand at them as to continue their affairs, and slowly, they do, if a little stiffly. Before 32 even reaches the murky bar top, there's a tankard of something brown facing him. On the house, the barkeep says, gruff and clearly very anxious at 32's being here. I don't want a bribe, 32 replies, pushing it back. Have no fear. I am not here to cause a disturbance, but I am also not here to drink. You can, however, answer a few questions for me. The barkeep swallows. What sort of questions, Captain? Were you the one to send all those soldiers in yesterday? I was. I told them that I didn't know anything. I still don't. Whatever happened over at Green Snow has nothing to do with the fiery blizzard. We've been loyal to the Empire since before its acquisition of the East. Very commendable. Soldiers drink here every day, captains too. I understand. You're not stupid enough to question the status quo. The barkeep swallows. Then, I'm sure you can help me out. 32 continues, then producing a smaller version of the map he's hidden back in his room. See that big cross there, yes? That's where you get your import of ale, right? Right there. Right at the edge of Delta Mountain is where you collect your shipment. It's one of the only ports where ships can land without the crosswinds blowing them off course. That it is, Captain. It's not always manned by soldiers, particularly when the tradesmen receive their shipments. Very rarely are there inspections. Yes, though the blacksmith next door got himself killed when they'd found him importing illegal goods. Unsurprising. It's this level of severity which keeps you all in check, 32 says, because he has to reaffirm the rules whenever they're brought up. However, there have been no inspections for over a week now. This would have given ample opportunity for smuggling. We would never. They always say that. Every establishment has contraband. Should I conduct a search of the fiery blizzard to certify such a statement? There's a pause and then. Please, not that. Well then, let's keep this brief. 32 leans over the bar. During your last shipment, I believe there might have been room for opportunity for certain groups to smuggle in illegal individuals. As a leading tradesman of this area, have you got anything you might want to tell me before I uncover it for myself? The barkeep coughs and turns to survey the bar. He leans in. Really, Captain, I don't know much. All I've gotta tell you is that the port has been unmanned more than usual. Any time that I've turned up there are no soldiers to be seen. Even outside your allotted shipment time. Yeah, I've not seen no soldiers for a while. 32 hums. It surprised me too. It got me thinking that maybe they'd moved the men elsewhere. Even here, folks know something's going on, between the rebels and North and what have you. But why would anyone move the men from the port? That's ridiculous. Manning Central has always been of the utmost importance, especially since it's the industrial hub of the empire. It doesn't make sense. I wasn't here today. All right, Captain. After that, 32 asks around in a couple of other businesses too, mostly about their shipments and whether or not they'd had trouble. Some of the workers sweated and panicked far too much for 32's liking. They definitely have some major contraband, but that's not 32's department, so he categorizes it as unimportant. If anything, this is good news in case he'd need to later blackmail them. Still, nothing comes up. Nothing that can certify 32's latest questioning on how and who smuggled Itvel and the others here. Silo must have more workers on the inside. 32 later returns to the research department. At first, Nami tries to kick him out, but when he realizes that 32 is there on business, he jots down all the captain's grievances and promises to log them. He seems equally concerned about a security breach when 32 mentions it being a possibility, especially with the updates going on. You best be careful, he warns, head bowed over his workbench. I'm feeling the funnies about this. Breach in security or not, Silo won't kill me so easily. I'm not concerned. I wouldn't worry about being killed. That's not the worst they can do, Captain. Slip up aside, he's right. According to his own research, 32 had found that Silo also uses a firm hand when dealing with its adversaries, most notably, shock plates. Like the Empire, they're not above torture. He'll step tentatively. Just before dusk, 32 once more finds himself facing Itvel. Exhaustion has depleted him, the cold has took what's left. Itvel's defiance must be wavering by now. Yes, he croaks. You were smuggled into the ports, 32 tells him, using the northern tongue once more, but you did not land there, choosing to take refuge in the mountains far away from the capital or the hamlets. At first, I thought you had the soldiers disposed of, sometime before your valiant saving of Vegeta. But no, I feel you had them reinstated to other roles. That left the port open with no soldier to stop you. The latter seems likelier in due to the late deactivation of your scouter. There's a garbled laugh. He doesn't raise his head to look 32 in the eye anymore. Limp, long brown hair obscures him and his many, many injuries. So, Itvel croakily says, you did track me after all. If you chose to kill the soldiers, instead of keep your scouter connected as to use the online system to relocate them, then perhaps it would have taken me longer to find you. For once, Itvel is silent. A loud clang shakes him, and suddenly he's up, wide-eyed and staring at 32 as though a ghost had appeared. Between them on the floor now sits a shock plate. 32 observes Itvil's impressive lack of reaction to it. With practice steps, 32 advances, boots echoing off the stone, furs dragging menacingly. "That's not all," he says low. Itvil's eyes bore into his own now, attention captivated. 32 has this way with people. His quiet demeanor has been said to be difficult to look away from. A strength, he'd been told back at the program. "That man," 32 whispers, coming to a halt barely a few feet away, "that Saiyan, is no ordinary person, is he?" Finally, panic, Itvil's face is rich with it. "What do you know?" 32 holds the silence like a knife, pressing the blade to his throat. His hand will be revealed in his desperation, but he'll pretend otherwise, that this is a strength. "What do you know?" Itvil repeats, fiercer this time. "You're in no position to question me. I am the one with this, after all." With a twitch of the head, the shock plate is gestured to. "Now, Itvil, I've already told you how you've done what you've done, and now I've alluded to why. I'm very much aware as to why you're escorting that particular Saiyan around. Then why didn't you kill him when you had the chance?" "Because that vengeance isn't mine to take." Itvil struggles against his holds for the first time. He looks scared. "Impossible. We didn't even who? Save yourself the torment of the shock plate and save me the effort of using it," 32 says drearily, collecting the blasted device from the floor. "Share with me the location of Vegeta, and I will pretend I uncovered no such thing." Eyes balloon and then they thin. He doesn't believe him. "I was ordered to bring in you and Vegeta," 32 elaborates very, very carefully. "I will do as such. Then, if Lord Haler orders it, I will hunt down your companion, and only then. Quite possibly, he will never learn of your Saiyan friend." Itvil looks like he wants to say everything all at once and also nothing at all. He's choking on decisions. Strangely, he does neither. He laughs. It's an exhausted sound that must be like sandpaper in his throat. "If Frieza couldn't take down Goku, then what makes you think you could?" "Goku." 32 nearly drops the shock plate. A wide berth parts his chest, and bile runs all the way up. "Goku." That's it, that's the name. How had he forgot? He turns around to face the cool slabs of stone, steadying himself, willing himself to breathe. He swallows the heat. Itvil is saying something in a faraway voice. "Goku." 32 knows that name. It belongs to a dead man, the one who'd wear orange and ride a cloud between two sets of dazzling blue when the sky and the ocean were one. God. 32 holds a long, deep breath. Head down, eyes front. He reminds himself of the mantra, and then he reminds himself to count. The breath is released. And then, so suddenly, the door crashes open, and no longer is it just 32 alone with the prisoner. "You're early," Pirak says, intensely displeased. It's only a moment later does he realize what 32's holding. "Oh, you did get desperate enough then. Tusk, what a shame I interrupted the party." "I haven't used it yet." 32 hears the words leave his mouth. "I still have time." Shipyard is ready for I gotta get his ass outta those locks. "I'm not finished." "Yes, you are," Pirak responds. "Unless you wanna take it up with Lord Haler yourself. He ain't going to be happy with you for only bringing in one of 'em. Feel free to make it worse for yourself by denying him his order on top of that." Sobering, 32 feels himself tense with decision. He needs Vegeta's location. Then, the shock plate is snatched by Pirak, and 32 feels himself being shoulder-barged as the brute makes his way towards Itvil. Behind, the sound of shackles being unclipped can be heard. The metal clangs against the floor. Pirak clicks his tongue. "At least make yourself useful." Fists clenched, 32 weighs up his options. Why Pirak can't load Itvil himself into the transportation pod, 32 has no idea. If he can't maneuver a weakened Itvil by himself, then why bother asking 32? Why can't he enlist the other soldiers, as usual? Is it to rub salt into the wound? All of this is too much. Pirak is the one to carry Itvil through the empty corridors. 32 walks behind, furious, thinking, planning. At one point, 32 overhears Pirak mutter something, and it's not to him. For some reason, it makes him all the more angry. When they reach the docking station, 32's unsurprised to find it unmanned as usual. The vast, cold and empty warehouse looks out over an impressive drop. In the dark, it's truly the abyss. And it's here that 32 feels the drafts of freezing wind pull at him, dragging at him to stare into its nothing. The blizzard wails on. It's singing its haunting tune, serenading 32 to the edge. He can't help but take a peek over, holding onto one of the docked ships for balance. "You should do a somersault." 32 ignores him, instead leading their group to the parking spaces for the space bods. "What did you say to the prisoner?" "I had to persuade this guy T be a good boy," Pirek says on the approach, tugging at his luggage. Said luggage stumbles forward, bound by his shinx-laden coil. It's knotted around his wrists, arm creases, and neck, and explains why he's struggling to keep his eyes open. By the time they reach the pod, his head is dipping. Pirek opens its door. "Come on, help me get him into a pod." "Oi. You're a big boy, Pirek. Don't be your usual difficult shithead self. I'll supervise. Fucking grab him or I'll launch ye into next week." To save earache, 32 does grab the very lethargic Itvol just so he has something to do with his frustration. He repositions Itvol's inflexible limbs into the cramped holding of the pod, making sure not to press any buttons as he does so. It's set up to have the sleeping gas keep Itvol incapacitated for the entire journey back north. One push of the top button and it's lights out until he's homeward. "I still don't understand why I'm here," 32 says after securing Itvol in place. "Well, I don't exactly fit into these pods that easily, do I? Not with him, at least." 32 finally starts to feel his calm crackle away. "Are you so desperate to sink the opportunity to be cruel, or do you finally want to have this out? Is that why? You've chosen the docking station during the graveyard hours on a particularly fearsome night. There's a blizzard, nobody knows we're here, and the security system is down for an update." He swivels in search of CCTV. Atop the walls, all the cameras are gone, leaving lonely, sparking wires in place. The lights are dim, and the echoes of the wind scream louder than he ever could. But he realizes all this too late. Just as he goes to take flight, 32 feels the sharpness of wire coil around his throat. He's pulled down to the concrete hard, pinned by the bite of strangulation. "Activate the gas," shouts a voice that isn't Pirek's. And that's when 32 realizes what's going on. Itvol, rejuvenated, sits hovered above, using what must be every morsel of remaining strength in him to keep 32 in place. 32, meanwhile, swallows his shock and pushes forward, just to be slammed back down by Pirek as he passes over. It's such a hard slam that 32 momentarily sees only black, barely coherent enough to hear the smashing of buttons behind. When he coughs, it feels wet. "Hurry." 32 feels himself hoisted up and, to his great horror, quickly recognizes their intentions. They shove him through the doorway and into the velvet of the space pod. Everything's happening so fast. Only seconds ago, he'd finished putting Itvol in here. How did this happen? Why is everything spinning? He tries to scramble forward, pressing against the combined efforts of two captains, but it's not just them he has to fight. The shinx in the coil instantly zaps at his energy, and his already fatigued body feels even more drained. Then, the gas starts pumping. He barrels forward, at first succeeding. 32 breaks through their hold and slumps out of the pod, but really, it's too late. His body has stopped cooperating. "Fucking go ter sleep." Itvol breathes hard. "It's working, I think he's almost out." "Good. Let's get him locked in." "All right, grab and hoist." Somewhere in the distance, 32 feels his body being lifted once more. His eyelids draw together. "Thank fucking God that's done with. Silo better know what they're doing. When we get him back to Laya, she best." And like that, 32's out. He dreams of the sky, of orange and of the stars. Chapter 7. The Weight of Morality. There's a soothing quality to the humming, an eternal mechanical melody. Goku listens to it, hand to glass as beyond its barrier. 3 masked scientists congregate around a table. The machine they're using emits dazzling violet flashes which make Goku feel unwell to look at, so he instead focuses on the table's contents. Unaware to the world, it's Krillin's murderer, the captain who has been strapped down, forced onto his stomach, and bounded by metal clasps over each of his limbs. He twitches in his sleep when the blade slices into the nape of his neck. There's a gruff sound of derision from Goku's left. Vegeta, he's similarly watching but wearing a dark smile as he does so. It's satisfying for him, Goku notices. Others watch too, talking amongst themselves in languages beyond Goku's understanding. He overhears Laia's voice, as droll as it is, orchestrating her men into different directions, demanding heightened security, looking, perhaps, stressed in her own way. Bringing in Captain 32 mustn't have been the plan when reattaining Itful, of who is spread across a tired lounger, breathing shallowly. There's what Goku supposes must be a doctor at his side, and they talk quietly to one another. They're shouting, too. A big guy who delivered both Itful and 32 is beyond another set of double doors, and he sounds unhappy about something in the southern language. His voice echoes throughout the chamber, reverberating off the metal makeup of the room. From the excess of noise, Piccolo is sour. When he emerges through the doors, his nose is crinkled as it usually is when he suffers a headache. Vegeta's head whips right. Where's Bulma? I don't know. You just left her with them. What did I tell you about? She's your wife, Piccolo shoots back. You should babysit her if you're so worried. I'm not worried. Sure you're not. She went back to the ship, Goku says, recalling her saying as much 15 or so minutes before the space pods landed. It's already 2 in the morning. We agreed not to leave her alone. Vegeta looks between the window and the door, and for a moment, Goku wonders if Vegeta's darker desires to watch the captain suffer were going win out, but no. Whilst Vegeta looks like he just swallowed a lemon whole, he does wrench himself free. The door slams behind him. Krillin's death has made the three far more conscious of Bulma's being here, of her vulnerability. Vegeta looked like he was enjoying himself, Piccolo says as they continue to watch the scientists do their work. They're pulling something bloody out of 32's neck. It's small so Goku can't see it very well. Is that metal? I can't say the same for you. It won't bring Krillin back. Correct. But it's not like he can never come back. Piccolo releases a long torrent of breath, and they stand under the weight of surrounding chaos, watching as whatever the scientists are working on comes to a close. The lights are turned off, sentencing the room and the incapacitated captain to darkness. Almost instantly, Laia rushes to greet the scientists, who, once they dispose of bloodied gloves, presumably discuss the captain's situation, referring to a tumbling roll of paper dotted with foreign squiggles as they do so. I wonder why they're not just killing him, Piccolo whispers. What are they going to do? Goku isn't sure, but he doesn't have a good feeling about it. What does Goku want to happen to him? He's the person who killed Krillin, after all. Letting him die would be justice, right? After Frieza, Goku learned the hard way about forgiving and forgetting. That being said, senseless death is just that. Senseless. All right, I understand, Doctor, thank you. Itful's voice is suddenly loud but no less hoarse. He's leaning up a little more now, swaying but nonetheless taller. I'll report to the infirmary when I'm damn good and ready. There's clicking of the fingers. Goku, come here. You must at least lie, D. Fingers click again, leaning away from the doctor. Goku. Goku scratches at the back of his head, lip pulled. Don't order me about, he grumbles, and that guy's right. You should probably take a rest. Itful dismisses the doctor with a wave of the hand. You, he presses when Goku comes to a halt, I need to know, have you told anyone about what you did to Frieza? He thinks, but nobody beyond Earth comes to mind. Who would he have told? He's always tried to avoid altercation, and mentioning Frieza's name has never been the way to do that. No, he replies honestly. Itful deflates. I figured as much. Well, this complicates things. Did something happen? There's a smirk. Does this count? He asks, gesturing to his ruined body. I've had a hell of a how long has it been? Laia. She waves her hand airily, continuing to talk with the scientists. I'm fine, by the way. Thanks for asking. 10 days, Piccolo instead supplies. It felt longer. Itful rubs his eyes, his greasy brown hair curtaining him from the world. It's good not to be under Shinx. The experience Itful has been through mustn't have been easy. He's a mess. Whatever Goku feels about him doesn't matter in this moment. Itful's pain presents itself, unabashed. It must have been rough, Goku tries to comfort, unsure how. Itful breathes out a laugh. Quesira Sira. Laya said they never announced that they captured you, Piccolo tells him. And it's true. She'd been confused about it, wondering if Itful had already been quietly executed without any fanfare. It had only been when she'd had another one of her insiders step in did she learn of his fate, and that she'd be able to have him rescued over a carefully executed plan involving another captain and some faulty security. 32 never made the announcement. I think he's paranoid. Rightfully so, Itful says in reference to the captured captain, gesturing with a thumb. My God, getting anything from him is going to be like getting blood from a stone. The last time I questioned a youth program graduate, he bit his tongue and took the secret to the grave. A youth, what? Itful strains a smile at Goku, and it doesn't meet his eyes. Ah, he says when the door pushes open, revealing the large man from earlier. What ample timing, Pirak. I just mentioned your beloved youth program. Pirak is sneering and holding an ice pack to a swelling lump just beneath the nose. Don't test me, Northerner, he responds, teeth bared. I'm in no fucking mood for it. Itful laughs once more, still exhausted. He should lie down, seriously. What a complicated bunch you all are. Oi you, yeah, you with the hair. You're a Saiyan, a full-blooded one and all Arentia. Pirak then asks in an accent comparable with 32's, that bitch said as much. Laya. I know her name. Yeah, I'm a Saiyan, Goku admits, and at that Pirak seems to light up. We don't get him down south, not really. I read about that special transformation of yours. Can ye do it? Piccolo rests a hand on Goku's shoulder, code for shut up. At that, Pirak sneers once more, craning his neck upwards to better gauge Piccolo. A Namekian. There's a low whistle. Now, we don't see your lot down south either, only seen you in a book. Don't you got some magic balls to protect or something? Of course, Piccolo bites. What did you just say? Play nice, Itful says. I just saw Vegeta. Where's he gone? I preferred I am on his knees, eating dirt. I'd love to pass along my greetings. Do what you like after you've had your chip removed. Oh, that's what they must have been doing to 32. Goku remembers Itful returning, somewhat dizzy, following having his removed after rescuing Vegeta. The idea of being chipped like that seems wrong. Isn't that what they do to animals? Krillin had told him once that they got his daughter's pet cat chipped, and whenever they needed to find him all they had to do is look online or something. He isn't sure how it works. He'll ask Krill, oh. A thud in his stomach makes him feel suddenly quite unwell. In the dark, beyond the glass, sleeps the murderer. Laya finally approaches, eyes raking over the scroll of paper once belonging to the scientists. Concussed, she says, still reading, but otherwise healthy. I'll have him kept here for the time being. They're going to insert subdermal Shinx implants next once they've disabled the microchip. I'm not taking any risks with an uncooperative captain and a youth program member at that. What were you both thinking, bringing him in? That you'd want to question him about what he knows, which seems to be a fair bit, Itful returns, somewhat heated. Laya stares into the dark beyond the glass. Just so you know, Pirak starts, hands to hips, I wanted to kill I am. Then, you tell me how he found out about Goku. I don't even know who Goku is. That's me. And what about you is so special? He defeated Frieza. Ah, he what? Ah, wait, you're that Saiyan? Pirak looks like his birthday has come early. I heard you died along with Vegeta. Saiyans, your lot are like roaches, so you've returned to finish the job, right? Take down Cooler and Haler. Zard. Itful snorts, sliding down ever lower in his pit. No, he's wasting his life with a forlorn hope. Tell him of your pathos, Goku, your tale of woe that inhibits you from saving the universe. So, how does that captain know about Goku? Piccolo thankfully deviates. Exactly my point. Nodding, Itful's lips set into a tight line. We're going to have to question him. How does he know? Who has he told? He'd kept my capture quiet enough. I think he hasn't in fact said anything to, oh, one moment. I've taken a dizzy turn. Laya spins. Rest, Itful, you have made your point. We will question Captain 32 about what he knows. It's a shame that I must meet him under these circumstances. I'd have liked to have recruited him to our cause. There's a sharp laugh from Pirak. And I'd like Haler's head on a pike in the next 5 minutes, lady. It ain't gonna happen, he's a loyalist. He's not, Itful argues. I've known him since he was an ankle biter. And yet, he hid my capture from Haler and Lord Cooler. To serve himself. Which isn't them. So, he's self-serving. Who isn't in the Frost Empire? That don't stop him from kissing Haler's mighty blue ass. He'd been researching. Itful, that's enough, Lia bites out. Itful scoffs, holding his head and suddenly paling several shades. It's inevitable that he passes out, less so that nobody rushes to catch him. As he slumps to the ground, Goku collects him and positions him across his back. Yes, Lia eyes the group dispassionately. Perhaps we should all rest. It is late, after all. In the morning, we will discuss what to next do with Captain 32 and how best to proceed with our continued assault of the Frost security system. Good work tonight, Captain Pirak. I believe you're going to be a useful asset going forward. See to the removal of your microchip and then I'll have a cabin assigned to you. Goku, if you may, the infirmary is 2 floors down. I'm sure you remember. Goku drops Itful off at the infirmary as requested, and a scramble of doctors encircle him like vultures to prey. Alongside Piccolo, the walk back to the ship is slow and punishing through the winding tunnels of the bunker and into the parking warehouse. Neither say anything. Goku's not had much to say since Krillin's death, and Piccolo's never had much to say in general. The only time he speaks is to tell the guards that this is their ship and they're not going to stop them accessing it. The security around here is intense. Vegeta has been caught up in more than one argument, and even Goku's grown frustrated with their frisking and watchful eyes. Fortunately, they let them pass this time without too much fight, and once they're back on the ship, Goku realizes how tired he is. "You're back," Bulma says the moment Goku tries to sneak away to his room. "Oh, I'm surprised you're still up." Or perhaps they woke her. She's in her nightgown and oversized fluffy slippers, and her hair is a bird's nest like it always is when she first wakes up. They were doing an alarm drill or something outside. It's only just stopped. Try sleeping through that. What's happening out there? Vegeta is being an asshole about it. He won't tell me anything. Itful is back. Oh, that's good. And a couple captains from Empire have joined him, Piccolo adds. One isn't exactly here by choice, which may be why you heard the alarm. They hadn't been anticipating him. He's the one who killed Krillin, Goku tells her. Bulma sucks in a deep breath of air. And who? Yeah, the same guy who was gonna kill Vegeta. So, they're going to execute him, right? They want to question him, Piccolo says. Probably in the same manner he questioned Itful. He seems to know about Goku. Vegeta didn't talk, did he, whilst they imprisoned him? Vegeta wouldn't, Goku defends before Bulma even has the chance to open her mouth. But he did mention them asking about me, about Namek, don't you remember, on the day he was rescued? It was him, that Captain 32, who asked. Vegeta said, Bulma reveals. Itful mentioned that he was researching something, Piccolo adds. He wasn't supposed to say that, but it is telling. They'd wanted to recruit him into their ranks, and it's likely to do with whatever he was either researching or what he already knows, because he seems to know something. And think about it, what had Silo been interested in when they approached us? Namek, Bulma replies, not missing a beat. Namek. There's a sound of indignation from the door, where Vegeta stands against it. I tried to warn you, Kakarot. I told you not to allow yourself to be dragged along, and look what's happened, he snipes, and then he turns to Bulma, edges softening. It's late, he continues after a moment of silence. Don't get wrapped up with this now. I'm coming to bed, she says. We're all going to bed, right? One by one, they do. The ship is the largest in Capsule Corporation's fleet, and each person had been provided an en-suite bedroom of their own. Even though it's small, it's nice to have a space that Goku can call his own to retire to when he needs it. After traveling by himself for so long, he finds he needs company less, although that didn't stop him from socializing sometimes. His room is next to Krillin's now empty room, where, before, they'd chat, catch up, reminisce about old times, and joke about Krillin's ventures into fatherhood. Now silence. Whenever Goku walks past the door, his knuckles clench and he remembers the exact moment that Bullet carved a hole through Hi's friend's head. He remembers seeing him die. And then, he remembers the icy embrace of sleep. Sometime later, a day maybe, he awoke in some decrepit hospice made up of stone and wood, Lia's alabaster stone-like expression above. She'd paid his fee, organized for him to be discharged, and had him recover within her crypt, otherwise known as the bunker. The bunker, which happens to be a bunker, is their base and sits beneath a labyrinth of caves. It hides Silo in the very heart of the south. To Laya, he'd had to later explain Itvil's disappearance. Krillin's hadn't needed to be explained. She'd stumbled across the body and had it burned with the rest. Captain 32. Goku had remembered the name the moment he'd awoken. He'd cursed it, he'd hated it, and then he'd simmered, chest hurting at the loss of a friend. After the anger depleted him, he'd felt empty. The Dragon Balls, Goku knew they'd need them to be collected. It had been the first thing he'd whispered to Bulma when she'd burst into the infirmary. "I'll contact Earth," she'd promised. As Goku did nothing in his uncomfortable clinical bed, those on Earth did what he could not. "We shouldn't do the thing yet," she'd later told him discreetly as the nearby doctor checked through his notes. "Just in case something else happens, we might need to use both." She'd leaned in, wishes. It feels wrong not to wish Krillin back straight away, but Bulma's got a point. She's thinking about Vegeta, about all of them should there be more death. Piccolo had agreed when Goku'd revealed Bulma's ambition to wait. "If I'd been the one to die, I would have understood the delay," he'd said. "Now go to sleep. If the Senzu beans are weak against those Shink's bullets, then you'll need to actually put the effort into resting." By evening 3, he'd been back on his feet, if a bit sluggish. For the following days, he'd patiently awaited Laya's instruction on what to do next. Okay. Patiently might not be an accurate word. He'd become agitated with the waiting around, and he demanded insistently that they keep up their end of the deal about tracking Gohan, which Bulma had later pointed out as selfish when Itvil was still MIA. Color Goku shocked when, the next day, a box had been dropped off in front of the ship. Every file concerning every documented Saiyan within the Frost Empire, dating back 10 years. One of Laya's soldiers had told him, distinctly displeased. There'd been pictures, drawings, diagrams, photographs, so many photographs, but Goku could find nothing of Gohan. "Most of these are 1/8 in blood," Vegeta had said, looking over the name chart. This coincides with planet Vegeta's globalization at the time. Apparently, because only Vegeta can read the language, there had been a breakdown of their genetic history. Only 3 half-blood Saiyans have been documented, yet all of them are older than Gohan, or would have been had they not already died. "There aren't a lot of female soldiers, are there?" Bulma had noticed. Her role had been to separate the women into a different pile, which had less than 5 by that point. "Men are categorically stronger than women," Vegeta had responded. "Oh yeah, tell that to 18, buddy. Didn't she kick your ass?" "Damn it, I'm not being sexist, I'm." "Sure. Not every species has stronger males, just most, including Saiyans. Don't bitch at me because of hard facts." Breaking the tension, Goku had brandished a report of some kind. "Oh, hey, Vegeta, here's you." "Give me that. Oh, they have listed my reprimands, all 112 of them." He'd sounded proud. "And that full red circle indicates that I'm full-blooded. If you find a report like this, just look for a half circle." "Let me see," Bulma'd been up. "Wow, you look so young. How old were you there?" "Knock it off, I was. Give that back." 21, 22. 19. Piccolo had peered over. "They let you join at that age." "As a prince, I'd always been active in duty, though I'd not been forced to intermingle with those other cretinous weaklings they called soldiers. The usual admittance age is 18. Goku'd swallowed his nerves. So, if they'd found Gohan, would he be too young? Humming, Bulma had taken another stack of papers. "He'd have been, he is 15, right?" "That's right. 15 years old, marking 10 long years away. That's more time away from Goku than with. Such a horrible thought. Gosh, what does Gohan look like now? Him? Kai? Goku had been a small 15, and Gohan had been so gentle and sweet. That combination could have him being taken advantage of." He'd tried not to think about it, continuing his journey through the papers. Yet, after looking through every file, their search had resulted in a big, fat 0. "Do you think there'd be many undocumented Saiyans?" Bulma had asked. "Some must exist. They can't all work under the Empire." "The Saiyan people have always been monitored." Vegeta had actually smirked at the next part. "We're categorized under volatile." "What does that even mean? And what stops your people from getting out and about? I bet the Saiyans were rather randy. making little half-breeds on every planet they visited. Goku'd never seen Vegeta turn purple before, not from anything aside anger. Saiyans, he'd stressed, mate for life. We're not promiscuous. Just what kind of ideas do you have about us, woman? Wow, Vegeta, Piccolo had said, I never took you for a romantic. Shut up. From that, it had been hard for Goku not to think of Earth, of what he'd left behind, of what he'd deserted. The thought had lingered in the following days, and had stayed long with him even as Laya began to coordinate Itful's rescue. Is this all Silo does? Goku had asked. Rescue people. She'd not liked that, putting Goku in the doghouse. She'd ignored Goku for the rest of the afternoon, even as he offered to be the one to retrieve Itful himself, partially for selfish reasons. He'd been restless. Getting out would have been liberating, especially after being stuck in that awful infirmary. His subsequent visits had always felt eternal, and since the incident in the hamlet, Goku hadn't been allowed outside by Silo. Worse yet, the others agreed that he should keep his head low. He's a wanted man, after all, but it's not Goku's style to wait about to do nothing. And so, he'd trained, promising himself that the next time he'd come face to face with 32, that he'd be the one to seize victory. It's a sort of hollow feeling now, looking at the captain, that Goku won't get that chance for a rematch. It's the following afternoon since Itful's return and 32's capture, and Goku's retaken his position by the window. The room beyond it is an interrogation, or questioning, room, as Goku's come to learn, and the window cannot be seen through from the inside. It's busy in the room, with 4 people, including Laya, surrounding 32 and blocking Goku from getting a decent view. They should just get out the shock plate, Pirek says, a nasty grin present. He ain't gonna talk, probably even with that. Then, why would they use it, whatever it is? Ain't I allowed a little joy for my efforts? And you'll love the shock plate. It works miracles, and you'll get a nice little light show as it does its job. What's its job? It shocks yer, but like, it really shocks yer. It's unreal. Like all your nerves have been set on fire. Excruciating stuff. Effective, too, for when the prisoners clam up. That's awful. Are you even a Saiyan if you don't like a bit o' gore here or there? Torturing people is wrong. Pirek considers him, brows creased into a knot. Didn't think the killer of Frieza would be so soft. Goku doesn't stay much longer because Pirek seems to be enjoying himself too much. There's obviously personal history between him and 32. So, he leaves in search of Itful in the infirmary, indeed finding him, only fast asleep and hooked up to about 3 different machines. Vegeta had said not to bother, that the Shinx would have exhausted him, but Goku is itching to know what Itful found out during his incarnation. He waits around in the infirmary, mostly because it's one of the few areas in the bunker to receive natural lighting. It's done through reflection, according to the Dr. Goku had bothered enough into conversing with him, and it's done because so many of the patients here have complained of depression. And Goku gets it, this entire place sucks. Not only does he hate the bunker, but also the planet. It's cold and dark. The sun, or whatever star it is, sets super early too. There's barely any light. No wonder everyone here is grumpy. The food is equally sad. The stuff they serve here in the bunker tastes like old biscuits, so Goku just eats it to be polite, as Bulma ordered, and then he goes back to the ship to eat whatever he's allowed to. They have thousands of capsules stored with food, enough to feed an army. Goku had suggested sharing some here. Vegeta had quickly disallowed it, however. He's such a jerk sometimes. And it doesn't take long for Vegeta to prove that. When Goku gives up on Itful, he returns upstairs to find Vegeta in the questioning room alongside Laya, a pleased aura about him. Vegeta has his moments, and whilst he's changed for the most part, Goku knows that deep down he's still plagued by crueler instincts. During the altercation against Cell, he'd shown that. He'd nearly lost the people of Earth, well, everything. His hubris is usually kept in check by Bulma, and so without her here, Goku worries that he may be walking into familiar territory. It's easy for Vegeta, being cruel. And with that look on his face, he's most certainly saying something in that regard now. Though, Goku wouldn't have thought that by looking at 32. He's sporting a swollen lip and a bloodied nose now, yet otherwise wears boredom like a crown. It's as if this is entirely beneath him. Goku whistles lowly. Vegeta never likes that. He's going to blow his top. Nothing, aside from endangering his loved ones, makes Vegeta angrier than being looked down on, and 32 is doing just that. Beyond the glass, 32 says something, and sure enough, Vegeta is quick to react with a punch across the face. Goku grimaces when 32's head springs backwards almost cartoonishly, and it's at that point that he decides to intervene. No entry denies the guard. Goku doesn't say anything and simply shifts the boulder of a man aside. He opens the door all by himself. Laya turns around, and it's then that Goku recognizes that he's getting a better read on her impassivity. Eyes half-lidded, mouth set grimly, jaw tight, she looks done. Frustrated, whether that's with Vegeta or 32. "Remember what I said to you, back in that shit stain of a ship," Vegeta gloats. "Remember when I said I'd be back, bit sooner than even I thought, but here I am." Being punched in the face didn't really have much of effect on 32, aside from the sprouting blue already blotching near his eye. "You are not to take his life," Laya says sharply. Ah, it's Vegeta who's being a pain then. Or perhaps it's reciprocal because what happens next doesn't help 32's case. "Be quiet, woman," Vegeta snaps back. "I'll do whatever I want. This ingrate failed to boil me, and I'll be sure that he regrets that. Hear that, boy? How does it feel to publicly fail? I bet it was humiliating in front of the entire uni." Then 32 spits, a great glob of red, right into Vegeta's face. There's silence. It's like waiting for an eruption. The captain seems to be the only one unbothered by the rumbling, eyes boring into Vegeta's like his life depended on it. They're so empty. Clouded, perhaps, but little else aside from taunting. Does he want Vegeta to hit him or something? Goku lets Vegeta punch 32 the second time. He deserved it. But Goku does pull Vegeta back before a third is managed, throwing him into the far corner of the tiny room and standing between them as a buffer. The trail of blood has journeyed all the way from Vegeta's forehead past his nose. "That's enough," Goku tells Vegeta, absolutely no nonsense. "You've made your point." "Do you have no honor, Kakarot? Don't you remember what he did to Krillin?" "Yes, but we've gotta be level-headed." "I agree," Laya interjects. "Perhaps you should return to your ship, Vegeta. You would benefit from a moment alone. This is too personal for you." To be fair, coming face to face with his would-be executioner would be too much a violent temptation for most. Of course, it's personal. Funnily enough, 32 opted not to execute Goku, which Goku still doesn't understand. That's another thing to ask him. Yes, standing before 32 is the one that got away, and the one he allowed to get away. "Remember the last time you exercised mercy?" Vegeta sneers, that point lost on him. It's in reference to Frieza, but Goku remembers how he spared 18, too, and how that brought happiness, and a beautiful little girl with blonde hair like her mum and dark eyes like her dad. It's a balance, and with it comes contemplation. "And you should remember why we're here," Goku adds, "who we're here for. If you want revenge against Frieza's brothers, then that has nothing to do with me. This guy has gotta be asked some things. Give me an hour and I'll have him squeal." Laya clicks her tongue. "We have professionals for that. We don't need your fragile masculinity hindering this." Goku's not sure what that means, but it must be offensive because Vegeta jumps 3 steps forwards. Hand to chest, Goku shoves him away, towards the door this time, and when he goes to move once more, Goku gives him the look. The "this is not to be challenged" look. Burning, Vegeta holds the eye contact. And then he swivels on his heel, slamming the door in his steed. Goku sighs. This will rear its ugly head once more. So long as they involve themselves with the Frost Empire, Vegeta's demons will always just be one step behind. Goku didn't linger for much longer after that, and instead, he hangs around outside the questioning room with the angry guard he'd moved aside earlier. He likes to glare at Goku when he thinks Goku isn't looking, and Goku likes to smile at him when their eye lines do happen to catch. When nobody aside Laya and a few of her guys visit 32, Goku begins wondering what they're going to do with him. They've been asking him questions. He knows that, and he knows that 32 isn't telling them anything. He doesn't really speak. His lips don't move. Torture is the next step, Itful tells him later when Goku revisits the infirmary. Obviously. That's what they did to you. It had been inevitable. I'm surprised it didn't go further than what it did. They didn't bring out the shock plate, but I know they'll want to hear. 32 won't speak freely. They're trained to withstand torture in the youth program, so it's going to get ugly. The youth program, Goku repeats, you mentioned that last night too. Did I? I don't remember much of yesterday, I'm afraid. Even now, I'm still a bit. Whilst Itful isn't up and running about, he looks miles better than he did before. He's regained nearly all of his color. His eyes are still a bit droopy, though, and he has plunging purple skin under his eyes that ages him about 10 years. Shinx is nasty business. Goku feels privileged not to have dealt with it over long periods of time. Itful hums to himself, scraping his wet hair back into a ponytail. He must have taken a shower just before Goku's arrival. A kindness because he did smell a bit last night. It's a prestigious training facility in the south, Itful explains. Well, there's one up north too, but that one's not as famous. They're partially funded by the Frost Empire, but there are private investors too. There's a lot of money to be made from super soldiers, after all. The sponsorships. The ownership loaning them out, exchanges, studying them. It's always been around. Perhaps a bit of a dying business with technology advancing as fast as it is. But it's still here and very much revered, especially in old cultures like the Frost Demons. So they just train people there. They make products. I'm not sure I follow. Itful laughs, croakily so, as he stares up at the white of the ceiling. They're a different type of people, if they can be called that. Didn't Itful say that Pirak guy was also a youth program person? He couldn't seem any more different from 32. Itful must have a mind-reading ability because he responds to the question Goku never posed. At the core, Itful stresses, thumping his own chest, there's nothing left. Where even the highest of ranked soldiers, retain the ability to feel, Goku, they cannot, not in the same way. It's polished out of them whatever goodness they had. And the survivors, the graduates of the program are never good people. They can't be. It's by design. Nobody is black and white. They're neither black nor white, they're translucent. Itful smiles grimly. They're soulless. Killing machines. Goku wonders how true that could be, and what it must be like to be shaped into something only used for servitude. Vegeta should understand. He'd gone through something similar, right? He'd been a slave, though he never admits it. Bulma had once trusted Goku with Vegeta's secret, that he'd been wholly miserable before Earth. It hadn't surprised Goku. The only time Vegeta seems happy is when Bulma's nearby. Training doesn't seem to bring Vegeta pleasure. It's just part of the process. A goal, really, and that's where it's different for Goku. The skill, the technique, the failing and succeeding of growth. Goku loves pushing himself. Vegeta, on the other hand, likes winning. He gets stronger to win, to prove himself. But he doesn't need to prove himself to Bulma. That must have been wondrous for him. Bulma understands this. She'd been the one to explain it, not long after Cell, and after an argument between Goku and Vegeta that resulted from Vegeta's arrogance. He'd allowed for 17 to be absorbed, also to prove himself superior to a more powerful Cell. To prove himself more powerful than Goku. To prove. Gosh, why does he care so much? Yes, sure, he's always been a step behind Goku. At least my son isn't a victim to my own stupidity. Vegeta had snarled in the thick of their argument. Where's Gohan now, Kakarot? Do you honestly believe he's out there? Are you really so dense? I may be arrogant, but I'm no fool. It's not something Goku's proud of, what he did next. But what's important is that they got it all out. It had been dirty, underhanded sometimes, but both felt better after a physical altercation, and it's from then that Goku knew that he needed to return to outer space to find Gohan. Earth had been saved. Gohan had not. After their fight, lying in a crater next to Goku, Vegeta had been breathing equally as hard. Bloodied, filthy. It's a lost cause, finding him, he'd told Goku, but if anyone could pull a miracle out of their ass, it's you. Goku smiles at the memory. It's the kindest thing Vegeta has ever said, and he thinks about it when times are low. Goku's had a lot of low times on his travels, when his friends had wanted to join him for this leg of his search. Well, it had meant everything to him. And now, Krillin's dead, Vegeta's souring, and Bulma, gosh, just how long will she be able to hold it together? After Namek, she'd been devastated and so utterly ruined that everyone had been worried for her, and sometimes that fragility rears its head. Goku's worried it'll happen again now that the wound has been reopened. She hasn't been to space since Namek, since losing Gohan. It's her who later finds Goku, lingering by an interior garden. It's one of few green spaces to grow vegetation for the group, and it's the closest thing to home Goku can grasp onto. The plants are taller than what he's used to, bulbous with flowery leaves with the color of lettuce. They've started interrogating him, Bulma says by way of greeting. I thought they'd started that before. I mean, you know, her blue eyes drift, physically. Goku feels his brows come together. They think he's been on some secret mission for that Hailer guy. His research was about Namek, about Dragon Balls too, Bulma tells. It's kinda worrying. I wonder how he found out about you. I also wonder how Silo knew about his research. In the future, they learn that Silo has many spies, and not all of them are soldiers. Some are cleaners, and it just so happened that one of those cleaners would frequent wherever 32 lived. He'd been the one to find the research stuff. Books, maybe. Goku isn't sure. For now, Goku wallows. I'm sorry I dragged you into this, he says, watching the leafy, lettuce-like plant curve towards the translucent lighting. I'll always support you, Goku. Yeah, he forces a smile, aching. I just don't want to put you in any more danger. I want to find Gohan. I know. It's my fault. No. He'd been my responsibility. Bulma. Don't Bulma me. We're not going over this again. I don't blame you. Kai. Kai isn't here, Goku bites back, sharper than intended. Sorry, look, I'm just saying. I'd hate for something to happen to you too. Vegeta's here. Between you both, I'm about as safe as can be. They both know that's not true. By stepping into this world, danger is always but a bad decision away, and nobody is oblivious to that, even Vegeta, who continues to pretend Goku doesn't exist even a day later. On board the ship, it's tense. Vegeta's bipolar hopping between anger and solemnity has been giving not only Goku whiplash, but Piccolo and Bulma, too. Piccolo's fuse is being tested. Goku can tell he's about ready pop Vegeta 1 if he keeps making underhanded comments like he has been. They're going to order a new shock plate for the captain. They've grown sick of waiting, Vegeta then announces, suddenly after dinner. His gaze lingers on Goku, awaiting reaction. Goku's doesn't let him down. After only a day, they've barely tried talking to him. Pirak made a strong enough case to use it, he replies, pointed. I agreed. Oh, I bet you did, Piccolo comments darkly, shaking his head. I don't like Pirak, that guy's bad news. Goku isn't too much of a fan either, and if Itful is to be believed, then there's good reason for it. Soulless, huh? Vegeta has other ideas. Perhaps you should stick your nose elsewhere if you're so offended by him. I think you're getting too invested in all this, Vegeta, Bulma says. To that, silence. Goku has never been so thankful for her being here. The day following, Goku checks in on the situation with 32 firsthand, and it isn't easy viewing. When Goku had first seen 32, he'd been in his fur coat, similar to the one Pirak likes to wear around the ship. Now, however, he's been stripped down to just his jumpsuit. It's blue like Vegeta's, though there are now discolored blemishes in the material, a brownish red that's come from gouges in the skin. It's also torn in some places, mostly where the worst of the wounds are. There are tender-looking burns, red with blooming infection. He has no shoes on, no socks either, and his toes are bloodied around the nail beds. Goku swallows his dread, taking it all in. 32 hangs there from his crucifix, chest slowly rising. Beneath long black bangs, his eyes are closed. Goku thinks he may be asleep. He's smaller than Goku had originally thought. Skinnier, too, which explains why he'd been so easy to toss about in their fight. Don't involve yourself, Piccolo says from his left, noticing Goku's conflict. We're not here to pass judgment. So, you think this is all right? I didn't say that. Goku returns the next day, too, and then the one after that, watching as 32's resilience keeps him tied up. The shock plate has been organized to be brought in. Do you want help or not with your kid? Itful snaps at him when Goku once again brings up the morality of torture. Look, it's just how it's done here, all right. Interestingly enough, when Itful had said that, he'd not looked all that pleased at the idea of using it, too, which is more than can be said for Pirak. He's in the room right now with 32, goading him by the looks of things. He's squeezing hollow cheeks between his fingers, laughing silently. Two wrongs don't make a right. His grandpa had told Goku that when he'd been little, and he'd told Gohan the same thing when he'd been little. Would Gohan want this, his brilliant boy, his kind, sweet son? Is this how he'd want to be found, through the torture of others? This isn't just about you, Laya chastises when he tells her this. Her mood is rancid due to 32's stubbornness. They also have his scouter, but they're struggling to break into it. The security is too good. Even Itvol and Pirak have no idea how 32 has managed to safeguard it so well. I said I'd help you, Goku reminds, but this isn't right, Laya. We shouldn't stoop to their level. Don't talk of things you don't understand. You feel sorry for the person who murdered your friend because right now he looks pitiful. But if I removed the shinks and the shackles, then that captain would finish what he started. He'd put a bullet through each of our heads. Don't you forget it, Goku. And what happens if he doesn't talk even with the shock plate? She stills the scouter clicking against the workbench. Then he will be killed. I have a feeling that you plan on killing him anyway. There's a sigh, and then she resumes taking apart the scouter. It is the way of war. As I've told you before, you can help bring this to a stop. The civilian death, the innocents, even the soldiers. I know you also know the location of Planet Namek, Goku. You could also share this information with me. Goku laughs nervously. And will you torture me next if not? No, she says, light, still delicately handling the scouter and peering into it in search of secrets. You are more valuable as an ally. There's something disconcerting about that, about how she must have thought about this at one point. I've not heard anything else about my son, Goku instead says, deciding the topic change may remind her why he's here in the first place. She still doesn't look up. Yes, I heard you hit a wall with the documents. It had been expected. Then why? But there are other avenues. I've recently had an investigator reach out to the northern branch of the youth program to see if they have any useful insight on the matter. The youth program. He'd been a youth, hadn't he? Laya replies, clipped. Soulless, that's what Itvol had called the survivors from there. Goku thinks of Pirak's callousness, of 32's indifference. Gohan wouldn't have grown into someone like them. He wouldn't have survived there, which tells Goku that it's impossible for him to have ever been there. Gohan is still alive, after all. Laya then says something to herself in a language her own. She drops the scouter and leans into her hands. Goku, may we have this conversation later? I assure you that I still have your son's fate in the forefront of my mind, but right now, I am dealing with other pressing matters which require my devout attention. Goku leans down to swipe the scouter. What are you? Bulma, Goku says. She'll take a look at this. She's a genius with this kind of stuff. Once, she got a scouter working and connected to the online system thing without even knowing much about one. I'll have her do this so long as you focus more on Gohan. Laya, with those cool white eyes, stares. And also, before you try the shock plate, you've gotta let me try and talk to 32 first. Just so I can say that I've tried. There's a pause. And then, very well, Goku. Give the scouter to Bulma, but I would like it back the instant I ask for it. And the shock plate will arrive tomorrow afternoon. I will give you opportunity to talk with him just before. You can tell him of it, of the plans to use it. I doubt this will do little to sway him, but you can at least know that you tried. Goku nods. This is the best he's going to get. Goku dreamed last night. He's always been an avid dreamer. Gohan, too, was the same. Is he now? Does Gohan dream about Goku as much as he does about him? Last night, his little boy was alive in the forest nearby their home, laughing in the sunshine. Goku doesn't know what he was laughing at, only that it was so funny that his cheeks burned pink and tears accumulated at the corners of his eyes. He'd been perfect. Goku wishes he could see that back then, just how lucky he was, how wonderful life had been. Dream Gohan always feels like a bag of feathers whenever Goku carries him. He's as light as the breeze, as though he might disappear into it. One dream devolved into a nightmare when he'd done just that, dissolving into the wind, his smile the last to go. Goku had scrambled to catch the ashes. This time, Dream Gohan doesn't do that. He just sits and giggles and smiles when Goku offers him a lily. It's an especially cold morning, Goku thinks. He's layered up in 2 big coats that make him feel not entirely in control of his body, so he keeps bumping into things as he walks along the winding lanes of the bunker. Bulma walks alongside him, equally as bundled, equally as sullen. "Don't get your hopes up," she advises, giving him a pat on the shoulder and then squeezing it for good measure. "You're a good person, Goku. I never give you enough credit for that, but just remember that you can't help everyone. If that guy doesn't want to speak to you today, then that's it. You've got to let Silo get on with it." Bulma is biased, Goku understands. She wants 32 to pay for what he did to Krillin and for what he would have done to Vegeta. Yet, maybe if she saw the reality of the questioning room then, she'd change her tune. Instead, she stays outside, and that's mostly at the request of Vegeta, who doesn't stay outside although Goku wishes he would. Pirak is here, too, and they stand at Goku's usual viewpoint. Laya is talking with some of her own men, including Itful. There's no acknowledgement from anyone, aside Goku's new best friend, the guard. "Don't try anything funny," he warns, frisking Goku at the door. "I'll try my best." Goku's fairly cert that everyone's watching from the other side of the glass. To him, now, it's just a mirror and he only sees himself staring back gawkily. 32's reflection is even less kind. His head is bent over, long hair concealing what must be exhaustion. He's been here for days now. Oddly, Goku feels a bit awkward about this. He walks towards the crucifix and coughs a little. Hi," he begins with, using his most friendly voice. There's no movement. "Hello." There's a twitch, then silence. 32, hello. 32 raises his head, revealing a mass of inflammation and severe disfigurement. Below, only the bottom half of his jumpsuit now remains, the torso lost in whatever brutality they inflicted upon him. He's covered in lashes. Thin red strips carve senseless patterns over sweaty, pale skin, like blood in snow. Goku swallows. This is what cruelty looks like. "You need to say something," Goku implores, really, truly meaning it. "I know that you're honor-bound or something, and that it's against your program code. But they're gonna get the shock plate out next, and I hear that it really hurts. If you don't tell them what they want to know, then that's what they'll do to you." 32's stare is unending. His breaths are haggard now, he's tired, he's hurting. His expression is glassy as though no one is home. Goku feels no joy from this, even as he remembers that bullet that's stolen his best friend's life. "They say you know about Planet Namek," Goku continues, "and that you know about Saiyans, too, and that you're helping Haler with bad guy stuff that's probably no good." 32 hasn't spoken since Vegeta punched him. That's what Piccolo had told him. They'd also said not to expect much, that 32 would be an impossible case, but Vegeta also said, if anyone could pull a miracle out their ass, it's you. 32 performs that miracle when he opens his mouth, and it's not to spit. "What color?" Goku jolts. What did he say? "Kohler," he repeats in that accented drawl, "under your coat." Then the door opens, Laya and Itful enter, absolutely stricken. "Impossible, is he talking?" Laya demands. What did he say? Goku scratches his head, actually unsure. "I think he's delirious," Itful says, unabashedly taking 32's chin and swinging the head as though it's a ball. "A fever." "The sun," 32 murmurs, and then he says something in the southern language to himself. "Ah, infected," Itful points out, gesturing to the worst of the injuries. "It's the one Goku spotted days ago, originally hidden by Blue. Should I inform the lead doctor of the infirmary?" "Whatever for?" Laya wonders aloud. "He is not leaving this room until he tells us his truths." "He's sick," Goku points out. "Then he's vulnerable to pressure. Itful, bring the shock plate. We are not delaying this any longer." "Laya, he's sick," Goku repeats, like real sick. What he'd tell you might not even be right. "Itful, why are you still here? Bring the shock plate." Goku turns to Itful to see what sort of character he really is, and to see if his gut instinct had been right all along. He'd always felt uneasy around Itful, his instinct instructing him to stay as far away from this man as possible, although Goku's never understood why. He seems pleasant enough. Nicer than Pirak, at least. Warmer than Laya. Honest in a deceitful sort of way. "Laya," Itful says very slowly, staring between both her and Goku. Nobody moves. "My patience is being tested," she says, so quiet that it could be mistaken for a whisper. Itful takes a step backwards, towards the door, a strange twist of the lips present, and then he stops. It's not disobedience. It's simply because he needs not get it anymore because Pirac's at the door, a wicked, toothy grin as bright as daylight itself. Special delivery, he greets, brandishing the shock plate. For something so menacing, it's not menacing at all. Gray, square, unassuming. Goku goes to step forward, but Itful's arm halts him. He shakes his head. He's a person, Goku shouts. You know it probably won't work, but you're gonna do it anyway, that's wrong. But Pirac's already setting the device up. 2 stretched wires emerge from the shell, each with a pointed end so sharp that they look like they could pierce skin. They can. They do. Each bite into the flesh of 32's neck, posing symmetrically. What other choice do we have? Laya asks flat. Pirac whistles himself a tune as he flicks the screen to life. A 0 sits in the center. We're good to go. Is this the new model? The one I used last time took over 5 minutes to heat up. Amazing stuff, this. Do it. Wait. It's too late. Pirac spins the dial and lands on A5, instantly pressing the button before anyone can change their mind. From the wires, white-yellow explodes like fireworks, earning an immediate response from 32. It's funny. He's not made a peep for days. Goku knows. They'd told him how, silently, he'd incur all the brutality and offered not a single whimper. But now. 32 struggles against the binds, thrusting back and forth, whipping his head left to right to left to right. Goku'd once seen a rabbit fitting before. It had not been nice. The jerking motions seemed intentional, as though the rabbit wanted nothing more than to contort itself grotesquely. This is the same. Goku hears a bone crunch in on itself, and he hears the gasp of breath which accompanies it. And then he hears a groan. Pirac powers the machine off. Thacet, he coos, let it all out. 32 swallows deep gulps of air. Knock it off, Goku shouts, and that's when Pirac spins the nozzle to 8.1 this time. Let's hear ye sing, princess. There's no pretense. 32 doesn't seem to even try to contain it. He screams and he jerks against the binds, his spasms violent and unending. The light is pink this time, a girlish, sweet pink that seems painfully out of touch with the situation. Stop it, Goku calls out. Itful contains him, but Goku's refuses to yield again. He elbows him in the gut, sentencing him to the floor. Itful may be out of the hospital, but he's by no means at full strength. There's no getting up from that. Just as Goku reaches Pirac, the shock plate is turned off. Wow, 32. Good for you, that's 11 seconds at 8.1. Wanna go for a new record? 32 of course doesn't reply, though he does start shaking. By the time Goku's grabbed Pirac by his horrible furs, Laya hums. If you intervene, Goku, I'm afraid that our agreement will be dissolved, she says in that horrible, awful, frightfully monotone way of hers. Is this one soldier worth that? This is evil, Goku seethes. We need information. He has information, she says, as if it's that simple. The Front Empire is evil. We want to bring that organization to a stop and allow for liberty to become a right, not a privilege throughout the universe. We gotta break them eggs, Pirac adds, still grinning. We must learn what he knows about Namek. You refuse to share what you know with us, and that is your prerogative. I will not bring harm upon you, but that cannot be said for this captain. He killed your friend, for God's sake. Are you right in the head? What happened to soldiers being slaves, Laya? Goku bites back. I thought you cared about everyone. See the bigger picture, she implores. 32 would. He would have already slain you given the chance. The fact you survived his initial shooting is nothing short of a miracle. That's not true, though. Goku's eyes somehow meet Itful's when she says this. He also knows it's not true. He knows that 32 spared him, for whatever reason, and Goku knows, too, that 32 didn't use the shock plate on Itful when given the chance. He didn't do this to you, Goku says pointedly. He had you for nearly 2 weeks and he didn't. The dial is turned again. The button is pressed and once more, 32 screams. When Goku goes to snatch the machine, Pirac pulls it back, turning it off. Wah, 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 how my heart bleeds. He looks down at the shock plate, blowing a silent whistle. 9.9. How you feelin', Sparky? Got anything to share? Tell me about Namek. Is it romantic? 32's eyes are squeezed shut. His focus is on breathing. Let's go double digits. Goku doesn't reach for the shock plate this time. He instead grabs 32 by his drooping arm. I'm guessing if it's anything like normal electricity, I'll get quite the zap too, Goku says, grinning through his anger. Are you sure you wanna press that button again? Pirek laughs. It's a sharp, shrill sound. Oh boy, Laya, what do ya say to that? Laya is thinking, let's not, she says after a moment, ruin what we have. Yeah, Goku says dryly, let's not. Goku, this could be a simple exchange. What are you talking about? I'm in no mood for games, just say it. Itful then speaks slow, named Goku. That's what Laya wants. It's what we have always wanted. Oh. Oh God. Goku feels his anger burn cold. Of course. Oh, how didn't he see? This torture has always had a point, and it had never been about getting 32 to talk because they've always known he wouldn't. Goku, on the other hand, how many times has he proclaimed hating torture? I'll never sell my friends out, he growls, suddenly incensed at the idea of being manipulated like this. Then, you can watch 32 cook like a holiday roast. Or, Itful exclaims before Goku makes Pirek eat the shock plate, or, he looks between Laya, Goku, and Pirek as though this wasn't all prearranged and raises a hand. Goku goes to Namek and collects the Dragon Balls himself. He can bring them back here for us. We'd never have to go to Namek. They'd be uninvolved in all of this. You just want to protect the people there, right, Goku? It's not about the balls, is it? Goku breathes, determined. It's a bit about the balls, too. He wouldn't just give them to someone he doesn't trust. Itful, the mind reader, shakes his head, his smile strained. Buddy, we're going to get there one way or another. Someday, somehow. This way, you'll have some control over what happens. You could even stay for the wish. Would thaw work? Pirek asks, lowering the shock plate. Laya is contemplative. This is her bargaining, Goku realizes. It's the same face she'd made when she first recruited him. I see, this is a possibility, but I must mull this over. If it were to happen, Goku would not go alone. I would expect you to accompany him, Itful. I anticipated nothing less, Itful replies dutifully. And what about this lump? Pirek gives 32 a firm push. Do we keep him heir? I thought the plan was to kill him. We'll bring him too, Itful announces, sending Goku a purposeful sort of look. For whatever reason, Itful's joined Goku's plight in sparing 32. And for his efforts, Goku has landed himself another task that pushes him further away from his son. Well, Goku. This is where he's supposed to agree. Goku looks between the 3 sharks he got into the water with, and then at the one that's asleep, with possibly the deadliest bite of all. Fine, he says after a pause, I'll take you to Namek. Chapter 8. The Unwilling. The warmth of summer. The waves lapping at the shore, they're so forceful and yet so gentle, and they brush against him with their hushing lullaby. If he imagines hard enough, he'll hear the seabirds, the breeze against tropical foliage, the whispers of the wind, the nothing. 32 submerges into this favorite fantasy of his. It's with great effort that his eyes force open. His ocean is red this time. It must be an off-brand regeneration tank. Where is he? What happened? What did he do? He asks himself these questions every time he wakes up in a tank, though it's been a while since he was last here. When was it? Before or after his acceptance of captain? He can't remember. His head hurts. His everything hurts. There's talking outside the tank in low, masculine voices, which can't be deciphered. 32 doesn't panic. Instead, he lists the facts he has, and then he tries to recall his last concise memory. Well, the first fact he has is that he's no longer aboard a Frost Empire ship. They only use branded regeneration tanks instead of whatever knockoff this red, skeptic-smelling thing is. The second is that whatever happened to him must have been severe enough to have put him down. 32 doesn't remember fighting. Had he been ambushed? Poisoned again? It hurts to recall. He's still too tired to think. Perhaps he'll sleep a while longer. Then a hand presses against the glass, fingers splaying like sticky tentacles. The voice is louder. It's inquisitive. Is it asking 32 a question? The second voice sounds further away now, and the light in the room is switched off. The hand disappears, the voice along with it. And then 32 returns to his fantastical sleep, to his ocean. When 32 wakes next, he wakes, and he remembers. There's a thump in his chest. His heart wishes to break through his ribcage, and 32 wants to break through the wires holding him down, wants to break open the machine and spill its healing fluid everywhere. But he can't move. So he doesn't try. He needs to conserve energy. Breathe, he orders himself, deeply swallowing oxygen. He must remain calm. He must remain aware. For that, he focuses on the sound of channeling air through the oxygen mask. The liquid is now a bright ruby, so the lights must be on wherever he's being contained. 32 may not be alone in this room, not that he'd know without his scouter to tell him what his eyes cannot. He tries to make out the blurs through the regeneration fluid, yet the blurs remain just that. Why would they heal him? Why didn't they try to kill him? 32 frowns, frustrated. And that's when the world turns dark. A great, dark circle blocks the light ahead. There's drumming when fingers tap along the glass. A laugh follows, one that 32 would know from anywhere. Pirak, what a traitorous swine. 32 didn't think he had it in him. He'd always parked his head up Lord Haler's backside. After all, why would 32 ever imagine him anything other than a fur-wearing loyalist wanting to climb the ranks? If he could, he'd roll his eyes, he'd turn away and pretend that this was all beneath him. Instead, 32 saturates in both the healing fluid and his frustration, schooling his expression into a nice, blank sheet. He imagines Pirak feeling satisfied right now, and so tries not to imagine him at all. There's another laugh, a last slap against glass, and then darkness. 32 is restless upon his next waking. It's a sign that he's nearly fully recovered, or usually it would be, if not for the difficulty in judging his own energy stores. The Shink's implants embedded beneath his skin has thrown 32 for a loop, giving him vertigo and making everything feel ever so slightly off. 32 has plenty of experiences with short exposure to Shinks, but to have it so deeply situated within him is something else entirely. It feels wrong, as though one of his limbs has been axed. He doesn't have long to contemplate this when the water around begins to drain at record speed, faster than any regulated regeneration machine, thrusting 32 into the cold of reality, and he's punched. 32 falls out of the machine, spluttering. The outside air feels thin. His chest is struggling to keep up. The side of his head throbs from the assault, but he hasn't the time to react before being hauled up by his sopping hair. He's sandwiched between an arm and a wall. "Good morning," Itful greets. "Now, if you'd be so kind you'd remain very still." 32 brings a knee up. Usually, it would do the trick, but his body is under Shinks, so it doesn't do the trick at all. It had been like dragging a boulder up through sand. There's little to no impact. Yes, Itful continues. "You're cross with me, I understand. Do it now, Bulma." 32 feels the familiar sensation of his scouter sliding over his eye. Half of the world is dyed its familiar red with a delicate, womanly hand awkwardly maneuvering the metal to sit against 32's ear. "Stay still," orders this woman less delicate. It takes 32 approximately 5 seconds to realize their intentions. His eyes scrunch closed, and he rocks against Itful's annoyingly firm grip. "Fucker," he mutters. Itful must reposition a hand against 32's throat just so he can use the other to peel back 32's eyelid. "Fucker," he repeats, this time in a language 32 suspects is Itful's mother tongue. They succeed, and 32 hears the affirming identification beep from his scouter. They actually managed to bypass his measures. How? Nobody has been able to. "Yes," the woman cheers, snatching the scouter back and possibly ripping a handful of 32's hair along with it. She doesn't waste time in securing it to her own face. There's a pause. Finally. Itful's hold on 32 slackens. "Oh, wait a sec." Then the hold tightens. "This isn't right," the woman mutters. "Why can't I enter the system portal?" Ah, that's relieving. 32 doesn't take chances with technology. They hold digital footprints, which are far harder to wash clean than physical records. Data can be easily retrieved with the right mind and the right skills. By having the precautions, good security, then it'll be even more difficult to target him. Never has he been hacked, nor has he had his data breached. He won't make it easy for the rebels. "What's the deal? Why can I still not access your lousy Empire stuff?" Itful sighs, though he doesn't sound exactly unamused. Tampering with the Scouter operating system is illegal, he scolds, clicking his tongue. What a naughty boy you are. Yes, 32 agrees with a swelling sense of irony. I'm the worst offender of Frost Empire legislation here. Itvil laughs, and then he punches him hard across the face. 32 wakes a final time, not in the ruby-colored liquid of the regeneration tank, but instead on top of a bed in a windowless, white bedroom. When he stands, it's like a fawn's first steps. He wobbles first, and then collapses in a bundle of limbs, violently striking a door handle with his chin when he drops. Already, the right side of his face aches, and his head feels like he is hosting a loud, bass-thumping party. Somehow, it impossibly worsens. So much for stealth. 32 pushes open this door to see if it opens. It does, to a bathroom. Well, 32's never had a toilet in his cell before. As far as cells go, this is, well, it's pretty nice, almost as if it isn't a cell at all. Not even the captain's suites are this high quality back at Central. This room is polished with LED lighting that illuminates a modern design, bringing warmth to the single bed, desk, chair, cupboard, and set of drawers it's been equipped with. Oh, there's a mirror. God, 32 wishes he hadn't looked, he's a mess. He's healed mostly, except for a bruise along his cheek from where Itvil hit him, but that's not to say he's looking well. What's left of his clothes barely clings on against grimy skin, and his shoes are nowhere to be seen. 32 isn't sure whether or not to feel relief when he spots a folded pile of clothes on the desk. There's a towel accompanying them. He fingers the cotton, it's good quality. How disconcerting. 32, who's found his footing now, tries the door leading out and finds himself unsurprised to discover it locked. With the implants, 32 isn't sure if he has the strength to bring it down. Next, he looks for cameras. Once, he found Nami working on CCTV cameras the size of pennies. The quality of the video hadn't been high enough definition to use throughout the organization, but they have their place. He'd told 32 that the team's ambition is to have them out by next year to use for spying purposes against the rebels. Who's to say the rebels haven't been working on something similar? After a while of searching, the only thing he has to show for his efforts is a trashed room. So he takes his shower. And it's glorious. There are solutions and perfume gels 32 has only ever read about. The ones he'd use back at Central are scentless and always seem to dry his skin out. These ones are luxurious. His skin feels uncomfortably silky. Perhaps these potions have been laden with poison. There's a flesh-eating solution that originated in the East. 32 temporarily lost a finger to it when he'd been 12, when one of the boys at the program organized for it to be smuggled in. They'd later found the boy, or what been left of him, in a bucket in his room, liquefied from his own recklessness with it. So it turns out, however, the gel's one crime is making 32 smell fruity fresh. It doesn't even sting his eyes. 32 finds the rebels' silent request for his showering strange. After torturing him for days on end, do they really believe they could win 32 over with kindness? Isn't it a bit too late for that? Or perhaps they're just stupid. Are they weighed down by kindness? 32 has seen it once or twice before, civilians expending niceties just to be slaughtered moments later, ghostly laughs following soldiers as they turn to pillage the next settlement. Then, 32 remembers his experience with the shock plate. No, that hadn't exactly been. Nice had it. 32 puts on the bestowed clothes, a Frost Empire-issued jumpsuit, though. It's an older model with stretchable boots, underwear, and most surprisingly of all, his furs. He thinks about the furs for a few minutes, staring at them, wondering why had they been given to him. Is this a test? Are they checking his loyalties to the Frost Empire? Pirak is around here, isn't he? 32 imagines him sauntering around, his hideous, matted cloak trailing along the floor in chase. Drumming his fingers against the table, 32 glares at his furs, willing them to set ablaze to save him the effort of deciding what to do with them. There's the chance 32 is overthinking all of this. He does that. Overthinking. Though he's always considered it a fine quality, Parnia has kept his secrets his own. After all, why fix what's not broken? He rests his head against his hands, focusing away the throbbing. And that's when he realizes he's moving. Well, not him, personally, but everything around him. 32 is on a ship. Shit. Shit. He drops to the floor and presses his ears against it. Nothing. She's silent, but 32 knows the thrust of momentum. It must be a sizable ship. He could barely register it at first. How the hell did they take off from Central? The security? 32 understands now. They'd been the ones attacking security, hadn't they? Just how wide of an assault is this? How many people are working for Silo? They even managed to recruit the person who defeated Lord Frieza. 32, on the floor, pauses, and then breathes in a shaky mouthful of air. Is he here, Goku? Suddenly feeling quite unwell, 32 finds himself jumping to his feet and towards the door. There are two locks, a biometric and a rim cylinder. He quickly hunts around the bedroom and bathroom, ambling to find something needle-like, making do with a safety pin he finds in a first aid kit under the bathroom sink. A rim cylinder is easily picked. It's likely being used as a backup in case the biometric goes down, which it does when 32 applies the tiniest shred of energy he can to the fingerprint detection plate. Usually, this wouldn't affect him, but under Shinx, 32 finds himself breathless at even creating the smallest spark. The lock hisses, crunches, and then beeps. 32 thinks it might be resetting itself in an act of self-preservation. Once he picks the rim cylinder, the door seems to swing open all by itself. That's when the alarm sounds. 32 swears under his breath, taking off down a curling corridor, hoping the ship doesn't host the same level of CCTV that Central does. As he runs, he notices the window opposite, looking out into the dark expanse of space. There's no traffic. Wherever they are mustn't be near the orbit of Central. How long has 32 been asleep? Where have they taken him? His boots are light against the tiles but not entirely noiseless. When he stops momentarily, he hears others approach at haste. 3, 4 of them. They're talking, arguing. 32 looks around. There are several doors. They all have those biometric locks, and already 32 is breathless. He looks up, a ventilation duct. It's unkindly small. Well, it's a good thing he did leave his furs, after all. 32 jumps, quickly yanks the casing free and hoists himself inside, making sure to reattach the casing as best he can. Then, he waits, peering through the grate. Itful jogs intro frame first, Pirak closely behind, furs, as expected, ambling. Which way? Itful asks, stopping at a crossroads of corridors. Vegeta next appears. Up, follow the walkway to the rest of the personal rooms. I'll go to the evacuation point. Like hell I'm letting him take a life ship. And what about me, short stuff? Jump out the window for all I care. Each take a route their own, but it's Vegeta's which most interests 32. There's a moment of deliberation. Does he exit the vent now and follow, or does he crawl his way through the system, unseen, and try his luck with wherever it takes him? 32 doesn't know who else is on board this ship. That white-faced woman wouldn't be ideal to run into, though 32 isn't sure if she's combative or not. Then there's the blue-haired woman who stole 32's scouter. And, well, he'd like that back very much before he left, but what's the likelihood? Then there's Goku. No, it's best to avoid him. 32 shimmies down the ventilation system. He's not risking being caught. No thanks, so he follows the thin tunnels, barely squeezing himself along the, sometimes, pitch-black route in aim of finding somewhere of interest. The grates below mostly open into corridors looking no different to the first. Occasionally, he comes across either Itful or Pirak in their search, stopping in his tracks when he does so, before continuing down the ever-tightening route. Finally, the ventilation shaft provides. It opens up to what looks like to be an engine room, and so 32 emerges awkwardly, for the first time thankful for his skinny frame. Okay, what's he dealing with here? There's a high-pressure steam boiler for atmospheric propulsion, 2 electricity turbines, something that looks like it's been used for engine cooling, and a modern computing system which seems to be connected to the control deck somewhere upward of the ship. 32 bets he's found himself in the belly, and that this is only one of multiple engine rooms. There's no way that this is enough to control a ship of this size. And what a size it is, 32 would know. He just toured it through the ventilation system. For a passenger ship, it's impressive. 32 swallows his desire to explore this very well-equipped engine room. He needs to find an out. In rooms like this, there's usually a map of other key locations. Ah, there it is. 32 runs a finger to his location point, displayed as a looming red arrow over a picture of the ship. It's definitely the oval ship he saw rescuing Vegeta from the execution. What an odd design. As suspected, he's on the bottom level. There are 2 other engine rooms, though this is the biggest. Now, where's the evacuation point? That's where he'll find a life ship. His finger comes to rest on the most northwestern point. He'll have to lure Vegeta away somehow, but his first aim is getting there. So he takes what he thinks will help. A torch will be useful in the shaft. Beside it is a lighter, a pen, and some papers which have been scattered across a desk. He takes the lighter, but pauses when he considers the papers. That writing. His fingers trace the penmanship. His lips mime the words by their own will. Outside, there's footsteps. 32 decides not to dally, returning to his vent along with his goods and the knowledge of where to find the evacuation point. The ship is new, and thankfully so. 32 loathes the idea of crawling around like a rat amongst dust and rodent skeletons. He uses the torch when offered 2 opposing routes, recalling which way is best in accordance with the map. His memory is near eidetic, but moments of stress hinder it, and he's admittedly a bit stressed. A short moment later, has 32 re-emerge into the bright corridors, and then he finds himself in a foyer of some kind. He must be drawing closer. He remembers a foyer being listed nearby the evacuation point. It looks like a social room. It's very homely, with plush sofas and cushions scattered around. There's a large screen that 32 supposes must be a television, and a table that's home to empty glasses, plates, and some playing cards he's seen somewhere before. Now that the alarm has been switched off, 32 can hear the undertone of music playing. It's of a man singing, which is strange. 32's only ever heard female singers perform, and they do so occasionally for the soldiers during socials, though they never look happy about it. 32 heard that the singers are never treated very well, and that the prettiest suffer a swelling of the stomach some months later. 32 listens from his hiding spot, oddly transfixed with the baritone. And then he leaves his vent, turns up the volume of the music, and then to add fuel, he takes out the lighter and sets fire to the sofa. Once more, alarms sing. The chaos is impossible to ignore. 32 climbs back into his vent and scurries along his journey. He hears shouting now, lots of voices, arguing again from Vegeta. Then nothing. 32 jumps out when he reaches the most northwestern room of the ship, the evacuation point. It's a room made entirely of windows, but it's not whatsoever dark. Light emits from a computer monitor, coloring the room white. He taps it, wondering if it's touchscreen. No, all right, that's fine. He types on the keyboard. There's a system 32 will quickly need to work out before he can open the hatch to the life ships. Will they work like pods? Will he be able? Angry points dig into his collarbone. 32 moves on reaction, but in his weakened state it's hardly a fight. The clawed hand drags him down and bounces him off the tiles. Above stands a Namekian. 32 bites the inside of his mouth to stop himself reacting. A Namekian. Why out of every species imaginable, a Namekian? This Namekian looks as equally displeased as 32 feels, which goes to tell 32 that his effect on them remains as strong as ever. Disgusting, the Namekian sneers, taking a step back. Yes, 32's heard it before. Perhaps he can use this to an advantage. He pushes himself away, sliding across the tiles and towards the door in a bid to escape, but the Namekian is fast. He must be of a warrior clan, and he must have a strong stomach because he quickly grapples 32 up off the floor and against the wall without further complaint. 32 breathes hard, leveling his panic, maintaining eye contact with this oddly willful Namekian. Said Namekian stares him down, mouth upturned. When he punches the wall to 32's left, the alarm from the social room goes silent. I've got him, the Namekian calls out. Moments later, 32's pursuers lumber in. Vegeta looks most annoyed, and strangely so it's with the Namekian. And where the hell did you appear from? The surveillance room, nobody thought about the cameras. I did, 32 thinks unhappily from his hanging spot, but he'd been so close, so very close. Goku must be at the second evacuation point then, Itful says, and then to 32, he offers a slow, patronizing clap. Bravo! The last few days had been rather dull by all accounts. You do know how to keep it interesting. Here, the Namekian says, thrusting 32 towards the party with the delicacy of a bull in an antique store. Someone else take him. I can't stand how he feels. Pirak snatches the opportunity and 32's taken by the throat. Hello, Poppet. 32 refuses to even look at him, focusing instead on the Namekian as he leaves, on the one person in this room who can feel the depravity of 32's energy. It's always the same. Namekians, those very few he's come into contact with, avoid him. It's as though 32's been stricken by a plague only they can feel, and they do enjoy telling those around of how wretched 32 feels, how evil the energy is. There'd been only one Namekian in the youth program, and he'd not even been born on planet Namek, instead originating from a space station somewhere in the south. Namekians never fare well in the south. It's so cold. Their bodies wither away quickly due to their high water content, but this boy's hadn't, and that's what made him an investment in the eyes of the program. He'd been unusual. By some accounts, Caro had been a decent person, and even though 32 had been young, he remembers him well. Caro would not eat with the other boys because Namekians do not eat, but sometimes he would drink. He'd like to stand outside in the sleet and absorb the nutrients from the sky. The others would make fun of him for it, but Caro had been above the cruelties. Of course, he'd been a target for bullying, not only because of his quirks, but also because of the haughty attitude he'd armor himself with. Caro thought himself superior. He'd been a good fighter, an even better healer, and a wonderful scholar. He would read books suited for children 3 or 4 winters older. He'd also been, as aforementioned and most importantly, decent. 32 would watch him tend to other boys' injuries. He would let them confide in him. He held them when they cried for their mothers, 32 knows. He'd heard the rumors, and he'd once seen it for himself. 32 had stumbled across Kahlo quietening down one of the small children, similar in age to 32 at the time, and he'd watched in awe at the rare act of kindness. Kahlo's kindness had soon devolved into revulsion. When he saw 32 watching, he gathered up a handful of rocks and aimed for 32's face. Go away, he'd shouted even though 32 had never once made an enemy of him. You're damned. 32 had been at a loss. He'd of course received worse, but for Kahlo, an older boy many weaker ones looked up to, actively attacking him had been alarming. You're evil, he'd snarled, you are damnation. 32 had only been there 2 years then, so he would have been considered as green as the other small children. But Kahlo had made it clear how much he'd hated him. Kahlo hadn't survived much longer. One of the near graduates had managed to behead him during combat training. And then, the little ones had been left without a shoulder to cry on. 32 had tried to forget about all of it. But he'd had a couple more run-ins with Namekians. There'd been prisoners on board an occupied space station during one of 32's training missions. When they'd watched their friends being executed by the boiler, the Namekians had silently and resiliently watched on, but when they'd been left under 32's management, they'd started crying. One had begun screaming at 32, calling him an abomination. Another incident had happened when a rare Namekian soldier visited from the north. He'd stayed as far away as possible from 32 and had refused to enter the same ship as him, accepting punishment from his captain quite readily in lieu of his refusal. Yes, 32 finds it fair to say that the Namekian people do not like him, which makes this latest revelation unwelcoming to say the least. Aren't ya excited? Pirak asks, full of false cheer. We're gonna visit Namek. What's with thaw face? Don't tell me you don't wanna go. 32 has been cuffed, hands behind back, and is now sitting in the remnants of the fire he'd started. Soot has coated his new jumpsuit, and 32 imagines he has a smattering of it across his face from where he'd been thrown down. That been my favorite couch? Complains the blue-haired woman, gesturing to its charred remains. It had been imported. Do you even know how difficult it had been to get it through customs? Vegeta stands, arms folded, wearing an exasperated expression 32's never seen on him before. Priorities, woman. But he doesn't focus too heavily on Vegeta. Instead, he practices his 1,000-yard stare, hoping for the man perched on the table not to bother too greatly with him. So you're not an android, this man Goku says, thoughtful, dashing 32's hopes. It's not the first time 32's been called a robot. How come only Piccolo can sense you? 32 has answered the question before. Perhaps you should take it up with him, he says simply. Sense isn't necessarily the word I'd use, Piccolo the Namekian tells the group. It's like feeling rot. It's the smell of death. Charmin, Pirek laughs. Hear that, 32, you're stink. Namekians are a superstitious lot, Itvil shares. The number of times I'd hear my Namekian men talk of oracles and make beliefs had my eyes rolling to the back of my head. Believe what you want, Piccolo mutters. I shall. It's at this time that 32 leans back into the soot. He'd thrown down the lighter after use. If he manages to find it, he could use the flame to weaken the metal, and then he may possibly be able to snap the handcuffs. A gust of air slaps into him, upshooting the soot and 32 into the back of another sofa. You're relentless, huh? Goku says, palm lowering. Goku, what have I told you about using energy outside the training room? Sorry, Bulma, he just... All of you, barks Bulma, turning and facing each of them, 32 included. I don't know how many times I've had to tell you brain-dead idiots about not firing Kai around the ship. If you blow a hole in it, then we're oblivion. Yeah, Pirek yawns for effect. We've eared it all before. Vegeta, put a muzzle on for God's sake. What did you say? You're a naggy bitch, and I'm sick of getting it in the neck from you. 32 watches with interest when Vegeta stands to attention. Oh, this woman must be his partner, gross. This also explains her especially disdainful approach when dealing with him. The first thing she'd said to him today had been about how he'd escaped being rightfully executed. Honestly, 32. Pirek sighs, as though he hasn't tried to inflict torture on 32 a handful of times now. She's got far too many opinions for a blonde chassette. What? Why do you keep calling me that? Ignore him, Bulma, Piccolo rightfully suggests. Pirek is grinning at 32 because he's likely the only person on board to know how offensive the term is. Disgust must be clear as day across his face, because Pirek grows ever more pleased with his chaos. You can hear them fucking all night long, Pirek purrs in the southern tongue, delighted. Knock it off, Itvil scolds, we're guests. Speak the common language for God's sake. Being here'll make your wish you were dead already, Pirek continues regardless, with how painfully vanilla they are. My only joy is wondering when I'll get the time to burn Vegeta and his bitch myself. He coughs when Itvil stands, waving him away. Oh, I'm just welcoming 32 as is customary of our southern tradition. No need ter get arsy. 32 returns to his 1,000-yard stare, questioning the stability of the bolts on the door leading out. Check the bottom drawer, Goku. I have, there are just some wires in there. Take 'em out. Really, it's just wire. What can he do with wire? To the pile. Really? Really? Well, that's 32's ambition of overloading the outlets out of the window, not literally, because he doesn't have a window. He in fact has nothing in his cell now, spare some bedding, a towel and... Can he do something with this? Goku asks, showcasing the citrus body wash. Itvil looks at it for a long time, and then he looks at 32 as though he wants him to answer the question. Really, what can 32 do with some body wash? What can 32 do with some body wash? Isn't this a bit much, Itvil? Between the two of them, a pyramid of donned contraband sits in a pile. The first aid kit, some scissors 32 had originally missed, the wires, a can of aerosol, razors that he embarrassingly wouldn't need anyway, a fire extinguisher, batteries from the smoke alarm, a pair of coder hangers, the cardboard insert of the toilet roll, and a screwdriver Itvil fished out from under the bed. 32 sits on the bed, watchful of the pile, not of the man standing over it. Head down, eyes front. 32 escaped with a safety pin, and he nearly made it onto a life ship in less than 45 minutes. How would have we explained that one to Laya when we got back? Geez. I told you to shackle him to the bed. That seems a bit far. Does it, though? 32 doesn't find it strange when people discuss him whilst he's in front of them. It's not exactly irregular, but they seem not to enjoy it, sparing 32 a glance like he's already managed to ply up the floorboards. A pair of boots come to stop under 32's nose. They're blue, with orange strips running vertically directly through the middle. Look, Goku opens with, I know we didn't get off to the best start, and I guess you aren't very happy about being here right now, but I just thought I'd suggest starting afresh, you know. Jailer to prisoner, 32 interrupts. Yeah, I guess. 32 doesn't like Goku standing this close, and he certainly doesn't like him hovering above like that, as though 32's a kid, which he isn't. I see. You're not going to go anywhere, are you? Not right now. Goku coughs and 32 stares into the nice, safe abyss. So, I thought you going into the vents was a good idea, Goku then compliments awkwardly. From the corner of his vision, 32 sees him scratch the back of his head. If we didn't have the cameras, then we might not have been sure where you were planning on going. Oh God, is there a vent in here? Itvil realizes, and then he's studying the empty walls and ceiling with meticulousness. There's one in the bathroom, but 32 can't even fit his fist through it. Ah, Itvil says upon finding it. I'm sure you won't have to stay locked up in here the whole time, Goku says, quiet, and then adds with a smirk. We let Pirak out, you know. 32 would laugh if he wasn't so utterly against it. You're not gonna make this easy, huh? It'll be better for you if you did. You're stuck here, after all. And really, I don't think you should be all that mad. There's a depreciative smile. You're the one who killed my friend. The small one, 32 remembers. Krillin. He couldn't shoot the gun. Well, neither could you when it counted. 32's brows twitch, threatening to come together. You didn't kill me, Goku elaborates, but there's no further question about it. Not yet, at least. You didn't kill me, 32 returns. He remembers the shock plate. Does Goku think he doesn't? It's a memory he's avoided unpacking. I don't like to do that, you know, kill people. Not everybody kills because they like it. You didn't hesitate with Krillin. That's not true. 32 had given them both ample opportunities to flee, and he'd spared the small one numerous times until he got cocky and mishandled the Astra. But mentioning it would be splitting hairs, and 32 has the feeling this is what Goku wants him to do. He's trying to draw him into conversation. Like I said, he couldn't shoot the gun. No, Goku frowns. I guess not, but you couldn't fight all that well, so I guess it evened out. 32's tongue is faster than his common sense. You're the one who lost. Well, you're the prisoner. I am, he admits, for now. 32 assumes Goku not to like the answer, but his expectations are subverted. There's a smirk, and for the first time 32 is reminded that he's dealing with a Saiyan here. They live for the challenge, for the fight of it. I'm taking the comb, too, Itvil announces, walking back into the bedroom from the bathroom. No doubt he'll use the teeth for something. 32 sleeps like the dead. He's usually a restless sleeper, tossing and turning and plagued by strange dreams. That's not to say that he doesn't have strange dreams. He does, each time he rests his head, and they submerge him into a world that's familiar but not, using a language he doesn't know but has heard so many times before. Every time he wakes, it's with a start, and he remembers where he is and who's here. It must be the shinks ailing him to sleep, because he's finding himself repeatedly drawn back to his admittedly comfortable bed. Even so, 32 hates staying away from his room, and worse yet, he hates staying away from his medicine. He'd been near the end of his fixed run. Maybe he'll be okay, maybe his body won't need it now. He'd already reached Tanner stage 5, after all, long ago. Nobody will suspect anything. 32 wonders how long has passed since his attempted jailbreak. A day, 2, maybe? He's starting to get hungry. 32 is good at subduing hunger. He did it often as a kid as protest, though they just get sick of him and stick him with an IV. 32 doubts they'll do that here because Goku seems to be embarrassingly soft, and he seems to have a level of authority in the group. Yes, 32 noticed how eyelines would always return to him. Even Vegeta couldn't help but orbit Goku. He didn't contest 32's return to the cabin, as opposed to the storeroom like Pirak had whined about. Goku defeated Frieza, and that's why they respect him. Do they know other things about Goku? About his ties, about his relationships or his kin? Vegeta must know. 32 remembers meeting Vegeta. He wonders if Vegeta remembers meeting him. Dangerous thoughts. 32 keeps having them. He rocks to comfort himself, knowing very well why he does it. 32 is his number. It's his ID, his calling. He doesn't need a name because he has a duty. 32 is his number. It is his duty, his calling, his duty. When he sleeps, this time, choosing to do so on the floor, he tells himself this over and over just in case he starts to forget. I thought the bed was pretty comfy, Itful says, standing over him, tray in hand. But I suppose you Southerners may think you're too macho for a goose feather mattress. 32 stares up, bleary-eyed, so desperate to ask how long he's been locked away. Apologies for the delay. There'd been an incident, Itful continues in a mumble, sliding the tray on the desk. I'm sure you're more than a bit peckish. 32 refuses to admit that he's hungry to Itful, and he refuses to admit how good that food smells to himself. The only thing 32 does is get up and sit on his fancy bed. Itful has taken a seat in the opposing chair. You're not going to ask, are you? He hums, contemplative, after a drawn-out moment of silence. Are you never even the slightest bit curious? Yes. Not especially. What a liar. A good one, though. I said that to Silo. I knew right away that we weren't going to get any results with a shock plate. It was quite the surprise, though, when you took ill with a fever. 32 hadn't been surprised. Their torturers weren't cleaning up their messes as they went. Novice move. So, are you here to confiscate more toiletries? Itful gestures to the tray with a flourish. I'm here to put meat on your bones. I told you before that I was sick of your dreary skeleton. 32 doesn't recognize the food. It looks like a stew of some kind. I know, Itful coos with false sympathy. It's not youth program approved. I'm just as familiar with the wondrous slop served in the canteen. As nice as it is, I'm sure actual food will just have to do. When 32 doesn't move, Itful opens his mouth in understanding. Oh, do you want me to have some first to show that we're not poisoning you? Why would you poison a prisoner? We could want to lace you to keep you docile. Then, how will you question me? Itful wags a finger up and down, grinning. Oh, you don't miss a beat. The food is pushed ever closer, but the idea of eating in front of Itful feels very wrong. Look, I'll just say it, Itful then says, tone shifting into something heavier. The way he leans over makes 32 straighten his back. Haler and Lord Cooler have announced war upon one another. It's unsurprising. 32 stares at the bubbling stew and at the bread that accompanies it. I see, 32 tells the bread diplomatically. That's not much of a reaction. 32 doesn't have anything else to add, though. What more is there to say? They both knew it was bound to happen, and yet to say such a thing is treasonous. Itful may have squandered his connection to the Frost Empire, but 32 may still need it. The door closes with a click, leaving 32, suddenly not very hungry at all. It's not to say that he didn't eat the food. And that's why his head sits in the basin of the toilet bowl. He isn't sure what made him vomit this morning. Whether it had been the head-spinning dreams or the richness of the food, it's difficult to know. His theory is that it had been stew, 32 guess, staring at the remnants swirling down the drain. The next delivery of food arrives not long thereafter, a combination of 3 meals to be eaten at whatever leisure 32 fancies. Itful hadn't stayed as long this time, seeming more frustrated than normal when 32 chooses to ignore him. Boredom is a form of torture, too. 32 begins to realize when the next day brings much of the same. He hasn't a book or even anything to tinker with. He did manage to find a pen and some paper in a cupboard. With them, he decides to start doodling the strange, horrific shapes that haunt him in his sleep. What else has he to do, aside from eat and vomit? 32 doesn't eat anything that isn't beige or an obvious vegetable in fear of being hunched over the porcelain throne for hours on end. Which is another type of torture, actually, because the food is heavenly. 32, a person who loathes mealtimes, has found love in whatever cuisine this is. Today's menu comes with those small white grains and a saturated brown-red sauce coating them. There's meat that looks more than just the usual gristle 32 is used to seeing, and green vegetables that look like trees. He eats the small trees and some of the white grains, almost sobbing that he can't risk eating the rest. The slop has ruined his stomach. It's not fair. This is cruel. 32 laments this, lying on his goose feather mattress, when he hears banging outside his room. There are raised voices. He sits up when the door handle jostles. Yet nobody enters, and the muffled shouting continues down the corridor. Not much else happens that evening, going off of meal cycles, the only way he can measure time, so 32 tries working out how long they've been traveling and how long it'll take for them to get to Namek. Itvil has brought 4 days' worth of meals to his room, plus the 2 before then, plus however long he was out, 2 days, 3 maybe, going off what he knows about Shink's exhaustion. Depending on the ship's speed, they should have. God, weeks, 2 if he's lucky. What will happen out there? Lord Haler and Lord Cooler are warring. Will Lord Haler look for him? Has he the time? 32 knows his tracking chip has been taken. By all accounts, he could be free. He smiles emptily. That's not true. Oh, if only. Right now, 32 desperately wishes he had his research. There's a great load of irony with where he's going. Hadn't he always wanted to find his way to New Namek? He'd heard the rumors, the whispers, and now he'd somehow boarded a ship that's taking him there directly, along with the person he'd last been with on his last venture to Namek. Now he does laugh. He laughs himself to sleep. The questioning had been inevitable. The fact that it hadn't happened yet is a testament to what's going on beyond 32's 4 walls. It's unnerving to have breached them. Has he developed agoraphobia, or is his usual paranoia simply operating in overdrive? 32 desperately wants to return to his tiny room with his vomit toilet and the food he cannot eat. Instead, he's in the foyer. There's a new sofa where the last one once sat, noticeably smoke damage free. 32 has been asked to sit down at table used for dining. Dried food hasn't been cleaned properly from its polish, and it sticks to the coating, giving something for 32 to focus on as the others take their seats. The television is on, something silently playing in the background. It's a cartoon with bright colors and smiling, happy characters that feel out of place here. Even though it's muted, it seems loud. Everything seems loud after days of empty isolation. On paper, 32 should have loved the peace from his horrible fucking coworkers, yet the reality hadn't been kind. 32 had been alone with his thoughts like he'd been as a kid, and he'd hated it. Nice holiday, Pirak asks scathingly in the southern language, taking the seat next to him. What did I say about not using the common word? Itvil bites out, taking the seat to 32's left. Interesting, they're not interrogating him traditionally then. Are they trying to appeal to 32 through idle chatter? Through thinly veiled manipulation? Are they going to try and be his buddies? Come on. Pirak should know better than that. He speaks some southern, Pirak says conversationally. He called me a mean name. Didn't you're northerner? It hurt my feelings, it did. When no one else joins them, 32 looks over his shoulder. Where's Goku? It's juice us, Pirak tells him, and them cameras up there but don't worry about 'em. I see. Itvil shakes his head, a look of bewilderment stretching his mouth wide. I've got to give the youth program credit with you, he says. I bet you wouldn't even blink on your own deathbed. Everyone's a bit sociopathic from the program, Pirak laughs. Otherwise, he runs a finger across his neck. Hey, does anyone want a beer? 32 does not want a beer. As Pirak lumbers in aim for a 4-pack of canned beverages atop a nearby counter, 32 takes the moment to get his bearings. The room has a modest kitchenette, overlooked by a balcony with more seating options above. The cards are still out on the table, noticeably untouched since last time. 32 remembers seeing the 4 of hearts face up. There is now a half-empty wine bottle, a tattered book, and some photographs. Files, too. He cranes his neck, but Pirak moves to block his view. Pretending to be unbothered, 32 rolls his shoulders, turning away. It's nice out here, though it doesn't feel as safe as his tiny, vomit-smelling bedroom. Itvil accepts a beer, and then slides one across to 32. The notion is so ludicrous that 32 stares back at the television, swallowing his vitriol when Itvil smirks into his beverage. When the television is switched off, 32's forced to look away, disliking seeing his gormless reflection staring back. Itvil takes a long drink, and then he slams the can down. Silo can win this, he opens with, brazen. That's the first thing you should know. They're fully equipped in bringing down the Frost Empire as we know it. All right, 32 says tactfully, if that's what you... Look, this is a discussion, Itvil intersects, and for that we'd need to discuss. He thinks you're not a loyalist, Pirak reveals, cracking open his own can. I've told him you are. And you're not, 32 questions. Fuck Haler, spittle flies free in his vehemence. Fuck those frost fucking fuckers. 32 lowers his eyes, head down, eyes front. I'm not, Itful clarifies, as though it hadn't been obvious enough since the execution fiasco. And I know you're not either. Then there's a kicker. Itful produces files. He splays the papers across the table, copies of 32's case study, books, and all the records he's managed to accumulate over the years. 32 doesn't even need to look at them to know what they are. He raises his chin. Literacy, 32 inflects slowly. And what of it? Oh, 32, don't be like that. You never showed this to me. He probably thought you couldn't read. 32 drawls nastily, feeling himself turn rotten from within. Itful seizes his catch, smiling darkly as he pulls a particular piece of paper into view. 32 takes it begrudgingly when it's offered. Dragon balls, he repeats, pretending not to feel sick, so. Itful grins, pulling out another piece of paper. His fingers rap against the wood of the table. He's enjoying himself. What's that one, 32? Coordinates, he reveals, but to what? Itful clicks his tongue, but the joy in his eyes doesn't vanish. New Namek, he says through happy white teeth. I showed these to Bulma, Vegeta's much better half, and she told me they'd only been a fraction off from the actual destination. Tell us, 32, what was your plan? Why were you planning on going to New Namek? Was it for the Dragon Balls you'd been researching? 32 looks at the coordinates, furrowing his brow. A fraction by which way? 32 mumbles, wondering where he went wrong. He'd been sure his latitude was specific. Was it in measuring the longitude? No, he'd been. Itful barks a joyous sound, slapping the table. Pirak is less pleased. Ah, so you were planning on going to Namek? Yes, indeed, Itful looks like the cat that got the cream. That's what I said from the beginning. Yes, 32 admits, for Lord Haler. Then there's a scoff. Oh really, what a load of rubbish. Silo thinks that en all, Pirak discloses. Shut up, Itful snaps. They do, oh they do. 32 doesn't look away when Itful leans across the table, arms folded over the sheets of evidence. 32, let's pretend for one moment that you're a loyalist when I know you're not. No, shut up, Pirak, and let's pretend you are going to New Namek on Haler's accord. If that's the case, then I ask why? I'm familiar with your circumstances of how you fell into the service, and I'm familiar with the protocols that come with attending the youth program. You've not had an easy ride, have you? And what do you have to show for it? You're about as high as the ladder allows you to climb. The next best thing is something Haler won't ever be able to give you. Freedom, Pirak cheers, bringing his can down against the table. Yes, Itful agrees, freedom. 32 takes a breath and holds it. Freedom, he parrots, tasting its utopian value, how lovely. And Silo will give you both this desired freedom. I'm already free, Itful says. Then, be free. If you're so free, then take opportunity in this war to reinvent yourself and start anew. But no, it's not about that, is it? 32's lips twitch darkly. You've just allowed yourself to be ensnared in another's web of power and control. Do you think you can just walk away from this now? Pirak whistles lowly. Itful leans back. Everybody has their own motivations, and really, a pessimistic person will only see the worst in every situation. How do you expect to develop change when you're a sullen little shit? 32 looks into the distance. Like you said, everybody has their own motivations, and mine coincide with Lord Haler's. You're full of it, 32. He's indoctrinated, Pirak says. I told you. Do you really believe everybody wants what you want? 32 asks, low, this change. Itful look between 32 and the polished, gray camera which hovers over them like a rain cloud. We're all self-serving here, even them, he says in the southern language brokenly. But, he continues in common, our motivations can also coincide should you allow for it. Think it over. 32 looks up at the camera, wondering what could be self-serving about the man 32 would think of on those dark nights. Though in his heart, 32 knows. I'll think about it, he says ultimately. But 32 is married to his plans, and he won't deviate from them now. Not even with Goku returning back from the grave. When he returns back to his room, 32 dreams once more, and again, he sketches out his ghosts. One takes the form of a looming, misshapen being flashing above 7 balls. Another wears an evil smile, like that of his brothers. The last needs to be colored orange. Chapter 9. The Three Captains. Goku massages his scalp, head bent in contemplation, as he rakes his eyes over the cocktail of documents adorning the table, and whilst he doesn't understand a single word of them, it makes him feel like he's doing something when scouring page after page. He'd kept the photographs of the Saiyans from the Frost Empire archives, along with some odd files and documents Vegeta thought were worth keeping, including a very thin folder of papers from that youth program place that Laya fished out. Bulma shakes her head, throwing down a yellowed paper. Silo's trickling tidbits of information, little by little. You think they're holding out. For sure, I bet they're waiting for after Namek. Well, he grumbles, that makes it kinda complicated. Bulma makes a similar noise of discontent. Wah makes it complicated. Goku and Bulma peer down over the balcony, spying Pirak. He gives them a wave with a spoon, his bowl of cereal a mountain of colorful stars and hoops. Is this about the secrets you're trying to keep from Silo? He asks conversationally before taking Bulma's chocolate milk out of the fridge. Your lot aren't the stealthiest about it. It's rude to eavesdrop, you know. Tough luck, there are ears everywhere now, lady. Maybe we should lock you up with 32. Can't be much worse than Itvil, he don't shut up. Hey, go easy on the honey, Bulma snaps, that's the last of it. Pirak gives the bottle a last wet squeeze and then throws it overhead, missing the bin entirely even though he's less than 2 feet away from it. He flips a finger when Bulma throws one of the files down at him, as always enjoying the rise he gets out of her when Vegeta isn't around. He's bored, Goku tells her as though she doesn't already know that. Everybody knows. Pirak has been verbally terrorizing anyone who sits still for longer than 5 minutes, though he takes an especial glee in harassing Bulma, and occasionally Vegeta when he remembers what Vegeta represents. Stop messing with me, you bipolar fuck, Goku overheard Vegeta shout just last night. There'd been a clatter of pans from the kitchen, and by the time Goku'd arrived, Pirak had been thrown against the wall, eyes alive with humor and mouth upturned and vicious with vitriolic lashing. Even Piccolo has dug those sharp claws of his into Pirak's throat. He'd once tried to get under Goku's skin by calling him offensive Saiyan slurs, according to Vegeta, but must have found the assignment not very worthwhile when Goku remained unoffended. Similarly, there seems to be an unspoken pact between Pirak and Itvil, as Itvil is typically left untargeted, but Goku notices Itvil curl his lips whenever Pirak enters the room, and the excuses to leave sound watery even to him. I'm tempted to let 32 out just so Pirak has a chew toy, Bulma says. Or maybe we should just let Pirak play on his scouter like he wants. It's the wrong thing to say. Bulma spins. No, she seethes. How many times do I need to say this? If he so much as touches his stupid scouter, then there's a chance we'll be tracked. It's not that hard to understand. You're still playing about with 32 SKU. It's offline. Are you deaf or stupid? I can't even get it to connect. That jerk repurposed the Frost Empire firewall to prevent hacking. You could just ask him. It's a relief when she doesn't hit him. In fact, she doesn't even look mad even though Goku realizes what he said sounds a bit daft all things considering. She laughs and scrapes her hair back, looking very, very tired. Yes, I could, couldn't I? It'll be really super simple. Maybe I could ask him about Namek while I'm at it. We could share brunch and gab about how much of an asshole Pirak is. I don't think he'd like brunch very much on the account of his not eating, Itvil says by way of greeting. He's not wearing his armor, and his mousy brown hair lays in short waves over his shoulders, giving him the casual, unassuming look of a civilian. With Pirak and 32 on board, Goku almost persuades himself that Itvil is one of them, Goku's friends, if only by how much Itvil seems to have orchestrated himself into the us, as opposed to the them. Fine, let him starve, Bulma bites out cruelly, see if I care. That kind of defeats the point of saving him, points out Itvil with a glimmer of amusement, just let him wallow for a while longer. He seems the type. Oh, what's this? Youth program documents. There's not much, Goku says, dispersing the papers so all the black and white images are able to stare up at Goku's gormless face. I think this guy is in charge. Oh, yeah, I've met him. Dr. Morsh is the director of the Northern Branch. He's also one of Lord Cooler's advisors. He's been trying to get funding from Lord Cooler for years, but Lord Cooler's always found the program to be a soulless endeavor. Expensive, too. Imagine paying a chunk of money and ending up with someone like Pirak, Bulma derides. Yeah, well, there's something to be said for the program. In Pirak's short term, as captain, he has managed to pay himself off twice over, though this information's directly from him, so take it with a pinch of salt. What I do know is that he does have an especially prosperous record. Pirak's specialty is upselling. Which is planet cleansing, Itvil says with a cheery smile, killing the inhabitants, organizing the cleanup, and repurposing the planet to be market-ready. That's awful, Goku tells him. The Saiyans were famous for it. I know, that doesn't make it less awful. Yeah, well, the smile dips and Itvil gestures to the papers. These are the sort of guys who will do it without question. If your kid ended up there, he would have been expected to do it too. Gohan would never. Then he'd be dead. Not this again. We're going around in circles, Bulma says, and then she sighs. Don't overthink it, Goku. There's no point wondering about what Gohan did or didn't do until we get more details about their recruitment requirements. The youth programs, Itvil asks, brows raised. After Namek, Goku tells him, we're gonna try and find out where the program recruit their fighters from and if they ever found a Saiyan. There's a black market, Bulma adds. Gohan could have been sold. Goku's looked into the black market before but came up with nothing. It'd lead to a dead end and bloodied hands. There'd been so much wrongness to be found. So much horror. Maybe it'll be different now with the aid of his friends. Well, that's your best hope, Itvil says. Trafficking is hardly the worst of what goes on there. There's a pause of contemplation. You're on the right track. The youth program has a lot of connections with it. Have you spoken to Pirak about this, your kid? Goku hasn't, and he doesn't really want to. The less Pirak knows about Gohan, the better. He'd use it to hurt Goku, and Goku, admittedly, has a short fuse about Gohan as it is. There's not much point. Gohan's 15, Bulma says on his behalf. He'd still be there now if was in the program. Wouldn't Pirak be too old to have crossed paths with him? Besides, Pirak went to the other branch, the southern one. Gohan was lost in the north. Transfers happen. Bulma sends Goku an unhappy look. It's just a suggestion for your little cause. Itvil waves a hand. I'm pretty sure 32 was a transfer himself, if my researcher is to be believed, and a couple years below Pirak in the program, so he could have very well stumbled upon a sad baby Saiyan back in the day. You never know. Goku doesn't hide his distaste. At that, Itvil laughs, but good luck getting him to talk about it. Bulma leans over. Or how about you try and get him to talk about it? It's that evening that Itvil and Pirak walk 32 to the living area and sit him at the dining table, placing him directly under the watchful eye of the CCTV, which Goku and the others gather around in the surveillance room. 32 isn't obliging, as suspected, talking very quietly and infrequently as Pirak dominates the conversation. Itvil is holding himself well despite the dislike he has for both parties and even demonstrates his talent for the southern tongue. If 32 is surprised by the revelation, he doesn't show it. Itvil has visited 32 a handful of times now, and Goku wonders what sort of repertoire, if any, has been built between them. It's hard to tell both through the camera and 32's stony exterior what 32 really thinks of any of this. He's been isolated for a while. Itvil had earlier said when Vegeta kicked up a fuss of being left out of the proceedings, so less is best. And we don't want to escalate the situation, Piccolo had reminded. This isn't about you, Vegeta. I'll have what you need out of him in an hour, Vegeta had offered darkly. Yes, I'm sure the magnificent Prince Vegeta is more persuasive than the shock plate. And what are you going to do? Offer him a beer and let bygones be bygones? Even Goku's surprised that Itvil took Vegeta literally because that's what happens, much to Vegeta's fury. But it's more than that. Goku recognizes Itvil's tactical niceties when 32's guard refuses to be weathered by even the harshest of storms. This at least seems to disarm 32 to some degree because he somewhat engages in conversation with Itvil, even admitting to his attempt at finding Namek, which is more than any of them has managed to get out him. Surprisingly, 32 talks long enough to even berate Itvil and Pirak for joining Silo, questioning their supposed freedom when his loyalty to the Empire is challenged. It's a good argument, and Goku spots Vegeta nodding to himself by the time Itful feels the need to defend himself. 32 is sent back to his room with the option to join them, and then they're left to wait. 2 days pass and Goku feels impatience creep like dusk across the horizon. The clock is against them, because when they reach Namek, everything is going to go downhill fast, and they're going to lose the best bartering chip they have. If he wants Pirak and Itvul's support, it's now that he needs to act, which works out well as he's currently pacing outside of 32's door after somehow finding himself manifesting in this general direction. He wants to go in and ask about Gohan. He also wants to ask about Namek, but that feels less important in the grand scheme of things. His hand grazes the handle. Naughty. Goku jumps, withdrawing as though burnt and managing to somehow trip over his own anxiety. Pirak laughs. You're funny, you. Hess, well, I didn't hear you coming. You were in your own world, Pirak says before proceeding to shock Goku by offering him a hand. Warily, Goku accepts and Pirak hurls him to his feet, grinning. Nothing good behind that door. You don't like him too much, huh? Didn't he kill your friend? I'm surprised you don't hate him like I do. Oh, did he kill your friend too? There's another laugh, and Goku wonders if he said something funny accidentally. Yeah, probably, but that's just how it goes back in the program. No hard feelings there. Goku doesn't understand this person. The program sure sounds unpleasant, he says when Pirak's laser-thin eyes focus on him for too long. He itches his arm, suddenly rather warm. Itvul says it makes strong soldiers, though. You must be pretty tough. At that, Pirak's already large chest puffs out. You're wanting a scrap? We could, but I don't think that woman would be too happy about it. I can't say I haven't been curious about your power since I found out you're killed Frieza and all. I don't think we should fight on the ship. Then are you hittin' on me? When Goku stares, blank, Pirak elaborates with rather strange hand gestures, and then further elaborates when the silence draws on. I'm talkin' about fuckin'. Oh, no thanks. Then why you're kissin' my ass? Pirak leans back, genuinely confused. If you don't wanna fight or fuck, then why are you? Goku's face still feels hot. I just wanna know about the youth program. Pirak stares for a long time, and then he turns his attention to the door that Goku had wanted to push open only moments ago. I thought you were trying to break in to rough him up a bit, he says, if a bit dejectedly, but you just wanna know about. What? The program? Why? Is this about the kid you're looking for? Your son? Goku nearly collapses from the shock of it. How the hell does Pirak know? You think he went to the program? I don't know, Goku finally gets out. I don't think so, but I wanted to know if. Well, maybe. Pirak rubs his chin. Sayin? I can't remember any been admitted when I were there. The law's always been a bit funny about them since, well, always, but especially since you're gutted Frieza. Let me see what I can dig up for yer, though I need access to my scouter if you're wanting much of anything useful. Heh, don't look at me like that. Course I'd like something for my troubles. If Pirak has always known about Gohan, then why hasn't he ever said so? He's been such a jerk to everyone else that it's more of a surprise that he hasn't taken the opportunity to twist the knife in Goku's chest. It's something which bothers him even as he unlocks Bulma's safety box in the cockpit in the dead of night. And when he steals the scouter and returns it to Pirak, he can't help but wonder if he got ahead of himself. I'm not stupid, Pirak assures him, securing the device over his left eye. I turned the track-in off months ago. Just give me an hour and I'll log into the program system for yer. Pirak, if you try and do anything funny, then I'll. Kill me, he coos. Well, you're really. Yes. Goku doesn't waver, fingers unrelenting into the fleshy pockets of Pirak's arm, watching as Pirak's amusement passes like an icy chill, and they stand there in the still of silence until Pirak wisely turns away first. Goku isn't bluffing. Whilst he tries to avoid killing, there have been times in his travels where he's had to do just that for one reason or another. Sometimes people can't be reasoned with. He's learned that now. Upon release, Pirak gives a mocking bow. Oh, Savior, I would never let you down. An hour is all I ask. It takes longer than an hour. So, it turns out, it takes longer than the night, and even by the next morning Goku is waiting opposite a breakfast, mostly untouched. Pirak meanders into the kitchen, bringing upon his usual whirlwind of chaos until Bulma is pushed far enough to launch her eggs at his mane of hair. It's admittedly impressive when he catches them between his teeth, sending Bulma into a further spiral that offsets her for the rest of the day. Pirak gives him a wink, tapping his head. The scouter remains hidden, which is good because Goku likes living. "Did you do it?" Goku whispers furiously before Pirak can chase after Bulma into the kitchen. Pirak's very obvious in his frustration. "No," he hisses, "I'm working on it all right." "You better not be lying to me, Pirak." "I ain't, now let go of me, your plant is air." Goku jumps back a space when he realizes that Piccolo is watching, his mouth pulled about as tightly as his brow. "He wants to fuck me," Pirak tells him, giving Goku a firm pat where only one other person has touched before. "K, knock it off." "But I juice, don't swing that way, Goku, as I keep saying. Maybe you should try Vegeta. He's been fucked up enough to enjoy a bit of masochism, I'm sure." With Pirak gone, Goku avoids Piccolo eyeline and stalks his way along to his room in a bid not to be questioned. And it's with great relief that he's spared just that, though Piccolo surveys him closely as he slinks away. Goku only pauses when he catches himself outside 32's room once more. The handle is a shining silver. When he raises his hand to take grip, he thinks better of it, already having made a bad decision the night before. Really, Goku thinks, lounging on his bed, it's one of many bad decisions he's made with the hope of retrieving Gohan. This isn't new, only now it affects his friends. The years alone have rounded some of Goku's naive edges, but the impatience of not having his son seems to only have made him riskier. He wants his boy home. His one and only baby boy. With learning that they only a few days left until they reach Namek, Goku grasps Pirak that evening right out of one of the winding hallways, throwing him against the wall. "You lied to me," Goku insists. Pirak shoves him away quickly. I ain't been able to get on yet." "It's an online system," he stresses. "How hard is that? I don't get it." "It's down or something 'cause every time I try and access the page I can't get through. I'm using proxies too before you can say anything. It's weird. The site's never gone down before." Goku stares at him to try and sense if he's lying or not. Sure, the frustration looks real enough, but Goku can't always read people well, which has often left him with disastrous results. There's not much to be done here except accept the loss. He turns on his heel and marches straight to 32's room, suddenly very done with it all, and without much thought, rips the door open. He stares. The room is empty. Did 32 manage to escape through the vent after all? Panic rinses and he sprints down the hallway until he makes it to living area, grabbing the first person he sees as to spread the word. It just so happens to be Itvil. 32's gone, he tells him, shaking him by the arm and spilling the glass of water it had once held. "Yes, well established. Are you done showering the both of us?" "Yeah." "Kakarot," Vegeta snaps from the balcony above, "when you stop making a fool of yourself, feel free to get your ass up here." Goku blinks and jumps up the ladder. Color him surprised when he sees 32 sat at the table like a civilized person, opposite Bulma, with no regard for Goku whatsoever. He's surrounded by fragile metallic pieces that presumably once made up the scouter in his hand. There's a screwdriver to his right, and his eyes are thinned in concentration. "Oh," is all Goku can say. "That's not right," Bulma says as 32 fastens one piece of plastic to another. "No, it wasn't that way before." 32 stops, resting his hands on the table when he turns to her. He doesn't say anything. "Well, it wasn't." "Then you can fix it," 32 tells her, lacing his fingers together. "What happened?" Goku asks. "Why's it broken?" Bulma burns cherry red very quickly. There's a cough. It doesn't matter what happened." That buffoon angered her. Vegeta doesn't look mad. On the contrary, he smirks, looking like the cat that got the canary. And she took it out on the first thing she grabbed. "I hate him," Bulma sneers, and it's then Goku realizes she's talking about Pirak and about the incident from this morning. "How long has 32 been allowed out? Since then? Don't you look at me like that, Goku. You're the one who's been cooped up. Hey, I didn't say you could slack off. Get on with it." Vegeta gives 32 a slap aback the head. "Oh, don't feel too sorry for him. He's been dragging his feet with it for the last hour, Bulma says when Goku doesn't hide his shock. Dark eyes roll up beneath black bangs. I offered you the chance to fix your precious scouter, and you accepted, so don't look at me like that. Goku breathes out a laugh, taking a seat. Relief sweeps him, and for some reason he finds the entire situation entertaining. I'm surprised that you don't know how to fix it, Bulma, he adds, stirring the pot. Shut up, it's ridiculous what this guy's done to it, Bulma says as to unburden herself. Totally against code. Oh yeah, Goku grins. Is that right? Even Vegeta doesn't bother hiding his amusement, watching with a wry smile as 32 fishes through a pile of minuscule screws. Whatever Bulma's done to the poor thing seems to be throwing 32 for a bit of a loop, and despite what Bulma said about 32 taking his sweet time, Goku doesn't think that's the case. He moves with methodical decisiveness, piecing the scouter together as though it's but a jigsaw with the inescapability of being completed, only stopping when Bulma offers her commentary on something 32 likely know more about than her. He's in his furs this time, and Goku's reminded of the incident at the tavern and Krillin's ensuing demise. It makes 32 look more in control than he actually is, broadening him out and marking him far more imposing than before, like how Pirak must see himself. 32, however, has a soft, dangerous energy that Pirak doesn't. Like a wolf buried in the neck of a deer, its quiet passivity feels borrowed. The kill has been made, but now the beast is stilted, and those around are awaiting its next move. Krillin's unseeing eyes roll back, and Goku's left to stare at the nakedness of the situation. He coughs meaningfully, so, the youth program. Bulma and Vegeta turn to him, but 32 doesn't. His fingers continue their work. You did it right. 32 doesn't reply. Vegeta's patience is something to be worked on. He snatches 32 by the back of his neck, ensnaring his hair and forcing him look at Goku without choice. Remember your manners, he whispers nastily. Kakarot is talking to you. 32 remains impassive. That's enough, Goku says. Let him go. He looks at Bulma, resolve melting in an instant. Fine, he spits, unhappy. Suit yourselves. With a thrust, 32 falls against the table, spilling the screws and snapping one of the plastic pieces he just managed to reattach. Bulma sends Vegeta a scathing look. I hear strong soldiers come from the youth program, Goku continues as 32 recollects his puzzle pieces. Which makes me surprised considering you weren't all that interested in fighting me back at the tavern. It's mocking, Goku knows, and he hopes it's enough to tease a reaction. 32 rests a hand over the scouter, purposeful. Why don't you ask your question? He suggests in that accented drawl, instead of dancing around it with your petty words. Well, that sure saves us some time, huh? Goku leans over the table. So, you graduated the youth program alongside Pirak. Is that right? No, 32 says, returning to the scouter. Pirak graduated 2 winters prior. So you're younger, responds Goku, already knowing as much. Obviously. How old are you? 32 doesn't like the question. It's hard to get a read on him, but the way he freezes is not lost on Goku, and it's not lost on Vegeta and Bulma too, who look at Goku like's just grown a second head at this line of questioning. Old enough to be instated as a captain, 32 replies after a time. Vegeta supplies, 19 then. Pirak said this ingrate became a captain last year. Bulma makes a noise at the same time that Goku's head spins. That's just 4 years. There's an opportunity for 32 to prove Goku right and relay never having seen Gohan at that horrible little program of his. There's a creaking of wood when Itful comes to join them. He's 18, he tells as he mounts the top of the ladder. 32's a prodigy. He learned the boiler just for you, Vegeta. Don't you feel special? Vegeta grits his teeth, the nerve still clearly sensitive. Itful doesn't waste time in sitting to 32's left. He elbows him comradely, knocking 32's work askew once more and sending screws to the floor and Bulma into a sulk. I think this guy wants to know if you had any Saiyan buddies join you in the program. 32's gaze rises to Goku with momentary whiplash, and then it drops back to the scouter. Saiyans are not permitted, he says. Officially, Itful pushes, there must have been some mixed bloods. Not in the southern program. How about the north? Goku pushes, you were there for a while too. 32 retrieves the fallen screws and slaps them on the table. "I am not the record keeper," he says curtly. "I do not know the coming and goings of certain races, no less one so barbaric. Since Lord Frieza's downfall, Saiyans became ill-regarded. The program does not deal with bad stock." "Is everyone tested when they're recruited?" Bulma asks. "For genetics?" "Yes." "And it's made public?" "Yes." "On an online system, they must for the buyer's right?" "Yes." "So, what you're saying is that once you fix that scouter you can access the system, right?" 32 halts with his project and finally gives Bulma his full dead-eyed attention. "Saiyans are destroyed," he says resolutely, and then turns to Goku and impossibly speaks even slower. "Saiyans young enough to be in the program do not exist." They exist, he wants to tell him. Whether or not he was in the program is a different topic entirely. Goku sighs and runs his hands through his hair, pulling at an emerging knot. "It's still worth checking out," Bulma says regardless. "We'd regret not trying." Pirak is supposedly already trying, but Goku daren't voice it. Goku tries to ask 32 questions about the possibility of running into Gohan, but the guy's not exactly obliging. He offers one-word answers, and sometimes no answer at all, until Vegeta reminds him of his prisoner status, and then he's forced to admit to a lack of information. By the time 32 has finished with the scouter, Goku's stomach is aching with hunger, and the others around seem similarly drained. When 32 activates the scouter, Bulma is quick to snatch it. "You've not deactivated the firewall," she complains almost immediately. "I told you to." "I fixed the scouter," 32 says, standing. Itful and Goku follow suit by way of precaution. Vegeta, who is already stood, moves to block the ladder. "I have no interest in sharing access." "You slime." Itful takes 32 by the arm. Now, Vegeta. Let's remember that 32 remains an active servant of the Empire. Giving access is akin to betrayal, which is very important for 32 not to do because he's certainly a loyal, attending figurehead. Right, 32? Funny. 32 isn't immediately sentenced back to his room like Goku suspected he might be. Itful is a bloodhound, and he instead corners 32, talking to him in a low, muffled voice that doesn't always speak with the common tongue. 32, who doesn't seem like he wants to talk much at all, tries to withdraw to the corner of the room like a turtle into its shell. A menacing turtle, mind. The way his dark eyes rake across his surroundings is unnerving. Even now, he's looking for his escape route. It's admirable. It's just them now that Bulma and Vegeta have headed to the communications computer up in the cockpit. Bulma's probably talking with her dad again. On Earth, they've now collected the Dragon Balls and are now waiting for their go-ahead to bring Krillin back. Goku wonders how compliant Muri, their guardian, would be if he found out about this trip to Namek. He's always been pretty protective of it, after all. Would he still allow them to use the Dragon Balls? Would he be mad at Goku's gamble of taking these captains to his beloved home? 32 has a bunch of shinks stuffed under his skin, so Goku bets he'll be all right to deal with in terms of combat. Pirak makes Goku a bit uncomfortable, but is otherwise not much of a threat. Itful, though, well, he's an enigma all his own. Just how strong is he? Watching Itful smile at his own monologue, Goku comes to an understanding that power isn't represented by strength alone. Wits, he knows, can be powerful too. There have been a few too many close calls back from his travels where strength alone hadn't been enough. Scientists, doctors, learned men, these are the people who Goku has found to hold more cards than any typical fighter. These are the leaders, the innovators. What happens when someone has both strength and intelligence? Just how powerful can that be? For some reason, Goku finds himself drawn to 32 in that moment. Call it intuition. Goku really is relieved for the shinks. As if to sense the attention, 32's eyes draw upwards until Goku finds himself looking into cool obsidian. Because of the war, Goku overhears Itful say to 32, "It's only time until." "I've already agreed to cooperate," 32 says, drawing backwards, eyes still on Goku. "I am in no need for a lecture of politics from you. I told you I will think it over." So that's why they let him out. Goku hadn't expected him to agree, not really. But this is good because he may be able to needle some information out of him over time. both Pirak and Piccolo remain absent from the living area. Whilst that's normal for the latter, Pirak not jumping on the opportunity to be vicious to 32 is odd. It gives Goku a bit of a stomach ache to think about. Later, Piccolo confronts Goku and demands the details of the evening. There isn't much to report aside 32 fixing the scouter and being allowed to sit by himself by the bay window. When he tells Piccolo that 32 doesn't eat the food left beside him, aside a handful of broccoli, Piccolo isn't impressed. And he said nothing of Namek. He doesn't talk much. Piccolo scoffs. And so we're going to pretend that he hasn't got his own intentions. We need to know why he wants the Dragon Balls, or if not him, why Haler wants them. That's the only reason for him to look for Namek. Itful doesn't think it's for Haler. Itful doesn't think much of the Dragon Balls either. He has a small world view. He suggested I speak to Pirak about the youth program. Why? In case they came across Gohan. It sounds like he's trying to keep you busy. It's better than doing nothing. What we need to keep in mind is why the Dragon Balls are unable to reach Gohan, Piccolo says. How would some program be able to do to thwart the dragon's power? I refuse to believe it. I think the entire thing is a waste of time. I don't think he's there either, but it's the best lead we have. Don't you want to know for sure? No. I could ask 32 again. What a terrible idea. You just don't want to deal with him, Goku says, and is proven right when Piccolo turns a shoulder to hide his reaction. Fine, I don't. Don't be a baby. You don't understand. I don't, but you won't explain it. Piccolo's face turns ever greener should it be possible. There's something disgusting about him, like he shouldn't even be here. Rotten. As if he died and, see, this is why I didn't want to talk about it because you're looking at me as though I'm Kraz. Actually, I think you look scared. I'm not scared. Goku scratches at the back of his head, staring out into the void of faraway stars and planets. Do you think I should try and talk to him again? I don't think he likes you. He spared him, though, unlike Krillin. If you say so, Goku hums, I can never guess what's going through that guy's head. In fact, all three captains have a proficiency at keeping Goku on his toes. Pirak emerges the next morning with deep, purpling bags beneath his eyes, his pace sluggish as he pours himself some cereal. When Goku tries to talk to him, he makes a rude hand gestures and leaves the kitchen, clipping Itful's shoulder as they pass in the doorway. Itful is arguably more tired. He drags the chair out beside Goku and slouches into it. It's very strange, until Itful later reveals that he'd been awake all night watching a conference in connection to the war between Haler and Cooler. The peace talks had been unsuccessful, resulting in the bombings of 5 factory space stations from one side or another. Goku doesn't really understand it all that well as Itful discusses the implications of the attack, but he offers a sympathetic pat on the shoulder when Itful mentions having friends involved. 32 is allowed out again in the afternoon. He's back in front of the window, now having been rewarded a book to keep himself entertained with. Goku's tempted to bother him with his questions, but is beaten to it when Pirak throws himself on the chair opposite, revitalized. There's no love lost there, as usual. Even as they talk in that southern language, Goku can tell from 32's curt responses that he wants nothing more than Pirak to go back the way he came. Pirak is enjoying himself, however, and continues to accost 32 until Itful deems it appropriate to separate them. 32's knuckles are white along the spine of the book. By time, Pirak is sent away. Goku spends most of his time in the living area just to keep an eye on the situation. And of course, isn't surprised when Pirak finds his way back to 32 shortly thereafter. Itful disappears for a nap, wondrously eager to demonstrate the worst of his personality. Although it's hard to ignore, Goku does his best. As usual, his documents are spread out across the table, with Goku fixating on the director of the Northern Youth Program, the Dr. Itful pointed out knowing. Maybe Goku should try and get in contact with him. From what Vegeta was able to translate, the doctor had an interest in acquiring youths who already held proficient fighting ability, which Gohan has, and then molding them should they survive the trial by. The sound of something smashing has Goku jump to his feet. Pirak has 32 by his collar, his face beat red with fury. Whatever he's saying isn't in a language Goku can understand, but it sure is loud. Jumping over plate shards, still burdened with 32's untouched breakfast, Goku rushes to pull them apart, resulting in an animalistic tear in Pirak's throat when Goku's rips him away. 32 draws back, nonplussed by all accounts if not for the subtle giveaway of tensed fists. "You ungrateful shit," Pirak snarls over Goku's shoulder. "You're gonna be dead long before the institution you hate so much." 32 collects his book, retaking his seat. The lack of reply infuriates Pirak all the more. "You won't be looking down on me when I bury you." "Stop embarrassing yourself," 32 finally comments, making it all the more worse. Pirak thrashes against Goku's arms. "Move it, Saiyan, I'll have him." "You've gotta calm down," Goku instructs firm. "There can't be any fighting on here." "There won't be a fight," he promises darkly. "I'll just fucking tear each." 32 sighs, burying his nose in between the pages. The punch has Pirak slide several feet along the tiles and into the coffee table, and the playing cards that been sat there splay into the air, fluttering like wild snow amongst the chaos. Goku lowers his fist, knuckles still tingling from the impact. "Knock it off," Goku orders. "I won't say it again, Pirak." Pirak swivels, giving the coffee table a vengeful kick. "Don't you have better things to do?" Goku reminds him. "I fulfilled my end of the deal." "Well, thaws, just it ain't it?" Pirak spits, crunching splintered wood as he stands. "As I just told that piece of shit behind you, something has happened to the program. I can't get through. I can't get no documents, no access, nothing. Wanna hit me again, tough guy? Come on, let's do this." "What's happened with the program?" "Like hell I'd know." Pirak is a bull, and Goku takes him by the horns when he tries to charge, capturing large fists in either hand. "You ain't getting shit from them or from me. Fuck your kid." He hauls himself back, wrenching the door off his hinges and stampeding along the hallway. From behind, there's the sound of a page being turned. "Something's worrying them," Bulma informs him, Vegeta and Piccolo as soon as they're alone around the dining table. "I think it's to do with the war." Piccolo's looking out of the same bay window 32 had been. Pirak and Itvol have defected. Why should they even care? "Itvol is still working for Cooler," Vegeta asserts, "as he has been since the beginning. Pirak's just unstable." That's an understatement. After their altercation earlier today, Pirak had waltzed up to Goku as if they were old friends, asking about his Super Saiyan transformation and what it had been like to face up against Frieza. 32 is indifferent, which is ironic, because he's the only one who hasn't deferred, Bulma says. "Do you think he's not a loyalist, like Itvol keeps saying?" Piccolo asks. "I found the footage of his conversation with Pirak and Itvol telling, but it's hard to recognize his goals. You dealt with him during your imprisonment, Vegeta. Do you think he's operating under his own intentions?" "If he isn't, then that's a problem for Kakarot," Vegeta says. "That means Haler knows about him." "So, why wouldn't they put out a hit on me too?" Goku asks. "Wouldn't he wanna hunt me down for what I did to Frieza?" "That's a good point." Bulma takes a long sip of her coffee and looks into the depth of space. "You've been traveling alone for some time. You'd think Haler would have made a move on you by now." The idea follows Goku into disembarking day. Namek's munificent foliage is a welcome opposition to the dark, dismal space they'd been journeying through. Warm green from sky to land is succulent to the eye, and Goku finds himself excitedly pressed against the window, desperate to taste the freshness of non-recycled air. He momentarily forgets about the issues with the captains and the suffocation of being confined in a tin can for so long. And when the doors open, he's the first to emerge and feel the breeze waft through his air. It's glorious. Goku grins when Piccolo is unable to hide his own joy. He's wearing a smile his own, staring into the density of trees. Vegeta is assisting Bulma by the time Pirak is out, who stretches nearby the doors of ship. He's probably waiting to bully 32. 32 does indeed venture out. Unlike Pirak, he's smartly left his robes in the ship. It's much warmer than the south. Itvol is to his left and gives Pirak a meaningful look when he tries to approach. "So, where's the welcome-in reception?" Pirak asks. "This ain't what I expected." "Namek is not your common Empire slave planet," Piccolo bites back. "Don't expect a party. The people here have better things to do." "I know what Namek is. It's full of peasants." What did you just say? Guys, I think the main village is this way, Goku says with the aim of deviating the conversation. He jumps into the air, enjoying the weightlessness of it, and tries to sense the energy of the guy in charge. Let's go. There's a barking laugh that must be Pirak. Who do ya want carrying you, princess? He asks 32. Ask me nicely, and I won't drop you on your head. Oh, can't 32 fly under Shinx? No, Pirak says with wild joy when asked. It's not that. He can't fly. Never been able to, Aveyer. 32 doesn't look embarrassed, but he does look distracted, staring into the faraway distance way past where Goku had pointed out the village being located. It's then Goku remembers 32's research into Namek. Why does he want the Dragon Balls? Is it for Haler himself? In the end, it doesn't matter. The Namekian Dragon Balls have long since been gone. Chapter 10. The Conspicuous. 32 steadies himself against the tree. Namek is a humid planet, with oxygen-rich air that would be pleasant if not for how much pollen pollutes it. Every breeze tempts 32 into a sneeze, but he manages to swallow it, finding the idea of falling into an allergy fit around Pirak and the others embarrassing, though the entire thing makes his nausea worse, which had begun to be a problem when they were pulled into the orbit of the planet. He mustn't vomit, or sneeze, or worse yet, he mustn't do both at the same time. The ship is nearby and it's tempting to return to it, but this is Namek. How long has 32 wanted to find this place? How long has he scoured? How amazing, ironic, really, that he's managed to stumble upon it by no control of his own with a person he was last here. Why? He swallows the bile, his head hurts. It feels wrong. Being here feels wrong. Shielding his eyes from the nearby star, 32 looks out over the grassy plain, where he spots Goku outside a stone dwelling no larger than an averagely sized civilian house. He'd flown ahead along with Piccolo the Namekian, Vegeta, and the woman, Bulma, likely in a bid to give the inhabitants some warning about the 3 Frost Empire captains bringing up the rear. As Pirak had earlier pointed out, 32 cannot fly, so they're walking the short journey to the village. Itvul had suggested it in what 32 assumes to be a way to get into his good books, because the other option would have been for 32 to accept a lift, which would have been a foul experience for all involved. Yes, Itvul has been nothing short of magnanimous since the meeting some nights ago. It had almost felt like a conspiracy until Pirak acted with his usual boisterous callousness, reminding 32 very much of his incarceration. It's not been a bad incarceration by all accounts. It's been one of his finer ones, in fact, with the food being especially non-horrific. What a shame it is that he can't stomach it. The company has been the biggest challenge, as so it usually is with Pirak involved. He's walking ahead, whistling to himself and kicking aside any rock misfortunate enough to find itself in his path. A frog isn't spared the same fate and takes quite the journey overhead. Itvul clicks his tongue, really Pirak. It caught ear huz. By 32's right is Itvul, who is watching him again. He's been doing it more so than usual, and the unwarranted attention is starting to annoy 32. A rogue sneeze chooses then to strike, and 32 has to turn away, catching it in the crutch of his arm. I knew it, Itvul laughs. Shut up. A lot of our southern transfers struggle with the pollen, he goes on to say. You're southern even down to your allergies. 32 ignores him. He's as much a pest as the rest of them. Pirak, Vegeta, the woman, at least the Namekian steers clear of him. The only one who doesn't rub 32 up the wrong way is. 32 wipes his dry eyes. Such a pain. Hey, you made it, Goku greets as though they'd been parted for longer than 5 minutes. The others have already entered the dwelling, but it seems 32's group deserves a warning before they enter. So, listen. It's unnerving how Goku's expression freezes over. The warm creases of his eyes disappear, and in its stead is the sharp, unwavering glower of the Saiyan who took down Frieza. It's here that 32 recognizes the quiet ferocity of the man, quite possibly for the first time experiencing what sort of creature he really is. If you hurt any of them, Goku whispers low, I'll make sure it's the last thing you do. These guys are my friends and they're good people. We won't do anything of the sort, right? Itvul asks of his group, bright, arms open. We all have the same intentions, I'm sure. I'm a good boy, I swear I won't do nothing naughty, Pirak says. 32 couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. He hopes this sentiment is apparent in his poker face stare. It isn't, because either a poker face is his default facial expression or Goku can't read social cues. 32. I won't, 32 eventually tells him. I can't. Oh right, oh yeah. The mood breaks when Goku laughs. Really, Goku laughs a lot. 32 can hear him laughing through his bedroom door sometimes, and he's heard him when they allowed him in the social area, always talking and joking and laughing. He smiles even more, as though that's his default facial expression, making 32 wonder why he smiles as much as he does, which for some reason makes 32's stomach hurt. Pain turns into mild interest when they enter. Inside the dwelling is white much like the outside, with sparse furnishings and windows without glass. The furniture looks uncomfortable, and 32 is unable to differentiate the table and seating as both are carved from stone. Oddly enough, there aren't many personal items even though the dwelling is clearly a home. There are flowers though, lots of them, which makes 32 want to impel fire. When the door opens, the inevitable happens. A Namekian similar of middle age emerges, holds his nose and gasps. What is that? He gasps, clinging to the doorframe. Goku looks around. What is it? 32 steels himself for it. Damned, the Namekian whispers, and then turns directly to 32. It's him. You're damned, get out of this home at once. That's fine by him, they don't need to tell 32 twice. But before he can leave, Pirak clutches firmly onto his shoulder. Oh, don't be like that old man, he says. 32 can't help the way he smells. Cursed. Itful blows a whistle. They really don't like you, do they? No, 32 admits, wanting to leave. Goku appears lost. Oh, it's not just a Piccolo thing, he says a bit lamely. I'm real sorry, Noosh, but 32 can't be outside alone, and we kind of need these guys with us for the Dragon Balls. That creature is cursed, Goku, panics Noosh. To have him here in my home, yes, it may leave negative residue. It may alter the home's aura. I won't. All right, us 32. 32 turns on his heel, unchallenged this time by Pirak, and makes his way out of the dwelling and towards a mound of dried dirt that could be perched on. He sits, wondering who his jailer is going to be until sure enough, Goku emerges from the abode, quick on his feet and far too emotive for 32's liking. Geez, there's gotta be a story behind this, he opens up with, gesturing to 32's self, laughing. If there's a story, then 32 doesn't know it. He has suspicions, of course, but Namekians not being his biggest fans isn't his biggest worry. So, why don't Namekians like you? Who knows? You. That's when the tingles return. So. Again, he feels it again, over in the distance. Oh, and there by the house, perhaps in the house. What is it? Goku asks. Did you sense something? Can you do that without your scouter? No, 32 can't, so it just adds to the mystery. What is that he feels? It's itching inside of his brain, something in his chest pulling to get out like a... He sneezes. Oh, are you sick? Unhappily, he lowers into his hands, hating how dry his eyes feel. 32 swallows the second sneeze. If he waits long enough then, the others will emerge with the Dragon Balls and then they can all be on their way. That's what they're here for. That's what 32's here for, and when the time is right 32 will take them for himself. So, we don't need to talk. Yeah, but I'm real curious about something. God, Goku's going to ask him about the youth program again, 32 realizes with great dismay. He's brought it up a few times now, but doesn't seem to be getting the message that the topic is not up for discussion. When it had first been mentioned, 32 felt incredibly unwell, his head throbbing with the possibility of uncovered truths. As he'd been working on fixing his ruined scouter, his hands had grown numb, his mouth static. Had Goku realized? He'd wondered. Why had he been asking such personal questions? The reality was hardly much better. Bent over the desiccated scouter, 32 had grasped the situation with dizzy realization. They're looking for him. Goku is looking for him. He doesn't unpack it, he doesn't care, there's no reason to care. 32 has nothing to do with this man. But still, why didn't he just use the Dragon Balls here on Namek if he'd always had access to them? Why didn't he wish 32 home? He's looking for 32, but also not using the single most useful tool at his disposal. Why? No, he won't do this to himself. It's done. 32 made peace with it years ago. So, yeah, Goku says. 32 prepares his customary evasive response, only to falter when the youth program isn't in fact brought up. Why didn't you kill me back at the tavern? It's somehow worse than expected. 32 doesn't have to answer his question, but knows the situation will look more suspicious if he remains quiet. I aimed for your vital organs, he dismisses. I missed. No way, it was point blank and you're a good shot. Goku's gaze weighs heavily on 32, like a barbell plummeted across the throat. Well, he eventually continues when 32 doesn't better defend himself, thanks, I guess, though you still did kill Krillin. Goku's never been that cut up about it, now that 32 thinks about it. Is this why? Because they will use the Dragon Balls to revive him. Ah, this is what Vegeta had meant when he'd threatened returning when he'd been 32's prisoner. He'd known about the Dragon Balls, too. I think this is why Itvil thinks you're not really on Haler's side, Goku goes on to say. 'Cause you spared the guy who killed Frieza. Do you think I'm gonna do it again to Haler? Kill him. Are you, he wants to ask. Could you, 32 instead leads with, using common sense. Lord Haler is far stronger than Frieza was. Goku shrugs and jostles a rock with his boot. I dunno, what do you think? Lord Haler is undefeated. So is Frieza. Lord Frieza didn't have access to the Tree of Might. The Tree of Wa. Power, 32 reveals quietly, it's his source. Oh, then that's cheating. He can't be all that strong if he's relying on something else, so I'd have to beat up a tree first, right? It's an orchard. Do orchards punch back? Goku grins. I don't know what an orchard is. It's a farm with many, many trees, 32 explains, which is guarded at all hours. Lord Haler himself has sole access to the trees. I know Lord Cooler has his own orchard somewhere north, but I know little about its security. I bet Itvil would. 32 hums noncommittedly. You should cheer up. Maybe I really could beat Haler and Cooler, especially now that I know their secret weapon is just some trees. They're no secret, but they are untouchable. Then I'll have to fight them the old-fashioned way. I'll just have to take on whoever's left after this big fight between them. Lord Haler. You think, 32 doesn't respond, but that doesn't deter Goku. I'll figure it out when the time comes. After all, I didn't go in with the plan to kill Frieza. Now that has 32 react. What? I mean, it just sorta happened. Sort of happened? 32 repeats, incredulous. Like a sneeze, the laugh that bubbles to the surface is inescapable, and Goku's surprised into a laugh his own, scratching at the back of his neck as 32 takes in the outrageousness of accidentally murdering the universe's most infamous tyrant. It really did, Goku says. A lot happened that day. There's a shift in mood and a weathered sigh curves the conversation. It wasn't a good time. Back then, it's the reason I asked about the program. 32 sobers. My kid. And then he stands, unable to listen. He doesn't want to hear the story. Hey, where are? Suddenly, there's a bang and the door from the house they'd left is off its hinges, with Pirak rampaging out and in direction of them, steam practically emitting from his ears. 32 thinks he's going to punch him, but it's Goku he instead goes for, hurling him up from the mound and into the hazy green of the sky. You think this is a joke? I knew you'd never believe me, Goku replies, dangling without a care, smirking behind the orange of his jumpsuit. Goku, Itvil next calls out, he's not exactly pleased either. What the hell, why didn't you tell me? Now, 32's really curious. By this point, the others have spilled out of the house, along with around 5 or 6 Namekians. The smallest must be no older than 32, standing near the front and holding a very large, very spherical rock that looks like it has no earthly business being here. That's when 32 feels it again, that itch. They're useless, Pirak bites out, they're just lumps of shit, just like you will all be when I'm done with your. Knock it off, Itvil snaps, similarly heated. Explain yourself, Goku, why have you led us to these dead rocks? The balls are dormant, says the small Namekian, not dead. They're rocks, Pirak hisses, swiveling Goku in the boy's direction. Look at em, you filthy liar, they're rocks. Where are our dragon balls? 32 feels the blood drain from his face upon seeing the stones. Surely not. These can't be the mythical balls of legend. They're real. 32 remembers having seen them. What the hell does dormant even mean? Are they defective? Can they be brought back? He sets his mouth into a grim line, livid. The dragon balls were supposed to be his salvation. The magic will return one day, the boy says, but for now our dragon is sleeping. Pirak throws Goku down onto the bank of dirt he and 32 had been sat on. Then wake him up, he roars, marching towards the boy, furs dragging. Oh, he's going to kill him. Goku recognizes the intent and is up and in front of the group. Vegeta's moved forward too in a jarring bit of protectiveness, yet Piccolo is the one, however, to physically reach Pirak first. He swings a fist, but Pirak captures it, empowered by rage, twists it, and wrenches the limb free in several stilted motions. With credit to Piccolo, he doesn't scream, but it does ruin his reaction time, giving Pirak opportunity to be able to break his nose. The crunch echoes throughout the plains. Interestingly, Itful is angry enough to let this play out. The way he glares at the stone that was once a dragon ball is telling. He's hurt. It had been a personal blow. 32 feels much the same, although he's not foolish enough to wear it so openly. Nail, calls out the boy when Piccolo is tossed aside. Vegeta is the next to challenge Pirak, faring much better. He curls his knee into the nook of Pirak's thick, bulging neck, having propelled himself up at speed. There's an echo of impact, and even though Pirak doesn't move, he does flinch from the sheer strength of it. Vegeta follows through on this momentum and charges a blast of energy into his chest, which does push Pirak back, having him cleave a solid line through the dirt. He lands at the base of 32's boots. Stop this, Goku demands, you're outnumbered, Pirak. Pirak opens his eyes, producing dark pinpricks of unrivaled fury that cut into 32. He looks to Itful next, expectant. Does he really think they'll help him? If anything, 32 wants Pirak to continue with this madness. Maybe Goku will kill him. Be smart, Goku further instructs. Would Laya want this? I don't care what Tha bitch wants, Pirak shouts, dragging himself upwards. I'll bring her Vegeta's head first and then I'll bring her Hailers. You're a waste, we don't need your. The Namekian boy from earlier is brave. He rushes past Pirak, 32 and Itful and over to Piccolo's ditch, the stone still tucked under his. Again. 32 turns in tandem with the boy. The thing he's feeling, it's the stone, the dragon ball. So let's take a break, 32 overhears Itful say with his measured temper. He's between them, arms wide and brow knotted. We must configure what must happen next. Allow me to try and talk some sense into him. Excuse us, Goku. And then they walk away. This puts 32 in no man's land. Actually, it makes him invisible as Itful has confiscated Pirak from the situation, urging him behind a congregation of trees and away from the other group by the house. Well, there are a couple of options here for 32. The first, of course, is that he could run, but to where? The second is that he could investigate the Dragon Ball Turnstone, and the third works mostly as a solution to the first. He needs to get rid of the Shinx. If he does, then he'll be able to use his power, and then he properly flee. He'll investigate the balls later. 32 walks towards a subsection of hills at a leisurely pace as not to attract attention. Once behind, however, he sprints, curling around trees and into a particularly swooping valley that dips ever further into a lake. He's a good swimmer and so plunges into the blue. It's warm in comparison to the lakes on Central, and without his furs he's able to swim at speed. They must be close to the equator, because the island center of the water is further away than it looks, and by the time 32 reaches it, he's panting. In the dense hideaway of bushes, 32 sits. And then he scours the dirt for the sharpest stick he can find. The implants have been inserted to complement his Kai reserves. That means he has one in each arm, one in each wrist, and one sitting at the crown of his abdomen. Time is of the essence. It takes a few attempts to pierce his skin with the stick, and he has to peel back the flesh by hand when only a pinprick is managed in his left arm. His fingers do most of the work. They find the thin sheet of Shinx thankfully fast and are able to wrench it out amongst the tissue and blood. There's a lot of blood. He'd wanted to try this aboard the ship, but knew he wouldn't be able to escape the collective keeping him captive weakened. Now, with open space, 32 may stand a chance. He hisses when the Shinx is dislodged into the grass. That's 1 out of 5. The next he goes for is the one in his wrist. It's tricky because there are a lot of arteries there which could cause a problem if clipped. He does manage to free the second sheet without issue, but the proximity of the arteries concern him for when it'll be time to free his dominant hand. This had taken a level of finesse. The third requires 32 to bite down on a stick to stop him from groaning. The one in his abdomen is hard to see under the already strained light, largely due to the foliage's shadow. What meager light there is reveals pooling blood and the stuttering breaths of a stomach wrecked with painful concentration. This sheet is buried deeper. Right, the core is the most powerful pocket of Kai, so it's to be expected. 32 pokes around his flesh until he feels the unforgiving corner of metal. And then by whatever ill fate he must suffer, he sneezes. It's a disaster. His hand slips and pushes the metal even deeper, and a sharp pain shoots along his nerves, and he flails onto his side, salivating over the stick between his teeth. Blood courses like a stream over the green. His hands start shaking. 32 wonders if he just inflicted internal bleeding. FFKK. The Shinx isn't forgotten, but by the time he attempts to retrieve it once more, 32 is no longer alone. Are you insane? Fuck. It's Piccolo. 32 can't see much through the blur, but he recognizes the voice. How had he been able to? Ah, that's right. Namekians can sense him, can't they? 32 spits the stick out and attempts to drag himself along the grass. Perhaps Piccolo can't swim. Some photosynthesizing beings struggle when engulfed in water, and he just... God damn it, what the hell is wrong with you? Piccolo barks, drawing 32 back by his ponytail with the arm Pirak had supposed torn free. Namekians can regenerate, he then recalls, but to be able to do it so fast. 32 breathes hard, tasting metal. You got 2, I see, Piccolo grumbles, repurposing 32 to fit under his arm. He collects the Shinx, too, making unhappy noises as he picks them out of 32's puddles of blood. Disgusting. The flight back is mercifully short. Piccolo must feel the same because he throws 32 down as though he's a bag of marbles, rattling his bones. There are people surrounding him. The cool of their shadows before the star would have been refreshing, but now it makes him shiver. He aches, and the nausea from earlier has returned to an impossibly dizzying degree. We turn our back for 5 minutes. Goku. 32 rotates into the fetal position, regretting the attempt. Admittedly, there'd been a miscalculation. He hadn't planned on either the Namekian sensing him or the badly issued self-mutilation. If he'd not been discovered, he would have been fine. When he attempts to sit up, a blunt force hammers his nose, sentencing him back to the grass. A wad of blood is coughed up. Pirak, Itful hisses. 32 refuses to be sent down by Pirak. He sits up once more, though the world is on an axis. Foul. A blasphemous damned. Damned, I say. Don't let him. Namekians? 32 sees them, standing in a semicircle around the situation 32 has managed to carve out for himself. Pirak isn't attacking the others now, 32 notices. Perhaps they bonded over the recapture of 32. Please don't move, requests a new gentle voice. Dend no, the creature is cursed. It's the boy from earlier, the one who'd been carrying the stone, and he's now right next to 32, his expression pinched but no less determined to be there. His unsteady hands are raised above 32's worst gorging, sweat trickling past his antennae. So suddenly, 32 floats. Warmth blooms like a lone flower in the snow. His abdomen is the fertile soil. The hands are the sun. 32's never been healed by a healer before. He's read about them, of course. The feeling can be addictive. Some have been known to injure themselves on purpose just to relish the sensation of a healer's touch, and now 32 understands why. You senseless bastard, Itful says without any heat, with wonderment perhaps. He claps 32 on the shoulder when the Namekian boy next moves to his left arm. Wait a second, Piccolo says, don't forget these. The Shinx is inescapable, and the flesh heals around the metal with greedy intention. 32 grinds his teeth, schooling his frustration into the most vacant stare he can. "I'm done," the boy says and then stands. 32 snaps a hand over his arm, which causes a panic. Around, the others grow loud, demanding things of him without daring to approach too closely, yet 32 just stares at this boy. He has no intention to hurt him. For some reason, his face reminds him of someone he probably long forgot since his last episode. Just as Goku steps forward, 32 releases the boy, who stumbles back into his forest of brethren. He then flexes his arm experimentally. It's impressive. Lord Haler would go out of his way to recruit a healer as talented as this Namekian. He'd be irreplaceable, though probably wouldn't survive long. The boy looks soft. He has a sweet disposition. Even though he must have felt the effects of 32's nausea-inducing presence, he'd smiled as best he could. "Thanks, Dend," Goku says. "Sorry for troubling you. Are you all right?" It's fine, I'm fine." "Have we had enough dramatics now?" Bulma snaps from further back. She looks a bit white. This excursion was supposed to be quick, not gory or full of gross innards. "Don't be a baby, Bulma. It was just a bit of bone." "Be quiet, you should have been watching him." At that, Goku sighs, folding his arms and giving 32 a look that is supposed to be annoyed, but 32 notices the pucker of amusement testing his lips. Pirak looks between them, less angry than before but nonetheless displeased with the situation. He retraces his steps towards the ship, shoulders hunched. A truce has been found in 32's absence. "Yes, I best go make contact with Laya. She won't be pleased with you, Goku," Itful drawls. "Let her be mad," Vegeta says. "She knows the truth about the balls now." "It was the only way I knew you'd believe me," replies Goku. "There's a war," Itful stresses. "My time is valuable. I don't have, forget it, I'm heading back. We'll talk about this on the ship. Here." It's then that 32 realizes that he'd been holding the Dragon Ball stone. He throws it towards Goku, but something compels 32 to move, and by his body's own accord his hand reaches out. It's just the tip of his finger which grazes the ball, and yet it's enough. Like a match striking sandpaper, life bursts in a flare of orange. Fleetingly, the stone flashes and 4 red stars twinkle red. They die just as quickly when the ball glides over 32's hand and into Goku's grasp. There's silence. And then chaos. Everyone is speaking all at once, and 32 doesn't know what to do with himself, becoming a ragdoll when he's hauled upwards by Piccolo. What was that? Why did he do that? How did he do that? Goku doesn't hesitate pressing the large sphere into 32's hands. Immediately, color catches. The orange and red yields, swirling into existence from its core as 32 stands there, painfully confused. "It's alive," the boy, Dend, whispers when no one else speaks. "Guys, the Dragon Ball is alive." Chapter 11. The break of formula. 32 remains numb despite the revelation. Goku hadn't wished 32 back because he hadn't been able to. The balls have been asleep. 32 knows that now, having felt them. It's the verdant flavor of grass which makes 32's head spin ever further as he's buried into it. There's a knee submerged into the rear of his neck and a palm pushing 32's head into weeds, his vision dark, green, and rigid. There's the Dragon Ball next to him, or rather, the stone that evolves into the 4-star with 32's sparsest touch, him only knowing it's there in due to the prevalent itch inside of his skull, which scrapes his brain with antagonism. Around, 32 hears the group talking of bringing another ball for further testing. They plan for a time, and whilst it would be useful to hear what they're saying, 32 can only enjoy the consequence of the foliage's sound barrier. Vegeta's knee presses deeper into his spine when 32 captures a sneeze after being induced in pollen for too long. That's when another Dragon Ball is produced. 32 senses it before it arrives. It's the 5-star, he realizes without even looking. Unmistakably, there are noises of surprise. This ball must have regained its coloring too. When Vegeta relinquishes the hold, 32 pushes himself up and glowers at the reduced group. Goku's hand is on Vegeta's shoulder, likely having pulled him away if that sneer Vegeta's wearing is anything to go by. He's looking at the Dragon Balls with an expression 32 can't decipher. Pirak is easier read. He's now back, and whatever foulness he'd been suffering earlier has long since become steam in the air. He's watching 32 with indisputable hunger, as though 32 had just transformed into a juicy steak. Itful's self-satisfaction is the most threatening. "How complicated you are, Captain," he says, arms folded, smirking like the entire thing is a joke. "This changes everything," Bulma tells the group excitedly. "We can try this dragon, it won't be like before. It could work, they have different rules to the E." "Be quiet, woman. You know what I'm trying to say." Itful raises a hand. "Now wait a moment, Bulma. Silo was promised the dragon balls. That's before we knew they could be revived." That's beside the point. 32 looks over to the huddle of Namekians in the nearby distance, who in turn are watching him over their shoulders, disdainful and fearful like the flock of ignorant spiritual fanatics they are. Piccolo is over there, too. He's gesturing to 32 and the 4-star and 5-star, which have returned to their stony state. "This has bitten your all in the asses," Pirek gloats. He drags 32 up and throws an arm around him like they're old friends. "Didn't expect it, huh?" Disgusted, 32 shoves him aside. "There are 3 wishes," Bulma reveals. "We just need one." 32 also just needs one. He turns to the balls, a swelling of excitement budding in his chest. Perhaps they could reach an agreement. Silo could have the first wish, 32 could have the second, and then Goku and the others could take the third when it'll be too late. How will he bring this up? What can he offer as a bargaining chip? Really, he should be asking himself why, as opposed to how? 32 hadn't known about his effect on the balls until right now, only that he'd wanted to find them as long as he's known about them, which has been as long as he's been able to read. The fable caught his attention when he'd been a boy, back at the program, and he'd been enamored with the hope it stirred within him. It's poetic, see? 32 had been discovered in the debris of Namek after its explosion before being sold to the program. This connection had felt beyond coincidence. It had felt inevitable. 32 isn't a believer in fate, but upon reading about the legend, how could he not have felt a pull to them? Yes. The Namekian Dragon Balls would be 32's salvation after their homestead set 32 on a trajectory of misery. Namekians hating 32 never bothered him because, really, he's never liked them either, for the fact of his own origin story. "Get the Namekians to collect the other Dragon Balls," Itful orders. "We're taking them to Laya." "No way, we can't just take them with us," Goku finally speaks up. "They're not ours to take." "We'll take whatever we damn please," Pirek challenges. "You're not taking the balls." "Well, we're taking him," Itful says, likely gesturing to 32. "And the Dragon Balls are worthless without whatever magic he's casting on them." 32 isn't using magic. "Dream on," Vegeta laughs darkly. "Like I'm going to let him slip through our fingers the moment he turns out to be useful. You wanted to kill him just last night. He can die after we've made our wish." "No one needs to die." Goku stepped forward and a little too closely into 32's personal space. "We don't even know why 32 can bring the Dragon Balls back. We've gotta use our heads. The Namekians don't look too happy about it, do they?" It's true. If anything, the handful of Namekians over by the house is even rowdier than their group. Piccolo isn't doing a very good job at damage control. "That's 'cause they think he's cursed," Pirek reminds. "They're superstitious green beans that don't even have air conditioning. I ain't trustin' what they say." Finally, 32 is addressed, unsurprisingly by Goku. 32, why do they think you're cursed? You've gotta tell us." "No, he doesn't." "Tell us or I'll rip your tongue out." Vegeta snaps after a long trail of silence. "That's counterproductive," returns 32. "Wait until you see what I do with it." Goku groans, "Vegeta." 32 next tries Bulma, her tone trickily sweet. There's a smile there that makes 32 uncomfortable, and when she approaches, 32 is almost tempted to take a step behind Goku. 32, she repeats, "we saved you from the shock plate, don't you remember, back in the South, and since then we've fed and clothed you. Heck, we even let you out last night to sit with a book in the foyer. We're nice people, good people. So, what do you say? How about you at least try to open up a teeny tiny bit? We just want." There's a snort from Pirek. "Tart." "Shut up," Bulma barks, demeanor cartwheeling. "Nobody asked you, you jerk. I'm talking to 32. Your jus sounds so pathetic." It's hardly important why 32 has the ability, only that he does have it. Itvol tells the group before the foreseeable fallout occurs. For that, we don't need to appeal to him, only to have him in proximity to the balls. No offense, of course, 32. It's just a matter of continuing to keep him as our prisoner until the wishes have been made. How very generous. 32 wonders how Pirak and Vegeta are imagining his timely demise. He hopes it's at least somewhat creative. Piccolo at that point chooses to return to their fiasco of a debate, looking even less pleased than usual. His gaze settles on 32 as though he's the one at fault here, like he's not here as a prisoner. He's not the one with the loud, obnoxious priority of stealing the planet's sole sacred possessions. They refuse to let the dragon be summoned here. Ha, Pirak cheers, pointing his filthy, thick finger into Vegeta's face. Look at that. No wishes for your lot today. Bulma is spitting, and why not? They believe he is cursed. Well, we know that. What else is new? They don't want to use him to summon the dragon. They're worried it'll bring damnation on the planet. Again, 32 mutters. They turn to look at him. Itvol bites his lips to stop himself smirking, but Pirak outright laughs. None of the others find it especially funny, however, with Piccolo looking a moment away from throttling him. Goku, meanwhile, is still wearing that same unreadable expression he had been earlier. Is it thoughtful? Confused? What's he thinking? Finally, we'll take the balls then. Admittedly, even 32 is astounded. It's Piccolo who pivots, however. What? Tell Noosh that we're gonna borrow the balls for a while? Goku continues, that strange glint in his eye sparkling. I promise to bring them back. Kakarot. I know what I'm doing. If this is how it's gotta be, then so be it. You're being reckless again. I don't normally agree with Vegeta, Piccolo starts, but this time I absolutely do. You're acting about as insane as him. Again, 32 feels the gesture of acknowledgement wave his way. This is beyond irresponsible. Do you honestly trust these crooks? Are you really going to gamble my people's Dragon Balls for this? For this, no. For him, yes. Interestingly, Piccolo flinches. Goku's mouth tightens, and for the first time he looks mildly irritated. His arms cross. Tension sits between them with the density of an over-encumbered sponge, the leaking of power bountiful in the spitting, sparking energy emitting from Piccolo. The wind has picked up. 32 wonders if he's about to witness civil war. Yes, Pirak's hands come together in prayer. Fight, fight, fight. You've gotta trust me, Goku adds, stern. Piccolo. The standoff holds until the gale lulls into a breeze, and the hissing energy falls to sleep as Piccolo lowers his fists. If looks could kill, though, Goku would already be buried 6 foot deep. Oh boo. Shut up, Pirak. They are evicted from Namek shortly thereafter, and 32 is once more locked away in the ship, whilst they say their farewells to the Namekians, not alone, of course. Not after the incident at the lake. Piccolo has been tasked the role of babysitter, wholly because he's the only one not so easily tempted into murdering him, though he's clearly displeased with his role and scowls at 32 at every opportunity presented. Why is he annoyed at 32 for not being important enough to be outside? Goku and Itvol are the frontrunners, so he should accept that. 32 imagines the tense promises they're making in face of the Namekians. They clearly don't trust one another, despite their friendly dispositions, which is a fair move on Goku's part in 32's books, because he personally wouldn't trust Itvol even if he was the last person alive. 32 wonders if Goku understands how quick Itvol would be to slide a knife into his back. Whilst there is mistrust, 32 has noticed the easy comfort Goku finds in Itvol's company. Does Goku see Itvol as someone he could save? He seems the type. He's already befriended Vegeta, who 32 remembers for having one of the worst records he's ever had the displeasure of viewing. And then there's Piccolo. The Namekian is leaning against the door. His eyes are now closed, although he's no less aware to his surroundings, giving something for 32 to look at when the dreariness of the foyer becomes too much. Unlike the small, dead one, Krillin, Piccolo doesn't seem particularly friendly. Why does Goku choose to align with such individuals? What sort of alliance is there? How did Goku earlier control Piccolo? Curious. Even though 32 tells himself not to be, he is. He'd once been a very curious boy with an aspiration for disobedience. His youth program overseer would promote his indiscretions as critical thinking, as ability, which simply needed to be shaped through discipline into marketable values. Head down, eyes front. He'd order when 32 would glare up at those yellow snake-like pinpricks. The man would never balk, even after he found out what 32 did to his first overseer back in the north. Sometimes, he would wake up in a tangle of covers, drenched in a cold sweat when it had been overwhelming to remember. But now it's with very little emotion he recalls how he'd pulled out her esophagus. She couldn't have screamed if she'd wanted to. She'd been his first kill. "I suppose," then says Piccolo, comparatively loud after the stretch of silence, "you have no intention of sharing why you wanted to come to Namek." No, he doesn't. "You seem surprised with what happened with the Dragon Ball." He's perceptive, 32 assumed as much. "And your foul, rotting energy only felt by my people has nothing to do with your supposed research. Is that right?" Piccolo clicks his tongue when 32 continues his campaign of quiet. Having a liberal mouth equates to having an early grave, and 32 has no interest in following in that lout's, Pirak's, footsteps, who's most certainly going to talk himself into a premature death, should 32 be lucky enough. A short time later finds the others back on the ship, and when it takes off, it's without affection that 32 watches the pinprick that is Namek disappear into the vacuum of space. There's tension between the two factions, though Itvil doesn't seem exactly enamored with Pirak, grimacing as the latter proceeds to pull at Vegeta pigtails and swan around like the egocentric fool he is. Bulma is the pilot of the ship, and she returns into the fold only after the takeoff. She's the one to organize the Dragon Balls, which have been strategically placed around 32, coming into contact with either his folded legs or lower back in an attempt of a circle. Each ball has made the transformation from gray to orange, and whenever one dares roll away it becomes a stone once more, and Bulma jostles it back into place. Is this what a battery feels like? 32 never thought he'd have to make the comparison. "You were researching Namek," she recalls, making the circle as symmetrical as the moving ship allows. "You've obviously stumbled upon something interesting about it." 32 discreetly pushes away the one star when she turns around. He's been tied up with a respectably formidable metal chain gifted to them by the Namekians. Without the Shinx, 32 would make quick work of it, with is a different story. "It's just for now," Goku apologizes. "I'm not going to remove the Shinx while on board," 32 mutters flatly. "Where would I go?" "Into the vents. As I bleed out." "That didn't stop you on Namek," Piccolo reminds, stood at the further point possible away from 32, leaning against the wall, strategically so as not to be near Pirak either. 32's hands are tied behind his back awkwardly, hurting a little actually. He tries to focus on picking out the dried blood from his nails, bitterly imagining a world where he'd succeeded in removing the Shinx and escaped into the Namek countryside. 32 watches blandly as they discuss their tightrope-thin agreement of taking the Dragon Balls to Laya. Goku's demanded the first wish, but it comes with an additional demand. "Whatever you're holding back on me, info-wise about my son, I want it." Itvil hums, but he doesn't deny withholding details. He can't have anything too close to the bone, otherwise 32 is sure he'd be lording it over him. "You've been holding back," Pirak asks. "What a dick." "Insurance," Itvil says. "No hard feelings, Goku." "So it's a deal." This arrangement seems fair. Goku doesn't say anything else, turning in a swoop to collect the 4-star from 32's right and making his way out of the foyer. "Oh, he's mad," Pirak comments unhelpfully. It's a further 40 minutes of useless, idle chatter that end in each person taking a Dragon Ball into their own custody. 32 doesn't see a point. They're useless without him anyway, as already pointed out, but that doesn't stop everyone from making their claim. Anything to feel useful, he supposes. The final 7-star sits at 32's feet like a loyal dog, but he knows he won't get to keep it. And so he waits for it to be confiscated, staring at his bloodied, murky face in its reflection, whilst Bulma wraps her fingers against her arm, watching him watch himself. "You're a real piece of work," she tells him. 32 looks like he's lost weight. His reflection is ghastlier than usual. "Hey, I'm talking to you," she says, kicking 32's boot and knocking the Dragon Ball away. It rolls into grayscale. Ignorant jerk. Why are they all so talkative? The quieter he is, the more he's obscured beneath the radars of those around him. 32 would rather be invisible. He'd rather not have to deal with people at all, aside from the handful of decent, intellectually driven individuals in the research division who aren't interested in running a knife across his throat. Don't think I don't know your type, Bulma goads. I'm with Vegeta. Being compared to him is disgusting. You think you're being all tough and macho by being a dick, but like him, actually you're just. I don't want to know about him. The idea of hearing anything personal about that man would be worse than the shock plate. Oh, look at that, 2 peas in a pod. He swallows his vitriol. You're such a cliché, she further torments. You just need the shoulder of a nice girl to cry on, don't you? You boys never talk about the important stuff enough, and I know it's worse when you're a soldier because you've been broken and you're super repressed because of it. You know, when Vegeta first came to Earth, he'd never even spoken so much as to a girl so. I get it. So, he didn't even know how to. I don't care. But when I got him talking, he would tell all about his woes, and one thing led to Anoth. Shut up. Bulma pauses, a cruel and pleased smile present. Oh, she says, oh wow, are you blushing? 32 thinks of the Dragon Balls, of the. Did that program of yours not let you talk to girls? What sort of question is that? I bet you've never even kissed a girl, huh? He does his best not to look too scandalized. You so haven't. I didn't realize the youth program was equivalent to priesthood. You guys really are repressed. 32 doesn't know what priesthood is, but her tone is teasing, and he doesn't like it. Why is she talking about this? Does she not have any self-respect? 32 has heard this sort of conversation from the soldiers under his command, which had been a marginal improvement due to the fact that he would be able to walk away when the topic grew crude. But such options are not available here, and he's forced to suffer her self-satisfaction. He pulls at his bindings and she laughs, finding victory in the moment. It's kind of nostalgic, she says after a moment of contemplation. She collects the 7-star ball and turns in direction of the door. You really do remind me of him. By the time Goku returns to the foyer, 32 has managed to cut his wrist to the bone with the binding. He isn't quite sure of the plan. One hand down, how would he have managed to stealthily collect all the Dragon Balls without alerting the group? It was an opportunistic decision, and now having been caught by Goku, he feels a bit silly. Goku watches the stream of fresh blood without expression. You're determined, he says, I'll give you that. It's a relief to be untied, with 32 relishing the rolling of his shoulders and stretching of his joints. His neck had been growing stiff. When he goes to massage the muscles there, he forgets about his new self-infliction, causing a trace of blood to smear over already filthy skin. Your pain tolerance is kinda impressive, Goku tells him, standing to attention, rope in hand. Come on, I guess I should help you out with that cut, but I'm not doing it next time if you hurt yourself again. We're already low as it is. 32 doesn't know what Goku's referring to, but follows him anyway, interested in exploring the ship for the purpose of mapping it out. Whilst there's no escaping the group right now, 32 likes the idea of knowing his environment. Seeing it through the grate of the ventilation system hadn't been exactly illuminating. Walking around, it feels smaller than he'd originally thought it to be, with homely elements he'd not noticed when on the run during his escape attempt. Goku is a strange person, 32 decides. He still seems to be in a bit of a bad mood, yet pretends otherwise, walking ahead and talking of empty things with an upbeat, bright energy. Though 32 sees how his smile doesn't reach his eyes and recognizes the resignation to how he speaks and moves. He's performing and 32 wonders why. Is it for 32's benefit? There's nobody else here. Why would Goku care about false pretenses? Is it to do with him being a good person? 32 has never had the opportunity to deconstruct the inner workings of a good person before, mostly because he's never met one that hasn't been killed within the day. Goku is an enigma to him. He's the voice of justice. He's the hero of the people. He's the man who would search the universe for those he loves. 32 feels sick very suddenly. It must be the blood loss. After bypassing a Murphy door, it's in an office that they stop, where 32 is immediately drawn to the childish drawing pinned to the wall. 2 pink-colored stickmen stand in what 32 assumes to be a field with a smiling star behind. One female stickman has blue hair and the other one, which is male, looks more than displeased. So Vegeta reproduced. Why the hell would they leave this up? Pirak and Itvol have probably seen this, have likely understood what they're looking at. Has Vegeta forgotten about the monsters he's invited onto this ship? Has he turned soft and stupid? Cute, right? Goku asks, mistaking 32's astonishment for interest. You are aware Itvol must have seen this. Goku ignores him. I think the artist did Vegeta justice. 32 suddenly feels quite annoyed. It's an irrational reaction, and as he glares at the crude crayon work, 32 realizes that these people are reckless and green and so arrogant. There's another Saiyan, 32 spits. Half, on a planet in the north known as Earth. It is young. It has a connection to the Saiyan royal lineage. It is without its parents, notably Vegeta, the most wanted criminal according to the Frost Empire. You already lost one Saiyan child, so why are you intent on losing another? You've managed not to discuss this half-breed for as long as I have been listening, and yet you now allow myself, a Frost Empire soldier, to witness this evidence suggesting to yet another existing Saiyan, a child no less. Itvol and Pirak will have taken notice, and they are more than aware that Saiyans have just been a legal requirement to destroy. Children are not above culling. Are you stupid? Goku looks taken aback. That's the most I've heard you speak. 32 takes in an angry breath and does nothing with it. You're assuming it's a kid that drew it. Maybe Vegeta did it himself. You are stupid, 32 realizes. There's a breath of amusement when Goku moves to the other side of a long white desk cluttered with files. Well, he says, Pirak and Itvol have never been allowed in here, so they don't know about it. I wouldn't worry too much. Oh, wow, it's gotten kinda dusty. I wish we could open a window or something. The implication is that Goku trusts 32 more than Pirak and Itvol, which is a ridiculous notion because 32 just murdered his friend a couple of weeks ago. He has to bite his lip from saying something incriminating. He's so confused, and more so, he's angry at being confused, and angry for a reason he doesn't understand. When Goku looks up, he's smirking. He knows exactly what he's doing. Oh, come on, 32, you're no loyalist. 32 calms himself. I didn't know Itvol's opinion mattered so greatly to you. He shrugs a shoulder and collects a key from under the paper. Maybe if you killed me like you had opportunity to then, I'd be singing a different story. 32 frowns. And I think whatever connection you have with the Dragon Balls hasn't got anything to do with Haler or Cooler. It's gotta be personal. With the key, Goku opens a cabinet. A quarter should be more than enough. A quarter, what? No, I researched the balls for. Sure you did. Ah, here they are. Goku reveals a tin. Inside, beans, and as aforementioned, a quarter of one is offered. I'm not eating that. It doesn't taste too good, but it'll help your hand. It's small and green. There's an earthy smell, being similar to the vegetation some of the soldiers take when they have a rest day, where they act like intoxicated morons for the better half of an evening. Are you trying to give me a hallucinogenic? A what? 32 examines it again. Really, 32, Goku laughs, it's just medicine. He does end up swallowing the foul bean after a long stretch of deliberation, and Goku's left laughing once again when 32 scrutinizes where the incision in his skin once sat. It had healed in an instant, just like that. How does Goku have access to something like this? What sort of person is he? How is he so powerfully connected? 32 touches the skin. It's not even tender. Yet his chest feels tight. Is that a side effect? 32, Goku says slowly as though tasting it, it's contemplative. I have a friend whose name is a number, 2, back on my planet. 18. She prefers it to her real name, though. She said her mum was kinda awful, so she doesn't wanna use the name she gave her. Why is he telling him this? So do you got a name? 32. No, like your real name. 32. Goku purses his lips. No, I mean like Pirak, he has a name. 636, 32 says. That was his number before he renamed himself. Oh, then why didn't you do that? Because, simply, he didn't care to. His number represents his hollow embodiment of the Frost Empire, and selecting a name would do a disservice to 32's quiet hatred. He hums, staring across the sanitation of the kitchen. Names are futile, he says, knowing full well he doesn't mean it, that he understands the levity of identity and how he desperately wants to differentiate himself from his prior one. If you say so. There has been a turning point. 32 must have done something right in Goku's eyes, because 32 is granted far more freedoms than he'd been before Namek. The next morning opens with Ittval unlocking his door and gesturing with a flourish to the world beyond his room. He'd been allowed in the foyer the day before disembarking, with one of Ittval's southern books to keep him company, in which there'd been scribbles along the side of the pages, notes about the southern language, that demonstrate Ittval's learning journey. 32 wonders why he's bothered learning the language when he spends such little time in the south. He's been doing that a lot, wondering. 32 scolds himself for his curiosity regularly, but so rarely does it extend this far. It's his unusual situation, he tells himself, how usually he would not care for the trivialities of those around him. These people are strange, with Goku being the strangest of all. When 32 enters the foyer, he greets him like an old friend. They give him a breakfast he doesn't eat. Goku turns on the television and scenes play out about characters in spandex and capes who fight the forces of evil. 32 pretends not to be interested, but by the second hour Ittval's book has been completely forgotten. It's a film, he realizes. He's never watched one before. Some of the soldiers sit in the recreation room and play the occasional one when they're snowed in, but 32's never joined them. He's always wanted to, if only the company wasn't so dreadful. The films had always looked interesting even if they were propaganda-heavy, but this one isn't. There's no mention of the Frost Empire whatsoever. The others watch him, of course. This must be a test of some kind, or perhaps a new approach. 32 is a person who doesn't break through force, so they're now probably attempting some gentle tactic to appeal to his humanity, which is amusing because 32 discarded that years ago. This does mean that they must want something from him. Cooperation, most likely. They'll want him not to unsettle their wish-making plans, perhaps wondering 32's own ambition with the balls. Goku thinks him a rebel. Ittval, too, and these two are the most accepting of his presence on board, even going as far as acting friendly when they come into contact with him. It's an interesting position. Goku and Ittval have seemingly patched up their differences, but are somewhat cold with one another in comparison to their relationship before. There's little talking. Bulma talks the most. Women do according to Nami. Apparently, his wife loves talking so much that he forgets half of what she says. 32 wouldn't know because he rarely comes into contact with women. This woman doesn't give him much option but to engage. Before, she'd worn her dislike of him like armor, but it's now been discarded, and in its place is the same dictatorial attitude she uses with all aboard the ship. It's not Ittval to bring the food anymore, but Bulma. She's unsurprisingly been the cook all along, and by cook, 32 means the person who has unpackaged pre-cooked meals and heated them up. That lunch, she sets the plate opposite him, one piled high with grains and a sweet, sticky orange sauce over meat, and sits opposite him in his chair by the window. "It's good food," she says sharply. "All right. And you're wasting it." 32 brings his book back up, rereading the same line over and over until she huffs and leaves him to it. The food is good. She's right. But it also makes him feel vomit until his throat hurts. Vegeta is stood opposite, unimpressed and vocal about it the moment he gets chance, and when Bulma reaches him, he berates her for even bothering to talk with him at all. They argue down the hall, leaving 32 for no less than 10 seconds until Ittval turns up for his shift. That's how it goes. Goku, Ittval, Piccolo, and Vegeta take turns watching him, thankfully with zero attendance from Pirak. A small mercy. Piccolo's watches are the easiest because both are good at pretending the other doesn't exist, whilst 32 dislikes Goku's the most for how chatty he is. He tries to engage 32, seemingly unable to comprehend the social cues to stop, or perhaps ignoring them because he talks endlessly about the trivialities of his existence. Foods, hobbies, travels, training. Goku has opinions about all such things, making 32 want to return to his room and hide under the covers until the stomach aches wake him in the night. These are hunger cramps. 32 tries to eat what he can, finding white food the safest, but refuses to even touch the vegetables now after something called sweet corn made him throw up undigested yellow circlets. Oddly, whilst 32 has been hungry, he's not been suffering his usual late-night turns. Either he's not having the nightmares anymore or he's not remembering having them, which, again, 32 refuses to unpack. It has him give a second look at Goku one morning as he leads 32 through to the foyer. "We're not delivery men," Vegeta snaps at Itful as pass through the hallway together. "There's no reason why we can't just summon the dragon on the next planet we pass. We've already come this far. Laia needs to be involved, otherwise we are not representing the best interests of Silo. Silo's best interests certainly aren't mine. This is the agreement, Vegeta. We've wasted weeks already. When we are able to summon the draw. And then they're gone." Ahead, Goku sighs, scratching at the nape of his neck. Has he always done that? Is it a nervous tic? Does 32 do that? "Hey, why are you stopping?" Goku asks. "You wanna go somewhere else?" It's chest pain. He's been feeling it more recently, with it starting with pins and needles, but now worsening into a tight press against his heart, as though his ribcage is set to burst. It's in his head. It must be because it only happens around Goku. Even his body protests being around him. "I want to return to my room," 32 says. Goku takes a long look at him. "Sure," he eventually replies, "if that's what you want." When 32 is safe and alone again, he fidgets, awkwardly wringing his hands together in the dark. He remembers the way Goku's eyes held on him. It won't remove itself from his mind. He sees him staring at 32 with dark eyes that are almost black but not quite, standing barely a few centimeters shorter than him, brows knitted as though interlocked with thought. He's right-handed like him. And he also bounces his leg when he's thinking. 32 noticed that Goku also didn't enjoy the fungi from last night's dinner, too. All right, okay, he's overthinking this. But he can't be found out. Nobody can know. One truth will avalanche into another and soon enough. Chest pain, again, chest pain. Head down, eyes front. 32 rocks, the panic rising like the sea coming in. Nobody can know. It's been 5 days since Namek, and 32 has found himself careworn more with the granted freedoms than the imprisonment in his room. He reminds himself of his purpose, of his research, of his goals, and how he still has Lord Haler to think of. 32 realizes that by being treated like a person he is being worn down. Their plan is working, Itful understands him, has known soldiers like him, and comprehends that when violence is all one is used to, then there is nothing to fear. Kindness? Well, 32 doesn't understand that. He doesn't get why he is allowed to roam the ship for reasons beyond that they're fucking with him. He knows Itful knows. Itful's probably knows that he knows. They all know. Vegeta knows too. This is their normality, 32 thinks, watching, as he always does as Bulma greets everyone in the busy foyer. They smile and joke with each other. They eat together. They trust. She heats up food and puts it in front of 32 even though she knows he'll turn his nose up at it, because it's the good, kind thing to do. Itful briefly talks to 32 about something trivial, something about a hijacking at a space station, and makes a joke that 32 is too bewildered at to find amusing. It's all too much. Everyone is so loud. Goku laughs in the back, pushing him to the breaking point. He stands and leaves. One of them follows him back to his room. "You're crackin', Arantia," Pirek sneers, keeping pace. It's true, 32 doesn't feel in control. It's 'cause you don't know how not to be a robot. For days more, 32 doesn't emerge. Goku knows he should have chased after Pirek that morning, because the result is counterproductive to their ambition. Having 32 cooperate with the wishes feels light years away now. Already, 32 is a bit of a cold fish, but Goku felt like he was getting somewhere even if the others swear 32's dislike of him. Admittedly, he's less likely to ignore Goku without an audience, and even less likely to freeze up like he does when Pirek or Vegeta is in the room. So that's, something right. It's a tough spot to find himself in. 32 killed Krillin but didn't kill him, but also did try to kill Vegeta. He'd kill Pirek for sure. Would he kill the others? 32 operates under his own code, so it's difficult to say, with the one thing Goku knowing is that this code of his is his own. From his own mind. He'd seen it back at the tavern, and now having interacted with him as much as he has, He sees the mirrored oppression that once tethered Vegeta, and he sees the character hidden beneath it. One who likes to read and had stared at the TV as though never having interacted with one before. Goku sees a person. Goku forgave 32 for Krillin's death the moment he'd accepted him onto the ship, and he hadn't even realized. He hopes Krillin forgives that. Gosh, he wishes he was here. He misses him. He misses the light, fun friendship that would have brought a necessary dynamic to life on board the ship. Everyone here is so intense. He loves Bulma to pieces, but she has her moments, especially with those mood swings of hers, which, after so long alone, feel extra draining when she's getting mad over things like Pirak eating too much or 32 eating too little. 32, Vegeta and Piccolo aren't the chattiest. Pirak unsettles him, and any goodwill between Goku and Itful is gone. He misses home. For the first time in a long time, he really does. How is he lonelier surrounded by people than when he was traveling alone? Maybe because those around are a constant reminder of it. It hadn't been that way at the start, but the longer he's with everyone, the more Goku feels like he's doing less, as though he isn't serving his goal resolutely. But he is. The search party for Gohan is bigger than ever. It'll better hold up his end of the bargain. Goku's seen him try to butter 32 up, to little success, of course. He's still trying to win 32 around to Silo, now more than ever with 32's totally weird connection to the Dragon Balls. The Namekians don't know why the hell he can do it, Vegeta had said during one of their quick, whispered meetings. They just kept saying he's been cursed. What does that even mean? It has to have something to do with them, though, Bulma had pointed out. He's obviously got some connection with Namek. Goku'd thrown his suggestion in the ring. Maybe some Namekian magic. Perhaps, but I've never heard of a Namekian curse, Piccolo had said. You're more Earthling than Namekian, Vegeta had scoffed. What would you know? I could say the same thing about you. What happened to your planet again? It's not much of a curse, Bulma had snapped, eyeing the two of them. Bringing life to the Dragon Balls isn't exactly a bad thing, is it? What do you think 32 was planning? For Vegeta, it had been easy. He's serving Haler. Goku. You know, I don't think he is. I'm kinda bored of saying it. Let's just keep going as we are. Treating him badly isn't going to help us. Maybe we'll grow on him and he'll come around to our way of thinking down the line. We never know what'll happen unless we're open to opportunity. How your optimism hasn't killed us, yet is astounding, Kakarot. Such opportunity has had 32 stay in his room for 2 days now. Sure, there'd been a reaction, but not the one Goku had hoped for. He's stunted, Pirak had told him when Goku had built up the will to speak with him. Itful had watched from over the rim over his book, interested. Like an emotionless retard. Probably 'cause of all them times he got injured and ended up in the hospital. I think he hit his head a bunch or something. Oh, like me. Heh, Thaw explains it. So this asshole told you anything more about your kid yet? When we reach Silo, Itful retorts coolly, as promised. Goku will hold him to it. Bulma doesn't think 32 is a retard, like Pirak had said. Prior to Goku's visit that day, she was already in a bad mood because of the ship's ever-increasing need for fuel. He's just shy, she'd overlooked as she'd trailed a finger along the main computer screen. He'd laughed, yeah. Yes, anyway, the reason I asked you here. Do you remember passing through a section called the Path of Ashes when you traveled through the Northeast? We came from a different direction, but according to the ship's readings, there's been a supernova which might disrupt the ship's pathing if we went that way. Never heard of it. It's an asteroid belt. Itful said it's regularly traveled, but, well, I don't like a bumpy ride. She'd chewed at her nails, fixated on the screen. I'd want to do a maintenance check on the exterior if we did do it, and we desperately need to refuel. Realistically, we need to stop. I'd planned on staying on Namek the night to make sure everything was working as expected, but, well, you know how that went down. Where's the nearest space station, do you know? A half-day away, but it's Frost Empire ran. There's another just under a day away, but Itful told me they water the fuel down there, and it's sketchy as hell. I'm kind of out of options, though. Does Pirak know of any? I'm not speaking to that asshole. 32. Bulma rolls her eyes. Oh yeah, I can't get him to shut up, she says dryly. Then, let's just go to the one a day away. We'll make sure they don't stiff us out of good fuel. Vegeta can be pretty scary when he wants to be, right? I think we can pretend to be tough guys for a little while. So that's the plan. Goku's looking forward to landing this evening just to be out of the ship. His limited freedom on Namek had been nice, but it had just made him want more, and he knows he's not alone in his sentiment. When he told the others that they were stopping at the space station, the mood on the ship had lifted, like the sun peering behind the clouds. Piccolo almost smiled. Goku knows. He saw it. By the time Goku gets around to telling Ittful, the latter isn't in any of his usual haunts, so he decides to check 32's room in case he's doing a food run. Which he is. Arresting records such as yours, Ittful can be heard saying from the open creak of 32's door. Goku pauses. He knows it's rude, but he can't help himself. The medical department in the north is easier to access than its southern counterpart, especially for someone of my position. Your exposition, 32 returns. Testosteroids, Ittful emphasizes, very naughty. They're illegal without doctoral and managerial consent. I know for a fact that they're outright banned in the youth program. There's silence. 32, the fact that you've. Why are you wasting my time with this? 32 interrupts, clipped. If you're so confident that my usage was illegal, take it up with Lord Haler. So he knows, there's a mean laugh. I doubt he. Take your ill-researched blackmail and present it to the silo leader if you feel like it will make any difference to your pathetic plight. Take it to Lord Cooler or Lord Haler or whoever you serve. I'm not threatened. There's a moment of calm before the storm, and Goku rushes into the room the moment he hears furniture being knocked over and fabric being ripped. 32 is bent over his bed, Ittful interlocking both his hands behind his back with just one hand. The other holds torn material. No, fighting, Goku reminds weakly, confused, looking between the two. Ittful, what are you doing? Ittful further pulls the remnants of 32's top away. Thought so, he says mysteriously upon gazing down at 32's very pale, rather thin back. Goku tries to see what Ittful's seeing but can only make out faint lines that could scars. They're dark, very dark, you must have taken a lot. I didn't think much of it when There's a hold of realization. Wait, God, tortured. I didn't even think. Why didn't you say? Ittful, who is usually so well guarded, appears naked in momentary alarm. He releases 32, almost falling into Goku as he steps backwards. He hisses something in a different language. What is it? Goku asks. What's wrong? I said I'd never on a God, we used a shock plate on him and he's. Ittful glares down at 32 as he spins around, reminiscent of a cat cornered in an alley. I have siblings. Don't be sentimental, 32 sneers, throwing a fresh top overhead. What happened? Hey. 32 speaks in the southern tongue, sharp and reminding Goku of when he'd led the team of soldiers that they'd faced weeks ago. It's commanding. Ittful's eyes only see him, and they narrow with concentration as he takes in what 32's saying. Goku knows Ittful's southern isn't perfect, but he clearly understood enough because the reaction is obvious. Ittful clenches his fists. His teeth grit. Perhaps you were better off in the dark, 32 finishes with. Or are your principles worth the fate of your beloved silo? You. 32 smirks. Are you going to be my hero, Captain? Are you here to save me? Goku's never heard 32 speak with such cruel inflection. Whatever just happened has certainly ruffled his feathers, and Goku isn't liking the result. Guys, Goku holds a hand either side of them. Let's just put a pin in this. I thought you were getting along. Don't worry, it's over, 32 says, dark eyes intensely focused on Ittful. Get out. Surprisingly, Ittful vacates without further argument. A cold breeze of air passing Goku as he slides into the hallway and along in the direction of his own room. 32 has already preoccupied himself with notebook he must have fished out of somewhere, and he's writing in it with no intention in giving Goku any of his time. Are you okay? He asks anyway. Shut the door when you leave, 32 replies levelly. Well, just as Goku turns to leave, he notices the untouched breakfast Ittful delivered, only to further notice that it's not entirely untouched. The bread is gone. The apple, too. I came to say that we'll be docking at a space station tonight. You'll probably feel us landing. Bulma asked not to let you off so Piccolo will be. Watching me, understood, can you please go? When Goku locks the door, he feels like he's just missed out on something incredibly important. They arrive earlier than anticipated to the space station. It's probably one of the smallest stations in the entire universe. Space stations can be as big as small planets, but most run the size of a village, with parking being found in the core of the structure. Some are like resorts with nice hotels and fancy tourist spots that attract rich visitors who have more money than Goku would know what to do with. Others are seedy, dangerous places that he always tries to leave the moment he refuels. This one is neither. It's a plateau of concrete with a refueling point. A single store sits opposite. It's busy, considering. There are about 20 to 30 ships parked up, which is a problem when there are only 2 pumps. There isn't a good atmosphere, too. Goku has seen families at space stations countless times, including women and friendly-looking aliens who like to touch Goku's hair because it's springy. This place has Vegeta stand very, very close to Bulma, likely because the creeps walking around give her a second look as she stomps along the tarmac. One thickly built, blue-skinned man nudges his acquaintance, gesturing. Vegeta, ask if they have the red one. The last time I used the green one, the ship damn near blew up. The red one? What does that mean? Are you talking about the liquid hydrogen? No, the red one. If I wanted liquid hydrogen, then I would have just said that, dumbass. You might want to keep your voices down, Itvil suggests slowly. It's best we attract as little attention as possible. He's still a wanted felon and you're... I'm what? About get pregnant if you're keep mouthin' off, Pirek says. These guys probably haven't seen a female in months, so even a hag like you would look appealing. What did you just call me? Blanchosité. Stop saying that, what does that even mean? There are quite a lot of unfriendly people around, and they're staring at Bulma with a dirty, ravished sort of look that sends a shiver down Goku's spine. Whilst he doesn't want to agree with Pirek, he can't help but also see the possible hazards surrounding them. The space station is small. These people probably know each other, and because it's not Frost Empire regulated, it'll be rife with crime. Maybe you should wait on the ship, Bulma, Goku suggests, knowing full well to expect the reaction he gets. Why the hell should I? It's my ship. You're causing a scene, Itvil whispers harshly. I don't give a damn, Vegeta will kick there. Vegeta is the one to cover her mouth. Shut up, woman, don't say my name. By the look of disgust crossing his face, she's biting him. I don't mind knockin' some heads together, but I don't think it'll help us stay in under the radar so. Pirek grins, showcasing sharp, bright teeth. Bye, little sock. By the time Bulma is persuaded back onto the ship, 12 ships have already refueled and left. Goku prepares his most scary face in order to intimidate the worker into giving them the good fuel, but he finds he needn't have bothered because Pirek is swinging him by his ankle by the time Goku enters the store. They even get complimentary snacks. As the fuel pumps into the ship, Goku leans against it, trying not to breathe in the fumes of the pollution. Vegeta and Pirek are still, negotiating with the poor worker, and Itvil is consulting a nearby map on a bulletin board. Since learning that they'll be going through the asteroid belt, he's been quite antsy, or maybe he's been like this since his altercation with 32. It's hard to tell because they're still not really talking. Goku leans his head back, letting loose a sigh. The stars above are milky. It makes him think of home. But there isn't home without Gohan. Back then, everything had been perfect and he hadn't even known. Him, Gohan, Kai Kai. Oh, Kai Kai. He buries her in his mind, in his memories, the only place she now resides. Right now, he can't unpack that. Never, really. Goku doesn't think he'll ever unpack it. Goku remembers Vegeta mentioning that Saiyans mate for life, and although he doesn't really like being compared to animals, the idea that he's already had his one and only is both a little sad and liberating. He misses her. He misses Gohan. He misses what he once had. In the space station, Goku stands in the chill of the night, under the stars, appreciating how lonely he really is. Kakarot. Goku jostles to attention the moment the wall behind moves. Wait, what? The ship is taking off. He looks left to the entry point, shocked to find Piccolo indisposed by the door. Vegeta and the others are flying in his direction, and he follows suit upwards, jumping high in the air just in time to see into the window of the cockpit. It's not Bulma driving. It's the blue aliens from earlier, with faces cracked with wide, awful grins that makes Goku feel numb. The ship is too fast. It's gone in seconds, taking Bulma with them, along with the Dragon Balls. And the prisoner. Chapter 12. The biometric lock. 32 is surprised that they're leaving so quickly. If it's the space station he thinks it is, the one nearby the Path of Ashes, then the queues can take up to an hour, and a ship of this caliber would take a generous amount of time to refuel. Eyes closed, he doesn't overthink it, still feeling rotten from the interaction with Itvil and Goku earlier. He turns onto his side with the effort of returning to his fitful rest. The Shinx is, as always, making him tired. Just as he feels the pull of slumber, something strange happens. The electric biometric lock on his door buzzes. He rotates, seeing the green light flash. It's open. Now this is new. Does Goku really think this will entice him out, though? 32 already told them to go away. He doesn't want to deal with any of their strange behaviors. Then the light dies, it buzzes, turns red, and that's that. Until it isn't. Seconds later, it buzzes once more, the green returns. 32 stands at this point to investigate. He tests the door. Indeed, it opens. Outside, the hallways are as bright as ever and empty. The door closes and he ambles back in the direction of the bed. Again, the light blinks red and there's another buzz. It's locked. When it sounds and turns green again, 32 decides it must be broken and tries to ignore it, which doesn't work because the cycle continues. Buzz, green, red, buzz, buzz, green, red, buzz. 32 counts 7 times, the pillow tight over his head. There's a reprieve of silence where 32 thinks himself momentarily safe until the door buzzes yet again. Green flashes. It's so sporadic that it feels purposeful. 32 marches over to the door and opens it, half expectant to see Pirak there laughing. There's nobody. Interestingly, the door has stopped buzzing, and when he inspects it, he's not sure how to feel when the electronics seem untampered with. Then there's a new noise, yet another electronical cry. It's the CCTV opposite his room which is moving, left at first and then right repeatedly. How? Strange. Oh, is there something up with the electronics? Could this be 32's chance to escape? The camera stops its dance and 32 moves left to see if it follows. It doesn't, instead jerking the other way before rotating in a circle, suggesting to 32 that the movements are purposeful, as though someone is operating the camera. 32 approaches it for a better look, and the camera is overjoyed, if it could be suggested as much. It nods vigorously. Is this camera being operated manually, up and down for yes? The camera stops, and then with a decisive motion, nods once more. Did you unlock my door? Another nod. To help me escape. This time, it shakes from left to right. 32 feels himself grow angry. Are they trying to lure him out of his room? What, by playing games with him? He sneers, retreating back towards his room, reaching for the handle, and it's locked. Open the door. The noise of the camera shaking has his teeth clench. I'm not. And that's when he hears it, foreign talking, loud and distinctly not belonging to anyone who has been occupying the ship as of late. He listens. Are they Moebians? Torax? Perhaps they're Hiatus centrists because 32 is struggling to even identify if they're northern or not. Whatever the case, they're fast approaching. 32 spares a last look at the camera. It's pointing towards the vents. So that's how it is. He hoists himself up like last time and shuffles along its familiar path, coming to a halt when 3 large, blue-skinned men walk along the hallway with hungry eyes, excited. They're not in armor or uniform of any kind. Their clothes look to be made from cheap hide, their boots are well used, caked in orange mud and are ratty, and the guns in the holsters are at least 3 generations behind 32's Astra. He doesn't recognize their species, but he does recognize their criminal glee. Did those dumbasses manage to get the ship hijacked? So, who's on the other side of the camera? It was Piccolo who was supposed to be watching him, but it would have made sense for him to have been stationed near the entryway as opposed to the surveillance room. Pirak doesn't have the intelligence or patience to communicate through the electronics, and anyway, he'd probably want to take a crack at the thieves, as would Goku and Vegeta. Okay, well that just leaves Bulma. That makes sense. She's the only one who's shown any true talent with the ship. If it's not Piccolo, then it's definitely her. When he reaches the kitchen, he jumps out and immediately retrieves the biggest knife from the drawer. The camera above violently shakes when he takes a hold of the commonly used chef's knife. Yes, it's definitely Bulma. I'm not going around unarmed, he whispers harshly. No, that one is too small, he adds when the camera gestures to a knife lying on the counter. Is the surveillance room near the main engine room? The camera shakes. So, it's on the upper deck, near the second engine room. It nods. Wait there. The vent shaft grows tighter when it goes from horizontal to vertical, taking 32 longer to shimmy upwards to the next floor than he would have liked. His longs legs a particular issue when the shaft takes a turn. At one point, he worries that he's stuck. Any chance of him returning this way is out of the question, especially when he ends up bending the fine metal joint between one shaft and the next. He stops above a hallway he's not yet seen. It's dark with red emergency lights flickering over the two opposing doors. In the distance, steam can be heard. Perhaps there's a boiler up here. He must be drawing closer to the second engine room. The belt. The forecast isn't safe enough, but fuck me for tryin' to go against Crast, 32 overhears from below. I told IM that we needed to let this ship fuel up to max before we took her. I said we should stop off at first pass and take some fuel from a ship round there. Crast ain't gonna listen. Never does. Raksuk said, hey, did you hear that? 32 steadies himself, holding the walls, the blade between his teeth, but the damage has already been done. The shafts aren't as formidable up here, likely weakened by the steam. It continues to creak even as 32 distributes his body weight evenly. What's that, the silver thing? It ain't sounding too happy. An air duct ITH. The shaft falls unsymmetrically in a groaning, smooth motion, 32 along with it, and the collapsed metal crashes, excruciatingly loud like a ship collision. His ears ring from being at the center of it, his head rattling, but he doesn't waste time, using their confusion against them as to emerge from the cloud of dust, hand encroaching and ready to strike. He doesn't have much power because of the shinks, but he does have a knife, and with it, he aims for the neck, plunging the steel fatally down the closest man's throat. There's a wet gurgle, a stumble, and finally a rush of blood, which spurts abundantly when 32 buries the blade into where the heart presumably sits. There's no question to whether or not he's dead. The second one is quicker to react, putting space between him and 32, and pulling forth that ancient firearm from its holster, churning and firing it shot after shot, as 32 tucks and rolls, momentarily borrowing the corpse as a shield to eat the bullets. When the barrel empties, 32 launches the knife, managing to slice perfectly into the wrist of his opponent. There's a cry and the gun is released, with 32 moving to capture it as it bounces along the tiles. He's kicked across the face for his efforts, and he slides until encountering the wall, sending cracks up along the plaster when he collides with it. Oh, the guy's pissed. The knife is still implanted in his wrist. His snarls as he inspects it, noticing the knife's point emergent on the other side. Who the fuck are you? He demands, which is a bit rich considering the situation. 32 stands, wiping his bloodied nose. The gun has disappeared, and 32 doesn't like his chances. Without the shinks, 32 would have already have snapped his neck. Instead, the man presses the point of his thumb into 32's throat, having been able to capture him all too easily. How many are there of your? Asks the man slowly, his breath heavy with halitosis. 32 doesn't avert his eyes, he presses further into the thumb. Like that, eh? The man leans in. I got 20 buddies back there, he whispers. They don't care what you got down there, only that you'd be able to keep 'em warm on this lovely foreign ship. Oh, your face ain't bad, is it? Fear. The implication has 32 panic, though he refuses to show that, refuses to give this creature anything other than death. It's the first time in a long time 32 has felt such a deep worry for his own well-being. It's not that this is the first time someone said such a thing to him, but it's certainly the first time he's felt powerless to stop it. That's when it starts raining. Inside. It's the sprinklers, 32 realizes. Why? The bastard in front of him is just as confused, turning to 32 understands. It's more than enough time for 32 to lean forward and press two well-aimed thumbs directly into the eye sockets. With a wail, 32's released, and so must use the wall behind as leverage to further cleave his thumbs into the wet, cloying texture of rupturing tissue. One of the eyeballs dangles free in an attempt to flee. The other bleeds out, its iris dyeing the muddy brown-black. He's screaming by the time 32's kneeling on his chest, and silent only when the knife is repurposed across his throat. 32 stands. The sprinklers cry their last tears, and when it stops fully, 32 looks down at his mess. The altercation was loud. The apparent 20 others will have heard it. He doesn't bother moving the bodies, but he does take their guns. After wiping himself free of their blood and unsettling burgundy, he looks up and towards the nearest camera. This is where he should thank her. Am I close? He instead asks. The camera doesn't move. He repeats himself. Again, nothing. 32 wonders if Bulma's been attacked, or perhaps if the water damaged the camera. Yet, when he moves right, it follows him. Bulma, he says, slowly and experimentally, as he's never once said it aloud. Should I re-enter the vent? Nothing, aside from the encroaching sound from beyond the room. There are footsteps, many of them coming at speed in search of their fallen comrades. 32 looks at these comrades, one with eyes blown wide and the other simply without. Bulma's scared, he realizes. To her, a kind, civilized person, the mutilation of the enemy is not normal. The camera is addressed once more. I don't intend to hurt you. He tries to ignore his impending guests, but they're already so close. Bulma, the vent or the door? The camera doesn't move. Frustrated, 32 throws the guns down, and then the knife, which rattles sharply along the wet floor. You either want my help or not, the vent or the door, which? Then the camera moves. It points towards neither, and instead the far side of the wall the shadows have entirely consumed. He jogs over, wondering if there's a sliding door he hadn't been able to see earlier. His hands press against smooth paint. Nothing. Outside, they draw near. That's when a subsection of wall rotates by its own accord, revealing a claustrophobic metallic room with space for one. Just as he hears the door go, he jumps into this room, pulling the wall behind him as fast as he can. It had been close. Even now, he can hear them out there. They're talking. Someone's shouting. A gun fires more than once with the bullets sounding like they're hitting metal. Are they shooting at the vents? It's in this chaos that the steel wall in front of him slides into the floor, finally revealing what must be the surveillance room. There are screens from the floor to the ceiling, all black and white and very bright in comparison to the dark, windowless space. There's a plush red swivel chair overseeing a complicated keyboard, and behind that stands Bulma, holding a velvet cushion for protection. What happened? 32 demands. Where are the others? Bulma is staring at him like he's about to behead her. I already said I won't hurt you, he reminds. We have more pressing issues. She lowers the cushion. I have a taser in here. 32 doesn't even know what that is. If I wanted you dead, you'd already be dead by now. There's a step back. 32 lets out a gravelly sigh, touching his nose to assess the damage. It's not broken. There isn't swelling, but it's still bleeding. It should be fine with rest. He wipes along his sleeve, which is already discolored. When he looks up, she flinches. Bulma, he tries, attempting his kindest voice. The one he uses with Nami when he wants a turn with the anti-gravity snowboard jet. I will not harm you. There is no benefit to it. Blue eyes poke over the velvet. That's hardly reassuring. It's the truth. That you won't hurt me. Didn't he just say that? You need to tell me what happened. The men outside know they're not alone now. They will be looking for us. More like they're looking for him, but this drives his point home quicker. There's a nod, and she rubs along her arms, clearly frightened. We were refueling and Vegeta told me to get back on the ship. I did, and then there were noises in the cockpit, which was weird because I'm the only one who goes in there, aside Vegeta and sometimes Goku. But they were outside. I thought it was Pirak being an asshole again because I didn't recognize what was being said as I got closer, but then I saw these. These blue guys going crazy with my computer. I ran straight to the surveillance room like Vegeta told me to do if you ever got out. They relaunched us. Yeah, they hacked the system using some kind of cylinder thing. I can't even access the main computer from up here. The only thing I can do is retrieve the cameras. And the locks, he says, remembering the biometric lock bothering him into the hallway. Those too, but they won't hold these guys back for longer than a minute. I went through the footage and saw them ambush Piccolo. They totally took him out. What chance do I have against them? Finally, she looks up at him. That's when I remembered you. 32 breathes out a laugh. It must sound ominous because it startles her into repurposing the cushion again. How many are there? I counted 14. Well, I mean there are 12 now. It's not quite 20, but it's still bad enough. 32 considers the screens, watching the men scramble themselves throughout the ship in search of their crew slayer. They look well organized. 32 moves closer to one of the CCTV screens, examining the cylinder Bulma mentioned. It's definitely not homemade, but the commercial brand isn't one 32 recognizes. Does it use NFC? Infrared. He taps his fingers along the control panel, thinking. Destroying it might damage the ship itself if he's not careful. What is it? Bulma asks. They're professional ship snatchers, 32 tells her. They loiter around non-Frost Empire-organized space stations, waiting for irregular customers to ambush. They're probably working in conjunction with the station. It's not like we could have gone to a Frost Empire station. They know that too. It's also why you wouldn't report them for the hijacking. They're aware you're illegally operating. 32 scours the multiple screens, looking for the leader. Turn the sound on for camera 8. The speakers aren't as clear as he'd hoped for, and he must strain to listen, not that there's much point. Whatever language it isn't 132 is familiar with. They're doing it on purpose as a precaution in case they're being spied on. What are they saying? I don't know, 32 says, but I think they'll be turning on the cameras soon. They'll either destroy them or hack the system. I'm not sure what sort of materials they're operating with, but you may want to shut down the CCTV system just in case. Bulma scoffs, my security system isn't so easily hacked. So, the ship left on its own accord, did it? Shut up, they had access to the motherboard, so. They're professionals. Then, what do we do, smartass? 32 taps camera 19's screen, the one in the hallway before the office he's not supposed to know about. I'm going here, he says, where the medicine is. What, the medic, hang on. Do you mean the senzu beans? How do you know about those? Who, wait, that's dumb question. That idiot. But why do you need them now? Don't you think we have bigger things going on? You're fine. It was just a little kick across the face. Don't be such a baby. It's not that, he says. I'm going to take the shinks out. Her mouth opens and then closes. Realization strikes. Then I can kill them easily, 32 adds, as to clear it up. You did just fine before, you got 2 of them. 32 raises a brow, leaning against the panel, arms folded. Yes, and it had been a walk in the dark. Park, Bulma corrects. If you're going to be sarcastic, at least do it right. And you're welcome for the sprinklers, by the way. She turns and groans into her hands. You're just going to steal the Dragon Balls if I let you get your strength back. I'm not letting you into the hey, 32, where do you think you're going? To the office. I just said. Be reasonable, 32 says, pausing by the door. I'll break the door down, take the beans, and remove the shinks with or without your assistance. Bulma's cheeks balloon in frustration. How do I know I can trust you not to do everything I just said? You don't, but the alternative is dying. The office thankfully can be found on the same floor as the surveillance room, which means he doesn't need to re-enter the vents. He does, however, have to wait for the men to finish their investigation of the room where 2 bodies lay, which gives more than enough time for Bulma to get the earpiece operational. They test it out, first with Bulma speaking into her mic, and then with the computer itself sending sound clips to see how much the sound bleeds out. It's not too bad, but it would do them well for Bulma not to shout when giving him instructions. The mic 32 has to speak into isn't as receptive, but it's better than nothing. They wait for the group to reconvene in the cockpit before 32 chances sneaking out. One has just started patrolling the corridor below, Bulma tells him through the earpiece. Step lightly. He actually takes his boots off and walks on the balls of his feet. When he reaches the office door, it's without any dramatics. He deals with the Murphy door like he saw Goku do the other day and enters, very softly closing the door behind. The key is on the table. hidden this time by a photograph. It's of Bulma, Vegeta, and a small boy who's unmistakably a concoction of the two. They're by a lake and aren't aware of the photographer, sitting in the grass as sunset washes the horizon amber. There's a trace of a smile on Vegeta's face. "What is it?" Bulma asks him. 32 shakes his head and hides the picture in the crack of a drawer. With the key, he is now able to retrieve the tin of beans. There's the one he's already partially eaten, plus 3 others. Will just one be enough? He's unsure of their limitations. If he accidentally cuts himself again, will they be able to heal the wound? "Is there something sharp in here?" he asks quietly, still considering the beans. "Scissors somewhere," she replies glumly. "Don't make a mess, I don't want to see." Really, how can Bulma be so sensitive to blood when she's with a guy like Vegeta? The scissors aren't found, but 32 does come across what Bulma refers to as a letter opener, which should do the trick. It's a pretty thing, ornate. She is vocal about her distaste of his use of it. "My dad got me that from his last cruise." 32 strips his top and then the pants. It's a good thing he didn't wear the spandex today. "Tell me when you—" Oh God, 32, damn it, you didn't warn us." It's much easier to slice himself open with this than the stick. Instead of going for the recently resealed shinks, 32 attempts to remove the one in his dominant arm first, awkwardly maneuvering the blade as not to too badly damage himself. The sheet emerges after a good few seconds, sullying the carpeted floor when it hits. The one in his left follows suit without any fight whatsoever, but the one deep above his abdomen had been pushed even further back by his initial attempt. He wetly breathes, gasping as the metal tastes air. He drops slowly against the desk and leans his head back, panting. His hand is shaking by the time he brings the knife to his dominant wrist. Damage is done almost instantly, and his nerves shoot fire all the way through to his fingertips. He stills, letting the worst of the pain pass before slipping the blade beneath skin once more. His teeth grits when it collides with metal. Outside the office, he hears voices. "Don't move," Bulma orders very, very quietly. The letter opener shivers, warm blood trickling over silver onto the carpet. 32 controls his breathing, allowing the air out through his nose in timed increments. His eyes hold on the Murphy door, unwavering. The beans are on the table. If it comes to it, he may be able to hold his own with just the 2 pieces of shinks in his wrist. The talking becomes shouting. It sounds like an order. Silence follows. "They're gone." 32 wrenches the shinks out in one swoop, making quick work of it. The final allows him to use his dominant hand, so the incision is neater, the finding of the shinks even easier. It lands with the rest red. There's no time wasted. 32 toes himself up against the desk and reaches for one of the beans, it just so happening to be the one he'd already partially eaten, and swallows it without chewing. The result is immediate. His body pulses with renewed energy. He's fatigued from the exposure to the shinks, sure, but far, far more in tune than he'd been before 32's self-imposed surgery. He's going to be tired for some time. Days, perhaps, no longer than a week if he's lucky. Flexing his wrist, a petite pink ball of energy responds. It's a sight to behold after so long. "God, you're such a psycho. How are you able to deal with the pain?" Bulma asks as he pockets one of the miracle beans. "Practice." "'S okay, well, go do your thing. Get rid of them. Beat 'em up." 32 rolls his eyes as he redresses. Beat 'em up. She knows he's going to kill them, so why bother with the pretense? How people like to distance themselves from death. "Most of them are standing around the main computer," she tells him as he ties his boots. He wipes down the letter opener, then places it on the desk. "How many are patrolling?" 2. "That's fine. If they're similar in power equivalence to the couple he just killed, then it shouldn't take much effort on his part." Admittedly, he's sluggish, but whilst these guys may be professional ship snatchers, they're not professional soldiers, unlike 32, who doesn't even blink when he opens the door, immediately encounters a man, and breaks his neck. Bulma groans into the earpiece. Yes, it's nice to be reacquainted with his power. Soon enough, 3 men come to find 32 on the stairs going towards the flight deck. Bullets are fired from an off-brand Astra, sinking into steel walls and missing 32 by an embarrassingly wide margin. He slides forward, catches the closest in the throat with an elbow whilst silkily taking the firearm and lodging a bullet in the head of the two meanderers. It jams on the third shot, so 32 has to settle for bludgeoning its original owner across the head with the barrel. When he drops, 32 fires a sharp blast of energy, leaving charred remains where his head once was. 8 more. The original 2 patrollers must have heard the commotion because they find him next, with one managing to cut a bullet into 32's shoulder through sheer luck. He's sporadically firing, panicked clearly as 32 makes easy work of his associate with a clean, nose-crunching assault that won't have him getting back up. "Stop," he cries. 32 does. "Oh good, a talker. What organization do you work for?" he asks, gun kissing the patroller's temple. I. 32 shoots his arm. The man whines, bending in two. Numerical. Oh, 32 knows it. Has worked with them. They are sometimes commissioned by the Frost Empire, specifically the Southern Division, to round up suspicious ships at unregistered space stations or along the North-South territory line. He's seen the stolen ships dismantled for parts and the passengers trafficked. "Where are you taking the ship?" "I don't know," he says. "I'm new. I don't know anything." They're always new. They always don't know anything. 32 clicks his tongue, repurposing the gun under the patroller's chin, twisting. "Lord Haler or Lord Cooler, who do you work for?" If possible, the man panics further. Perspiration intermingles with the tears, annoying 32. Oh, he wasn't crying when he attempted a headshot earlier. Just as 32 goes to shoot his other arm, he cries out, Lord Cooler, we're with Lord Cooler." 32 sighs, and then kills him. What a waste. This could have been his ticket back to Central. Now that there's a war going on between Lord Haler and Lord Cooler, that just makes 32 a target for these lackluster idiots. They would just betray him if 32 aligned with them. Oh well, that makes 6. "Are there any others on this floor?" 32 asks Bulma, hoping she hasn't passed out or something from all the violence. That's all he needs right now. When she doesn't answer, he moves into a more open space in case the signal isn't strong enough. "Bulma, are there any other patrollers?" Still silence. "Bulma." For some reason, it unsettles him. The flight deck is close, perhaps 10 to 20 seconds jog away, but he stills, hand pressing against the earpiece. "Bulma." Fuck. There isn't a suggestion of consideration, and 32 retraces his steps at speed, taking steps in 3s and 4s, coming across 3 more men, and dealing with them with the remaining ammo from the shitty Astra knockoff. He doesn't break pace, shooting each man cleanly before jumping over their bodies and into the room where the first killings took place. "Shit," he curses. The wall to the secret door has been utterly ruined, the steel burned away. He sprints towards the surveillance room, breaking the next door down when it doesn't unlock. The room is empty. The chair is indisposed, all the screens are smashed, and the lights above flicker as though they've been knocked, the sign of a struggle. Shit. Considering he's not looking at a corpse, Bulma must have been taken elsewhere, and he hopes, as he runs, that it's the flight deck because he can't think of anywhere else they'd take her. Because 32's never been to the flight deck, he's not sure what to expect aside from the small section of room he saw from the cameras. Some have wide-berthed windows that could be easily cracked from energy blasts and gunshots, should he be fortunate enough to come across another firearm. When he barrels into the room, he finds that there aren't wide windows, just the one which looks out into space. There are firearms, though, and one is directly pointed at Bulma. "Not a step closer," snarls a large, armored man that's unmistakably the leader of the cohort. Bulma is on the floor, hands over her head as she whimpers. "I'll kill her. I'll fucking do it." 32 notices the door close behind him, 2 men either side. "Who the fuck do you think you are?" demands the leader. "Those men were mine." "Boss, he don't have a power reading," says one of the men behind, the one with the scouter over his right eye. "I think he's a bot." "Oh yeah." The leader ensnares Bulma by her hair, pulling her high. "Is he one of your security bots, sweetie? Do I have to hack another one of your toys?" So, he must have hacked into the security system after all. Bulma should have disconnected it like 32 had suggested. "I am Captain 32 of the Frost Empire," 32 introduces, stepping closer. And you made a mistake by seizing my ship today, Mariko Snatcher. Unhand her and I'll only kill the fools behind me, sparing you. There's the sound of boots scuffling from the doorway. They're anxious. If the leader is much the same, he doesn't show it. A pup like you, a captain, aren't you funny? Boys, don't you think he's funny? Loyally, the two laugh, but it's uncommitted, weak. 32 wonders if they've seen the mess he's left out there. What division? Asks the leader, clearly playing with him. North or south, I have to know these things. There's a war out there. How tricky. I'm from the North Division, he lies easily, and I'm very much aware of your contract with Lord Cooler's Department of Relations. North, you say? I hear a bit of an accent there. You from Planet Central. Last I remember that south. I was in the program, Southern Branch, 32 says, taking another step closer. Now, how about you stop wasting my time, be questioning my credentials, and lower your weapon? Oh, why didn't you say so? We got us a youthy, boys. I didn't think I was going to run into school chum all the way out here. Bulma's swung triumphantly, and the leader plants a victorious, sloppy kiss on her cheek that sends a shiver down 32's spine. I'm a Northern Branch graduate. Live in the flesh. A beauty to behold, I know, haha, oops, that's not me I'm talking about. It's this fine specimen you had cooped up in your security office. What a little treat you saved for yourself. She's a darling. Did you graduate the youth program too, honey? 32 can't immediately decide if this man is lying or not. He's unhinged enough to be a graduate if compared to Pirak. But he's not considerate of his surroundings. Not self-aware. 32 can say what he wants about Pirak, but to his credit, Pirak is as disciplined and as well-trained as any true graduate. He'd not be reckless enough to allow 32 to be this close to a prisoner, even if he didn't believe him. He'd exercise caution in the face of uncertainty. This man isn't doing such a thing. He's arrogant but not entirely unintelligent. He's challenging 32's truth about being a program graduate. Yes, he's trying to outbluff him. So, 32 gives a demonstration of his qualifications, firing an energy blast over the shoulder and into the unsuspecting face of the man to his left. It's powerful enough that the ship rocks with whiplash. He doesn't look behind, but he suspects that he burnt a hole through the wall and perhaps the one behind it. Shit, he hadn't meant to use that much. What a time for his energy not to cooperate. The ship, Bulma cries out, be careful or we'll all oof. She's dropped and the leader shoots her in the arm, no hesitation. Bulma doesn't scream, but she does bury her head into her good arm, her back shaking. Oh, don't cry, coos the leader. We still need that lovely brain of yours, and then I'm going to fuck you so hard that it pours out of your ears. Would you like to watch, Northern Captain? Or you could join in. I'm not averse to cute little boys, too, you know. We're all a bit randy on board. 32 bites the inside of his mouth to stop himself from reacting. Even though 32 has killed nearly all of them, the threat still feels menacing for a reason he can't place, and Bulma recognizes this when she looks up at him, her eyes wet and fretful. Throughout all this, he nearly misses a key detail. The leader wants her brain. Why does this piece of shit need her? They've already successfully hacked both the ship's main computer and its security system. He chances a look at the computer behind. Yes, the leader says, it's how I know you're full of shit. Why would a supposed captain and his men be tailed by a Frost Empire ship? Oh, they are. We're very good at what we do, continues the leader, but the intricacies of foreign tech need their foreign hand, and I don't see no reason why this lady can't give us a hand in escaping an Empire dog. When they finally. So they won't kill her. 32 places his left hand atop his right arm, raising the right. 2 fingers point, impelling a bright yellow spiral like a gunshot. It's his most precise attack. It's his favorite, too. And it had been done at such a speed that the leader hadn't seen it coming, his head still inclined towards the computer when it hits the ground, smoking. The final man behind is dealt with before he reaches the door, 32's hand emergent through the other side of his chest. He drops, too. But it's not over. There's now an Empire ship chasing them, and he, well. 32 collapses to the floor, panting, his chest tight and throat closed. Sweat sprinkles from his hairline. Using that attack winded him. He'd been hasty after so much exposed to shinks. But he didn't want to risk blowing open the ship with another attack, and he didn't want to risk that brute doing anything to her. Bulma is already at the computer. He hears her at the keyboard, the keys obnoxiously loud and a pounding force inside of his brain. "Damn it," he hears her say. "How the hell did this happen?" 32 hauls himself up to assess this new situation, still panting heavily by the time he comes to lean against the control panel. "Did you do this?" Bulma snaps at him, face white either from anger or blood loss, he isn't quite sure. "Do what?" he questions breathlessly, feeling equally testy. When has he had time to do anything other than save her? He was right, there's some big ship following us if their stupid hacking machine is to be believed. She gives the cylinder a kick, but groans when it proves to be as heavy as it looks. I don't know how to read this pop-up. That stub. "The ship is trying to make contact," 32 says, recognizing the language instantly. It's the Common Digital Communication, or CDW, taught to them in the program for piloting purposes. "Do you have a Bulma, you must keep your eyes open." He clicks in front of her face when she sways. "Headset." "Oh, right, no. Just press this button and pull the mic down from that compartment. No, the other one, yeah, that's right." He forages through his pocket for the bean he'd earlier stowed. When he passes it to her, he watches her eyes briefly gesture towards his own bullet wound. He'd pull out the fragments to demonstrate the lack of serious injury, but that would just make it bleed more. It's nothing to fret over. Old firearms like those can't so much as scratch Saiyan bone. There's no reason she should be looking at him like that. "Thanks," she says before tentatively chewing it. Her face sours and then brightens with a smile, instantly rejuvenated. "That's amazing. I've never tried one before." 32 presses the red button on the mic's body and then taps the pop-up on the screen. "It's not a touchscreen," she says. "Here." She uses an old-fashioned mouse to click the pop-up, and from over her shoulder, 32 watches as she authenticates communication past the firewall. "Don't download anything," 32 advises. "I know that. Do you have an APM?" "A what?" "An alphanumeric protective measure. Like an antivirus." "That's an APM," he says, taking the mouse from her to open the system panel to edit the sound settings, just so background sounds can't so easily be picked up. 32 once lost a ship when his attackers heard the hum of his projectiles warming up over the speakers. They had retreated faster than 32 had realized what happened. Permissions for the use of the camera appear next. 32 rejects it. Being smothered in blood wouldn't be the best way to present himself to a shark. "Connected," he receives, opening communication. "Connected," replies the other end. "Why are you tailing us?" Bulma instantly shouts into the mic. "How did you find us? How long have you?" 32 drags the mic wayside, resting a palm over it. "Location data," he bites back at her, and then into the mic he says, "What are your motivations?" "We are requesting a GAM." They want to moor the ships together, a meeting between vessels and their captains. 32 knows the practice. "So you're Frost Empire," he says. "Yes, are you a Southerner?" There's no point lying, they can hear it in his voice. "Yes, we are Southern Operating. Which captain's orders are you working under?" "Captain Lirio II," replies the operator. 32's eyes blow wide with recognition. This is the Southern Division. He knows Lirio, has worked with Lirio, shared meetings with him, has served with. This is it. This could be 32's ticket off this ship. He had suspected it being a Southern ship, if those idiot snatchers needed Bulma's know-how to be rid of them. But to personally be acquainted with the captain, this is the exact turnaround 32 needed. Bulma snatches the mic before he gets chance to reply. "How did you get access to our location data?" "There is a reported scouter emitting VHF radio signals aboard your ship, and our captain wishes to address it." Bulma immediately mutes the mic. "What the hell? When did you have time to do that?" "Do what?" 32 returns. "The last time I had my scouter was when I had to piece it back together after you broke it." "So it was then." "I disallowed the VHF settings on that scouter long before I set foot on this ship. Did you turn it back on?" "No, I've not been able to break through your shitty security to get online." "Then there's another scouter," 32 says reasonably. "I have both ITFL and Pirax scouters locked away in the office. They don't even know about that room. Only Vegeta, me, Piccolo, and Go. No, he wouldn't be that stupid." 32 thinks he would be. He'd taken 32 directly there and gave him a bit of one of his magical beans. It's likely Pyrax, he says savagely. It's difficult to disconnect a scouter from the Frost Empire's servers. I had to use a backdoor approach to even access the code, and even then, all the data was encrypted. It took a DDoS attack from at the time, active rebel group, and that's when I saw opportunity to bypass the system. I know Pyrax well enough to say that he does not have such perseverance or commitment to adequately disconnect his scouter. Itvil turned his off pretty quickly. 32 turns to her, shaking his head. Not quick enough. That's how I tracked him to Central last time. Damn it. I imagine you'll find Pyrax's scouter either in his assigned room or on his person. It must have pinged the radio tower nearby the space station. Bulma clicks her tongue. I imagine you're right. You are being ordered to slow down, operator, comes the voice once more. 32 turns on the mic. I thought you were requesting a GAM, he challenges. I want to speak with your captain myself. I am also an operat. The mic is once again turned off. Bulma has him by his shirt. What are you doing? We're not meeting up with those guys. He stands on his tiptoes, turning on the mic and holding it far above her tiny reaching arms. I am a Southern operating captain, continues 32, relieved to finally be speaking his usual tongue. Tell Captain L, Bulma. She's ripped the mic free of its socket, sparks flying asunder. We have Dragon Balls on here, she shouts, swinging the mic directly in way of his head. Do you really want to hand-deliver them to one of those frost monsters? Yes, 32 says slowly. I am a captain of the Frost Empire, lest you have forgotten. Then why bother saving me back there? She cries out. Why bother if you're just going to hand me over to them? 32 falters. What would happen to her? He hadn't planned on revealing the Dragon Balls to the soldiers on board. Why would he have to? He could just take them and be on his way now that he doesn't have the tracking chip installed. The wishes would be all his. But her, Bulma, what would they do to her? The same as what they do to the rest of the women, he supposes. You're not even a loyalist, are you? She pushes further when he remains silent. What are you planning? Do you even have a plan? What do you want, 32? What's your wish? The computer then starts to caw with steady, thrumming beeps that sound especially urgent. There's an approaching vessel, Bulma states after a moment, impressively calm. Their ship. 32 glares at her and she holds it, fearless in the face of whatever fate will come to next meet her. She's brave. She's loud and opinionated and complains a lot, but she's damn brave. He'll give her that. If you let them on board, then I'm dead. And those Dragon Balls are going to go to whatever frost creep you allegedly serve. 32 closes his eyes, the skin pinching just above. We already know you aren't a loyalist, so just help us. Do that and we'll help you. I am a loyalist. No, you're not. She snaps over the computer's cries. You're a slave, 32. You're just a number that means fuck all to Haler and Cooler, and you know it. That's why you don't subscribe to this Empire bullshit. That's why you saved me just now. That's why you've been researching the Dragon Balls, and that's why you want to make your mysterious wish, whatever it is. Don't think I don't know what you feel. I see it every day in Vegeta. The utter vehemence you have for the entire organization, and the disgust you have for anyone even associated with it. I am no. And just now, back then, you were afraid for me, like a decent person, she says, daring enough to take him by the arm. You saved me even though you could have just taken the balls and ran. It hadn't even crossed his mind, and now that it has, he's even more confused. He pulls himself free, taking a long breath in, holding it until his chest chokes on the shutters. Head down, eyes front. God, look, if you do allow them on this ship, then I want you to kill me first, Bulma says after a pause. At least you can give me that. 32 wraps his fingers along the control panel, staring over the many keys. I won't go with them, she adds. I won't. No, I'd rather die. Shut up, I get it. He grits his teeth. Fuck. He glances up at the screen and then out the window into the dark pit. There is the telling of a storm. Asteroids surf on by. Small ones rain against the glass. It'll be tricky to navigate soon enough, and with a ship trailing after them. You don't have offensive capabilities on board, do you? He murmurs. Your battery power is too low, and I bet there aren't even projectiles. The only option is to flee. He hears her breathe out a shaky breath. There's a laugh, all airy and ballooned with relief. I knew it. You stubborn bastard. Her hand appears next to his, jabbing an analog stick forward before pressing a series of buttons that has the ship accelerate forwards at a much faster rate. I don't have any weapons, no. We'll have to outfly them. What can you tell me about this asteroid belt we're now entering? 32 looks at the coordinates, recognizing them. The path of ashes, she elaborates. It's a regular trade route, 32 says slowly, retrieving the information as his memory allows it. But the route closes when the belt is too active, depending on the season. You shouldn't take it at speed. I don't think we have a choice. 32 stares at the dangling mic, unease swilling in the base of his stomach. He wants to be sick. There's no turning back now, Bulma says with a wry smirk. I hope you're a quick learner. She gives him a rundown of the controls, appointing him as her co-pilot for when the inevitable difficulties of both outrunning a Frost Empire ship and hundreds of asteroids becomes perilous. It's a simple enough setup. User-friendly by most accounts when compared to Nami's experiments. As she's demonstrating where to find the energy reserves, another incoming communication request flashes on the screen. He's not the only one who's curious. Bulma doesn't even think about it. She opens it and shouts into the broken mic. 32 busies himself with reconnecting. An electric shock later, her voice echoes a series of colorful expletives. And I'll tell you another thing. Whoa, 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 Bulma, it's us. It's Goku. Even through the faraway static, 32 recognizes the voice. He turns the volume higher. Where are the guys that stole the ship? Are they with you? Are you okay? 32 spares a look at the leader's body slide along the tiles as the ship picks up speed. They're kind of with them. We've got a bigger problem, Bulma says. Where are you? Are you on a ship? We're like 10 minutes behind you, Bulma. There's a shift of movement. What is it? What problem? Vegeta can be heard next. Kakarot, tell Pirak to take this piece of junk delivery ship into the entry port for the belt. According to the primary radar, they've already entered the orbit. 32 leans across to the mic. The belt is storming. Take the route to the first pass and wait there. What the hell are you doing out? Bulma, what were you thinking? I was thinking that I like to live, bonehead. 32, Itvil says, comparatively calmer, relieved possibly. Status update. 2 on board, tailed by a Frost Empire ship, he replies. The ship operating is without damage. 31% fuel. Battery ability is low or average, and there is no energy weaponry on board. There is no projectile weaponry. There is no sound frequency weaponry. The Doppler radar is operating without delay. Was contact made? Request for GAM. They tracked us through one of your scouters, Bulma adds heatedly. One of you idiots got pinged. Ship model of pursuer. 32 sucks a lemon. Likely an FK 3445. Expectedly, Itvil sounds incredibly self-satisfied. Oh, really? That's a Southern Division brand ship, right? I'm sure you're quite familiar. Don't you wish to welcome them on board, one loyalist to another? 32's simmering silence encourages the bastard to pause his gloating. Who's the operating captain? Captain Lurio, aye, he spits. The old geezer. Yes. He's hands off. You're right to ride out the belt. I doubt he'll be able to match your piloting. Lurio, 32 hears Pirak ask in the background. Oh, but he'll be packin'. Packing, Bulma mouths in confusion. Energy artillery, 32 tells her, watching as the pinprick representing their ship grows larger on the approach. The signal will drop soon enough. We're going to go deeper into the belt. We'll see you at the first pass. Bulma, get an emu for him. He'll be your cannon, Itvil suggests, making 32's lip pull. 32, do you know where the shipyard outlook is at the pass? Yes, wait there for us. I'm disconnecting now. We need to descend. Safe TRKRR. He turns the sound off, and then the main lights to better watch out for oncoming energy attacks. Bulma's already preparing the extravehicular mobility unit, otherwise known as a spacesuit, and already, the idea of having to go out there to deal with the ship fills him with dread. His spiral shooter attack drained him when he used it earlier, and he knows that deploying more energy will be just as damning for his body. You can use Goku's suit, Bulma says. You're about the same height. 32 takes it and steps into the suit unhappily, keeping the gloves off as he maneuvers the ship around a family of asteroids cantering towards them. He refuses the helmet until he absolutely must go outside. Bulma zips him up from the back and attaches an oxygen tank. It's a perfect fit. The following Frost Empire ship is not the newest model, but it's one of the fastest on the market for its size. 32 has operated it himself many a time, knowing its strengths and weaknesses. It'll list if we cause it to take too sharp a turn, 32 reveals. How would this ship cope? Bulma hums from behind as she attaches a carabiner hook to the suit. Poorly, probably. It's a heavy ship made for long voyages. Can it take a hit? From an odd asteroid, yes, energy, no. 32 snatches the helmet. That's when the first wave of energy passes by the ship, illuminating dark blue walls and ominous green. It's of course silent. It wouldn't have been had it hit the ship. Get some weaponry, he mutters, displeased with his fate. He strides towards the door and subsequently the airlock, tightening the helmet into place. A chain made of the same metal once used to tie him up follows from the carabiner hook. Bulma returns to the control panel as the door opens. Attach the hook to the... I'm familiar with the procedure. She says something else, but the door closes, sealing him and the air within a small metal room. He attaches himself to the hook by the door and jumps through the necessary hurdles in order for the ship to allow the outside door to open. When he presses the enlarged red button, the air pressure from the room vomits him outwards into the clutches of space, the speed of the ship dragging him before he's able to mount the outer casing. He batters against steel. There should be a ladder to your left, is what I said before you bolted out, Bulma says through the forgotten earpiece. He's surprised it still works, and more surprised that she'd been able to access the hacked security system so quickly. The roof has a flat section with an indent you can stand in. He'd reply if he could, but he can't reach the earpiece from within the helmet. The suit has a built-in mic, idiot, she says when his hand reaches up on instinct, and a camera, smile. 32 climbs the ladder and quickly finds the indent, just in time for another wave of green to soar their way. It is impressively dodged. 32. I see it. An asteroid the size of the ship itself is directly in their line of travel, but not for long. 32 cleaves it in two before sending out two smaller blasts to detonate the halves. Rocks fly wildly in every direction. He hopes the blowback doesn't push the ship off course. Did any hit you? Are you okay? 32 was spared the debris luckily. Bring the ship higher, he tells her. There are too many. The asteroids are larger up there. The smaller ones are more difficult to manage. But accelerating direction will cause those guys following to close the gap. Yes, 32 is counting on it. Their long-distance range is better than mine. Bring us higher, trust me. The ship climbs through the storm, asteroids coming into nail-bitingly close contact. 32 dodges several and blasts those he can't, deciding his best cause of action is to lower himself into the cove until they've reached a good height. When the ship levels out, 32 emerges, noticing that indeed the Frost Empire ship has caught up. They're firing another green energy blast. Oh, it's actually one of Nami's designs, 32 realizes with a sense or irony. The triple firer. It's low on energy consumption for such an intense weapon, which is what makes it so popular. The energy blast itself is very dense, so with the right rebuttal, 32 should be able to counter it. As the green glows, he waits. 32. It's another asteroid, this time it's even bigger. 32 cries out after releasing the blast, his pink energy shattering the misshapen sphere into millions of pieces. It had needed to be hotter than usual. On the other hand, the one needed to counter the triple firer requires size and force. 32 falls to his knee upon releasing the pearly globe, his hands twitching from launching it against the momentum of the moving ship. Green and pink meet near the ship, doing as planned, with the whiplash of the explosion launching the ship forward at record speed. 32 spins, ready for the onslaught of asteroids. He's winded after taking down 5 and panting by the time he reaches double digits. But continue they do, with Bulma doing an admittedly decent job in avoiding the busiest pockets of rocks. He slips against the hand drilling, suddenly dizzy. Think you can do that again? Bulma asks. No. Yes. The pass can't be too far from here, surely. He hopes she doesn't get lost in the storm, but he hopes just as much that he doesn't throw up in the helmet. "They're back," Bulma says when the following ship climbs the horizon. "Should I slow down?" Not yet. Several more explosions light the void as fireworks, scattering the ash of the asteroids like a warm shower on a cold night. Fire shouldn't be able to exist in space. There is no oxygen. But the power of energy is different, for within each blast of Kai is the sensation of life, and 32 throws his to the wind, metaphorically, because there is also no wind in space when an enormous asteroid falls towards the ship. He heaves his energy, low from his knees once more, with stitches of pain that keep him from standing. Brace yourself. The detonation is catastrophic. 32 covers himself as the molten rainfall tests the resistance of the suit, and even the ship, which is shaking beneath as it sails unevenly the currents of the storm. Behind him, the handrail snaps and 32 barely catches himself when shaken from the indent, his body flailing like a flag as the ship pushes onwards. From this angle, it's easy to see how close the following ship has managed to creep. Green energy blossoms. This time, 32 doesn't delay. If he uses the blowback from the attack like a launch pad again, then he'll end up passing out trying to take out the asteroids. They need to go slower. They need to dodge as opposed to push through. For that, 32 needs to get rid of that ship. Slow down. Then we'll be too close. The moment I release my energy, accelerate forwards. Got it. Watch the camera. Right. 32 decides that doing this one-handed probably isn't the best method, and so hoists himself back into the indent. His eyes close. A breath is taken. This is going to feel awful. The thing with 32's energy is that he's had a few instances of accidental mass destruction. It's nothing to worry too much about, or so he likes to tell himself, because he can control it better now. The last time he blew someone up was ages ago, really. Like, well over a year ago. "You have a rotten temper," his overseer would say. "You should learn how to harness that." He did. 32 knows how to access the heat of his fury, the might of his uncooperative energy. And it's by feeling, by allowing himself to ache of reliving moments of his wretched, lonely fucking life, that he's able to will his energy to destroy. He grits his teeth, panting through them. Lord Haler appears first, then his horrid overseer, Pirak, the countless soldiers who 32 has seen fuck their way through their victims. Unfamiliar heat prickles at his eyes, his head twitches. Over and over, images, memories resurface, until the same sickliness he feels in his nightmares has him want to groan. The nausea has his world spin. The dark is encompassing. The blooming green but a distant star. He's going to. God, he's like vomit. 32 rises like the sun, the red, electric energy above desperately wild in his hands. Then Goku's face appears. Something snaps. His bones feel like they have shattered within his skin, his heart a rock in his throat as he collapses in on himself. The energy flies. The Frost Empire ship never stood a chance, being all consumed by the Goliath red sphere before exploding. Bulma did as told, and the ship races against the detonation, cleverly maneuvering through the asteroids as the storm continues its performance. 32 can't destroy anymore, however, and the ship takes some hits, though none too serious with the largest of the asteroids long since passed. 32 heaves oxygen on all fours. He counts backwards. He flexes and unflexes his fingers. He simmers. The rage slowly withers. He breathes. Talk about overkill, he hears Bulma joke nervously. It's a victorious sound. He rests his head in his arms and laughs. The rest of the journey is without any drama. 32 manages to drag himself back to the airlock after 5 minutes of persuading his legs to work, and when he reaches it, he instantly leans his back against the wall. Air filters into the room, and the helmet is off the first chance he gets. When the door opens, Bulma stood there, a stupid grin on her face. "That wasn't so bad, huh?" He stares at her and smirks. "By the way," she adds, "you're moving the bodies. There's no way I'm dealing with them." He tidies his mess as asked, and a short time later, 32 puts them in the airlock and releases them into the vacuum. It's not the most respectful body disposal method, but it's their own undoing. They've all done worse, 32's sure. Besides, they were lucky. Many others have been killed this way, not just disposed of, with their blood boiling and their lungs bursting. It isn't a nice way to go. At least 32 gave these guys a quick death. The asteroids thin out by the time they approach the first pass, only recognized due to the lighthouse atop a tiny Plutonian in the distance. There, a man-made structure sits. "We did it," Bulma says in a very quiet voice. She's smiling. 32, we're going to see the others again. 32 is controlling the ship as Bulma gazes greedily out of the window, her hands against the glass. He thinks she's crying. Her shoulders are shaking and she's quieter than usual, which would normally be a blessing, but now just makes him feel awkward. She must have been more scared than she let on then. In the parking lot of the shipyard Outlook, one lone delivery ship waits. 32 lowers the craft next to it, spotting the small group already making way for this vessel. Bulma is next to him, wiping her face dry as he uses the mouse to click the manually open main doors tab on the screen. There's a hiss and the metallic wail of the door hitting cement, but oddly, she doesn't move, instead staring at the screen and then at him. It's a curious look. "Bulma." But then the spell is broken, and she turns, those tears returning as she rushes towards Vegeta and into his arms. 32 turns away, his face immediately hot. They're talking quietly to each other in hushed, fast whispering that makes the moment all the more intimate and uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. He stalks out of the flight deck, bumping into Itvil at the door. "The youth program always delivers," he says, smirking as he takes 32 by the shoulder, even in the ways of treachery of the Empire. "Are you ready to be honest with me now?" 32 sobers from his previous embarrassment all too fast. "What happened to your principles about dealing with minors?" He hisses very, very quietly. "Don't touch me." Itvil's smile dies. 32 "You did it," Goku cheers, bounding through the door. "I knew you guys would be fine. Vegeta was panicking like crazy, but I said that he should have some faith, that you're not a loyalist, that Bulma would be okay." "It nearly wasn't." "You're pale," Itvil says. "You should sit down." 32 tries his best to glare, but he can't quite manage it, the world around growing increasingly darker like a long, looming tunnel that runs endlessly. He moves to lean against the wall. His head bounces against the metal when he trips over his own feet. "Heh, I got you," he hears Goku say. "Up you go." Oh, Goku runs like a heater, like the sun in the form of a man. After being cold for so long, it isn't so bad. "Let's get him to bed," Itvil suggests. "Maybe we should take him to the medical bay." It's exhaustion from Shink's exposure. There's just a light gunshot wound and some minor injuries, nothing terrible. He needs to sleep it off. All right. The bed he's deposited onto feels familiar. It smells of the shower gel he uses and is surrounded by the things he's called his own over the last however many days. The covers are soft. The room isn't freezing or dry. It's comfortable. The two are talking, but it sounds far away. He has to strain to hear. "Ku," Itvil says lowly in the dark, "we did find a lead with your son, but it isn't good news." It's so quiet that 32 thinks he may have already fallen asleep, but then, "What is it?" "Let's go to the living area. I think we're overdue a talk." "Yeah." 32 wants to sit up. He wants to know what will be said. But still, despite everything, more than anything, his body yearns for rest. Just as the lull of the day carries him away, 32 hears something by the door beep over and over. He doesn't know now, but in the morning, he'll wake to find something peculiar about his door. The biometric lock, which had awoken him the day previous, would no longer keep his world entrapped. The door would open and Goku will be the first he sees, hand open and trusting. "Thank you," he'll say, squeezing 32's hand. "It'll be warm." Chapter 13. 32 sits in his room and sketches out the images of his latest dream. There'd been a turtle in it, sunbathing on an impossibly tiny island in the middle of the ocean. There'd been a house and palm trees. The star above had been generously warm with so few clouds above. Aside, the yellow, energetic 132 would brush his tiny fingers through. Beside him, orange. He needles his pen into the paper, pressuring it to rip. The rainy day. It's raining. Goku watches the rain clouds congregate above through the misty, murky window, which rattles against its frame whenever thunder tears the sky above. Outside this hostelry, next to the parked ship, Bulma and 32 can be seen talking with one another whilst gesturing, likely to the dented metal of said ship. They pulled over nearly an hour ago, on a petite planet in the middle of nowhere, with the aim of addressing the ship's needs. Fuel had been a problem, a symptom of the hijacking, and so now is the damage taken from the asteroid belt. A warm drink between his hands, Goku sits at his table and continues to spectate the ever-growing storm. He wonders if they'll have to spend the night here. It wouldn't be so bad. The food tastes good, and the people here haven't tried to rob them yet. We were robbed, Itful complains, leaning against the booth's aged leather. We paid 3 times what we should have for the fuel. They gave us lunch for free, though, Goku points out. That's true, agrees Pirak. Watchin' them watch you eat your way through their pantry made it worth common to this dump. And this lager ain't half bad. I'll give 'em that. Aye, Green Bean, what happens to Namekians if they drink alcohol? Can plants get drunk? I spiked a cactus once and it died an hour later. Piccolo has been even sourer since the hijacking incident, having likely been embarrassed to be once again beat up. Or at least Goku thinks so because Piccolo's sensitive like that, or perhaps it's just that he's just sick of Pirak's mouth, because he pushes away from the wall and leaves through the thin crowd of patrons. Probably gone to soak up that rain, Pirak derides, grinning deviously. Shall we get another? You shouldn't, Itful says. You don't need further encouragement to be a dick. Maybe I'll take some of the harder stuff back, and spike 32's drink. No. Sheesh, you're no fun. Don't you think you caused enough chaos with the scouter? Pirak's good mood is tested at the memory of his scouter meeting its maker with a hammer. He takes a breath, pointed teeth angled in a vicious smile. Where's Vegeta? Is he talkin' a shit or something? Why don't you go find him? Urges Itful, waving his tankard in no specific direction. Or better yet, go see if we can buy some liquid hydrogen to go so we don't have to stop again on the way to Silo's headquarters. I imagine you can be persuasive enough to get us a fair price. Bulma doesn't like using liquid hydrogen, Goku reminds, as he has himself been reminded many a time when he borrowed a ship of similar build. She says it reduces the ship's lifespan. Well, next time, 32 can lead us all to a more price-efficient pit stop, can't he? We've completely wiped out one of my accounts by landing here. Itful sighs, and when he stares out of the window at 32 and Bulma, once again, a heavy expression weighs him down. He hasn't told Goku what he and 32 were talking about before the hijacking, but whatever it was, it hasn't made traveling with the two of them any easier. Though, that's not to say 32 himself hasn't been unusually well-behaved in comparison to his prior antics. There's not been one escape attempt despite nearly all restrictions being lifted. He's waiting for a chance to swipe the Dragon Balls, Piccolo had suggested just last night. Oh, for sure, 100%. 32 may not serve the Frost Empire, but that doesn't mean he doesn't serve anything else, namely himself. It's been 3 days since the hijacking, and 32 hasn't made any move against them. He isn't violent like Vegeta had worried about. He isn't sneaking around like Piccolo had suggested he would. What he is, however, is still very, very quiet. Watching him speak to Bulma outside is the most Goku's seen him speak in days. It's kind of frustrating. Why doesn't 32 talk to him like that? Bulma is now standing opposite, hand to chin, thoughtful and nodding as 32 slaps the indent and monologues. Part of him thinks she's just happy to have someone to talk to about science stuff. She likes him. Understandably, considering what happened. She vouches over and over and over for him whenever Vegeta gets on one, which is pretty often, and so tries to get Goku to side with her, which honestly, he does because Goku also doesn't think the worst of him. After everything, he helped us, Goku had said to the group. He could have taken Bulma and the balls but didn't. That says something. What that something is, Goku doesn't know. Forever a mystery, that guy. I don't think we'll be leaving tonight, Itful says, eyes drawn to the worsening weather. It might do us some good not to be locked on board. We could get a workout outside if the rain eases up. I doubt the rain would stop you, Goku. Hey, that's true. Well, don't attract too much attention whatever you do. The people here seem reserved, and we don't want them to get in contact with officials of any kind. It's more of a warning to Pirak than Goku, who ultimately does go to look for Vegeta in the end. From the crowd, Goku can hear complaining and foreign shouting as Pirak parts the sea of people. It's like he can't help himself from being a jerk at every possible opportunity, just for the kicks. Is everyone from the program so high maintenance? Goku hopes not. Itful's demeanor shifts when Pirak is out of earshot. Remember, not a word to either of them. I know, Goku says. They'd never agree. Since their talk the other night, Goku has found Itful to be a lot easier to deal with, as though whatever wall there was between them has been torn down. He's cordial, not as friendly as before, mind, and a good balance against Pirak, who has grown even more antagonistic since 32 was granted some freedoms. In a few short days alone, Goku can't recount how many times he's pulled Pirak away from 32, who he was goading in that southern language of theirs. Sure, 32 is a patient person, but everyone has their line. And now, with the shinks removed, Goku wonders when it's going to be crossed, when he's just going to let Pirak have it. It'd be well deserved. There's a squelch when Bulma joins them in the booth. Her hair has cemented itself around wind-burned cheeks, and not that he'd tell her, her eye makeup has started to run, making her look a little like a panda. The doorman made me walk through some light beam. It's an age wave, Itful says. They don't allow children to enter into the bar. Oh wow, maybe they think I'm a teenager. Goku and Itful share a look silent. She snatches Goku's drink. And it's cold, she complains, hands around the cup, face over its steam. Goku scratches the back of his head. Well, you were in the rain. I know it doesn't register in that peanut-sized brain of yours, but a ship needs to be maintained. Maybe if you resonated with that fact, then you wouldn't have been calling me every other week with a problem back when you were traveling on your own. What's the issue? Itful asks. It's mostly damage to the shell casing, thank God. But we think some of the bolts have loosened from the asteroid impact, so it'll be best to make sure everything is where it should be, which is pretty hard in this cold-ass rain. Oh, and 32 also thinks there might have been some leakage from the water tank, but it's hard to tell. We should refill anyway when we visit the waste station. You haven't left him alone with the ship, have you? Vegeta's out there. He's worried he'll be recognized inside. Itful shakes his head, mug to lips. I doubt it, we're in the sticks. Pirak's looking for him, Goku says. Bulma groans. Oh, he's not, is he? Is he being a dick? Do you think he knows we're going to the SHHH? No, doesn't. Heads would roll if he knew, Itful responds, low, eyes scanning for Pirak should he return, and if you're letting 32 around the computer, make sure he doesn't see the coordinates. Do not tell him where we're going. He's not dumb. He's going to realize what's going on when we begin preparations to land early. Bulma slides Goku's mug back to him after stealing all its warmth. I don't know why you're even worried. I can't imagine him throwing a strop like Pirak would. He won't care. I wouldn't be so sure, Itful says with the air of knowing something they don't. Is he not coming in for something to eat? Goku asks, looking at him through the window. He's using his energy to solder the metal of ship, absolutely drenched. Bulma lowers her voice in mocking his accent. He's not hungry, he's never hungry. I don't know about that, Goku responds. I think he just can't eat certain foods. Last night he ate the vegetable steamed buns and a banana, but he left the fried stuff. Oh, and the meat. The other night he ate the rice pudding. He eats bread too. Itful hums. What haven't you noticed? You watch him a lot, don't you? Bulma observes, saying so after stretch of time. I've seen you. I watch Pirak too, and Itful, no offense Itful. The parody has Itful laugh. A healthy bit of suspicion doesn't hurt. I assure you we all feel much the same, and that we watch one another too. It's as natural for us as breathing, what with our being ex-military. Then what's your excuse, Goku? Bulma jabs. I think you're making him uncomfortable. Itful snorts, taking a sip. You're suddenly protective of him. Is that a mothering instinct I'm witnessing? Bulma gives Itful a look that Goku can't decipher, and then one he can when she turns to him next. He holds his hands up. Look, he just confuses me, is all, especially after what happened at the tavern. That's when he remembers that he never told Bulma how he'd been spared that night. Itful finishes his drink as the story is relayed, and Bulma adopts a burdened glint to her already tired eyes. She doesn't have much to say on the matter, leaving Goku feeling his story must have been underwhelming, and that perhaps he was overthinking how 32 sees him. Later, when Bulma goes back outside to drag an agitated Vegeta away from 32, and Pirak has found himself 4 drinks deep at the bar, Goku decides to blow some steam off and work out. Rain be damned. He starts with his usual stretches, as his routine commands, before following up with a body weight warm-up. It's unfortunately not much of a challenge without the gravity chamber, and whilst the ship has one of a smaller capacity, he's not chanced using it with having the captains aboard. Bulma explicitly requested as much. Perhaps it's because she's worried that he or Vegeta would injure themselves to a point where Pirak could overthrow them. Or maybe she doesn't want Pirak in there, who would break it in 5 minutes. Whatever the case, it sucks. Goku wants somewhere better than the occasional shipyard to train. Saiyans need to burn off their excess energy, after all, and she should understand that, what with being with Vegeta. He's for sure pent up, and that's why he keeps bothering 32. The guy just needs to train. Him and Goku are just like that. He wonders, is Trunks like that? Was Gohan ever like that? Is Gohan like that now? There's a roar of thunder overhead. Rain cascades and Goku strikes into its torrent. Punching his way out of things hasn't worked for a long time, he reflects. It didn't save his marriage. It didn't save Kai Kai. It didn't bring his son back home. The only thing it did was bring down Frieza, the very thing that ruined his life. He stops, and he kneels, groaning into his hands. This is a circle he's traveled many, many a time. Goku can't afford to soak in self-pity again, not when Gohan's out there, having been trafficked. Trafficked. What a horrible word. An even worse reality. Goku doesn't want to contemplate the weight of it, what it really could mean for his sweet, wonderful son. There was a report of a boy with a high Saiyan percentage, at least half being sold for 9.1 tilats on the black market, less than a month following Nank's explosion. Itvol had told Goku 3 nights prior, a shadow cast over his tight expression. They'd sat in the living area in the balcony area above, away from everyone else. He'd barely been audible. Today's value has that at 15.3 trilats. Goku hadn't understood the economics, only that a possible lead had been presented. Itvol hadn't papers, photographs, or any other evidence, just his word, which had been uttered with a level of intensity Goku hadn't seen of him before. Goku, he'd said low, a price that high suggests only the richest of purchasers. A species collector, maybe. A testing facility. A rich perverted fuck with a taste for specifically bred children. Or most likely, an organization known for spending extortionate amounts of money on young, powerful children they see as investments. A facility where they create super soldiers. The youth program, Goku had said slowly upon understanding the indication. But Itvol, Pirak and 32 said. From 10 summers prior, the youth program's Northern Branches Bank had an outgoing payment statement for 9.3 trilats. It had been listed as recruiting fee. Goku had felt himself go very, very still. I dangled the possibility of your sons trafficking into the youth program as a sort of idea to keep you busy, to keep you interested in housing 32 and Pirak, but the more we discussed it, the more I found the concept a possibility. I had an agent attempt contact with the youth program, but he'd been unable to make communication. He had, however, been able to pull their financial records from the Frost Empire Bank of Coinage. From there, Laya had organized for her contacts within the black market sector to finalize our initial B. Itvol, do you really think it could be Gohan? To Goku's relief, Itvol had closed muddy eyes and then nodded, just the once. The youth program. It's come back to that. Goku had then grown to be sensitive to Pirak and 32's subtleties, or lack thereof, to how they move or interact, or even to their approach to life itself. Pirak's casual arrogance is worn as a crown, and he swaggers as opposed to walks. As he talks, he looks everyone in the eye like a predator, as though daring his prey to flee just because he enjoys the chase. He's mean and cruel, and admittedly funny when he wants to be, charming when the mood strikes. 32, who remains Pirak's antithesis in nearly every way meanwhile, is neither the prey nor predator, and simply his own being, one who watches Goku watch him. 32 is like a shadow against the rich afternoon sun, always there, always quietly present despite the heat bathed upon him, with a mysterious, unwavering determination Goku knows will eventually cause their group distress. 32 is plotting. Goku sees it in his dark, intelligent eyes. He's never once yielded his secrets. Both youth program alumni represent a great fear in Goku's chest. He'd felt it upon his first consideration of the prospect, and now it's back with Itful's revelation, more painful than ever. "We need to go to this youth program place," Goku had declared fiercely as reaction. There'd been a wrought smile. "I knew you'd say that." "Itful were goy. I assumed nothing less. You know, it means delaying taking the Dragon Balls to Laya." "I do know that. And you're fine with it. I wouldn't have given you my intel otherwise." He'd paused. "Then why are you telling me this now? What's changed?" Itful had donned this strange, faraway look, a glint of something nostalgic in his expression, reminding Goku of when he'd been briefly speaking of himself at the Green Snow Tavern all those weeks ago. Just like back then, he'd not further elaborated, settling for a simple response. "Sometimes," he'd said, "it is not the situation that changes but ourselves." Goku hadn't understood what Itful was getting at, and even now, Goku's left to savor the sour aftertaste of the reality he's found himself in. They mustn't tell Pirak or 32 their plan to visit the youth program facility. "I've never known a single youth program graduate being willing to return to the facility," Itful had shared the ensuing morning, now with the coordinates set into the computer system. "I don't think either of them will be agreeable to the excursion, especially considering that we're going to the closer facility, the southern branch." "Really, even Pirak?" "It's not a kind place, Goku. Many try to escape, doing whatever it takes." It had been so ominously said that Goku had confided his fears in Piccolo, and then Bulma when Piccolo had retreated into his own dark, lonely shell. He'd not liked the idea of this fate for Gohan, and the way he'd looked at 32, who'd been tucked away in his corner some paper and a pencil. The usual vehemence spared for him only increased, as though this had been his fault, that he himself had stolen Gohan Wei after Namek's detonation. "I'm so sorry," Bulma had said when he'd told her of Itful's lead. "It's something, at least," he said weakly. "Yeah, I guess." Pirak hadn't wanted to speak about the youth program when pressed, not really. He'd mentioned superficial things like how the training rooms were high quality or how the medical supplies were always plentiful and state-of-the-art. He'd brag about his position in his squad. He'd talk of his victories, of his success. But never about life. So desperately Goku had wanted to ask 32. But already, he'd been pushed back. Before the hijacking, 32 hadn't been exactly obliging when questioned about the program. He doubts it'll be any different now just because he's allowed a book and more time to stretch his legs than before. "What's this?" 32 had asked when Goku had brought him his dinner last night. "Food." 32 had examined the bread and vegetables, and Goku had tried to look inconspicuous. "I see," he'd said, and then stood, retreated to his room and leaving the entire meal untouched. Later, Bulma had taken it to him herself and had returned with an empty tray. Goku doesn't think 32 hates him, even when the others joke as much. The way 32's gaze follows Goku around the living area is not lost on him. Not only is Goku watching him, but he too is watching Goku. He'd spared Goku. He'd prized Goku's life. For 32, there is value in Goku's being here. Why? What does he want? What is his wish? Goku breathes out a long breath, the thick droplets of rain stuttering at his lips, and when he turns towards the ship, he's unsurprised to find, once again, himself being observed. Yes, watched from and by the shadows as always. Goku holds a finger to his lips and winks, and immediately, 32 retreats to the rear side of the ship. 32 thinks Bulma is an intelligent person, albeit an incredibly intractable one. She's refusing liquid hydrogen out of sheer snobbery, despite that being the best option right now, or really, the only option right now because the only space stations in this jurisdiction are Frost Empire ran. Premium liquid hydrogen is sourced from this planet, for God's sake. It's high quality. Does she not understand how difficult it is to get decent fuel these days? Now there's the war, prices have hiked, embargoes are in place. It's an odd feeling to be sour about such a thing. He almost enjoys the simplistic nature of it. It makes him forget about his shackles as he focuses on anything, other than his ridiculous situation with these people. "Come get some food with us," Bulma had earlier demanded, Itful's paying. "No. Don't be stubborn. I'm not hungry." She'd groaned. "You say that as though you're not wasting away." 32 hates being bothered about his weight, and so ignores her until she'd grown bored enough to leave him to do his maintenance work on the ship. On that note, 32 thinks it's a very nice ship. Whoever worked on it did a pretty good job because it's barely taken any damage from the asteroid storm, just external damage, which would not have been the case for many a Frost Empire ship. Nami and the other engineers would have a field day if they got their hands on it. Above, 32 hears a gravelly sigh. Vegeta is supervising and isn't shy about letting it be known how much 32's personal existence troubles him. It's his choice to be here. 32 isn't holding him back. The others have entered the eatery. 32 reflects bitterly, glowering at the thin, winking energy wave blocking the door, so he can join them if he feels so eager for a hot meal. 32 won't steal the ship. Not with Goku hiding the Dragon Ball in his pocket. Oh, yes, Goku made it strikingly obvious that he pocketed the Dragon Ball before leaving the ship, only to 32, of course, giving him a wink as he disembarked. It's insurance for 32 to stick around. 32 halts his work on the ship, looking through damp windows and at the bustle of people. It sure would have been nice to go in there to steal some sugar sachets. They're staying the night. 32 knew it was a possibility, but he didn't expect this. The mighty prince of the Saiyan people, Vegeta, pukes into a bush. Bulma is behind, rubbing his back as he garbles incoherent instruction discontentedly. The rain has stopped, but the wind is still sharp, with real worry that it'll blow back Royal Upchuck. Beyond, the music of the eatery plays on with wind instruments and the low bass of something 32 isn't familiar with. It'd been nice to read along with, his torch illuminating Itful's book under the cloudy night sky, a break in the storm, until Vegeta tumbled out drunkenly. "Water lookin' at," he'd attempted. The alcohol content of the beer is reportedly 23.7%, which explains this. 32 could kill him very easily, he reflects, turning the page, and it's a lie to say he isn't at least the tiniest bit tempted, even with Bulma there. A knife in the back, an energy ball down the throat. The options are endless. But Goku wouldn't stand for that, would he? And 32 doesn't want to risk his chance for the Dragon Balls. "I told you not to match Pirak drink for drink?" Bulma shouts when her patience snaps like the fine thread it is. "You absolute dumbass, you know you can't hold your liquor." 32 snorts into the book's pages. He sat on the sloped hood of the ship, balanced precariously as to get a good view of the eatery and everyone around. Piccolo is somewhere in the building's shadow, acting as 32's latest babysitter, but a great weight of scrutiny has been lifted since the incident a few days ago. They foolishly have given 32 freedom, which he has not yet decided how to utilize. Killing the Namekian would be easy, even with his ability to sense 32. He's the weakest, aside Bulma, but in turn, he's the most cunning, the smartest. And whilst he was mobbed a few days ago, 32 knows it won't be so easily achieved again. He's not arrogant enough to inhibit a learning experience. It's a respectable trait. If 32 wasn't averse to Namekians, Piccolo would be categorized as tolerable. 32, get your ass down here and help me, Bulma daringly commands from below the nose of the ship. Move it. Vegeta is weighing her down and has a long dribble of sick hanging from his mouth. His eyes are closed in sleep. You're joking, 32 replies. Do I look like I'm joking? Help me get him inside. 32 lowers his book, quietly gleeful to watch Vegeta slink all the way down into a puddle of mud. Gratefully, it's an image that'll be replayed for days to come. Trunks, get offa. Vegeta can be heard mumbling into a bubble of slop when 32 jumps down to watch. Damn, chocolate. 32 looks down at Bulma expectantly. When the weight is too much, she allows the remainder of Vegeta to further submerge into the puddle. Slowly, he slides into his own bog. You're an asshole, she says, but it's without heat. 32 knows she recognizes this as his petty revenge for Vegeta's early accosting of him. Can you at least make sure he doesn't drown while I go grab Goku? 32 doesn't want Goku out here, so he collects Vegeta himself and turns towards the ship. No way, she says. He's disgusting. I'm not having him traipse mud all the way through the ship. We can wash him up back in there. 32 turns towards the eatery, momentarily panicked. I'm not going inside, he says. She groans, don't be difficult. It's not that he's being difficult. 32 can't go in there, not with that shimmering, distorting light blocking the doorway, and the two men either side of it making sure all patrons enter through it. Whenever 32 has had to deal with an age wave, he's had it disconnected before entry, placing the establishment owner under duress should he do otherwise. He's hardly had the chance this time. That make things complicated for him here. There's a set of groans as a handful of men, boys, are cast backwards from the eatery in due to the wave's lash of magic. He's seen it happen a few times tonight, even with attempted partiers looking older than what 32 is, them being rejected with dramatic, loud embarrassment that has others turn and spectate. They've got a lady singer in there, shouts one of the underaged. Whoa, her boobs are huge, I can see nipple tassels. Dropping Vegeta, 32 doesn't need to pretend to be disgusted by the social happening inside. Go get Goku then. Just help. 32 walks away. You asshole, this time it is heated. Fine, don't you dare leave him while I'm gone. Bulma stomps towards the eatery, shoving aside the collective of rejected boys. They whistle after her and one shouts something that 32 can understand, but she certainly wouldn't be able to. It's for the best. She'd just cause more trouble. For their crimes, the group is sent away from the doorman, and loudly, they pass B32 as he rescues Vegeta from his puddle. "'S bullshit. We're old enough to be conscripted, but not old enough to have a fucking drink," complains one. "I'm less than a moon cycle away from my 18th winter." "Who'd you get conscripted for, Hailer or Cooler?" "Does it even matter? I'm dead before my ma's even gonna turn gray." "I'm serving Hailer." "Cooler for me," responds another, "but my dad's serving Hailer. How does that even work out?" "I hate living centrally. The border divisions are a fucking state. Why don't what? Who do you think you're looking at?" There's a tonal shift. "Think it was funny watching us get chucked on our asses." 32 knows he's being addressed when they saunter over, swaggering with drunken confidence. The fact they haven't been able to gain entry to the eatery hasn't been a deterrent in drinking. He stands tall when the loudest, crassest one draws close, clearly casting an impression of some kind on him, because all of them slow when they reach 32's circle of personal space. They aren't stupid enough to try him. That's something at least. It's a backwater planet with few visitors. He's hardly concerned for his safety. "What?" 32 asks after tossing Vegeta wayside once more, this time not into a bank of filth like he'd previously inhabited. The loud one isn't so loud now. His eyes scrape over 32, weighing him up. "Where you from, outsider?" "Outside." The reaction catching 32 off guard, there's a gasp. Whoa, he's southern. "How the hell did you make it to Planet Launchin'?" "More like why?" All the boys laugh. 32 does not laugh. One of the boys whispers to another, motioning. Eyes flit to Vegeta's crumpled form. "That your old man?" Disgust swallowed, 32 practices his patience. "No." "So, you just come from the keepers then?" "The what?" "The bar back there." "No." "Right, I thought so. Because of the age wave, right?" Continues the boy, shooting a grin, any prior aggression dust in the air. "I was going to ask you how you did it." "I'm of age," 32 lies through grit teeth, angrier yet when eyebrows rise to hide beneath the boy's curls. Then, the boy laughs as though it's a joke. "How dare?" "Sure, you are. Why don't you drop your old man off inside that ship of yours? We don't get outsiders around here, ever, really, so you can tell us what it's like out there. With the war, we never get told anything and we fly out in 2 weeks." In the face of silence, another boy leans in, his tone an attempt to lure. "We've got moonshine." 32 is at a loss. They want. What? Wait, what? What? His ears start to heat from the insinuation that he's the same as them, when, absolutely, he is not. 32 is a captain in the Frost Empire, not some loitering child in aim of getting intoxicated on a street corner. What idiotic immature. "We can get you a girl." 32 shakes away his vitriol. "You should leave," he says in a warning tone. "Now." They do, only after one of the more sensible boys suggests they go, and then less sensibly, promises them another bar that would let them in. 32 watches them go, incredulous and horrifically self-conscious for the first time in a long time. And worse yet, when he turns around, he finds his embarrassment with an audience. Goku blows out a whistle. Oh boy, they sure are loud. I think maybe they should go home. They're already super drunk. One turns and waves, bye-bye, Southerner. Again, they all laugh. 32 snaps up his book and makes his way for the ship, passing Bulma, who doesn't say anything at all. There's no anger, only contemplation. Her brilliant mind is working, and 32 doesn't want to be near her when it reaches its conclusion. He panics late into the evening, face to face with his bathroom mirror even though he hates his reflection. The sallow skin, dark eyes cupped beneath by bags, his bony, hardened cheekbones, his puppy fat now that wasn't there before. 32 rags at his ever-growing hair, smothering it over his face. No, it's impossible. He'd been weaning himself off of the testosteroids. They'd done their job to urge puberty, they can't just stop working now just because he didn't finish his dosage, right? Is that how that works? That can't be how that works. 32 wouldn't regress, would he? God, why had those boys been laughing when he told them he's of age? 32 can pass for 20 winters. He has before. He's tall, too. 32 towers over a lot of bipedal organisms of a similar species. Where are his furs? Maybe 32 should wear them more often. They make him look broader, stronger, older. Itful knows he's not of age. Would he be able to source the drugs for 32? He'd bargain for them. He'd cooperate long enough for Silo's wish. Anything for the drugs. He doesn't care about the stretch marks on his back. They could continue in red streaks along his body for all 32 cares. He sits on his bed, rocking. They won't rescind his graduate status, he tells himself. They won't. Age be damned. 32 is serving. They won't send him back. They can't. 32 won't go back there. The next day, the storm returns, and this time with a vengeance. We should be able to launch this evening if we're lucky, Bulma tells the room, quietly as not to disgruntle Vegeta and his aversion to loud noises. He's resting his head in his arms over the dining table, a generous glass of water next to him, which he nurses whenever thunder shakes the ship. 32 wonders if those senzu beans can heal a hangover, though it would be a waste of their incredible properties. Would it be a good idea to swipe them before he leaves? How difficult would it be to break into the office? Would they even be in the same place? He looks up at where the CCTV were once placed in their different spots around room, only to be remembered by their curling copper wiring. I hope you're not up to no good, Goku says, taking the chair opposite, next to 32's window. The pancakes were great this morning, huh? I made them. 32 spares a look at his empty plate, suddenly nauseous, and Goku grins at the expression, which, if anything, makes the nausea grow worse. What do you want? 32 asks, disliking the invasion of personal space. Well, actually. Did you two hear me? Bulma bites out, hands to hips, brows raised, as she also lingers annoyingly close. Launching this evening. Got it. So don't go too far from the ship after 6. Oh, you're okay, I'll leave you to it. Well, that was odd. Now, 32 is nauseous and apprehensive, but when he stands to attention to flee to his room, Goku's hand curls around his wrist. I need to talk to you, he says, uncharacteristically serious. 32 pulls, but the grip is like a vice. As recalled, this is the man he knew he would not have been able to outmuscle during their meeting at the tavern. When lightning forks outside, 32 turns to watch it cut the skyline in two, the arm dangling between them a chain. Panic wells in his chest. Fine, 32 says, proud that his voice didn't shake in such circumstances. He slowly sits in his previously occupied seat, hopeful of being freed. Goku's hand is very warm. What? With a smile, Goku releases his prisoner. I never got to tell you my, what did Itful call it? My tathos. Your pathos, 32 assists. Goku clicks his fingers. That's it. My why? 32 slowly and gently pulls back, and Goku releases him, the smile disconcertedly kind. If it's supposed to unarm him, then it's failing. I lost my son around about 10 years ago during the destruction of planet Namek after my fight with Frieza. 32 orders himself to empty his expression, to sit and to listen, to not draw attention to himself, and to get this over with. At least they're not talking about the youth program, 32 tells himself, but it's only a small mercy. He's 15 years old now, alive, which I know because of the Dragon Balls, but missing. Their power can't reach him, and don't ask me why because I've been asking the same thing for the last 10 years. Goku stares at his knuckles, yet only fleetingly. His attention returns to 32. I've been looking for him since it happened, except for things got rough on my own planet and I had to help back there, but I've come up with nothing in my travels. Nothing at all. I didn't have any good connections, well, up until recently when I started helping out Silo. Bulma, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin joined me, and it all got kinda crazy. Okay, 32 says diplomatically, when Goku doesn't continue. Itvil thinks he found something. Then, 32 remembers their conversation from the night of the hijacking. He'd almost completely forgot. Itvil thinks my son was trafficked. Oh. They found receipts. I see. Yeah, Goku coughs. Were you? 32 stares through Goku, as opposed to as him. Was I what? There's a sigh. Goku scratches at the back of his neck. I'm sorry, I don't know. Bulma suggested I bring this up with you cause you may have had a similar experience. Pirak said he was bought directly from his planet. Itvil too, was it the same for you? Why are we having this conversation, Goku? I want to know what my son could have gone through. 32 turns to look outside when another crack of lightning cleaves the gray apart. My father was a notable warrior, he says, and I followed in his steps. He offered me into the youth program out of his love for the Frost Empire. There is little to uncover about my... 32 searches for the word, coolly, as though he's not drowning in both fear and a second language, origin. Oh, so, if your dad loved the Empire so much then why are you betraying it? What? I don't know, it seems like it doesn't make sense. I don't need to explain myself. Right, but still, I'm just saying. Why are you talking with me about such things? There's another stretch of silence, one which make 32 grow irate. What do you want the Dragon Balls for, 32? There's a scoff. And you, what do you want them for? They did not work for your son then, and they will not work for your son this time, 32 pushes back heated. Goku matches it, we don't know that. You do otherwise, we would be going directly to Silo, to summon the dragon, instead of an undisclosed location I'm not allowed to know about. It's a lead. 32 clicks his tongue. Let me guess, did Itvil feed it you? Did he whisper the very words you wanted to hear when you found your alliance with him unfruitful, how he likes to keep you busy? He's more honest than you. I'm not pretending to be your ally. Then why did you spare me back at the Green Snow Tavern? 32 meets dark eyes. His own eyes, they're the same furious shade of black-gray. Never more disgusted, 32 stands and makes way for his room, this time refusing to be caught by Goku. He'll snap his own arm free if he must. Right now, he can't deal with this man, with any of it. I'll find Gohan. 32 stops, it's involuntary. His legs are fragile like glass. What? He sneers. My son, Goku explains, whatever it takes. It doesn't matter what happened if he was trafficked, how impossible it's supposed to be to find him, how the odds are stacked against me, I'll find him. Even if you won't help, or Itvil, or if... The rumble of thunder outside pierces his chest. His head swims with static, overflowing with stimulation, as though Goku is shouting directly into his ear. Yet, he hears nothing else. Gohan. 32, 32, 32, 32. His overseer would repeat, it's more than a number. Head down, eyes front, boy. 32 is what symbolizes you. A number, nothing else. 32. 32. Not a name. Not Gohan. 32. 32, 32, 32, 32. He. God, head down, eyes front. Vomit, in his chest, fire, his head hurts. He slaps it just once because that always works. Is Goku still talking? Head down, eyes front. It's silent even though the windows are vibrating and dance with the thunder. A slicing whistle. And then 32. Goku's hand is on his arm. It's hot. 32 snatches himself away, making haste to put as much distance between him and Goku as possible. Outside, the storm rages on. dragging for longer than anticipated. They don't depart until the next morning, leaving for somewhere that, unbeknownst to 32 at the time, will end in bloodshed. Chapter 14. Goku sighs, unsure of why that transpired downhill so quickly. I don't think that went how we wanted it to go, Bulma. Bulma leans against the counter, sipping her coffee, eyes unfocused. The obvious orbit of the oblivious. Goku lounges across the sofa with the world urging onwards in but a muted replica of itself. Around, the others are talking over the nearby table. In the background, a film plays on the wall-mounted television with dramatic flashes of color. The kettle, which sits beyond in the kitchen, is boiling water ready for the instant ramen Bulma is preparing for supper. It's all so loud, yet not loud at all. The world runs at half speed, and Goku feels his own eyelashes brush against his cheeks ever so slowly as he takes it all in. He breathes, he stares. He thinks. Goku does this a lot. He thinks about Gohan mostly, of course, but also of life on board the ship, his friends, his home, Kai, and now he thinks about the youth program and those who could tell him more of it. Those who are keeping their secrets their own. Goku lazily trails his gaze across the room to where Pirak is laughing, his razor-sharp teeth prominent as his mouth splits impossibly wide with malicious joy. He's talking with Itful, who responds with a more somber, impatient tone that Pirak never takes warning from. At a calculated distance, 32 is making his rare daily appearance, although has tucked himself away with the ambition of becoming one with the furnishings. The book in his hands is a new one, but Goku has noticed he hasn't turned a page the entire time he's been here. His finger would trace along the textured paper, around and around and around, so absently that Goku thinks 32 isn't even aware of the habit. And so suddenly, as if sensing the attention, he meets Goku's gaze. Goku holds it. The room becomes ever more distant, even quieter, tense. There's a clink, a bowl is placed in front of Goku, steaming and laden with noodles and bright vegetables. Yet, that heavy obsidian keeps Goku grounded in his haze, dark and empty and... You're welcome, Bulma snaps. Goku breaks free of the spell. What? Food, you said you wanted some. Oh, sorry, yeah, thanks. When he looks back, 32 is staring at his book once more, his fingers no longer on the page, but instead reaching into a cup Bulma earlier presented to him. Inside, oddly, are sugar cubes, which 32 seems to have a penchant for. The suggestion to try 32 with them had come from Pirak. Bulma had revealed just this morning after Goku watched 32 go through at least 20 cubes in a single sitting. She'd seemed rather pleased with herself, and still is, with her now watching 32 pick at his strange snack, her own ramen cupped in hand with a smile behind it. It's weird watching 32 eat, as he usually does so away from the others. It strips away a distance Goku hadn't known was there. It humanizes him in a way. It makes him real. More than a captain or a number, Goku wants to know his name, wants to know why he spared Goku at the tavern, why he won't speak about the youth program, why he helped Bulma, why he's betraying the Frost Empire. Goku collects his ramen and breathes out a long, drawn-out breath into the steam. He makes a show of eating it, just so Bulma doesn't ask him what's wrong again. And when he returns to his room that night, knowing full well that the next day will bring about the dramatics of landing, Goku stares at the tiles above his bed. As usual, he thinks, and thinks, and thinks. And what he thinks is, it feels different this time. With thoughts come dreams, as they so often do. Oh, Goku does dream a lot, mostly about Gohan and the monstrosities his mind cooks up for him to endure. Goku has tortured his son more times than the universe ever could. He's seen it all. He's watched, night after night, as his son mutilated in memory. Yet the Gohan who lives with him in mind always forgives, just because he is so kind and so loving, and he always spares a smile before stepping onward into whatever nightmare Goku dreams as though it's predestined. Except, as of late, that's not been the case. Goku spends the recent long nights with his son without the horrors chasing. Gohan is right now nestled between Goku's legs and hiding within strong arms. Perfectly, his head slots into place beneath Goku's chin. It's how it should be. When the lake brushes the shore, Gohan leans forward to spread his fingers through the cool blue. Is it warm? Goku asks. No, replies Gohan, shivering with a giggle. Cold like snow. But the sun above burns brightly, flowers bloom, birds swoop along the glistening stillness of the water, wings at an angle in dance, and Gohan watches all of this with childlike delight. It's spring. Time for starting fresh, he mumbles into his son's hair. Is that what you want? Kai had asked Goku mere days before his victory against Cell. You think a baby can fix this? You think I want this inside me? It won't be like that, he'd urged. And it wasn't, Gohan agrees, looking up, his obsidian eyes eternal. That's right, it wasn't, Goku repeats slowly. It wouldn't have been. I would have been a good big brother, right? Goku nods, over and over, kissing his son's hair and dragging him closer if possible. Gohan would have been the best. He would have been perfect. In another world, Gohan would have been there, offering to help when Goku inevitably screwed up the words when reading to the baby, or helping him warm up the baby food. Gohan's smart like that. And the baby would have looked like him, too, with little dimples that turn rosy when shy. It's just us now, Gohan says, and it's still snowing. I don't know what you mean, the sun's out. You're warm, Daddy. Goku kisses his hair again, and then Gohan looks towards the lake, and as he does, the blue crystallizes into a sprawling pathway of ice, turning whiter the thicker it descends. Above, snow falls. Dense powder gathers around them, but the cold yields. They're together at least, Gohan affirms. So are we. And then he turns into snow too. It's really by chance that Goku even wakes up. Or perhaps it's not chance at all and entirely due to the discomfort of a thumb being pressed into his larynx. Goku stills. Immediately, he knows it's 32. His eyes adjust quickly to the darkness, settling on 32 as he easily lifts and presses Goku against the wall. It's a goo thin, I don't sleep naked, Goku rasps. Where is it? 32 whispers. I dunno what you're. Don't lie to me. The thumb digs deeper, looking for treasure. Goku grins forcibly, and I thought we were buds. Where's the ball, Goku? 32 doesn't sound desperate, but Goku has recognized the recent slips in composure. The fleeting fear Goku notices when he catches him stare, the something more he isn't sharing. The way his thumb runs in absent circles into his throat, around and around and around, like a nervous twitch. Goku. Goku rests his palm over 32's with assertion. Release me, he says as firmly as he can. As a result, 32 rags a hand through his hair and launches him onto the floor, knee to back. In tones of dark blue, Goku notices his room is no longer the respectably tidy state it once was. The drawers have been pulled out, the desk is a mess, the shelves ransacked, all done with the absence of loud noise. It's impressive. You can't find it, huh? Goku grits out before 32 has chance to push him again. What makes you think I'll tell you? I'll spare the others, 32 says with practiced intonation. I'll spare you. Goku breathes a laugh. Come on, 32, do you? I'll kill her last, 32 whispers into his ear. I'll make her watch as I ply Vegeta's filthy fucking nails, one by one, free from his fingers. I'll break bones he didn't know he had. I'll make him beg me for death, but not until I perform the boiler a single last merciless time. And the Namekian? He would be thrown through airlock. Despite their plant-like molecular structure, they do in fact have lungs, which are known to rupture from the expansion of oxygen when exposed to a vacuum. And Pirak and Itvol, Goku goads, got any big plans for them? Or is it just fun and games for us Earth folk? 32 has a temper. For the first time, Goku sees it when 32 spins him around and punches him in the nose. Instantly, it's wet with blood. You've not thought this through at all, have you? Goku realizes. 32 is an opportunist without real opportunity. He's desperate. Despite this, 32 breathes almost without sound, as though he's above air. His expression is hard to make out in the darkness. Goku can only assume it's its usual polished cloud of indifference, but he knows something has cracked beneath its surface. If you wanted to do this right, Goku begins slowly, you would already have killed the others. But you haven't. I can sense them, in their rooms, safe and very much alive. Goku thinks back to Bulma's rare display fondness this evening, of when she returned from delivering 32 a meal to his room last night, still with an air of amusement, and of when just the other day, she and 32 had been bent over the blueprints of the ship, talking at length for hours about types of metal. He hadn't been so obvious in his enjoyment, but he would return to her, to their conversation, with quiet persistence that kept her there until Vegeta grew tired of monitoring them. "You like sugar," Goku says when the silence grows painful. "Pirak told Bulma you'd probably eat it, that it's a treat, because you guys weren't allowed it in the youth program. Now that I think of it, it's probably why he kept guzzlin' honey for fun until we ran umph." 32 punches him again, keeping him in place with a decent pin that Goku would need to power up to push through, which, in turn, would destroy the room and defeat the point of storing the Dragon Ball under the floor paneling. "You also like bread and those little muffins for breakfast. Been watching me, have you?" "Yeah, I have." 32 clicks his tongue, otherwise silent. "You're not going to kill me," Goku then says softly. "You're not going to kill them either. Tell me, what are you going to do with the balls?" "Summon the dragon." "From the ship." "If I have to do." Oh well, the lack of oxygen mustn't faze him, Goku reflects drolly. "And how would you do that?" he asks. "Do what?" "Summon the dragon," he parodies sly. 32 senses the tonal shift and repositions his weight, running his thumb back towards Goku's throat. "What are you saying?" "I don't take you for the type to speak Namekian." 32. When the processing time barrels on into seconds and seconds of silence, Goku puts him out of his misery. "There's a password, and only someone who speaks Namekian can bypass it." "What?" "I don't think Piccolo will be up for helpin'. Sorry about that." 32 recovers momentarily. "And Silo?" "I'll tell them that Piccolo doesn't even speak Namekian, that he's from Earth." You never planned on sharing the balls," 32 recognizes. "You're playing them." Goku smirks and then splutters when 2 hands squeeze his neck. A knee cuts into his diaphragm, causing him to thirst for air. He buckles, pressing ever harder into the hands strangling him, and for the first time Goku becomes concerned for his life. 32's angry, Goku understands. There'd been no growl of warning, no flickering tails. 32 had gone straight for the jugular, literally. He's as much a beast as Pirak, as much vicious. Goku's hands grapple along the wall, along his strewed bedding, along the floor. He gags. Then it turns black. Snowflakes twinkle like stars, carried by the waves of twilight. And below, Gohan is now on the lake, walking ankle-deep through the snow which rests otherwise undisturbed. Goku follows him onto the ice, decidedly standing in each footprint cleaved, chasing the memory, hand-reaching. As he goes, the snowfall builds into a blizzard. Visibility becomes an obstacle itself. His fingers burn blue, his joints ache. The snow is knee-deep now, then chest-reaching. And then he chokes on it, thumbs deep into his larynx. He jolts up, gasping. The room, his room, is perfectly tidy, or about as tidy as Goku usually leaves it every morning. No drawers are disturbed, the shelves are untouched. He looks around, wringing his hand around his throat. It doesn't hurt. When he checks himself in the mirror, he's surprised to find no bruises, redness, or marks of any kind. Had it been a dream? Goku sluggishly drags himself to breakfast, passing the retired CCTV cameras which would be able to answer his questions had they still been operational. Had 32 attacked him last night or not? If so, how is Goku all right? Would 32 have used the Senzu beans? He knows where they are. Would he really have gone that far? It would be difficult to assume his usage after what happened with the hijacking. Goku hasn't since checked how many have been used since he'd last used one to heal 32's ridiculous self-imposed injuries. Could 32 really have been so methodical to have fixed Goku and the room? Goku remembers the heat of hatred being submerged into his throat. The anger. True anger. If it had happened, then Goku wouldn't have been able to have guess. 32 is in his usual nook, book to hand. He doesn't acknowledge Goku's entry. "You look a bit dazed this morning," Itful greets, and then he leans in. "You're not getting cold feet about visiting. You know what later, are you?" "Oh, no." Goku shakes his head as though trying to expel the fog accumulated there. "Sorry, I just gotta." From nowhere, Bulma stuffs a banana into his hand. "If you're going over there," she says, gesturing her head to 32. "Make sure he eats it, for God's sake. He already turned his nose up at some noodles." "Sure, She's making her way back towards the kitchen. Don't you think I's weird that he knows how to use chopsticks when Pirak and Itvil suck big time at it? Am I? Ah, did you say something? Goku, she says quite suddenly, her tone no nonsense. Do I need to knock your heads together? What do you mean? You look broody, and he's been a shit since he woke up. Sorry, I'm just, hey, did you hear anything last night? Did anybody go into the office? There's a pause of consideration. Are you all right? And then, quieter, have you been having nightmares again? Do you need some of my sleeping pills? Goku raises the bananas in thanks, saying nothing to that again, and makes his way over to 32, who continues to pretend that Goku doesn't exist. The banana is tossed atop the book, forcing 32's attention. Potassium is good for you, Goku tells him. Helps with muscles and prevents cramping. It also gives you energy. You know, for when you don't get enough sleep. 32 looks up at him, jaw locked, with dark eyes defiantly unyielding. I appreciate the sentiment, he eventually tells Goku. However, I slept the entire night through. Is that right? Yes. 32 raises the book. Goku holds the reading material high so the fluorescent lighting in his room casts through the thin page. He can't read any of it, although Itvil can, telling him of the propaganda it pushes in name of serving the Frost Empire. Admittedly, Goku thinks the Southern armor looks kind of cool, with their matching super modern, sleek scouters that even make Bulma gush. He can see why impressionable young people sign up. But this booklet isn't for recruiting. It's a buyer's guide for the youth program. The pictures show a sprawling, gray-bricked campus in the depths of a snowy mountain range. Outside, there are young people standing in formation, eyes empty, back stiff, as they look towards the printed logo of the program adorning the front page. Goku's absently reminded of 32's faraway stare. The Northern Branches booklet hadn't been as fancy-looking as this one. Itvil had said the strongest get transferred south, and if Gohan was recruited, well, he was pretty strong, wasn't he? What's the chance he was sent to the south? Could he be there now, waiting for Goku, waiting to be saved? Goku sighs, and then he turns the page, once more taking in the generous number of pictures. The training facilities seem advanced, and there are libraries with books stacked from floor to ceiling. Projectile weapons have also been listed out with what Itvil says are numbers printed by their side, and that's not all. Maths appears everywhere throughout the reading. On one page, there are graphs and other statistical data next to an especially strange-looking youth program member, arrows pointing to different sections of his body. Another page is flipped, revealing a naked teenager. More stats appear. It feels very cold. He homes in on the centralized building adorning one page, its octagonal shape and unfriendly, black metal fencing policing its territory. Even from this, Goku can tell it's a prison. He wonders if it'll be as big as it looks when they get there. It would be worse if we did find him there, Piccolo says when Goku shows him the reading. His black nails draw a line over the logo. If only he was dead, then this would be simpler. It's correct in a dark, terrible way. Goku, have you thought about if he doesn't remember you, or if he is hostile? Why would he be hostile? 10 years is a long time. Admittedly, Goku has thought about it before. Even if he hates me, I'm still gonna bring him home. And if he refuses, he won't be a little kid anymore. Why are you being like this, Piccolo? Are you freaking out or something? You want to bring Gohan home, don't you? Of course I do, he snaps. I wouldn't have assisted in our search if not. He pinches the green knot of skin between his eyes. Look, it's just something to think about. This youth program looks like a brainwashing facility if you ask me, and if Gohan is there then, he might not be the same as he once was. Goku looks away, humming. The implication is clear. He might be like 32 or Pirak, or maybe even worse with just how damning Piccolo's talking. Well, whatever the case, Goku will be there for Gohan. Gohan could be a second Vegeta, and Goku would make it better, somehow, he has to. I wonder what this is for, Bulma says, gesturing to what she'd earlier pointed out as an image of DNA, which looks like a twisted ladder to Goku if anyone would ask him. More numbers appear either side of it, complicating the picture. Studying, Itvil is looking over her shoulder. It's how they create even more products. So they. Right, They collect samples from their graduates in case their likeness is requested. Her face pulls, Yug from kids, they. Itful coughs meaningfully when Pirak enters the room. The reading is discarded rather quickly. Naturally, the worries begin to haunt Goku like a noiseless ghost, always lingering but never forceful enough to take all his attention at once. A reflection of fear, something Goku cannot physically grasp. This youth program place sounds awful, he thinks later, watching a fur-dressed 32 stare out of his window into the abyss. What would it have been like to have been considered a product? Not really a person, valued only for the monetary gain you could bring the company, a what as opposed to a who, a weapon, a being without sense of self of conscience. Goku rubs his throat, tracing his larynx. That's twice now 32 chose not to kill Goku. If it's not due to a sudden assault of conscience, then what? What use does 32 have for sparing Goku's life? The only reason Goku can come up with is his involvement with Frieza's demise, but even then, hadn't 32 said that his father was a loyal soldier? Unless his father wasn't, who knows? Just as he turns to leave, Pirak saunters through the door, not noticing him, and unsurprisingly makes a beeline directly for 32. Oi, whatcha doin' all alone like? 32 doesn't even look at him. Don't you have some vents to slink about in? Oh, Pirak's in one of those moods of his. They've been growing ever more frequent, much like 32's, though he's far better at hiding it. When Pirak takes a seat opposite 32, Goku knows that this is when he should intervene as normally he does. He doesn't. Instead, he watches. 32 speaks to him in the Southern language reservedly, and they converse with opposing energies. There isn't any curiosity for Goku, who knows that this is mere repetition of familiar ground trailed before. Pirak is trying to get a rise, 32 is trying to be ignorant. The kid and the matches, the inevitable combustion. One of them, be it Goku or Itful, is always there to put out the fire. What would happen if they weren't? It does make Goku feel pretty old, watching them squabble like this. They're practically still kids, right? How old are they again? Goku can't remember. They're both still relatively fresh from the youth program, fresh from the prison. Young and fresh and probably broken from that system. A short moment later, there's the desired effect, the sapling of altercation, and Pirak snorts like a bull, pressing closer, heatedly displeased. Here it comes. Suddenly, a dumpling flies past Goku's nose, splatting against Pirak's head. Knock it off, orders Bulma, leave him alone. Pirak's brows raise and then he leans in even closer, whispering something into 32's ear with a sneering grin. His eyes flit to Bulma. And then, finally, it happens. 32 punches him. 32's cheeks still feel hot from the sexual accusation, but more so than anything else, relief sweeps him with the fresh sting of punching Pirak down into the ground. Unfortunately, mostly for the ship, the ground doesn't necessarily equate to one floor, and Pirak is sent jetting down at least 3. The low groan from the boiler is prominent. Sparks of electricity hiss. He stares down, wondering if Pirak is going to get up quickly from that. It's been a while since 32 let off some steam, and when it builds up like this, the outbursts are never good. Goku takes to his left, peering down into the Pirak-shaped hole. He whistles. What the hell, Bulma cries out, you should know better. Like he wasn't askin' for it, Goku says. I don't think he broke out of the exterior. No, otherwise they'd all be dead. What a reckless move. Senseless violence. An act of primal, monkey-like behavior that has no place in 32's sense of self. More than disappointment, he's angry with himself for reacting. 32, Bulma says, as though it's not the first time she'd called his name. There's an unfamiliar manner to how she looks at him. It makes him vaguely uncomfortable, like there is glass in his shoes that cut at him any moment he moves without premeditation. 32, are you all right? 32 takes a step away, and then another and another until he's down the hallway and hidden away in the office Pirak doesn't know about. He sits, knees to chest, chin to knees, staring at the clock and wait for time to bypass him, watching the hand curve its inevitable journey, its predestined circle. Over and over until finally he dares to chance Pirak's shitty temper. He doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to be near him, or any of them. He stays for quite some time, enjoying the smell of the books adorning the bookshelf. The paper is woody. It makes him feel safe, strangely. When he finally wills himself to take a book for himself, the door gently pushes open. "I have a question," Bulma says. 32 doesn't panic, slipping the book back into its cranny. He rests his fingers against leather, focusing on the texture so he doesn't rip the entire ship apart. "What's your name?" 32 keeps his back to her, a statue. "Why?" "I don't like calling you by a number." "You." A hand dares impede his space. It rests against his arm, over his furs, light and small and uncalloused. He's so appalled by the action that he doesn't move away, but through his peripheral vision, he watches her, watches as the hand moves vertically up and down his arm in a slow, supposedly comforting manner. It's not comforting at all. It's horrifying, actually. "What is your name?" asks that voice from his memory in that Arctic carrying whisper. 32 remembers opening his mouth, and he remembers saying something, though trying to remember exactly what only brings a headache, so he doesn't bother, doesn't dare try, instead recalling the sting of a cane across his face for his impertinence. It took a total of 72 days in the pit over the course of 3 months. A new record at the time, for the message to sink in, for the number to be imprinted in his imprudent, monkey brain. 32, that's his number, his name. Not G. He wants to vomit, remembering it makes him. He shirks her off. "Don't touch me," he eventually gets out. "Don't think that just." "How can you read our language?" she interrupts. 32 feels his head twist in confusion. "The computer. On the day of the hijacking, during the landing and even before then, you were able to read the words on the computer screen. I watched you click your way through all the correct applications." So suddenly, he loses feeling in his body, all the way along to his fingers. Did that really happen? He hadn't even thought about it. The words had been in the usual common northern word, right? 32, after all these years, wouldn't remember a backwards planet's rudimentary writing system, not when he can barely remember anything else. The black spots of memory, the hazy pitfalls, surely would have long since stolen that knowledge. Surely. Right. Is she lying? She's trying to catch him out, isn't she? But the way she's looking at him says otherwise. And the only reason she'd try to catch him out is if she knew. There's no way, though. 32 hasn't said or done anything that would implicate he was anyone other than a number. Did she personally know him from before? He doesn't remember her. He definitely would remember someone like her. He would. 32 realizes he's remained quiet for too long. Her pupils are dilating with thought. "I don't have recollection of such a thing," he tells her neutrally. "Well, you did it," she pushes back. "And I don't think it was the first time either. Is your first language really the southern one?" He attempts to derail her to marginal success. "What? Do you think my accent is just a performance? My difficulty's a part of the act." "Oh, come on, you're fluent," Bulma bats aside a few analogies. It would be a compliment if coming from anyone else at any other time, but from her it's accusing. 32 struggles with the common northern language sometimes, which makes tuning out from the idle, useless chatter shared amongst the ship's inhabitants easy. The southern language is a warm shower after a long day in the tundra, comforting and something he looks forward to returning to. 32 knows it hasn't always been like that. He may not remember it, but there had been a time when he hadn't at all understood the southern tongue. He doesn't explain that to her. In fact, he doesn't even want to be near her, but when he reaches the door, she lets it be known that she's not done. "I know you spared Goku," barrels out of her, "back at that tavern." The air in the room weighs him down, turning 32's limbs into sludge against the wind. He pushes on. "I thought you hated him at first," she continues, louder than he'd like. "I didn't wait, don't you dare." She grabs him again, and this time he reacts, recoiling into the doorframe, snatching himself free. "Don't touch me," he shouts at her. Although she's surprised, she's not scared. She should be. Her expression is contemplative, and her hand swings to a still by her side as she considers how best to next approach this. 32, she says after an extended period of time, forcefully as though the name brings great displeasure. "We're going to be landing shortly." It's delicately said, in a tone that he's not heard her use before. "I don't think you'll like where we're going. It's the youth program facility." Before the horror sets in, she takes his arm again. "If you have anything to say, say it now. Is there any reason not to land there? Is there any reason we wouldn't have to continue this 10-year search? 32 should be shocked by her brazenness, but instead, the sick reality of their next destination rattles him. The youth program? They're going there? No, they can't. They can't take him. He graduated. 32 rightfully climbed the ranks. He's a captain now. Look, he's in his furs, a captain. Head down, eyes front. Head down. Breathe in. Eyes front. Breathe out. She's watching, they're all watching. The hand reaching out will not be his undoing. 32 will finish what he set out to do years ago. Nobody will stop him. If they'd wanted to stop him then, they should have found him when he'd needed them. They won't take this away from him. Like what? He says, impressively calm. Bulma doesn't avert her gaze. You could put a stop to this, I'm almost sure. Then why not run along to Vegeta or Goku, or that lumbering Namekian that follows after them for some reason? I'm not sure what you're trying to insinuate, Bulma, 32 bites out, other than a disturbing reality, one which I'm sure has been built off of desperation, exhaustion, and a hero complex I needn't involve myself in. I've been genetically tested, and I have no illegal genetics. I am not Northern. I am presumably older than the boy Goku. I knew Goku as a teenager, she says simply, looking him up and down, leaving it at that. Slowly, she pulls away, drawing the door open. Think about what I said, she says just before it clicks shut. They land an hour later. Chapter 15. They'd been prepared for soldiers. It's Frost Empire territory after all, a fight perhaps, an altercation of some capacity, or an argument at the very least. But no, there'd been no such thing. In fact, at the youth program facility, Goku and the others had been startled to find not a single person opposing them, likely because not a single person remained. The facility had been abandoned. The youth program The iron bar gate creaks stubbornly against heaped snow. Above is the octagonal building from the picture, its gothic, haunting presence ever looming as Goku manages to slide through the gap and into a courtyard with untouched snow covering the ground. The white is pillowing and dense, reaching past his calves as he goes. Behind, the gate groans once more as Vegeta wedges himself through next and into the suctioning snow. Otherwise, the world is silent, no sound, no movement. Goku looks up in the gray sky. There aren't even birds. When Vegeta reaches him, Goku noticeably doesn't mention the purpling bruise along his cheek. Is Pirek still, going crazy? He asks instead. I wouldn't be out here if he was, would I? Idiot. But is he still on the ship? Vegeta stomps ahead. How would I know? Do I look like his keeper? Keep your voices down, whispers Piccolo from the rear, harsh. We don't know who might still be around. You're supposed to be watching 32, Vegeta returns, ironically because he's supposed to be watching Pirek, which obviously ran its course as evidenced by the bruise. Itful is with him, Piccolo bites back, pausing to take in the Goliath of a building. Goku notices the shiver which runs down his spine, the discomfort. I don't like it here, Goku agrees. Give me the book thing, Vegeta demands, snatching the youth program reading material. This is Bone Hall, he tells them after a moment of reading, and laughs to himself, dark. It's made from Forbly bone, hence its name. They were the original dwellers of this planet before the Frost Empire conquered it. His tongue clicks as he admires the structure. Well, I can't say I've seen something like this before. It sets the precedent of what's to come, Goku supposes. Disturbed, Piccolo says, it looks deserted. Goku suffers the whiplash of yet another setback, even though the youth program wasn't the answer he'd wanted anyway. Contrary disappointment and relief have his head spin, and from it, a long, sharp breath of air is released. He rubs his eyes. It's so frustrating. This had seemed like a good lead. Should they have gone to the northern branch after all? It wasn't attacked, Vegeta says, eyeing the perimeter. Piccolo hums, I wonder why they left. The security is, or rather, was tight. Whilst possible to fly in, it seems inadvisable owing to the turrets pointed towards the sky ready for intrusion. Goku already passed through the assembly of security buildings, the first being a winding, rickety construction taking the entirety of a cliff-linking bridge. It offered what had looked like a cross between a welcoming reception and an office, which had been utterly raided. Papers had batted aimlessly about the wind, courtesy of the ajar door, and the drawers had been dismantled, the desk ransacked. Beside it, the chair had capsized, wheel eerily spinning with trespassing snow sat beneath. Administrative devastation. As he'd proceeded, the next checkpoint had looked much the same, as had the final. What happened? He'd muttered, alone at the time. Bone Hall, however, is in better condition. It's a shadowy, medieval-style chamber that extends several stories high, with encircling balconies that gesture with angry stone carvings, their points drooping low into alcoves. Windows look out into the snowy yard, and despite the great many of them, the hall refuses brightness, with only the somber glow of yellow wall lamps allowing them to see as they progress. There's an echo when the door slams behind, the wind howls, and yet all else is once more silent, except for their footsteps as they apprehensively delve deeper into the hall's containment. When Vegeta steps towards the centerpiece of the room, a marble eyesore in the likeness of someone who looks like Frieza, his expression grows dark. "Cold," he says. Which, yes, it is, but Goku thinks that goes without saying. Oh, he must mean King Cold. Goku remembers hearing about him. He was killed by Trunks when Goku had still been trying to make his way back to Earth after defeating Frieza. At the time, everybody had thought Gohan was with him. The realization for all had been horrific. By that point, Gohan had been missing for nearly 18 months whilst Goku was slowly bouncing between space stations. The explosion from Namek had blown him way off course, more so than it should have, according to the kind lady aliens who found him half-beaten on his ship the days following. They'd patched him up and sent him on his long journey to Earth, to the androids, to Cell, to Kai. He's thinking of her more and more these days. He so often does when he thinks he's close, just before disappointment takes another devastating bite. She wasn't wrong back then, Bulma had told him, utterly broken after realizing Gohan had gone missing under her watch and after revealing what Kai had done to her. "I lost Gohan. I lost him on Namek. I should have taken better care of him. It's my fault. I'm sorry, Goku. I." Not only had she been so mentally hurt, but also physically after Kai had her way. Bulma had been black and blue and had persuaded herself that she deserved it. It's the first time he'd ever raised his voice at his wife, but never a fist. He would never. But he might as well have because for a long time, she'd resented him too. She'd been angry and sad and lonely, and Goku had been training for the androids. She'd thought he'd chosen Bulma over her, and perhaps in a way he had because he would be at Capsule Corporation day in and day out, learning about how to better operate the ship for when he would head back out into space. If King Kai or Kami couldn't help him, then he would go himself. Kai had supported the search, had wanted to come initially, but she'd also hated with her entire heart what happened to Gohan. She'd blamed everyone. In hate, she'd drowned. But Bulma is like Goku. She's proactive. She was broken but still would work endlessly into the night all night, and similarly, Goku would train into the night all night, sometimes with Vegeta, sometimes with Piccolo, but usually alone in the gravity chamber. He'd try to help with the ship. He'd comfort her when she broke. He'd talk to her about Vegeta, the man who was going to one day make her a mother, not that she'd known at the time, going on and on. She'd hated Vegeta, but not really. She'd wanted him out, but not really. She'd wanted more, but was so broken that Goku feared what someone like Vegeta could do to her. But Goku had realized, one day, after she'd drunkenly broken down and kissed him, that he'd needed to return home to his wife and instead think more about her. That Bulma and Vegeta had needed to figure this out together. Goku'd been better then. He'd realized he was punishing Kai for her grief, but it had been too late, not that he'd known at the time. In their shared sorrow over the next few years, they'd had some final happy times, especially a particular night just before the Cell Games when the world was at a near end and he'd held her a single last time. "I'm pregnant," she'd told him without a shred of emotion. It was never going to be a happy ending, was it? Not without their missing link, not without Gohan. Gohan who would have been an amazing big brother. The only person he'd told any of this to is currently dead, all his troubles. God, he misses Krillin, he misses him so much. He'd also blamed himself, as did Piccolo, who still does, for Gohan's disappearance. Gohan is so loved, Goku tries to spin, just for it to be positive. Goku rests a hand against the statue, wondering if Gohan ever saw this thing. He tries to imagine him just to his right, tiny hand pressed against the marble. They would make me recite my pledge of loyalty to a statue like this each morning, Vegeta says rather vacantly, oblivious to Goku's breaking. When I was a boy, after Frieza destroyed my planet, after he murdered my father. I imagine they do the same here, Piccolo replies somberly. No, that was just something Frieza decided for me. There's a wry smirk, it's almost a sneer. He wanted me to remember who I served. That's the thing. Their cruelty is specifically tailored to the individual. They're practiced like that. They know how to break men. Children, soldiers, everyone. And then he punches cold in his stony face, crumbling him until fragments scatter at Vegeta's boots. Frost never melts, he mutters, crunching the marble as he walks over it. There is a pair of long tread symmetrical stairs opposing either side of the hall, which slowly incline to the next floor, curling subtly into the entryway of polished, ebony doors. Either side stand more statues, this time of an alien species Goku doesn't recognize. Above them, portraitures, ugly, unsaturated things that make the place seem even more gaudy. The handles of the doors are ice to the touch, and when they swing open, they creak against the outside wind. Within this new chamber is a stage room with many, many chairs, perhaps 200. They're large enough to sit species of a bigger size, with tall, archaic backs that suggest that they're supposed to be extravagant. Goku sits on one. It's uncomfortable. What do you think this place is for? Announcements, I imagine, Vegeta grumbles. He's on the stage, peering about the podium. There are some belongings, Piccolo notices, on the floor. Coats, heavy-duty ones, are intermittently lounging over tile, fur trimmings, and thick, well-woven accessories in abundance. There are some books, pens, pencils, notebooks. Goku picks up a nearby bag. These are school belongings. Think they were in a rush? He asks. Yes, Vegeta responds from the podium, paper in hand. There was a notice from Haler. The youth program had been ordered to relocate. All able-bodied must relocate, it literally reads. Does it say where to? Asks Piccolo. Obviously not, and it doesn't say why either, before you ask. Goku groans at the same time. Vegeta intakes a sharp breath. What is it? He demands, the frustration biting. What now? How else is this lead going to dry up? Nothing, he lies clearly, hopefully. There's something about this place that has Goku feel isolated from the universe. The blanketing snow, swallowing the world outside, perhaps. The dark dungeon encapsulating them. The eerie loneliness. And it's with each step echoes that it reminds Goku how truly alone they are. Supposedly, at least. Could someone have stayed? Is there someone, anyone, here who could help him find the Saiyan the program bought 10 years ago? What happens next if Gohan isn't here? Goku wouldn't know what to do. It had felt so right to follow this lead, and so, if this fails, what's next? Deep down, he knows the Dragon Balls will not work. 32 had spat that truth right at him, hadn't he? And you, what do you want them for? They did not work for your son then, and they will not work for your son this time. Goku feels the already dry, dusty air grow thinner, and his chest aches on its poison. His throat aches. His heart aches. Why did the universe have to take Gohan? Why did it have to make him so impossible to find? Sweet, lovely, kind Gohan. His Gohan. It's still snowing, says the son of his dreams. Suddenly desperate, Goku staggers over to the window, smashing it just to swallow the bitter oxygen outside. He finds that it is indeed still snowing. Hoarsely and greedily, Goku takes air into his throat, with the memory of thumbs being pressed into his sensitive airway. A sob leaves him before he realizes he's sad. Goku's been sad for so long that he hadn't remembered what it was like before. There are only so many times a man can be disappointed, so many times that he can get up and continue. Is this how she felt? Intoxicated with this misery. Get it together, son, Piccolo says softly. It's not over yet. Goku nods, hand to mouth to capture tears which never come. I want to see him so much, he gets out. It's all I can ever think about, him. Piccolo, for all his stoicism and sarcasm, loves Gohan about as much as Goku himself does. Despite their history, he's devotedly made it his life goal to find Gohan. Piccolo wants this, too, more than anything, and will continue to follow Goku off this cliff. Do you really think he won't remember me? Goku asks him. I don't know. What happens if we never find him? Then, we never find him. Goku looks up, but we never stop, right? No, son, never. Come on. Vegeta is by the door, pretending to be disgusted by the entire thing. If you two are done with your heart-to-heart, I think I've found where to go next. When 32 was last here, he'd signed his graduation waiver, a non-disclosure agreement, and the right to the deployment of his number now that he'd graduated. Another 32 could be initiated should they choose to use the number so readily. But perhaps it's because 32 still uses the number that they never have. His success is no secret, after all. The youth program are proud of him and the apparent favoritism displayed by one Lord Haler. They invite him back regularly to meet the recruits, to be a guest speaker, to help groom them into the merciless fucking monsters they're destined to be. 32 brings his furs around himself just to remind himself that this is who he is now. He is a captain. He is no longer a recruit. He is. 32's back presses against the northeastern brick wall. He breathes. There are 547 bricks in total making up this section. 32 knows. He remembers having counted them, having bludgeoned a Christerian boy against it and splattered his innards up and along it when he tried to slip a knife along his throat one night. Over by the gate is the entrance to the shooting grounds. 32 sees it. That blackened hole drilled through the sign. That was when 32 was tasked to demonstrate the firearm to a subsection of recruits 3 years below. One young cadet shot the overseer of their group accidentally and was forced to sit naked in the snow for 3 hours. He got hypothermia and lost a limb. He wouldn't have survived much longer after that. 32 wants to go back to the ship. He doesn't want to be here. What would happen if his overseer was here? Head down, eyes front. Head down, eyes front. Yes. That's right, all of you, head down, eyes front. Not you, 32, I have cleanup duty for you. 32 was always tasked with cleanup duty because he'd tried to make a mess many a time before. His messes never stuck. CKU, 32 next hears 636 Pirak roar from the wayside of the ship, his deep voice resounding through the mountains. Itvil has been trying to simmer Pirak for the better part of 30 minutes now to little result. He is still pacing like an oversized cat, up and down, cleaving a perfect path through the snow, his furs completely soaked. He's snarling to himself, but takes the time to glare at 32 through narrowed, one blackened and swollen eyes. 32 doesn't understand why he's so pent up, why he's bothered at all, with how much he sings and dances about the youth program. This is where he peaked. Itvil is doing damage control, but the arguing would be enough to attract the Frost Empire's space fleet itself. It's surprising that nobody's come out to greet them. Perhaps the wanted Prince Vegeta strolling into their camp is enough to keep the program happy. They wouldn't immediately alert the Empire, despite being Empire-operated, as they're still business first and foremost. They'd want to see what profit could be made from the interaction. Here, Bulma says upon greeting, shoving a hot drink into his hands. 32 stares at it, it's brown and bubbling. Then, from one of those strange capsule devices, there's a puff of smoke, and then she's in a bubble jacket that makes her appear comically round. A most strange sight in these parts, much like her herself. Hot chocolate, she says, for some reason clinking her cup against his. She raises it and takes a sip, staring when he doesn't do the same. It's not poison. I know that. I think you'll like it. I added sugar. I guessed you might need a pick-me-up. 32 realizes something at that moment. Pirak and Itvil are outside. Piccolo, Goku, and Vegeta have already entered the facility. That just leaves. I'm pretty sure they took one of the balls with them, Bulma says, so don't get any funny ideas. What a predictable turn of events. His shoulders slump with frustration. They'll lower their guard sooner or later, and when they do, 32 will be ready. Bulma snorts a bubble into her hot chocolate, whatever it is, and spares him a look of amusement. Think they'll get information. No, he says, knowing full well he deleted his online files years ago like a responsible captain to be. If we let you make your wish, would you share what you know? He turns to her, brows raised. It's a good offer should it be real. There's a small smile. I haven't told the others yet, in case you're wondering. He scoffs, turning away, and in doing so, spots the research division's department, where they build the space pods and keep the liquid hydrogen and nitrous oxide. It stands out against the facility's usual traditional architecture. Its masculine steel casing broad in comparison to the stonework, and the beam of yellow light emitting from the aerodrome beacon standing atop it. What is it? Nothing, he deceives, and then he sips his chocolate. It's good, so good. He squeezes the mug. And then he sees the spot where a runaway was executed. Once more, his mouth runs dry. An hour later, 32 surveys the horizon. Goku and the others have been gone a while. They said they were only going to the first checkpoint, but clearly something has gone awry. Either, 1, they must have been accosted inside, and 32 will have to perform another heroic deed in saving them, or they've found a way in and are being given the grand tour as suspected buyers. 32 dislikes both options. He sinks against the ship's casing, imaging Goku walking around, gawking at the impressive training facilities like so many do. He feels ill at the thought. The truth is entirely more disturbing. The small group arrives back as the day turns to dusk, 3 specks against ivory. When they step through the door, 32 releases the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding, watching from his seat on the ship's leaned hood. They're all alive, uninjured too. What happened? Who did they speak to? Why aren't the air sirens alerting to a trespassing ship? Why aren't there armed guards at the ship? All in due time, 32 tells himself. It's interesting that all the 3 chose to leave for the facility, trusting the remaining well enough not to murder Bulma and make off with the ship. They did take one of the Dragon Balls as insurance, but Pirak is unpredictable, as is 32, he admits to himself, so it was a gamble, perhaps one staked on the immature trust Goku demonstrates. How desperately he extends to others for others. It'll be his undoing. It was probably 32's. As the group reaches the ship, he notices Goku first, with the stacks of folders congregated under his arms. Vegeta carries a further thick pile. It's involuntary, 32 slips off the ship. What are those? He demands. Piccolo must have sensed some kind of disturbance in 32 because he splays a hand over his chest, his Dragon Ball in the other. Files, he replies curtly. Back off. They wouldn't have just given those over. 32 snaps, cutting a thumb into the Namekian's wrist. I'm sure not, Vegeta returns dryly, shoving 32 back himself. Piccolo further pushes 32 aside as to gain entry to the ship, barging past him as he goes. Vegeta doesn't break eye contact as he follows, leaving Goku at the rear. They're gone, he tells 32, who had been seconds away from drowning all 3 of them in the snow. There's nobody there, Goku then further adds when 32 doesn't comprehend the words. Is he misunderstanding the language? What? The whole place is empty, Goku elaborates. They've abandoned it. What? He whispers. There, wait, 32, hold up. But 32 is already making his way towards the first checkpoint, indifferent to whichever chaperone chooses to follow him into this fucking hellhole. He bypasses the checkpoints, indeed finding them deserted, the trinity of gates chaotic, with furnishings, stationery, and paper strewn everywhere. His heart is racing by the time he reaches the black iron bifold, where he presses himself through the gap, nearly tripping over the lumped, gray snow and ice and into the primary courtyard. Past the field, he jogs the stairs, 2 at a time, until he's in Bone Hall. On reaction, he sneers, breath sharp between his teeth. It looks the same, dark and dreary and smelling of rot. His pace slows, but his heart doesn't, thumping hard and furiously until 32 feels the need to lean against the handrail belonging to the stairway. The only thing out of place is the ruptured statue of King Cold. Otherwise, it's as he left it. Home. The door opens once more. It's the Namekian. 32 is tempted to kill him, just for something to do with all this vitriolic energy burning him up. Door ajar behind, the wind now speckled with snow, Piccolo stares him down, watching with thinned, hateful eyes that see the darkness within 32. When the door slams, 32 takes a step forward on reaction, before retreating on his back foot, his better judgment outweighing the desire to pick the shackles restraining him, one fighter at a time. Piccolo watches 32's feet. He's prepared for an altercation, but he's no match, especially in 32's territory. Nobody can fight in the snow like he can, especially not some water-based, weak life form that's managed to be brought down more than once on this voyage. Deciding him not a threat, 32 tears his gaze away and makes for the auditorium. It's empty, as stated, with student regalia left deserted between the aisles. The podium holds a single note, suggests that the facility has indeed been abandoned. As he jumps the many chairs, Piccolo closely trails, his cape a white shadow. What's the point? He's weak. He's nothing compared to 32, the strongest, brightest, highest achiever to have ever been enrolled in the youth program. In this very facility. The same hell which they've dragged him to, this cruel, evil thing they've done to him. 32 leaves the auditorium and climbs a confined switchback staircase, running his now ungloved fingers along the stone, remembering each indent, savoring the hatred and horror and memory of his triumphant existence here. His victories. Where are you going? Piccolo has lost his patience with 32's tour. He moves to grab 32, only to tumble several steps down when he's punched across the face. 32 doesn't know where he's going, doesn't know why he punched the Namekian, doesn't know why he's here and where have they gone, the program, why are they gone? 32 expected everything and anything but this. They can't have just left. Why would they have just left? Why? His breath grows hoarse, scaring him. Where has everyone gone? His overseer, where is overseer Case? 32 knows where the offices are from here. He's been to them. He's grabbed, this time without reprieve, and very surprisingly slapped hard across the face. 32 bounces against the wall, falling where he lands, where he turns and vomits once in a liberating, heavy heave along the stairway. The very little chocolate beverage he'd enjoyed leaks over stone. Piccolo is above, wiping purple blood from his lip. 32 stares as the chocolate parts between his own shaking fingers, his chest rapid as the room grows far away and muted. He sits still, growing colder. What is your aim? Piccolo asks after a long time. 32 doesn't know. He sits in this tiny, tight staircase, darkened by the lack of candlelight, unsure of what to do, so suddenly overwhelmed that he wants to run and return to his chamber. Room 423, West Wing, Tower 2. He sheds his furs. He vibrates from the chill. Head down. Eyes front. God, why is he back here? How could they bring him here? Why? 32 was being good, he was cooperating. He stands and continues his journey upwards, this time at a slower pace. His steps echo. Tap, 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 tap. 32. I think it was an evacuation order, 32 says quietly, as though nothing just happened. Piccolo, who is comparatively stoical, also doesn't want to revisit whatever mess was left back at the staircase. Evacuation, he parrots. Why do you say that? The order was Frost issued. The stationery was from Lord Haler's personal collection, used to avoid data breaches when the online security goes down, which it must be if he'd resorted to using it. The Northern forces must have. He reaches the top of the tower, to a balcony, which overlooks the entire eastern section of the facility, decided the youth program is an assert too dangerous for the Southern to hold, but the facility has never abandoned post, never backed down, never. He breathes forcefully, leaning over the balcony and into the icy grip of a blossoming storm which welcomes the evening. It's always storming. Where have they gone? Piccolo dares ask. 32 doesn't know. How can they just go? They can't just leave. They can't, not after everything they did to him. They don't get to leave before 32 does. Your Kai feels. I know how I feel. You don't need to tell me how monstrous I am. I already know. Piccolo appraises him. Why can I feel your energy? Why can the Namekians? What is your connection with us? I don't know, 32 says honestly. It's unnatural, like a corpse walking, like death. 32 laughs at that. Piccolo does not. What is your connection with the Dragon Balls? The ivory grounds extend for miles, humped with ugly, evil buildings 32 knows all too well. He recognizes his childhood. The many places he's trained, killed, and lived by, the many places he escaped by making a deal with the devil. Captain, indeed. 32 returns the question with his own. And you, why do you follow Goku around like a lostling? He says with cruel inflection, focusing on the weapon storage cabin where he'd once watched a boy cut another boy's tongue free with a rapier. What are your gains? Clearly, this benefits not Goku's son. And what makes you say that? Piccolo challenges oddly. 32 watches him through the reflection of the metal bars. noticing the emotional contortion twist Piccolo's features. It's confusing and sickening, and 32 doesn't have room in his head to unpack anything else right now. In the wake of a clear, starry night, the wind grows strong. The gust rattles the balcony, and 32 savors the familiar, painful bite of ice assaulting the tips of his nose and the rosy points of his cheeks. When will 32 finally be unshackled? How much longer does he need to wait? Why can't the universe give 32 his wish? He breathes. Head down, eyes front. 32 focuses on his ambition, remembering what he must do. So you met Goku on Old Namek. Piccolo is surprised by the query. No, on Earth. But you were there on Namek. Yes. The day of its explosion. Yes, why? And Lord Frieza, did you meet him? I fought him. He clasps the medal, and then you saw the Super Saiyan. Piccolo goes to say something, only to be interrupted by his own better judgment, whatever that may be. So, you do know about that. Lord Frieza wanted immortality, but the Super Saiyan stopped him. 32 continues in a mumble. They always want immortality. Hailer and Cooler, them too. Yes. Behind, Piccolo takes in a deep breath, as though coming to terms with a new mission which needs to be undertaken. But there's no point. Can't he see? Frost never melts. They're already immortal and they don't even know it. As soon as one dies, another reigns on, eviler and crueler than the one previous. There is no point playing a game one can never win. Stupid games win stupid prizes. And yet, despite knowing it'll mean nothing in the end, 32 feeds his curiosity. Why would a child be on planet Namek, the one Goku lost? Why in the face of Lord Frieza? Me. 32 turns, finally. Piccolo's expression is hard like a shell, his cape battering about the wind. Intense, determined, wounded in a vague way which 32 would know how to cruelly pick at should his duty as captain demand it. 32 has met many suffering men. They think they hide it so well. Guilt. 32 is familiar with the sensation. Gohan was there to help me, he concedes, which he did even in the face of Frieza. The name still has the program's desired effect take place. A streak of discomfort has 32 pinch at his brows. I understand, he says, even though he doesn't. We'll do whatever it takes to find him, Piccolo continues. Whatever you're planning, 32, whatever your connection is with the Dragon Balls and my people, I won't let it get in the way of this. How inspiring, 32 thinks dryly, leaning against the frosted wall, staring towards the stars. Wishes. Either theirs will be granted, or 32's. It's so easy to forget his ambition when he's here. It's so easy to be pulled under the ship and drown into the icy depths. 32 must remain strong, he tells himself as he enters back into the sanctuary of the ship. He needs not to let this fucking place get inside his head more than it already is. The central heating burns after the snow. It's almost too much, even without his lost furs. And then, Bulma's in front of him before he's able to even divert direction towards his room. Piccolo lets his presence be known, standing tall at his side. A protective measure for Bulma, as though she'd ever be the one he'd choose to murder on this ship. Knock it off, she snaps at him, dragging 32 aside. She rises a finger to Piccolo when he goes to follow. I'm fine, thanks, go see Goku, help him with the files, go on, Shu. Piccolo doesn't want to leave 32 alone with her. But 32 catches that familiar glimpse of guilt, that hungry desperation for answers, and soon enough, he's already gliding down the hallway like a white bat. As predicted, the liquid hydrogen isn't agreeing with the ship, she tells him, encouraging him to walk alongside. Before it completely ruins the engine's internal components and gifts my ship premature engine failure, I want to do something about it. What sort of fuel do you have locked away here? At the research division. Yeah. Liquid hydrogen. The space pods do not need high-performing fuel. If you're hinting for dark matter, then you will be disappointed. She pouts, and then she looks over her shoulder to make sure they're alone. 32 realizes before it's too late, and when he turns to leave, she snags him. Are you all right? He scowls at the sudden change in topic. Are you doing okay here? She elaborates when 32 doesn't know what to say. It's just, she lets loose a gust of breath, finally releasing him. Pirak, well, he's been a lot, and when I saw you go into the facility like that. I don't know what you are insinuating. Bulma stares at him, right at him, into his face, into his eyes, for a long time, looking for something. They're probably going to ask you to help translate at some point, if and when they find something entirely in Southern, she eventually tells him. They've found the transfer files. Of what? The transfer files, for all the kids, between program facilities. 32's brow rises. There aren't transfer files, not online, there never have been. The Northern and Southern transfers. No such things. Well, you tell me because they've been going through them since you've been gone. 32 wonders what this could mean. He long since deleted his Frost Empire captain record. Aside from the necessary credentials, the Empire and Youth program require all its graduates to keep. And ever so careful, he'd also found and erased his Northern record by hacking the online system. But that was after his appointment as captain. If there was a physical record before that point, 32 would not have had access to it. God, it's a race against time. He tries not to look too fazed by the revelation, too horrified, scared. Bulma, they then both hear holler down the halls. Bulma, Bulma, where are you? It's an excited sound, rich with discovery, but she doesn't break eye contact with 32, knowing equally well how the clock is but the inevitable destruction of him. Don't look at me like that, he mumbles, I. And then Goku stumbles into view, glowing with breathless, bright energy. We've found him,